Su Mian, who grew up as an orphan, is, in fact, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the capital. They say Su Mian is merely a rustic village girl, devoid of culture, with an unsightly countenance, utterly lacking in any qualities that could compare to the young lady of the Jiang family. In response, Su Mian chuckled lightly and remarked, "Forgive my candor, esteemed guests, but prepare yourselves for an unexpected turn of events." From being uneducated to becoming the youngest professor at a prestigious university, from having an unappealing visage to evolving into a revered doctor who saves millions, witness how she transforms a hand of ill fortune into a remarkable victory. That very tycoon, who has sworn off desires and passions, could he not maintain a distance from her? Did they not agree to forego matters of love? Reading Guide, a refined yet roguish tycoon versus a dazzlingly versatile heiress, a tale of delightful twists and turns. Chapter 1. A dispute, Lord Yu's timely intervention. The autumn wind rustles. It is past 9 in the evening at the hospital's emergency room. Su Mian donned a delicate black evening gown, leaning against the corridor wall with her arms crossed, exuding a languid yet alluring demeanor as she stifled a yawn, revealing a hint of drowsiness. A nurse passed by and could not resist casting a glance her way, inadvertently entranced by her beauty. Su Mian was breathtakingly lovely, akin to an enchanting sprite, exuding an ethereal purity. Her skin was alabaster, and her captivating apricot-shaped eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. When the corners of her eyes lifted slightly, she radiated a myriad of charms, alluring yet refined. Her irises, a soft shade, resembled a crystal-clear jade pool, bright and inviting. A slight smile graced her lips, embodying 7 parts allure and 3 parts innocence, elegantly wild. She possessed a striking visage, and beneath her gown, her figure boasted alluring curves and sensual lines. Yet it was this very woman who had inflicted injuries upon a towering man, now admitted to their hospital with a fractured hand and a mild concussion. Su Mian glanced at the nurse, who stared at her in a daze and could not help but smile, teasingly inquiring, "Am I beautiful?" The nurse instinctively replied, "Indeed, you are." Su Mian's smile widened, radiating both charm and beauty. This woman was both handsome and beautiful. The nurse's heart raced like a startled deer. Could she be swayed? At that moment, another gentle and delicate woman approached from elsewhere, softly speaking, "Su Mian, there you are. I have been searching for you." The beautiful young lady was indeed named Su Mian. What a lovely name. This woman wore an elegantly embroidered white dress and draped a cashmere shawl over her shoulders, appearing exceptionally graceful, like a pure white lotus blossoming in the heights. However, before Su Mian, she seemed to lose her luster, dimmed in comparison. Su Mian regarded this woman, who called her sister, with a placid expression. They shared no blood ties, yet after her return to the Jiang family, they were, in name, sisters. Her name was Waner. On Su Mian's 19th birthday, she never anticipated that a man claiming to be her elder brother would reveal to her, who had grown up as an orphan, that she was the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family in the capital. "Su Mian, come home with your brother." The capital boasted several illustrious noble families, among which the Jiang family stood prominent. Su Mian yearned for genuine kinship, yet after returning to the Jiang family, she discovered that her parents were not as she had envisioned. They did not cherish her. Instead, Jiang Waner, the daughter adopted after her disappearance, was doted upon as she grew up. Even with Su Mian's return, this reality could not be altered, and she received scant affection. Despite her efforts to win their love, 2 weeks had passed, and nothing had changed. Were it not for her elder brother Jiang Ruyi, who treated her with exceptional kindness, Su Mian would not have wished to linger even a moment longer. Although she had grown up alone, not being the esteemed daughter held little significance for her. She did not care, nor did she covet it. Su Mian asked coolly, "May I return now?" "Not yet. Mother wishes to see you first," Jiang Waner replied with a gentle smile. Oh, the man whom Su Mian had injured was Li Xiaozong, the second young master of the Li group. The Li family held a middling status in the capital, a family of moderate standing, with business dealings with the Jiang family. Today marked Su Mian's public acknowledgement of her lineage, and the Jiang family hosted an extravagant banquet to confirm her identity to the world. Su Mian had no intention of causing trouble. It was merely that Li Xiaozong's tongue had been too sharp, attempting to take advantage of her. In the hospital room, when Li Xiaozong saw Su Mian, his expression changed drastically, filled with horror, anger, and a sense of humiliation. Meanwhile, Mrs. Cheng, Li Xiaozong's mother, cast a disapproving gaze upon Su Mian, fiercely protective of her son as she scornfully remarked, "If I had such a crude and boorish daughter, Even if she were my own flesh and blood, I would never allow her to disgrace herself in public. You Jiang family are indeed compassionate, but your manners seem lacking, allowing her to harm others. Beside Mrs. Cheng stood a regal woman, her expression cold and indifferent. Su Mian apologized to Xiaozong. The one demanding Su Mian's apology was Lian Ruyi, her mother. Upon hearing this, Su Mian retorted coolly, "Why should I apologize?" With that single sentence, Lian Rui's expression darkened with barely concealed anger. This biological daughter of hers was utterly disobedient, frequently causing disturbances and creating chaos. Lian Ruyi inhaled sharply. "You struck him, and that is your fault. Come here and apologize." As a mother, should she not first inquire about the situation, ask why she struck Li Xiaozong, and clarify the entirety of the matter before passing judgment? Su Mian felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. "I did strike him, but I will not apologize. That scoundrel Li Xiaozong was not worthy of her apology. A mere fracture was a mild consequence." "You." Lian Ruyi, known for her grace and composure, raised her hand, seemingly poised to slap Su Mian. Unflinching, Su Mian intended to block the blow, but suddenly a figure interposed, absorbing the brunt of Lian Rui's furious slap. Jiang Waner's head was turned by the blow, her face quickly reddening on one side. She gently implored, "Mother, let us speak calmly. Please do not strike my sister." Lian Ruyi paused, realizing that she had struck Jiang Waner, her expression immediately shifting from anger to concern. "You foolish child, why did you rush forward?" Jiang Waner's cheeks flushed as she spoke tenderly. "Mother, even if my sister has erred in some ways, if you converse with her kindly, she will listen." Lian Ruyi, however, was not appeased by these words. Rather, the fact that the slap had landed on Jiang Waner only fueled her fury. Looking at Su Mian, her expression grew increasingly grim. What sort of biological daughter was this? A veritable source of trouble, bringing her nothing but discomfort. Su Mian, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "Is this not what you desired, Jiang Waner?" Jiang Waner's cheeks flushed as she played the part of a vulnerable one to perfection, tilting her head in feigned confusion. "Very well, pray tell, where have I erred?" Su Mian's tone was not overtly confrontational, yet an air of superiority lingered around her. Jiang Waner bit her lip. "You struck him." Su Mian, unfazed, applied pressure. "Did I not strike him because that scoundrel Li Xiaozong deserved it?" Jiang Waner's eyes flickered. "Sister, do you have proof?" Proof was not a daunting task to procure. Given a computer, she could swiftly gather evidence, but at this moment, not only did she lack a computer, she did not even possess a mobile phone. Su Mian found herself momentarily speechless. "There must be some misunderstanding between you," Jiang Waner observed keenly, stating, "Sister, do not act impulsively." Su Mian's expression was laden with meaning. From the moment she returned home, Jiang Waner had shown clear disdain for her presence, often targeting her and flaunting her superiority. Su Mian, not one to be trifled with, would not hesitate to retaliate. She had heard that Jiang Waner had a crush on the third young master of the Yu family, Yu Jinzhi. The Yu family was among the most prestigious noble families in the capital, deeply rooted and thriving in various fields. As fate would have it, the Yu family and the Jiang family share a betrothal. Were it not for Su Mian's unexpected appearance, it is rumored that the woman destined to marry Yu Jinzhi would be Jiang Waner. However, it cannot be considered a theft. It is Su Mian who originally held the engagement with the Yu family. The term scoundrel thoroughly infuriated Madame Cheng. She rose from her seat and exclaimed in anger, "Lian Ruyi, look at your daughter. Does she speak like a human being? I warn you, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation tonight, I will take her to the police station and have the authorities handle her. By tomorrow, everyone will know that your daughter is nothing but a boorish oaf, a mere laughingstock." Lian Ruyi remained unfazed, her expression cold, seemingly intent on teaching Su Mian a lesson. "It is my failure in teaching my daughter. Do as you see fit with her." She adjusted her clothing and said, "Waner, come home with mother." "But sister, do not concern yourself with her," Lian Ruyi replied icily. "She has brought this trouble upon herself. Let her deal with it." Ignoring her words led to this consequence. Jiang Waner hesitated, her thoughts unspoken, yet she found satisfaction in the outcome. As long as she remained in the Jiang family, Su Mian should not entertain any notions of usurping her position. She would ensure that Su Mian understood that holding the title of the Jiang family's eldest daughter did not guarantee admiration or success. On the way back to the Jiang residence, Jiang Waner pondered and then inquired, "Mother, do you understand what the Yu family intends at this moment?" At tonight's banquet, it was originally said that Yu Jinzhi would attend, yet he failed to make an appearance, suggesting that he may not regard the engagement with any seriousness. With Su Mian's character, how could the Yu family possibly allow Yu Jinzhi to take her home? Moreover, considering Yu Jinzhi's exceptional qualities, it is likely he holds Su Mian in little esteem. This engagement may very well be rendered null and void, Lian Ruyi lamented. Should the engagement be annulled, it would represent a significant loss for the Jiang family. Jiang Waner bit her lip and proactively declared, "Mother, there is still me. I have harbored feelings for Yu Sanyi for many years. Please assist me." After Lian Ruyi departed with Jiang Waner, Madame Cheng began to comprehend Su Mian's position within the Jiang family. Without hesitation, she dialed the police. Su Mian remained languid, unconcerned about going to the police station. With no money or phone, she resolved to first visit the station to borrow a computer or something to prove her innocence and reclaim her dignity. Outside the hospital, a black Maybach gradually came to a halt, and a man in a tailored suit emerged from within. He was tall, with long legs, and exuded the refined elegance of a mature gentleman. In the night, his face was somewhat obscured, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, yet at first glance, one could tell this man was undoubtedly strikingly handsome. As he confidently walked into the light, his cultured demeanor truly captivated all, embodying the gentle grace of time. In the capital, individuals possessing such looks and charisma are rare, but Yu Jinzhi from the Yu family is the most renowned, considered the epitome of male perfection. The man before them was none other than Yu Jinzhi, the figure typically seen only in financial reports, now unexpectedly appearing at the hospital. Holding a phone, he spoke in a calm tone. "Grandfather, I will oversee her situation. Do try to appear amiable. We wouldn't want to frighten my future granddaughter-in-law," cautioned the elder on the other end of the line. "Understood. I will hang up." While everyone focused on Yu Jinzhi, they failed to notice the handsome man following closely behind, reporting, "Mr. Yu, we have discovered that Miss Su acted in self-defense against Li Xiaozong, who insulted her verbally and attempted to take advantage of her due to her beauty. He was Yu Jinzhi's assistant, named Yan and Yan glanced at the documents in his hand and remarked with sarcasm, "This Li Xiaozong is truly inept." After 5 years of learning martial arts, he could not withstand even 3 moves before being taken down by Miss Su. Those 5 years of training seemed to have been in vain. However, Miss Su is somewhat unfortunate. Just 10 minutes ago, Madame Jiang left the hospital, indifferent to Miss Su's plight. Madame Li has also reported to the police, and they are on their way. Yu Jinzhi raised his gaze and asked, "Which floor is she on?" "The 8th floor." A knock sounded at the door of the patient room. Madame Cheng, assuming it was the police, looked up only to be taken aback by the sight of Yu Jinzhi, her expression changing dramatically. She could not fathom why Yu Jinzhi had arrived. Could it be? Madame Cheng's demeanor shifted, and she feigned composure. "Mr. Yu, what brings you here?" Chapter 2. The alluring yet perilous figure Yu Jinzhi, a paragon of elegance and refinement, had come seeking my fiancé. His words were succinct, leaving Ms. Cheng momentarily astonished. The engagement between the Yu and Jiang families was indeed authentic, a fact previously unspoken by the Yu family, which led them to dismiss it as mere rumor. This development, it seemed, would complicate matters for her son's revenge. Su Mian awaited the arrival of the police, only to be surprised by the appearance of her so-called fiancé. The man's voice, unexpectedly melodious, drew her gaze. In that single glance, Su Mian thought she would never forget the visage of this man. He stood there, quietly poised, the insufficient lighting failing to obscure the air of elegance and nobility that enveloped him. He bore the weight of time with a composed demeanor, akin to an uncut jade that, when shaped, would reveal an inner brilliance. His features were striking, meticulously defined, with gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose. Exuding a scholarly charm reminiscent of a noble vampire from a comic book, he was both alluring and dangerously enigmatic. The sudden arrival of Yu Jinzhi piqued Su Mian's interest, her almond-shaped eyes lifting slightly in curiosity. Ms. Cheng's expression was a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Yu Jinzhi's intention to take Su Mian away was evident. Yet how could she allow her son's grievous injuries to go unavenged? Ms. Jing clenched her teeth and declared, "Mr. Yu, your timing is impeccable. This wild girl has harmed my son, and her mother has forsaken her. As her fiancé, you should address this matter." Address it? Did she not recognize her son's shortcomings? How could she hold Su Mian accountable when it was clear that Li Xiaozong was the instigator? At Ms. Cheng's words, Yu Jinzhi cast a fleeting glance at the injured Li Xiaozong, who, under that gaze, felt his legs weaken. Nevertheless, he fought to maintain his masculine dignity. "Yu Jinzhi, A man accustomed to wielding power in the business realm, was rumored to command not only the Yu family but also some mysterious forces behind the scenes. His presence both formidable and intimidating. There was no cause for alarm. Yu Jinzhi remained composed, unperturbed by the lack of evidence against him regarding Su Mian. The proof had long been obliterated. It was indeed time to settle the score, he stated. Mr. Yu is quite discerning, he continued. Young Master Li has not only insulted my fiancé, but also attempted to take advantage of her. Mrs. Li, how do you propose we resolve this matter?
Ms.
Cheng's countenance turned pale. She had hoped to extort some advantage from Yu Jinzhi, but was instead caught off guard by his counterattack.
Impossible.
My son would never stoop so low. How could he possibly be interested in someone of Su Mian's caliber? Yet as she glanced at Su Mian, she could not deny the woman's stunning beauty, which rivaled that of the capital's most renowned beauties. Fueled by jealousy, she struggled to acknowledge Su Mian's allure, which indeed surpassed that of the city's famed enchantresses. It appeared that Mrs. Li was woefully unaware of her son's true nature. Yu Jinzhi remarked coolly, summoning Yanen. Present the evidence to Mrs. Li for her perusal. Yanen retrieved his phone and opened a video that confirmed Yu Jinzhi's assertion. Li Xiaozong had not only insulted Su Mian but had also attempted to accost her. To everyone's astonishment, Su Mian's agility had thwarted his advances, resulting in his own injury, a broken hand and a concussion. Having viewed the footage, Ms. Chung was left speechless, her concern shifting to whether Yu Jinzhi would take further action against her son. How could Su Mian be Yu Jinzhi's fiancé? Known for his genteel demeanor, he was also notorious for his ruthless retribution, which instilled fear in many. Otherwise, he would not be addressed as Third Master Yu. Frustrated and desperate, Ms. Chung hastily shifted her stance. It is my failure as a mother, Mr. Yu. I beg your understanding. Yu Jinzhi smiled slightly. Mrs. Li, it is commendable that you possess self-awareness. It is no wonder your son has turned out as he has, given your lack of guidance. Ms. Cheng's face drained of color. How audacious of Yu Jinzhi. A mere mention of Su Mian being a wild girl, and he seized upon it like a wolf, sinking his teeth into her. She opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Yu Jinzhi was not inclined to let her off the hook so easily. If you cannot educate your son, perhaps I should step in? Fearful for her son's reputation and apprehensive of Yu Jinzhi's potential wrath, Ms. Chung turned to Li Xiaozong. Apologized promptly. With a grim expression, Li Xiaozong climbed off the bed. Third Master, I sincerely apologize. I was intoxicated and acted thoughtlessly. Please, do not hold it against me.
I have already paid the price.
Beside them, Su Mian could hardly contain her amusement. The prior tension dissipated with Yu Jinzhi's intervention, yet Li Xiaozong clearly remained resentful. Wasn't he the one who owed her an apology? Yu Jinzhi's method of teaching was ruthlessly effective, showing no leniency whatsoever. In perfect synchrony, Yu Jinzhi remarked, the one who ought to apologize is not me. Li Xiaozong turned to Su Mian, who wore an amused expression, clearly relishing the spectacle. He bit his tongue. Miss Jiang, I have offended you, and I sincerely apologize. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Su Mian's lips curled into a playful smile. I am still upset. You must say Su Dad 20 times, apologizing profusely before I can even consider forgiving you. Li Xiaozong. Yanen stifled a laugh. Su Mian knew how to seize the upper hand, leaving no room for losses. Forcing a grown man to humbly refer to her as Su Dad, how audacious.
Su Mian.
Ms. Cheng's frustration boiled over, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, but a mere glance from Yu Jinzhi silenced her, the pressure mounting unbearably. After a brief standoff, Li Xiaozong, though reluctant, took Ms. Cheng's cue and complied.
Suded, em sorry. Suded, em sorry. Suded, em sorry.
After repeating Su Dad, I am sorry, 20 times, Yu Jinzhi added fuel to the fire. Let this be a lesson. Do not repeat such transgressions. Su Mian smiled at Yu Jinzhi, feeling quite satisfied with her fiancé's dramatic entrance, reminiscent of a domineering CEO protecting his delicate partner. Ms. Chung was seething internally, yet forced to smile, lowering herself. Third Master Yu, my son has apologized, and Miss Su has graciously agreed to forgive him. May we not delete the video? Yu Jinzhi ignored her, instead turning to Su Mian with a calm, measured tone. Miss Su, what are your thoughts? Chapter 3. Mr. Yu, are you certain you wish to marry me? Su Mian replied nonchalantly, I merely said I would forgive him. I did not agree to delete the video. With a smile, she continued, Third Master, the police will be arriving shortly. Let us hand the video over to them. Yu Jinzhi nodded slightly. You are being overly domineering, Miss Chung fumed.
Su Mian disregarded her.
Feeling secure with her fiancé's support, allowing herself to appear like a fragile damsel. Where is the domineering behavior? Yu Jinzhi countered. Ms. Chung stammered, feeling as if her heart might seize. Mrs. Li, I expect you to speak with caution regarding my fiancé, Yu Jinzhi stated with a measured tone. Then instructed Yan and to ensure someone remained to await the police's arrival. Yan and complied, swiftly making arrangements. Ms. Chung felt increasingly constrained, but could only endure. She could not afford to offend Yu Jinzhi, while Su Mian, having allied herself with him, was also someone to be wary of. In the elevator, a profound silence enveloped them. Third master, the man bowed his head.
Su Mian said, "Thank you for tonight."
Yu Jinzhi replied coolly, "There is no need for gratitude. It is only proper." Yu Jinzhi, unhurried, added, "You will be my wife. As a member of the Yu family, it is unacceptable for outsiders to bully you."
Su Mian posed.
Did Yu Jinzhi truly intend to marry her? Is it merely due to the verbal engagement established by the elders? At such a tender age, Su Mian truly does not wish to contemplate marriage so soon, especially since they are still mere strangers to one another. The notion is utterly absurd. Thus, Su Mian gently inquired, "Mr. Yu, might you reconsider our impending nuptials?" Upon hearing this, Yan cast a surprised glance at Su Mian. In this world, it is indeed rare to encounter a woman who does not aspire to marry the illustrious Mr. Yu. This Miss Su is truly astonishing in her candor. Yu Jinzhi lowered his gaze. Su Mian was undeniably beautiful. If one were to rate her on a scale of 10, she would possess a perfect score. Her beauty was strikingly assertive, akin to a flamboyant and exquisite black rose, mysterious yet elegant, enchanting yet breathtakingly lovely. Yet, amidst her allure lay a forthright and decisive air, exuding an undeniable charisma in her every gesture, contrary to the rumors circulating about her being boorish and uncouth. This woman possessed a strikingly graceful demeanor even in moments of confrontation. Her character exhibited no flaws, and her appearance was certainly commendable. Marrying her would appease both her grandfather and herself. There was no need for further consideration. Barring unforeseen circumstances, she would undoubtedly become my bride. Yu Jinzhi spoke with a dispassionate tone, as though they were discussing an inconsequential matter rather than a significant commitment. The crux of the matter was that she had little desire to wed. This sentiment, however, Su Mian refrained from voicing. After all, he had just alleviated her predicament. It would be quite inappropriate to retaliate and risk offending him. Upon reflection, marrying such a distinguished individual, who possessed both admirable qualities and stature, might indeed offer a favorable escape from the Jiang family. Nevertheless, Su Mian believed herself capable enough that whether or not to lean on this privilege was inconsequential. As they exited the hospital, a brisk autumn wind swept through, chilling Su Mian's arms. The thin fabric of her dress was ill-suited for the deepening autumn night. A tailored suit jacket draped over her shoulders instantaneously shielded her from the cold. It was Yu Jinzhi's attire, imbued with a faint scent of sandalwood. This man was quite the gentleman, exhibiting a sense of propriety that was not off-putting. Yet, he was merely courteous. He appeared accessible, yet an unmistakable distance lingered between them. He could extend kindness, but love was decidedly absent. If one were not his fiancé, such privileges would not be afforded. Yu Jinzhi glanced at his watch. "Shall I escort you back to the Jiang residence?" Su Mian raised an eyebrow. "I shall not be returning." The mere thought of confronting Lian Ruyi and Jiang Waner was exhausting. It was late, and she longed for a peaceful night's rest. With a gentle smile, she replied, "I have alternative accommodations in Beijing. Mr. Yu, would you kindly take me there?" "Very well." Once they entered the vehicle, warmth enveloped them. Su Mian intended to return the suit jacket to Yu Jinzhi, but he declined to accept it, instructing her to wear it.
Oh.
The sandalwood scent grew more pronounced, and Su Mian, already weary, felt her eyelids growing heavy. As shadows flitted past the car window, she closed her eyes and soon succumbed to slumber. Soft music played within the car. Yu Jinzhi was perusing documents when he felt the weight of her head resting upon his shoulder. Her breathing shallow as she remained blissfully unaware of her surroundings. "Turn off the music," he instructed. Yan complied, casting a glance back and reflecting on how remarkably lenient Mr. Yu was with Miss Su, allowing her to rest against him. It was known that many women pursued Mr. Yu in the capital, yet he had never spared them a second glance, let alone permitted such close proximity. If only Mr. Yu could place greater importance on this marriage. However, that seemed unlikely, for he was a man devoted to asceticism, eschewing desires and the entanglements of love. With this thought, he felt a twinge of pity for Su Mian. The journey lasted approximately half an hour, and the driver soon arrived at the address Su Mian had provided. The Jingyuan community. The fact that Miss Su resided in such a place indicated that, even without the Jiang family, her standard of living was evidently commendable. Yu Jinzhi roused Su Mian from her slumber. She blinked sleepily, her eyes holding a hint of allure. Have we arrived? Indeed, Yu Jinzhi replied. Which building? Shall I direct the driver to enter? Building 2 in Area B, she instructed. In about 3 minutes, the Maybach came to a halt outside the designated building. Su Mian returned the suit jacket as she exited the car, slightly bending towards the man within. Goodbye, Mr. Yu.
Goodbye.
Residing on the 21st floor, the topmost level, Su Mian entered her apartment, washed away the day's fatigue with a soothing hot shower, and felt considerably rejuvenated. She poured herself a glass of whiskey, settling onto the sofa to sip leisurely. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, Jiang Pingxing emerged from his study to find Lian Ruyi and Jiang Waner downstairs enjoying lotus seed soup. But Su Mian was conspicuously absent. Frowning, he inquired, "Where is Su Mian?" Lian Ruyi set down her spoon. "I did not bring her back." Jiang Pingxing regarded Lian Ruyi with confusion. She explained, "She has been terribly disobedient. Without learning her lessons, she will only bring more trouble to our family." Jiang Pingxing fell silent, recalling how his wife had meticulously nurtured Su Mian after her birth, only for a tragic accident to separate them when Su Mian was 5 years old. Lian Ruyi had suffered from depression during that time. Her spirit clouded until Jiang Waner was adopted. Now, with their biological daughter returned, Lian Rui's attitude towards her was devoid of the affection once bestowed upon her prior to the separation. Was it possible that the years of absence had eroded their bond? Perhaps, for Lian Ruyi had lavished all her affection upon Jiang Waner during those years, leaving Su Mian with little upon her return, and as for him, her father, he had been even less present. Had it not been for his actions, Su Mian would never have been kidnapped and gone missing. Jiang Pingxing harbored guilt towards her. Even if Su Mian is disobedient, she remains our eldest daughter. As her mother, should you not consider her feelings instead of neglecting her entirely? Lian Rui's expression remained impassive. Is she still in the hospital? I suspect Mrs. Li has sent her to the police station. Jiang Pingxing's anger flared. You are being utterly reckless. Do we not care for the reputation of the Jiang family? Since her return, we have continuously faced disgrace. What difference does one more incident make? Lian Rui's demeanor was nearly devoid of compassion. Jiang Waner, warm and gentle, interjected, Father, Mother, please do not argue. Let us maintain harmony. To outsiders, the chairman and his wife appeared to be a loving couple, yet in truth, they had drifted apart long ago. Jiang Pingxing had no retort. He turned and ascended the stairs to return to his study, preparing to make inquiries regarding Su Mian's current situation. A few minutes later, upon receiving news, he was taken aback to learn that shortly after Lian Ruyi left, Yu Jinzhi had appeared and taken Su Mian from the hospital. Su Mian had not returned home. Could she be with Yu Jinzhi? Did this mean the alliance between the Jiang and Yu families was still intact? Chapter 4. The engagement stands. You are unsuitable for marrying the third master. At that moment, Jiang Pingxing dialed Yu Jinzhi's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Jinzhi, I hope I'm not disturbing you at this late hour. Jiang Pingxing began. Not at all, came the succinct reply. Is Su Mian with you? He inquired. Without confirming or denying, Yu Jinzhi responded succinctly. She is asleep. Jiang Pingxing felt a surge of joy and adopted a fatherly tone. This child has been under my inadequate care. I assumed her mother could manage her affairs, yet it seems I must trouble you to intervene. The fact that Yu Jinzhi had become involved was indeed a pleasant surprise. The Yu family could certainly provide a significant boon, enhancing the Jiang family's business and reputation should the marriage proceed. However, would it be appropriate for Su Mian, a young woman of refined upbringing, to be away from home at such an hour? Jiang Pingxing hesitated, hinting at his concerns. We are bound by an engagement. It is nothing improper for her to stay with me for the night. Yu Jinzhi's voice was calm and measured. Jiang Pingxing's brows relaxed. So, you mean to say that the engagement between our families remains valid? Indeed. Jiang Pingxing continued. Regarding the matter of marriage, if you are available tomorrow, please accompany Su Mian to the Jiang residence for a detailed discussion. I shall make my way there in the afternoon, with wine to aid slumber. May Su Mian enjoy a night of sweet dreams. Upon awakening, it was already 10 in the morning. Su Mian's stomach growled in hunger. And without her phone to order takeout, she rummaged through the refrigerator, finding some noodles and 2 eggs. After preparing a simple breakfast, she fished out a 100 yuan note from her drawer, changed her attire, and took a taxi back to the Jiang family home. Though reluctant to return, she had no choice but to retrieve her phone. She sauntered leisurely, arriving at the Jiang residence just before noon. Unbeknownst to her, others had been anxiously awaiting her return since they learned that she had spent the night away with Yu Jinzhi. As soon as Su Mian stepped through the door, the housekeeper, Aunt Shui, paused in surprise before regaining her composure. "Miss, you have returned."
Su Mian nodded coldly.
Upon entering the living room, she found Lian Ruyi and Jiang Waner seated on the sofa, their gazes fixated on her as she entered. They had expected Yu Jinzhi to accompany her. Yet she returned alone. Perhaps it was for the best, as certain matters were best discussed in private. Jiang Waner scrutinized her with an inscrutable expression, her fingers intertwined. Lian Ruyi's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. "Why have you returned so late?" Su Mian raised an eyebrow, wondering if they had somehow discovered her night with Yu Jinzhi. "I overslept," she replied. Lian Ruyi reprimanded. "As a young lady, even with an engagement to Yu Jinzhi, you must maintain propriety. It is inappropriate for a young woman to spend the night with a man alone." A flurry of questions swirled in Su Mian's mind, but she quickly realized that Yu Jinzhi must have misled them. Noting Lian Ruyi's harsh tone, she smiled slightly. "Is there anything wrong with having stayed over at my fiancé's home?" Such audacity. Until last night, you had never met Yu Jinzhi and had no emotional foundation. If this were to get out, how would it reflect upon the Jiang family? "Anyone who dares to gossip would do well to fear Yu Jinzhi's wrath," Su Mian retorted. Her words tinged with a sense of bravado. Lian Ruyi was momentarily speechless. Jiang Waner interjected, "Mother, please do not scold my sister. Last night, it was our fault for not bringing her home, which is why we troubled Master Yu." Lian Ruyi fell silent, reflecting on how, had she known Yu Jinzhi would go to the hospital, she would not have left so hastily. It was indeed a case of regrettable loss. Jiang Waner turned to Su Mian, concern evident in her eyes. "Sister, have you eaten lunch? If not, I shall ask Aunt Shui to prepare something for you." "I have already eaten." "That's good," she replied, attempting to ease the tension between them. Lian Ruyi composed herself, softening her tone. "Su Mian, when I lecture you, it is for your own good." Su Mian smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing.
"Come, sit down."
"I have something to discuss with you." Lian Ruyi's voice grew increasingly gentle. Without needing to read her thoughts, Su Mian knew what was coming and willingly took a seat, bracing herself for the conversation. Lian Ruyi inquired, "What is your impression of Master Yu after meeting him last night?" "Very good." Lian Ruyi nodded. "Master Yu's excellence and prowess are certainly beyond the ordinary. At such a young age, he commands a significant portion of the Yu family's enterprises. Even your father must show him respect. In the eyes of women, he is a paragon of elegance and desirability, with countless women aspiring to be his bride. Your grandfather foresaw this and arranged the engagement with the Yu family early on. You are fortunate yet unfortunate, having been deprived of the Jiang family's protection during your formative years due to unforeseen circumstances. You grew up in a rural area, facing hardship. You lack higher education and do not possess the traits of a distinguished lady. Upon your return to the Jiang family, these shortcomings will be magnified due to your newfound status. The Yu family has higher standards and more rules than the Jiang family. I believe you are not suited to marry into the Yu family, as I do not wish for you to suffer." Su Mian's expression remained unchanged. If she were unsuitable for marriage, then who would be?
Jiang Waner?
She chuckled thoughtfully. Mother's words do carry weight. Lian Ruyi smiled. "Then when Master Yu arrives, if he brings up the matter of marriage, simply state that you do not wish to marry. As for any grievances from the Yu family, I will bear them for you." Jiang Waner's expression softened slightly, and Su Mian, recognizing the shift, felt relieved. So, Yu Jinzhi was indeed coming over?
No wonder.
Originally, Su Mian had little desire to marry, but she was even less inclined to let Jiang Waner take her place. This was her engagement, and the thought of relinquishing it to become a docile and compliant flower was utterly unthinkable. Did she appear to be that generous? Changing the subject, Su Mian declared, "While I acknowledge your reasoning, I still wish to marry Yu Jinzhi." At her words, the expressions of both mother and daughter transformed, as if they were about to shatter. To reject such a favorable match arranged by her grandfather would be a waste for the Jiang family. "I can endure a little discomfort. Marrying him is no issue."
Su Mian asserted.
Lian Ruyi, exasperated, retorted, "Su Mian, you are not worthy of Jinzhi. Dispel that notion immediately.
Jiang Waner chimed in, sister.
Mother only wants what is best for you. You cannot disregard her intentions. Finding it all rather amusing, Su Mian's gaze turned frosty. Are you not suggesting I step aside for you, while pretending to have my best interests at heart? What a fine notion of worthiness you have. Jiang Waner's face stiffened. What have I said that is incorrect? Your sister is far more suitable. Lian Ruyi dropped any pretense. Jiang Waner bit her lip, looking weak and fragile, sister. My feelings for master you are known throughout the Jang family. Please do not blame mother. After a pause, she continued, mother's words were not intended to hurt. She simply does not wish to see me suffer unrequited love for master you over the years. Sister, could you do me this favor and fulfill my wish? Indeed. Lian Ruyi would always prioritize Jiang Waner. What about her? She had never received a kind word from them. Su Mian's tone turned cold. I'm sorry, but that is not possible. Chapter 5. Master Yu's words are sharp as a blade. Jiang Waner turned pale, like a wilting leaf, on the verge of collapse. Lian Ruyi's fury erupted. If you do not wish to marry, then why strike at your sister? It was quite clear. She simply found Jiang Waner intolerable.
Su Mian smiled,
hiding her daggers, her ambitions vast, not out of arrogance, but because Jiang Waner lacked integrity, her heart dark as night, a quintessential green tea, BT. Also, I have but one brother, not a sister. Su Mian was stunningly beautiful, like a resplendent rose, yet her thorns were sharp enough to draw blood. Lian Ruyi's eyes ignited with fury. This person had been absent for so long. Why return now? She felt a tumult in her chest, unable to swallow her indignation, and raised her hand. Was she going to strike her again? Su Mian crossed her legs nonchalantly, her gaze unwavering, a smile gracing her lips, calm and composed. Her dark eyes sparkled, unsettling Lian Ruyi inexplicably. Su Mian was merely a village girl lost in the countryside, lacking culture and sophistication. Where did she draw such audacity and poise from? Before Lian Ruyi could bring her hand down, Jiang Pingxing's thunderous voice boomed. Lian Ruyi, what are you doing? Lian Ruyi looked up, meeting Jiang Pingxing's fierce gaze, his expression particularly grim. Beside him stood the elegant gentleman Yu Jinzhi, who, though he had done nothing, emanated an aura that was overwhelmingly oppressive, making it difficult for anyone to breathe. Lian Ruyi's face froze as she lowered her hand, feigning indifference. What could I possibly do? Then, casually greeting, Master Yu. Jiang Pingxing shot her an irritated glare before turning to instruct the servants to prepare the finest tea. Madam, he spoke with a detached tone. Please have a seat. Yu Jinzhi approached and sat beside Su Mian. Upon seeing him, Jiang Waner's eyes sparkled with youthful infatuation, but she quickly suppressed her feelings, daring not to cast another glance. Yu Jinzhi, with his outstanding charm, made others feel unworthy in his presence. He didn't even spare Jiang Waner a glance, settling next to Su Mian instead. The man exudes an air of nobility, while the woman radiates beauty. One would assume that their temperaments would clash. Yet they are unexpectedly pleasing to the eye, as if they are a match made in heaven. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Waner's gaze. Yu Jinzhi inquired of Su Mian. Did you sleep well last night? Su Mian replied with a slight smile. Quite well. Jiang Waner's complexion grew increasingly pale. Her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air as Jiang Pingxing handed a cup to Yu Jinzhi. When do you plan to hold the wedding with Su Mian? The elders at home are already selecting a date. Soon. Jiang Pingxing was about to ask about the betrothal gifts when Lian Ruyi interjected, Yu Sanyi, I believe our Su Mian is not worthy of you. Is it not premature to discuss this marriage? What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Pingxing was nearly driven to exasperation. If she were to ruin this match, what benefit would it bring to the Jiang family? Oh. Yu Jinzhi awaited her next words, curious to see what further absurdities this Mrs. Jiang would utter. Lian Ruyi continued. In recent years, the Jiang family has failed to properly nurture her, resulting in numerous shortcomings. Marrying her into the Yu family would only tarnish your reputation. She paused. I believe this marriage is more suitable for Waner. She is obedient, sensible, and discerning, excelling in every aspect, far superior to Su Mian. Lian Ruyi beamed with pride. Waner, lift your head so Jinzhi can see you. Jiang Waner's heart raced like a startled deer as she gradually raised her head, shyly addressing him, Sanyi. Her tone was soft and laced with feminine charm, yet her palms were clammy with tension. Yan En, who had been standing silently by, felt the urge to roll his eyes. This Mrs. Jiang was indeed biased, elevating one while disparaging another, completely disregarding Miss Su. Was Su Mian really to blame for being raised apart from the Jiang family? Originally, the engagement was meant for the legitimate daughters of the Jiang family alone. Furthermore, Su Mian did not appear to be a woman raised in the countryside. One should not allow prejudice to reduce her to naught. Yu Jinzhi took a sip of tea, his smile concealing sharpness. When did the threshold of the Yu family become so low that anyone could be thrust upon us? He stated plainly, Mrs. Jiang seems to believe she can send anyone my way. Jiang Waner's expression instantly stiffened, a look of distress crossing her face. In her sheltered upbringing as a foster daughter of the Jiang family, she had been raised in comfort and admiration, regarded as a goddess in the eyes of many. Yet in Yu Jinzhi's perspective, she was rendered insignificant. If she was nothing, then what was Su Mian? How could she possibly compare? Yen and remarked, San Yi is indeed formidable. Lian Ruyi, suppressing her indignation, defended Jiang Waner. You San Yi, if you find our Waner unworthy, there is no need to utter such humiliating words. Yu Jinzhi smiled. Compared to Mrs. Jiang, I am but a lesser man. Lian Ruyi was left speechless, wearing a look of utter disbelief. Su Mian maintained a faint smile. Yu Jinzhi's words were sharp, venomous, and ruthless. Jiang Pingsheng observed them with a cold expression. My wife and foster daughter have turned this meeting into a spectacle. The matter of your marriage with Su Mian warrants a discussion in my study. Yu Jinzhi nodded. Turning to Su Mian, shall we? You may go, Su Mian replied, her enthusiasm waning. In the living room, she poured herself a cup of tea, which was fragrant and refreshing as it slid down her throat. After several sips, she decided to head upstairs to retrieve her phone, planning to take a stroll after Yu Jinzhi departed. Lian Ruyi, feeling slighted, fixed her gaze on Su Mian, observing her stand up. Where are you going? Back to my room. What room? We have guests arriving shortly, Lian Ruyi insisted. Jiang Waner also watched her, her eyes filled with suppressed disdain. Guests? What concern was it of hers? Su Mian was indifferent, allowing their scrutiny to wash over her, confident that they could not discern her true worth. At that moment, the nanny approached. Madam, the ladies you invited have arrived at the door. Understood. Shortly after, several well-dressed socialites entered, each adorned with exquisite jewels. Lian Ruyi's countenance shifted dramatically, her face adorned with a composed and elegant smile. Mrs. Shen, Mrs. Zhu, Mrs. Zhou, how delightful to see you. Jiang Waner rose to greet them with a faint smile.
Su Mian diman sitit, un moving.
The women's gazes fell upon her. Su Mian lifted her eyes slightly. She had encountered these ladies at the hotel banquet the previous night. They praised her beauty in public, yet behind her back, they sought to undermine her. She had not forgotten their condescending remarks.
Su Mian, Lian Ruyi admonished.
Do not be so rude. Su Mian responded with a smile. Hello, Aunt Shun, Aunt Zhu, Aunt Zhou. The three socialites acknowledged her with cold nods. Lian Ruyi's expression improved slightly. Shui, please escort our esteemed guests to the backyard. She then turned to Jiang Waner and Su Mian. You two, come with me. I cannot go. Dare you refuse? Lian Ruyi's demeanor shifted once more. Su Mian forced a smile, relenting. All right, I shall grant my mother this favor. Lian Ruyi was left speechless with frustration. The affluent backyard boasted a picturesque landscape bathed in sunlight, with the swimming pool shimmering like 1,000 diamonds. The conversation among the women revolved around designer clothing, luxurious handbags, perfumes, lipsticks, and extravagant jewelry. The pieces they wore were undoubtedly stunning, with designs that could be praised. Yet their presence rendered even the most ethereal adornments rather commonplace. Bored by their trivial chatter, Su Mian stifled a yawn. Dressed in a silk white shirt tucked into high-waisted jeans, her long legs accentuated and her neckline slightly open, revealing a deep collarbone. She exuded a blend of sexiness and grace. At that moment, additional guests arrived, offering head and foot massages to the women. Su Mian had little desire for the treatment, and her patience was waning. Had she known, she would have ascended to the second floor with Yu Jinzhi. Just as she contemplated leaving, Lian Ruyi detected her intent. Trying to leave again? The massage is worth experiencing. Sit down and relax. Lian Ruyi was insistent.
Su Mian replied.
I have no interest in those who do not genuinely care for me. At that moment, a woman in uniform urged, Miss, please lie down. The woman was somewhat polite, and after a moment's thought, Su Mian did not wish to create difficulty for her. Reluctantly, she complied and lay down. The woman washed her hands, applied essential oils, and a gentle fragrance filled the air. Initially, the massage was pleasant, and Su Mian found herself enjoying it. However, the pressure soon became excessively firm. with certain areas becoming painfully tender. Su Mian cautioned her to ease up. The woman acknowledged her request, yet continued with the same intensity. After some time, the pain became unbearable, and Su Mian opened her eyes, her almond-shaped irises filled with irritation. Unable to endure any longer, she pushed the woman away gently. Her strength was not considerable, yet the woman stumbled backward, falling into the pool with a splash. Chapter 6. Who doesn't play mind games? Su Mian found it astonishing that even a simple massage could turn into a calculated scheme. Lian Ruyi was indeed a devoted mother, resolutely intent on tarnishing her image and disrupting her engagement with Yu Jinzhi to elevate Jiang Waner's position. She had thought that with Yu Jinzhi's clear stance, Lian Ruyi would know when to relent. However, she had overestimated Lian Ruyi's intelligence, believing her to be shrewd, when in truth, it was her blatant favoritism that rendered her utterly reckless. How could Lian Ruyi be her mother? It was incomprehensible. Su Mian observed the woman floundering in the water, her expression void of emotion. Lian Ruyi, with a tone laced with reproach, remarked, "Look at what you've done." She reached out to pull the woman up, soaked and spluttering. The woman coughed incessantly, her appearance a disheveled mess. "How could you offend someone who is merely here to massage you? What temper you have! I believe you should hire an etiquette teacher to properly discipline you, lest others think I have failed in raising you." Su Mian was subjected to a barrage of criticisms. "Su Mian, it is not Aunt Shen's intention to speak ill of you, but you must temper your temperament. Even if her technique is lacking, you could have simply mentioned it instead of pushing her into the pool. Why must you make things difficult for another woman? Moreover, as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, one must consider the family's reputation and refrain from becoming a subject of ridicule." The three affluent ladies, following Lian Ruyi, began to chatter idly. Listening to their voices, Su Mian felt a throbbing pain in her head and, with a stern expression, commanded them to be silent. The three wealthy matrons were momentarily taken aback by the imposing aura that emanated from Su Mian. Lian Ruyi, as steady as a mountain, spoke up. "Waner, please go upstairs and fetch a dress for this young lady."
Allericht, Mother, Jiang responded.
Just as she returned to the living room, she noticed Jiang Pingsheng and Yu Jinzhi descending from the upper floor. She approached them. "Father, third master Yu." Jiang Pingsheng nodded, while Yu Jinzhi offered no reply.
Jiang Waner.
Her head slightly bowed, bit her lip discreetly, pondering why Yu Jinzhi, known for his gentlemanly demeanor towards women, was so unapproachable with her. The answer was evident. It was Su Mian who rendered him indifferent and cold towards her. Jiang Pingsheng inquired, "Where's your sister?" "She is in the backyard." "Go call her over to see off third master Yu." Jiang Waner hesitated. "Father, my sister may not be able to come. She just threw a beautician who came for facial massage into the swimming pool. Mother is currently reprimanding her." "What trouble has arisen again?" Jiang Pingsheng's expression turned peculiar. He glanced at Yu Jinzhi, whose expression remained inscrutable. Jiang Pingsheng, deep in thought, suggested, "Then you may stand in for your sister and see off third master Yu." "Very well." As a dutiful foster daughter who had been by his side for many years, she was aware of her sister's sentiments. He could only create an opportunity for Jiang Waner to associate with Yu Jinzhi, and if she could win his heart and marry him, it would be a blessing indeed. Far better than Su Mian's fate of marrying into the Yu family, at least in terms of dignity. However, in the next moment, Jiang Pingsheng was met with a cold rejection. Yu Jinzhi did not afford her a single chance. "No need. If she cannot come, I shall go to her." Jiang Pingsheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, the thought entirely dispelled. "Which way to the backyard?" "I will lead you there." Jiang Waner remained standing alone, her heart aching. Just because she was a foster daughter, Yu Jinzhi denied her any opportunity. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Su Mian pressed her lips together. A woman was tearfully recounting her grievances to Lian Ruyi, asserting that her skills were the finest at the beauty salon. With never a complaint from a customer regarding her work, how could her touch possibly be so harsh? Furthermore, as an ordinary person, how could she dare offend the Jiang family or the eldest daughter? It was clear she was implying that it was Su Mian who had a foul temper, unreasonable and bullying a defenseless commoner. In the sunlight, Yu Jinzhi approached slowly. The scenery was not particularly remarkable, but his arrival rendered the colors vibrant and intense, like a painting in rich hues. His gaze fell upon Su Mian. The woman was exceedingly fair, her expression aloof, with a slight curl at the corners of her lips, exuding a noble anger. Yu Jinzhi felt as if he beheld a black rose quietly blooming, its fragrance both alluring and deadly. The three matrons were the first to notice Yu Jinzhi standing beside Jiang Pingsheng, their expressions filled with astonishment, even envy, that the Jiang family had managed to forge a connection with Yu family. Lian Ruyi, shifting her gaze slightly, assumed an elder's demeanor, elevating her own stature. Su Mian, I am truly disappointed in you. When will you allow me to feel at ease? Mother, you don't believe me. Su Mian's eyes shimmered with tears, her voice laden with grievance, on the verge of breaking into sobs. She was so beautiful, casting aside all her barbs, evoking pity in her current state. Lian Ruyi was taken aback. Su Mian, typically rebellious and strong-willed, had suddenly reversed her demeanor, leaving Lian Ruyi at a loss for how to respond. Is it that you will not believe anything I say or do? Su Mian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her tone filled with sorrow. Am I your daughter?
Or is she?
Last night, it was the same. Today, it remains unchanged. Without distinction, she condemned me, resorting to violence against me. If you find me displeasing, I will leave the Jiang family and cease to be your daughter. There is no need for such malice towards me. You are correct. During those years, I indeed lacked parental guidance. So how could I possibly become the exemplary and obedient young lady you envision? Her words were tinged with profound sadness, and glistening tears cascaded down her cheeks. The final statement struck Lian Ruyi like a blow, leaving her deeply wounded. Su Mian then rose abruptly, pressing her hand to her temple, her face reflecting discomfort, her figure beginning to sway. Jiang Pingsheng, having heard her words and seeing her unsteady stance, called out, Su Mian. In the next moment, she fell into a warm embrace. Yu Jinzhi's hand rested on her waist, gently pulling her close.
Su Mian's eyelashes fluttered.
She did not open her eyes, burying her face in the crook of his neck, her lips barely parting. Third master, please do me a favor. Her tone was filled with cunning, akin to that of a sly fox, harboring dark intentions. Chapter 7. A delicate waist, a counterattack. A delicate waist. So soft. When his fiancé requires assistance, Yu Jinzhi would not turn a blind eye. Beside them, the beautician's face turned as pale as a sheet. Su Mian had collapsed unexpectedly, catching her completely off guard, and an ominous premonition gripped her heart. She felt she would soon meet a dreadful fate. The beautician regretted her involvement in the fierce competition of the elite, realizing too late that she should not have been entangled for mere monetary gain. Now, it was too late for regrets. Jiang Pingsheng stepped forward, his tone grave. What have you done to my daughter? Su Mian lay unconscious, leaning against the man. If you all enjoy this theatrical performance so much, I shall gladly partake. This father, since her return to the Jiang family, had seen her only a handful of times, showing no concern or care. Following last night's incident, he was likely only now aware of it, worried about the Jiang family's reputation, hence sending someone to inquire about her. He must have learned of her being taken away by Yu Jinzhi and seized the opportunity to discuss their marriage, finally taking notice of her. Otherwise, Yu Jinzhi would not be present here today. In his eyes, there was only profit, while in her mother's eyes, there was only the foster daughter. The fragrant scent of a woman wafted through the air. Yu Jinzhi remained calm and collected, taking out his phone to call Yanan, who was waiting outside, requesting a doctor. The beautician, singled out, turned ashen, her lips trembling. Mr. Jiang, I truly did nothing wrong. I have no reason to harm the eldest daughter. I was unaware of her sensitive constitution. I had no idea my strength would be too much. Her tone was defiant, but her gaze flitted nervously. Yu Jinzhi, looking down at her, scrutinized her. The beautician, caught in the depths of his piercing gaze, felt fear wash over her, rendering her speechless. Lian Ruyi remained silent, her back growing cold at Su Mian's public denial. Finally realizing that this daughter was not someone to be manipulated with mere tricks, her impatience had led to this predicament. Moreover, she could not allow others to genuinely believe she was biased, treating her own daughter with undue harshness. The three matrons, witnessing Yu Jinzhi's protective stance towards Su Mian, swayed like reeds in the wind, eager to take credit. Third master, Su Mian cried out in pain during the massage. Yes, yes. She even asked the beautician to be gentler. It seems she truly hurt her, prompting her to push her away. Who would have thought she would lose her balance and fall into the water, only to bite back? I've seen many like her. She clearly intends to extort money for medical expenses. Each accusation left the beautician looking ashen, realizing her doom was imminent. Do you have anything else to say? Yu Jinzhi inquired, towering over her. I have nothing to say. I am not a beautician. The woman knelt, pleading for mercy. I truly did not mean it. I did not do it on purpose. Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, please spare me. Jiang Pingxing scoffed. If anything were to happen to my daughter, could you bear the responsibility? Lian Ruyi clenched her teeth in frustration, turning her gaze away, unwilling to acknowledge her pleas. If she were to step forward now, it would validate Su Mian's accusations, revealing her own design, and should it be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Jiang Waner approached with a clean dress, sensing the atmosphere was amiss, her grip tightening. The beautician crawled over, tears streaming down her face like a weeping pear blossom. Second miss, I truly did not intend to hurt the eldest lady. I never anticipated she would be so delicate that just 2 presses would cause her to faint. Jiang Wana's expression became somewhat rigid as she composed herself. What happened to my sister? Jiang Pingxing replied, this beautician lacks the finesse in her technique and has made your sister uncomfortable, resulting in her fainting. I truly acknowledge my mistake. I did not mean any harm. Could you possibly show me some mercy and let me go? The beautician sobbed. I have elderly dependents and young ones to care for. I cannot afford to lose this job. Jiang Waner pondered for a moment and interceded on her behalf. Father, perhaps we should let this go. It is not easy for her to support a family, and it is unlikely that this is a matter of skill. Perhaps my sister's constitution is simply not suited for massage. As her sister spoke, Jiang Pingxing felt compelled to show some leniency. He found it difficult to refute her words. After all, given that her sister had just returned and was still sensitive, her emotions were inevitably fluctuating. It would be unfortunate to wrong an innocent person. Despite our wealth and power, we must not act unjustly. The underlying implication in his words alluded to Su Mian's previous struggles with an impoverished life, unaccustomed to high-end massages, coupled with her temper, which led her to vent her frustrations on the beautician. The beautician nodded repeatedly in agreement. Jiang Pingxing found himself in a dilemma. Eugene knew that he needed to speak. What others say is merely hearsay. The Jiang family's adopted daughter is no different. I am well aware of my fiancé's character. She would not wrong an innocent person. In just a few words, he swiftly dashed any hopes the beautician had of exoneration, while simultaneously delivering a biting blow to Jiang Waner. Her complexion turned ashen. You may leave only if she chooses to forgive you, Eugene said to the beautician. Otherwise, do not harbor any illusions of peace in this city. The beautician trembled, feigning unconsciousness, unsure how to plead for mercy. Eugene picked her up effortlessly. Kneel properly. When Su Mian awakens, you may come to plead your case. He turned to Jiang Pingxing. The doctor will be here shortly. On which floor is Su Mian's room? The first room on the right on the 3rd floor. Came the response. As she was carried away, Su Mian's heart raced. After they exited the courtyard and Eugene carried her upstairs, she opened her eyes. Her gaze clear and radiant, a charming smile gracing her lips. Mr. Yu, becoming your wife seems quite pleasant, Su Mian remarked. Eugene's voice was deep. I will treat you well. Su Mian offered a faint smile, feeling a flicker of attraction. Yet it was overshadowed by the reality that this was unrelated to love. The momentary flutter of her heart quickly dissipated. It felt more like a business transaction than a romantic entanglement. Eugene felt it necessary to clarify before their marriage. I marry you because we have a contractual obligation, and I have reached the age where I should take a wife. The Yu family has always kept its promises. After marriage, I hope our lives will remain independent. If you are dissatisfied after 2 years, you may request a divorce, and I will compensate you. Su Mian asked. After 2 years? My grandfather is gravely ill and unlikely to survive beyond a year or so. He wishes to see me married before he passes, to avoid any gossip. 2 years is the most suitable time frame. He paused and added, you may also choose not to divorce and continue as Mrs. Yu. It turned out there was this reason behind Eugene's decision to marry her. Had it not been for his grandfather's illness, he likely would not have considered marriage. A man such as him, so indifferent to desires, was indeed a rarity. Su Mian had initially planned to accept this marriage, partly out of a sense of obligation and partly to provoke Lian Ruyi and Jiang Waner, but she had never considered igniting any romantic spark with Eugene. Even if there was a spark, it was minimal, and what had just transpired had extinguished it with a few of Eugene's words. Having never experienced the feeling of being protected, Su Mian found it quite fascinating how Eugene continually shielded her since his arrival. Furthermore, was Yu grandfather's condition truly that severe? Su Mian had some medical knowledge. She just didn't know if Eugene would trust her to treat his grandfather. If you are unwilling, this marriage can still be annulled. You need not marry me, Eugene continued, indicating his intention to find a suitable woman to present to the Yu family. Su Mian countered, what if grandfather's illness could be treated? This hypothetical question held no real significance, as grandfather's ailment was beyond cure. No renowned physician in the capital could remedy his chronic condition. Yet, Eugene patiently replied, "If it were cured, would I no longer need to marry and have children? That would not be the case. After all, Eugene is already 30 years old. At this age, most men are already settled down, and he still needs to provide an explanation regarding his marriage." Su Mian contemplated for a moment, before you arrived. "In order to provoke my mother and Jiang Waner, I mentioned that I would marry you. Since those words have been spoken, there is no turning back. Rest assured. Let this marriage be regarded as a mutually beneficial arrangement." She paused and added, "Moreover, if you trust me, I can examine grandfather's condition." Upon hearing this, Eugene regarded her with a calm gaze. "You possess medical skills?" "Just a smattering," Su Mian humbly replied. "You have good intentions, but as for grandfather's illness, no physician in the country has been able to treat it. It is a lost cause," Eugene objectively stated. Su Mian raised an eyebrow. "I am different from them." "In what way?" "I am superior to them." Eugene smirked slightly. He did not find Su Mian's confidence arrogant. On the contrary, her words bore an air of authenticity, her demeanor radiating an assured calmness that belied any notion of her being the unsophisticated country girl that rumors suggested. "It's commendable that a young lady possesses such determination," he conceded. "You shall meet grandfather soon, and then you may examine him." Su Mian nodded in agreement. Once they reached the third floor and she was placed on the bed, she realized belatedly that Eugene had carried her effortlessly up the stairs without breaking a sweat, indicating his exceptional physical condition. He said, "A doctor will come shortly to assist you. I have matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself."
All right.
Eugene looked at her, then made an astonishing statement. "Next week, you will move into my residence." Su Mian protested, "We are merely engaged. Must we cohabit?" Eugene seemed to anticipate her confusion and explained, "This is grandfather's wish. Do not worry, the house will be yours, and I will move out. Unless necessary, I will not return." After contemplating, Su Mian replied, "All right." After leaving the Jiang residence, Eugene sat in the car, opening his hand. Beneath the gold-rimmed glasses, his expression was pensive. He could still feel the lingering warmth that belonged to Su Mian. The woman, aside from her slender waist, had a remarkably soft physique. When she hung onto him, it felt as if she could be easily broken. Her scent was sweet, enticing enough to make one addicted and unable to quit. The family doctor arrived 30 minutes later. Su Mian was awakened by a gentle pressure on her philtrum. After Eugene departed, she lay in bed lost in thought, and eventually drifted off to sleep. Nearby were Jiang Pingsheng, Lian Ruyi, and several other ladies. The doctor, surnamed Shao, appeared to be in his 30s, with a scholarly and handsome appearance, though he could not compare to Eugene's striking looks.
Doctor.
Shao wore a professional smile as he said, "Miss Jiang, you are finally awake."
Yes.
"How do you feel?" "A bit dizzy," she feigned. Dr. Shao nodded. "Does the area where you were massaged still hurt?" "It does. The human body's acupuncture points are quite intricate, especially in the head. A slight miscalculation can lead to issues." "This beautician indeed lacks the necessary delicacy," Dr. Shao assessed, clearly addressing Jiang Pingsheng and the others present. "How is it that the eldest Miss Jiang is still anemic? Is the Jiang family's diet insufficient?" Su Mian, who had a robust constitution and was not anemic at all, replied earnestly, "The family's cuisine is too spicy. The dishes do not suit my palate. Why not inform the chef to reduce the amount of chili?" "I have, but they simply do not take it seriously."
Doctor.
Shao smiled. "I will prescribe some vitamins for you." It would be quite embarrassing for the eldest Miss Jiang to be rumored as anemic due to the family's dietary preferences. The expressions of Jiang Pingsheng and the others flushed with warmth. The three ladies exchanged glances, realizing that the Jiang family indeed had strict expectations for Su Mian. However, this Miss Jiang was undeniably a formidable character, possessing an ability to conceal her sharpness beneath a soft exterior, piercing directly to the heart of the matter. Jiang Pingsheng paused momentarily, adopting a gentle tone. "Su Mian, that beautician, I've already instructed the salon to dismiss her. She is currently kneeling outside. If you are still aggrieved, I can have her brought in to bow and apologize to you." Su Mian responded lazily. "There's no need for her to bow an apology. Let her kneel there until I feel inclined to forgive. I cannot abide being wronged by others, especially when unfounded accusations are hurled at me. Her actions stem solely from her contempt for me. Yet, one cannot entirely blame her. After all, my father shows no affection and my mother offers none either." Though I am lauded as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, others dismiss me, and my relatives are even more indifferent, allowing those who wish to exploit me to do so freely and permitting those who seek to bully me to proceed unchallenged. The truth is laid bare. To have it so bluntly articulated in front of outsiders is undeniably embarrassing. Who would fail to recognize that Su Mian refers to this very family? Jiang Pingsheng felt an increasing sense of guilt, especially now that Su Mian had the formidable support of Yu Jinzhi, even in the face of humiliation. He dared not admonish her. He softened his tone further. Su Mian, it is merely that your father has been too preoccupied and has neglected you. Should anyone dare to bully you, just inform me, and I shall seek justice on your behalf. Su Mian graciously acknowledged, "Thank you, father." Her concession relieved Jiang Pingsheng somewhat. However, the series of events unfolding around Su Mian would compel him to hold Lian Ruyi accountable. After all, she was his own daughter, not a mere outsider. Was Lian Ruyi losing her mind with age? Lian Ruyi attempted to salvage her dignity, wanting to say something. Su Mian, unfazed, adjusted her blanket and coldly stated, "I am tired and wish to sleep." Lian Ruyi's expression froze. Jiang Pingsheng replied, "All right, you may rest." Once everyone had left, Jiang Pingsheng wore a cold demeanor as he addressed Lian Ruyi, "Come with me to the study." Jiang Waner was tasked with seeing the guests out. When she returned upstairs, she could hear the sounds of an argument emanating from the second floor. However, as the head of the family, Jiang Pingsheng did not permit Lian Ruyi to act too brazenly. The anger she harbored was stifled within. Jiang Pingsheng warned, "I advise you to treat Su Mian with kindness in this household. She is destined to marry into the Yu family. Provoking her serves no benefit to us. Waner may be more suitable for marriage, but suitability means little if Yu Jinzhi does not approve. Do not think me unaware of your intentions regarding Waner. From this moment forth, remember that Su Mian is your own daughter. Regardless of her circumstances, she is the rightful eldest daughter of the Jiang family. What is Waner's standing? It is time you grasped that clearly." Upon hearing this, Lian Ruyi fell silent, lost in thought. Indeed, she was merely an adopted daughter.
Outside, Jiang war enlistend.
A smirk of disdain gracing her lips. She was unwilling to accept this. After Xiao Ran's departure, he made a phone call to Yu Jinzhi. From the tone of his conversation, it seemed their relationship was quite amicable. Xiao Ran remarked, "Your fiancé is quite exceptional. Her marriage into your family will only enhance your reputation, never tarnish it." Yu Jinzhi, perusing the documents in hand, responded, "What has she done now?" Xiao Ran succinctly summarized the situation. Pondering, Yu Jinzhi offered his critique. However, being overly assertive can lead to fracturing and may easily offend others. He could envision the spectacle of her publicly embarrassing the Jiang family, which he found rather amusing. His lips curled into a rare smile. His mood uplifted as he defended her. She would not instigate trouble. Yet, having only met her twice, it was surprising how quickly Yu Jinzhi began to advocate for her. "This is merely a matter of discussing the facts," Xiao Ran quipped, raising an eyebrow with a carefree demeanor, a stark contrast to his usually meticulous persona. "I fear she may not provoke trouble, but trouble will find her." Once again, the re-emerging eldest daughter of the Jiang family would soon become Mrs. Yu. As news spread, countless women would feel envy and jealousy, especially Jiang Waner, the second daughter of the Jiang family, who would not easily let Su Mian off the hook. Earlier, the way Jiang Waner looked at her in that room was practically murderous. Xiao Ran, caught off guard, was astonished to see the demure and graceful young lady reveal such a terrifying side. Yu Jinzhi remained non-committal. Just one Jiang Waner? What could she possibly do against Su Mian? The following day, news of Yu Jinzhi's impending marriage to Su Mian circulated through the upper echelons of society in the capital. Many initially believed that, even with her return, she could not surpass Jiang Waner, given her lack of education and her perceived arrogance. After all, how could her own mother not be pleased upon seeing her? Yet, unexpectedly, she transformed into Yu Jinzhi's fiancé, and soon, she would be the third mistress of the Yu family. However, Yu Jinzhi's choice to marry Su Mian indeed shattered many elite hearts. In their inebriated state, they sought to harm Su Mian. Had it been Jiang Waner, they would have had no grievances, for she was indeed deserving and matched well with Yu Jinzhi. But why Su Mian? Unperturbed by public opinion, Su Mian awoke to a markedly more amiable Lian Ruyi that very morning. With gentle words, she said, "Mian, Mian, it was wrong of me to treat you that way. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Su Mian refrained from exposing her, simply affirming, "I can." Lian Ruyi continued, I will pay more attention to you and treat you well. Su Mian smiled, though her heart remained unmoved. She sensed Lian Ruyi's flattery was merely a consequence of the previous day's events and her newfound caution towards her. Having lost her way at the tender age of 5, following a severe fever, she had retained no memories of the Jiang family. Yet, last night, Su Mian had a peculiar dream wherein Lian Ruyi appeared. Though the Lian Ruyi of her dream was starkly different from the reality, one was tender and nurturing, while the other was harsh and dismissive. With her brother Jiang Ruashui away on business, the dining table hosted only the 4 of them, rendering the atmosphere quiet and void of conversation. As the meal drew to a close, Jiang Pingxing produced a card, stating, Su Mian, don't seclude yourself at home all day. Venture out more, and buy whatever you fancy. Su Mian replied with a simple, okay, as she accepted the card. After all, who would refuse a gift? However, Jiang Pingxing did misspeak. She was not merely languishing at home, nor was she the unsophisticated, uneducated girl they presumed. She had studied abroad since the age of 16, her extensive background concealed due to the breadth of her endeavors, leading to misconceptions regarding her educational history. Had they shown genuine concern and inquired, such misunderstandings could have been avoided. Unexpectedly, shortly after her arrival in the capital, a video of her went viral online, prompting Jiang Ruashui to discover her identity as the long-lost eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Pingxing then added, Waner, you are familiar with the capital. Make sure to take your sister out more often, understood?
Jiang Waner obediently replied, understood, father.
Lian Ruyi set down her spoon, interjecting, Waner is far too busy. She will soon be interning at the family company. I, however, have the time and can frequently take Mian out to broaden her horizons. Seeing her agreeable attitude, Jiang Pingxing consented, that works. Though Su Mian had yet to experience the world, she remarked, it's all right, mother. I can make time. Jiang Waner chimed in, no need. I have matters to attend to, and may be quite busy. Besides, I do have friends here in the capital. Jiang Pingxing, always the authoritative figure, perceived Su Mian's reluctance as somewhat disrespectful and lacking in tact. He advised, in the future, you will be Mrs. Yu. Make time to enroll in a few classes to enhance your knowledge and refinement. After saying this, he handed her another card. Su Mian maintained a stoic expression as she accepted it again, murmuring, thank you, father. Lian Ruyi and Jiang Waner exchanged glances, both taken aback. Jiang Pingxing, ever generous, remarked, if it's not enough, just ask Dad for more. It seems that the betrothal gifts from Yu Jinzhi were indeed quite substantial. Su Mian responded with a simple good, which inexplicably left others with a sense of irritation. Lian Ruyi's gaze flickered, as if contemplating some scheme. Jiang Pingxing suddenly recalled something and said, Mian, if you haven't had the time to pack your belongings, you can ask Aunt Xue for help. However, as soon as he spoke, his eyes instinctively darted towards Jiang Waner, knowing that if she found out Su Mian was moving in with Yu Jinzhi, it would be a considerable blow to her. Su Mian firmly declined, I dislike others touching my things. I prefer to pack them myself. Moving out? Lian Ruyi could not help but inquire, where is Su Mian planning to move? Jiang Pingxing hesitated briefly before replying, to Jinzhi's house. The audacity of cohabiting before marriage. Lian Ruyi expressed her concerns. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Nearby, with a loud clatter, Jiang Waner's fork and knife fell to the floor, creating a significant noise. Biting her lip, she forced a smile, her expression a mix of embarrassment and the brink of tears, her eyes resembling those of a distressed rabbit. This display was merely for the benefit of Jiang Pingxing and Lian Ruyi. Su Mian took a sip of milk and said, cohabitation before marriage is Grandfather Yu's idea. If this was indeed the intention of old Master Yu, then Lian Ruyi had no authority to oppose it. Jiang Waner, clenching her hands under the table, exclaimed, if you don't want to, you can refuse, can't you? Her frustration evident, she added, moreover, you've just returned home and are already moving out. Which means you'll have even fewer chances to meet with family. And what about your brother? Does he have no objections? Su Mian licked her lips, setting her cup down, her fingers tapping on it with an air of nonchalance and languid allure. I'm willing, and my brother won't mind. Jiang Waner retorted, what if I have objections? Su Mian smirked, firing back. What does that have to do with me? You know very well.
Jiang Pingxing interrupted, enough, Waner.
You should let go of your feelings for Yu Jinzhi. You are exceptional, but he has his eyes set on your sister. Jiang Waner's face turned pale. After breakfast, she retreated to her room, her expression dark and brooding, her eyes filled with a wild fury. Lian Ruyi knocked on the door, and entered. And she immediately changed her demeanor, throwing herself on the bed and crying inconsolably. What are you doing? Confronting her directly. You know she is feeling empowered now. You should take it slow. Lian Ruyi offered a tissue. Mom, I don't want Yu Jinzhi as my brother-in-law. I like him. I would sacrifice anything for him. If he marries my sister, I stop saying such nonsense. Lian Ruyi quickly interrupted her.
Jiang Waner sobbed quietly.
Lian Ruyi soothed her. Don't hide away in your room and cry. Hurry up and get ready. You'll be going with Su Mian to Yu Jinzhi's house. I've heard that old Master Yu is there. Will my sister let me come along? Jiang Waner asked, her eyes glinting with a flicker of hope. Lian Ruyi replied. After all, your family. She wouldn't refuse your request to see her off. Once you're there, make sure to present yourself well in front of the Yu family, understood? Jiang Waner was a daughter raised with great care, her excellence evident to all in the city. While Su Mian, having been away from the Jang family for over a decade, was fortunate to not have turned out poorly. In comparison, she was no match for Waner. Chapter 10. Come for the suffering, I shall accompany you. The day Su Mian moved into Yu Jinzhi's home arrived swiftly. She had little to pack, a mere small suitcase containing all her belongings. It was the weekend, and the driver sent by Yu Jinzhi was waiting outside. Once ready, Su Mian called her brother Jiang Ruyi, who was on a business trip abroad. The call connected after a few rings. Jiang Ruyi, tall and handsome.
Bore a resemblance to Su Mian.
Mian, he greeted. Brother, you must have heard about my engagement to Yu Jinzhi. I'm moving into his house today. Yes. Dad just informed me. Remember to keep your distance and don't let your heart sway, Jiang Ruyi cautioned. Su Mian raised an eyebrow, recognizing her brother as high regard for Yu Jinzhi. Yet, the implication was clear. Falling in love would lead to a disheartening outcome, for Yu Jinzhi would not return her affections. Su Mian obediently nodded. When will you return? At the end of the month. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Ruyi ended the call. There was a knock at the door. Come in, Su Mian called. The door opened to reveal Jiang Waner, elegantly attired in a cheongsam, her beauty accentuated by the exquisite fabric. Sister, have you packed your things? She inquired softly. Yes, Su Mian replied, looking up. Is there something you need? Jiang Waner gently said, Mother asked me to see you off. Upon hearing this, Su Mian smiled, realizing the effort Jiang Waner had made to dress up for the occasion. She did not refuse and agreed, all right. There was no need to hinder her own pursuit of heartache. After about 40 minutes, the car stopped at Yu Jinzhi's residence, a two-story villa with a spacious layout, exuding an elegant design. Su Mian cast a teasing glance at Jiang Waner. Now understanding her choice of attire was to cater to Yu Jinzhi's preferences. As the door opened, Su Mian stepped out, looking up to thank the driver, only to find it was Yu Jinzhi himself who had come to hold the door for her. Dressed in a white shirt and tailored trousers, with his sleeves rolled up to reveal a strong forearm, he extended his hand toward her. Su Mian blinked, hesitating briefly before placing her hand in his. His hand was cool, yet enveloped hers completely. Yu Jinzhi remarked, Grandfather knows you're moving in today. He wishes to meet you. This implied that old Master Yu was inside.
Su Mian nodded, understood.
Just then, Jiang Waner exited from another door, her lips parting slightly. Third Master Yu. Yu Jinzhi's gaze shifted towards her. His expression mild as he nodded slightly. Compared to before, Jiang Waner received a response today. Her heart soared. Perhaps this attire had indeed caught his fancy. The autumn wind rustled, scattering yellow leaves across the ground. Su Mian's hair danced in the breeze, strands brushing against her cheek. Yu Jinzhi raised his hand to tuck the loose strands behind her ear, prompting a rush of warmth that nearly took her breath away. A hint of intimacy lingered in the gesture, leaving her unprepared. On the second floor, old Master Yu observed the scene with great satisfaction. His grandson had finally come to his senses. What a joy it was! He couldn't help but wonder if he would ever hold a great-grandson in his lifetime. Yu Jinzhi led Su Mian inside, with Jiang Waner trailing behind, her gaze dimmed, biting her lip. Inside, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Old Master Yu sat in the living room, his hair white and his frame frail from illness, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, as if peering into one's soul. He exuded a composed demeanor, a rarity among the elderly. Su Mian smiled gently, addressing him as grandfather. Instantly, the stern expression on old Master Yu softened into a smile. Mian, as delightful as ever, just like when you were a child. It's a pity you've endured hardship, wandering for 14 years before returning home. I regret that you faced such trials. Su Mian's eyes twinkled as she replied, It's not a hardship at all. After a brief conversation, old Master Yu finally noticed Jiang Waner beside them. Pausing for a moment. And who might this be? Su Mian introduced. This is Jiang Waner. Old Master Yu nodded. It was his first encounter with this girl. Adopted by the Jiang family after Su Mian's abduction. She had been raised quite well. Clearly, Lian Ruyi had invested considerable effort and care. However, since Su Mian returned to the Jiang family, Lian Ruyi had not been particularly kind to her. With a discerning gaze, he remarked, "The Jiang family treats you quite well." "It seems." Jiang Waner smiled politely, addressing him as Old Master Yu, for the title of grandfather did not belong to her. She replied, "I am profoundly grateful for my parents' nurturing, and I fear that this lifetime may not suffice to repay their kindness. As they grow older, simply being dutiful and filial will suffice." Mr. Yu's words were indeed wise. This display of gratitude was commendable. However, Mr. Yu's attention was not excessively focused on her. Instead, he seized the opportunity to converse with Su Mian. Su Mian, with her striking beauty, spoke to the elder with a notably gentle tone, recounting amusing anecdotes from her past without ever dwelling on hardships. Mr. Yu was thoroughly entertained by her stories. Yu Jinzhi, seated beside her, sipped tea and occasionally interjected a comment. In contrast, Jiang Waner remained silent, appearing somewhat out of place. A servant brought forth fruits and desserts. Mr. Yu remarked, "Mian Mian, having spoken so much, you must be thirsty. Have some fruit to soothe your throat." Indeed, Su Mian was parched. She picked a cherry and popped it into her mouth. The cherry was exceptionally sweet and juicy. She followed it with a piece of dessert offered by the elder. With such beauty, everything she did seemed to carry an enchanting allure. The more Mr. Yu observed Su Mian, the more pleased he became. However, someone, lacking in subtlety, interjected, "Grandfather, it's about time for you to return." Mr. Yu shot him a glare. "As long as Mian Mian is here, I have no intention of going anywhere." Yu Jinzhi, with an air of grandeur, retorted, "If you stay, Mian Mian may feel reluctant to engage with me."
TSK.
Such words were quite bold. Su Mian was genuinely impressed by Yu Jinzhi's acting prowess. It was simply remarkable. Mr. Yu stroked his white beard, aware that experience often trumps youth. Regardless, you will have ample opportunities to bond with Mian Mian. A moment's delay is of no consequence. Su Mian smiled, a delicate dimple appearing at the corner of her lips. This smile radiated genuine joy, exuding a captivating charm. Truly, she embodied a woman who was 7 parts enchanting and 3 parts innocent. Yu Jinzhi watched her, his gaze unwavering. Mr. Yu was particularly delighted. This graceful young lady was indeed a boon for his grandson. "Mian Mian, do you know how to play Go?" "Go?" Su Mian did not know how to play. In truth, she was quite knowledgeable in many areas, but Go was one she had never encountered, so she shook her head. Mr. Yu looked a bit disappointed. At that moment, Jiang Waner spoke up, "Mr. Yu, if you wish to play, I would be happy to accompany you." Chapter 11. Want to see her humiliated? Let the slapstick commence. Jiang Waner had participated in Go tournaments and had won accolades. Her purpose for visiting today was to impress the Yu family, and an excellent opportunity had just presented itself. Mr. Yu did not immediately agree. He had merely wished to converse with Su Mian longer and avoid being sent back to the old residence by his grandson. If it weren't for his health, he would have liked to stay a few more days to oversee them properly. He could teach as well. Furthermore, in terms of seniority, Jiang Waner was not even qualified to play against him. Mr. Yu was not oblivious to the intentions of young women. It was clear that Jiang Waner harbored feelings for his esteemed grandson. Under the pretense of accompanying Su Mian, her motives were far from innocent. To spare Su Mian any embarrassment, Mr. Yu resolved to decline politely. However, Su Mian spoke first. "All right, you and grandfather can play a game, and I will observe and learn." Jiang Waner's gaze flickered. She could not comprehend Su Mian's sudden agreement. Mr. Yu, with a benevolent expression, said, "If Mian Mian wishes to learn, grandfather can teach you. Watching me play will help you learn faster." Su Mian's eyes twinkled with delight. "In that case, Mr. Yu replied, "Very well, I shall play a game with this girl. Mian Mian, pay close attention." "All right, grandfather." The aunt brought forth the Go board and set it on the table. Jiang Waner lowered her gaze, concealing the jealousy lurking in her eyes. Slowly, she raised her head, maintaining a humble demeanor. "Then I shall not hold back." She added, "Mr. Yu, if my play is lacking, please do not take offense." Mr. Yu dismissed her concerns, not taking them to heart. "Very well, Mr. Yu." Jiang Waner struggled to maintain her smile. waiting for Mr. Yu to soon regard her with newfound admiration. Little did Mr. You know what Jiang Waner was plotting. Seizing the moment, he said, Jinji, please explain the rules of Go to Mian. Teach her a bit. Whenever there was an opportunity, he sought to facilitate the bond between the two. Yu Jinzhi did not refuse. His grandfather enjoyed playing Go, and it would be beneficial for Su Mian to learn, allowing her to spend more time with the elder in the future. The aunt set up the Go board. Jiang Waner sat opposite Mr. Yu, suddenly feeling inexplicably nervous. It was a pressure stemming from age and vast experience. Mr. Yu, unrestrained in his demeanor, was not to be underestimated. Jiang Waner felt overwhelmed. Shall we begin? You go first. Jiang Waner forced a smile while taking the black pieces, making her first move. She was earnest, hoping her skill would impress Mr. Yu and earn his recognition. Mr. Yu was highly skilled, often playing against masters. His level of expertise was evident. However, playing against a girl of lesser experience, he found little interest, treating the game with a casual air, akin to entertaining a bird. He occasionally glanced at Yu Jinzhi and Su Mian, satisfied with his grandson's patience. Looking back at the board, he noticed Jiang Waner capturing another piece. You've captured another of my pieces. Your audacity is commendable. Jiang Waner replied, I know you let me capture them on purpose, and I gladly accept. Mr. Yu merely chuckled. Remaining silent, Su Mian watched intently, while Yu Jinzhi sat beside her, explaining the intricacies of Go in detail. They were seated close together, and the refreshing scent of sandalwood wafted over, accompanied by a warm breath near her ear. Su Mian felt her ears grow warm, her thoughts becoming somewhat hazy. This man's presence was slightly distracting, affecting her concentration on the game. Despite Yu Jinzhi's courteous demeanor, he exuded an undeniable sense of aggression that was hard to overlook. Su Mian discreetly shifted aside, increasing the distance between them. I understand. Thank you. To this bride-to-be who had taken the initiative to create space, Yu Jinzhi remained unfazed. You're welcome. As the game progressed, Mr. Yu examined the board and took it a bit more seriously. Jiang Waner was struggling. Her palms were sweaty, and each move was executed with caution, afraid to act recklessly. Mr. Yu had to admit that Jiang Waner, raised in the Jang family, possessed some degree of talent. No wonder others praised her as exceptional and referred to her as a talented woman. Yet, while admiration was one thing, she was not comparable to others. When the game concluded, Jiang Waner was defeated, and Mr. Yu complimented her. You played quite well. Jiang Waner feigned delight, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Mr. Yu, your skill is unparalleled. I have embarrassed myself. Her initial interest in Go had stemmed from hearing that Mr. Yu loved the game, prompting her to seek a teacher and study diligently, all in hopes of one day impressing him. Now, she had finally achieved that. Mr. Yu nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Jiang Waner tightened her grip, feeling deflated. Was that all? There was no acknowledgement for Mr. Yu, as she had anticipated. At that moment, Mr. Yu coughed softly, took a sip of hot tea, and kindly looked at Su Mian. Mian, have you learned? Su Mian nodded. I have learned, grandfather. Mian is truly clever. Mr. Yu believed wholeheartedly, smiling. Shall we give it a try? Yu Jinzhi quietly fetched a blanket and draped it over Mr. Yu's lap. Noting that he appeared to be in good spirits, he said nothing further. Mr. Yu insisted that Su Mian make the first move. As the game commenced, Jiang Waner commented lightly, Sister, you are truly remarkable. Having only observed one game, you've already learned. When I first started playing Go, I spent hours studying before I could grasp it. Go is a profound game, requiring much thought and energy. It is not easily mastered unless one possesses extraordinary talent. Jiang Waner would never regard Su Mian as a prodigy. She merely perceived her as someone oblivious to the intricacies of Go, appearing both arrogant and foolish. With dark intentions, she yearned to see Su Mian humiliated to elevate her own stature. You are not me. How could you know my capabilities? Su Mian clutched the black pieces, her palms clammy, her voice consistently languid and indifferent. To the unknowing, she might seem formidable, yet it was perplexing where her confidence stemmed from. Did she forget that before the Jang family, she was merely a country girl with limited education? Sister, Waner means no harm. I merely wish to convey that Go is not as simple as you perceive. As the young lady of the Jiang family, you represent us in public, so one must tread carefully. While it may not matter before Mr. Yu and Master Yu-san, should you embarrass yourself in front of others, the consequences could be dire. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Waner spoke gently, her words laced with well-meaning caution. Su Mian smiled, resting her chin on her hand. Thank you for your concern, but for me, Go is truly not that difficult. Jiang Waner chuckled softly. Then I eagerly anticipate your performance, sister. Old Mr. Yu stroked his beard. Perceiving that Jiang Waner was subtly laying traps for Su Mian, who, without hesitation, leapt into them. However, in his eyes, Su Mian was a clever and charming girl, not a dimwit. Hence he chose to silently observe the sisterly contest, turning a blind eye. It wasn't as if he couldn't intervene, should anything go awry. He would promptly conclude the game, ensuring Su Mian would not lose face. He clearly distinguished between what mattered and what did not.
In contemplation, Su Mian spoke, grandfather.
It is your turn. Old Mr. Yu complied. From the onset, Jiang Waner awaited Su Mian's downfall, yet as time passed, the game progressed smoothly. Apart from Su Mian's initial clumsiness and a few missteps, which she did not retract even after Mr. Yu's guidance, she grew increasingly adept. With each subsequent move, seemingly casual and unstudied, she made no further mistakes and even demonstrated an ability to learn and apply concepts from the previous game. Jiang Waner was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Su Mian played as if she were a general on the battlefield, deftly strategizing and maneuvering her pieces, launching feints and encirclements with a style that was both audacious and precise. To the discerning eye, it was evident that her prowess surpassed that of a mere novice. Yu Jinzhi wore a barely perceptible smile. From his earlier explanations of the game, Su Mian had indeed appeared to be a novice, not feigning ignorance. Since her lack of pretense indicated genuine talent, it suggested that Su Mian was an exceptionally intelligent individual with extraordinary learning abilities. Old Mr. Yu, stroking his white beard, laughed heartily. Mian, you're truly remarkable. This is not merely a matter of having learned. You could practically compete and bring glory to the nation. Chapter 12. This man is deadly. Yu Jinzhi's gaze towards her was laden with unspoken meaning, though it soon vanished without a trace. They would be a couple in name only. Su Mian posed no threat to him, and he had no desire to delve into her past. Su Mian's voice was sweet, her laughter innocent and bright. Grandfather, am I truly that impressive? Indeed, old Mr. Yu asserted firmly, you are no less capable than your brother. In an age that should have been filled with radiance, her glory and life had been usurped by a foster daughter during the 14 years of separation. Had Su Mian grown up under the Jiang family's protection, she would undoubtedly have been exceptional, bearing no stigma and easily commanding respect. Fortunately, Su Mian was still young and clever. It was not too late for her. An hour had swiftly passed in this game. Ever since his health had declined, old Mr. Yu rarely enjoyed such spirited matches. Partly due to his reclusive lifestyle, his acquaintances were generally of mediocre skill. Mian, I truly did not misjudge you, haha. Though Su Mian lost, she did so with dignity. Grandfather, you flatter me. The old man was still eager for more. Had they played another round, she might not have lost to him again, for her learning capacity was exceptionally strong. While playing, she had absorbed his strategies and effortlessly applied them against him. However, after this game, he found himself lacking the energy for another. His body felt weak, and his spirit was waning. Yu Jinzhi assisted him to his feet. Let us head upstairs for some rest. I'll have the driver take you home later. Old Mr. Yu nodded, addressing Su Mian. Mian, grandfather is tired and will rest upstairs. Su Mian returned the black and white pieces to the board, smiling in acknowledgement. With Jiang Waner still present, it was not the opportune moment for her to check on old Mr. Yu's pulse. She could wait until he had retired and rested. Excuse me, Miss Jiang, Yu Jinzhi said, leading the elder upstairs, their figures gradually disappearing around the corner. In the living room, only Su Mian and Jiang Waner remained. Jiang Waner's face burned with humiliation. Once they were alone, she could no longer contain herself. Su Mian, you clearly excel at Go. Yet you deceived us by claiming otherwise. You are far more scheming than I imagined. Su Mian, plucking a cherry and popping it into her mouth, raised an eyebrow. What is wrong? Do you think I played too well to admit it's my first time? Jiang Waner retorted. You are not a beginner at all. She simply could not accept that despite years of study, she was outdone by someone who had just begun playing, which felt like a profound insult. Su Mian chuckled lightly. Perhaps you should be grateful that I didn't directly embarrass you. As the one who proposed the game was old Mr. Yu, she understood the elder's time was precious. He wished to engage with her, and to avoid wasting time, she refrained from confronting Jiang Waner directly. Yet, her indirectness did not mean she had held back. Jiang Waner had hoped that old Mr. Yu would recognize their disparity and regret choosing Su Mian. The difference was indeed glaring. Jiang Waner had never felt such humiliation as she did today. Su Mian was unapologetically merciless towards her adversaries. her tone perpetually languid and haughty. You should know better than to attempt such simple tactics in my presence. It's rather uninteresting.
Jiang Waner es demeanor cracked.
Her face paling with rage. Don't get too smug. What do I gain from winning against you?
Su Mian replied indifferently.
Were this not Yu Jinzhi's domain? Jiang Wan's gentle facade would have been utterly torn apart by Su Mian's mere words. How audacious of her to think that returning to the Jiang family made her someone of significance. It was common knowledge that she was superior to Su Mian, after all. What was go but a trivial pursuit? Su Mian regarded her coolly. Then why are you so upset? Jiang Waner denied it. I am not. Just wait and see.
Su Mian.
With that, she stormed off, clutching her bag. Once Jiang Waner had left, Su Mian summoned the maid and inquired, "Where's my room?" The maid approached respectfully. "Young madam, your room is across from the young mistress. Allow me to escort you to place your belongings." Su Mian found the title irksome. "Just call me Su Mian, and there's no need for formalities." "Very well, young madam."
Su Mian.
"Did I not say to refrain from calling me young madam?" Her luggage had been carried upstairs by the maid upon her arrival. As the maid had mentioned, her room was indeed opposite Yu Jinzhi's. Upon opening the door, Su Mian was met with a room adorned in pastel hues, and she could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. While it possessed a youthful charm, it was not to her taste, and she did not truly consider it her home. Thus, she decided to make do. Su Mian had not brought much. Yet the room was well stocked with everything one could need, cosmetics and toiletries, an array of bottles and jars on the table, and an entire wardrobe filled with seasonal attire and accessories. Yu Jinzhi had evidently prepared meticulously for her arrival. As she began to organize her belongings, she found not only her everyday clothing but also a stack of design sketches, primarily featuring alcoholic beverages, whiskey, tequila, white liquor, and sake. She enjoyed sipping on a drink while listening to music as she worked on her designs. Footsteps echoed outside, and without turning around, Su Mian asked, "Maid, do you have any drinking glasses in the house?" The voice that responded was not that of an elder, but rather that of Yu Jinzhi. "Do you enjoy drinking?" His voice was deep and melodious, reminiscent of a fine vintage that could easily intoxicate. Even Su Mian, who was not typically swayed by voices, found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Startled for a moment, Su Mian turned to see Yu Jinzhi, tall and graceful, leaning elegantly against the doorway. His dark eyes fixed upon her. This man, indeed, no matter how many times she beheld him, possessed a visage that was utterly captivating, exuding a mature allure that was both primal and enchanting. "Is that so?"
Su Mian replied.
"Come with me," Yu Jinzhi instructed. Chapter 13. A Lifetime Together. As they descended the stairs, Su Mian inquired, "Is Grandpa asleep?"
"Yes."
She continued, "When he awakens, I'll check his pulse." Yu Jinzhi did not decline her offer, which was agreeable. There are those who drink to release their frustrations and seek merriment, and then there are those who partake in alcohol as an art form. Following Yu Jinzhi, Su Mian arrived at the wine cellar on the basement level. The temperature was somewhat chilly, and the room was adorned with an impressive array of fine wines, a truly magnificent sight. "Do you also have a penchant for drinking?" Su Mian asked, slightly surprised. "Acceptable." That hardly conveyed mere acceptance. Observing Yu Jinzhi, Su Mian noted his elegant demeanor, yet beneath it lay a wildness that was difficult to tame. Such a man was beyond the reach of ordinary women, impossible to subdue. Yet Su Mian harbored a sense of challenge. However, she was not one to indulge in casual romantic entanglements. She only flirted with those she truly liked and took responsibility for her affections. Her ideals leaned toward finding a soulmate for a lifetime of mutual love, desiring a joyful companionship that would last until old age. Nonetheless, Yu Jinzhi was an unexpected variable in her life's plans, albeit not a divine gift bestowed upon her. While marriage may be a twist of fate, she would not reject the idea of loving him after tying the knot. However, this man was known for his ascetic lifestyle, detached from worldly desires, and Su Mian resolved to remain within proper bounds, without overstepping. The wines on display here spanned various regions, countries, and eras, each accompanied by corresponding glassware, ordinary, extravagant, and crafted from diverse materials. Among them was a chicken cup, an imperial wine vessel from the Ming dynasty's Chenhua emperor, exceedingly rare, with a conservative market value estimated at 300 million yuan. It seemed Yu Jinzhi was particularly discerning and unique in his appreciation for wines.
"Choose," he said.
Selecting a glass was straightforward. Su Mian preferred stronger spirits, and a whiskey glass would be the most suitable. "This one will do." She found herself particularly intrigued by Yu Jinzhi's collection. After selecting the glass, Su Mian gazed at the array of whiskeys, tequilas, and vodkas. Despite her extensive tasting experiences, many of these exquisite wines were unfamiliar to her, their worth immeasurable. She licked her lips and stated, "As your fiancé, I believe I should be entitled to indulge in these fine wines, yes?" Yu Jinzhi smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent. Indeed, for the first time, Su Mian felt a genuine delight in being Yu Jinzhi's fiancé, as it came with the promise of fine wine. A radiant smile graced her lips as her slender, pale fingers, perfect for playing the piano, glided over the bottles of prestigious wines. Eventually, she paused and playfully said, "Then I shall graciously accept this bottle of goddess vodka." The goddess vodka, valued at 500,000 yuan, was indeed a choice she made with care. Moreover, a woman who enjoyed such a potent spirit was not a typical preference. Yet it suited her style, intense and vibrant. Their tastes in alcohol were remarkably similar, both favoring the stronger varieties. Yu Jinzhi remained unfazed, stepping closer. A refreshing fragrance enveloping Su Mian, causing her heart to flutter slightly. He reached above her head to retrieve a bottle of Remy Martin, Black Pearl, an ultimate delicacy. Yu Jinzhi took a step back after securing the bottle. "You may try this." Su Mian accepted it, teasingly commenting, "You are quite generous, third master." As the moon ascended, casting a captivating glow, Grandpa Yu awoke, making his way downstairs with the aid of a cane, feeling a tickle in his throat that prompted a series of coughs. The sound startled both Yu Jinzhi and Su Mian. Su Mian settled beside Grandpa Yu, reaching to check his pulse. "Xiaomian, what are you doing holding my wrist?" he inquired. "Checking your pulse." Grandpa Yu chuckled. "Xiaomian, you know medicine?" "A little," she replied. "Then can you tell me what's wrong with Grandpa?" he asked. Not genuinely doubting her abilities, merely curious. Without hesitation, Su Mian answered, "It's a liver issue." She took a piece of paper and a pen from the table. "When you were younger, Grandpa, your liver must have suffered an injury, leaving a lasting ailment, which has resulted in your poor health in later years." Grandpa Yu paused, surprised by her accuracy. Indeed, it was a liver problem stemming from his youth, one that no amount of medical attention could remedy in his old age. At this point, Su Mian had written out a prescription. "However, it is not beyond treatment, Grandpa. If you follow my prescription and adjust your regimen for 3 months, you will improve." "Can it really be cured?" Grandpa Yu questioned, incredulous. The most renowned doctors in the capital could not eliminate his ailments, so could Su Mian's prescription truly work? Having lost hope, he replied, "I understand. Remember, Grandpa, if you take my medicine, you must not take any other doctor's prescriptions." "All right." Grandpa Yu held immense trust in Su Mian. Meanwhile, Yu Jinzhi pressed his lips together, wishing to speak, yet refrained under Grandpa Yu's watchful gaze. With the prescription in hand, Grandpa Yu rose. "Xiaomian, I shall head back now. Goodbye, Grandpa." Su Mian smiled, offering, "You can call me any time, and I'll come to check on you." "Very well." Outside, a black car awaited. Yu Jinzhi assisted the elderly man, saying, "Grandpa, you shouldn't so readily agree to Su Mian's offer. It shows a disregard for your own health. If you stop taking Dr. Chen's medication, your condition may worsen. What if there are issues with Su Mian's prescription? What then?" Grandpa Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Su Mian means well. I cannot disregard her intentions. I'll try it for a couple of days, and if there are any problems, I'll stop. Besides, Dr. Chen's medicine has had little effect. I have already lost hope and am merely awaiting my fate." During dinner,
Su Mian sensed a palpable tension in Yu Jinzhi.
after a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Are you worried that there may be issues with the prescription I provided for Grandpa?" Yu Jinzhi did not respond. "Rest assured, if Grandpa encounters any problems, you may hold me accountable. I will harbor no complaints." It was only natural to feel distrust, considering she had never demonstrated her medical capabilities, and rumors circulated that she was an uneducated country girl. Yu Jinzhi regarded her, stating, "Your actions are indeed quite audacious." Su Mian smiled, "Because I possess the ability. If you doubt me, time will reveal the truth." Following this exchange, they fell into silence. Yu Jinzhi exhibited impeccable manners, even in the mundane act of eating, which he transformed into a display of nobility. He moved with precision and, once finished, set down his utensils. "I have eaten, take your time." Su Mian inclined her head slightly. Being a person who took time to warm up, she found her appetite diminished during her first meal with Jiang Ruashui's family. However, dining with Yu Jinzhi felt different. She savored the delicious offerings and ended up consuming an extra bowl of rice. At that moment, her phone rang. Su Mian glanced at the caller ID. Sherdong. Sherdong was a friend Su Mian had met while navigating various Ivy League institutions abroad, a renowned surgeon. She was known for her striking coolness. The two shared a close bond, with Sherdong often looking out for Su Mian, given their age difference. Upon arriving in the capital, Su Mian's first instinct was to reach out to her. Answering the call, Su Mian spoke slowly. I haven't been too busy lately. What brings you to call? Sherdong got straight to the point. Su Mian, are you still performing surgeries for others? Her voice was uniquely crisp and cold.
Su Mian replied.
I'm short on funds, so I accept. Unexpectedly, the reason for undertaking the surgery was financial, and Sherdong forced a smile as he remarked. I have a patient of considerable status here, and the situation is rather precarious. Can you make it over? Chapter 14. The Gifted Surgeon, Dr. Su. Su Mian dabbed her mouth with a tissue and replied, I can. Sherdong instructed, come to Yuanjiang Hospital. Second floor, study. The computer was aglow, emitting sounds as Yu Jinzhi was engaged in an international conference. At that moment, he sat in a chair, holding a cigarette between his fingers. The smoke enveloped him, revealing a man whose silhouette was both rugged and deeply handsome, akin to a deity. Knock, knock, knock. Su Mian knocked on the door, and upon receiving a response from Yu Jinzhi, she poked her head in and said, Mr. Yu, may I borrow a car? Having been in the capital for 3 months, she had yet to purchase a vehicle for her own use, partly due to laziness and partly because the Jiang family had a driver, making outings convenient. Yu Jinzhi's gaze fell upon her. Are you going out? Yes, Su Mian replied. There's no curfew, is there? No, he affirmed, opening a drawer and casually retrieving a car key, gesturing for her to take it. However, try to return early. Grandpa may call to check in tonight. Understood. Su Mian smiled, took the car key, expressed her gratitude, and turned to leave. Following this, Yu Jinzhi said nothing more. He could have inquired about her plans but chose not to. As he had stated, their lives were separate and did not interfere with one another. Therefore, Su Mian would not feel inclined to report to him either. With the car key in hand, she made her way directly to the garage. The engine roared to life, and after a swift turn, the deep blue sports car vanished into the night. At Yuanjiang Hospital, upon seeing Su Mian, Sherdong embraced her briefly before leading her to the neurosurgery department. On their way to the operating room, providing her with details about the patient. The patient's surname was Chu, and his background was quite impressive. Years ago, he had sustained a gunshot wound to the head, and during the initial surgery, a fragment of the bullet had been left behind in his brain. Initially, this fragment had not affected brain function, but as time passed, it had shifted position and begun to impair the visual nerves, causing frequent headaches. If the bullet fragment was not removed through a craniotomy soon, the patient's brain could suffer severe consequences, potentially leading to blindness or mental incapacity. However, no neurosurgeons in the country dared to take on this surgery, as the success rate was exceedingly low, below 20%. Furthermore, considering the patient's identity, no one was willing to take such a risk. The urgency of the situation demanded surgical intervention. Thus, the challenging task fell to Sherdong, a gifted neurosurgeon. After returning to the country, she had focused intently on her career and had gained considerable renown. However, ensuring a 100% success rate posed an even greater challenge. Lacking confidence in her ability to achieve this, Sherdong sought out Su Mian to take the lead in the operation. If it were Su Mian, success was assured, and no mishaps would occur. Su Mian was the most formidable young medical prodigy Sherdong had ever encountered, making her own skills seem mediocre in comparison. While her reputation might not be widespread within the country, abroad, the mere mention of Dr. Su elicited recognition and respect across various circles. Outside the operating room, a gathering of expert physicians and the patient's family awaited. When they saw Sherdong arrive with a woman even younger than herself, the doctors exchanged peculiar glances, while the family frowned, questioning whether this youthful and beautiful woman was indeed a doctor. Dr. Shi, can we trust her? The family inquired. More reliable than myself.
Sherdong replied.
The family fell silent, ultimately choosing to place their faith in the individual Sherdong had brought, willing to take a chance. Once the operating room doors closed, Su Mian donned a sterile gown and mask, stepping up to the operating table. Sherdong approached her side, saying Mian the scalpel. Su Mian accepted it, preparing to make her incision on the patient's head. As the scalpel descended, the watching doctors felt their hearts race with anxiety, fearing that her hands might tremble or that her professionalism might falter, potentially jeopardizing the patient. Yet, her technique was both skilled and proficient, executed swiftly and with assurance. Gradually, their apprehension eased, and if they had harbored doubts about Su Mian, they were soon reassured by her performance, assisting her in completing the operation with the same confidence they had in Sherdong. It is noteworthy that Sherdonger was a naturally gifted physician, a rarity indeed. Although young, she was highly esteemed by her seniors and admired by her peers, a key figure in the industry's cultivation efforts. Yet, a surgery that even Sherdonger lacked the confidence to perform was achievable by another. Was this individual not even more remarkable than Sherdonger? 3 hours passed, not too long. Yet for those waiting, it felt interminably torturous. Just as their restlessness peaked, Sherdonger emerged from the operating room. The deputy director wiped sweat from his brow, asking, "How did it go?" Sherdonger removed her mask, her typically cold, beautiful face adorned with a gentle smile. The surgery was a success. The family can rest easy. At that moment, Mrs. Chu, who had been tense, finally relaxed at Sherdonger's words. With teary eyes and a quivering voice, she said, "That's wonderful, just wonderful." Then, Su Mian stepped out, addressing Mrs. Chu. "The surgical fee is 1 million. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely, absolutely," Mrs. Chu exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you so much. May I ask your name?" "I am Su Mian," she replied. Mrs. Chu grasped Su Mian's hand, saying, "Dr. Su, you are truly remarkable. To save a life is worth more than constructing a towering pagoda. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." Su Mian smiled in response. "Saving lives is a doctor's duty. I am not performing this pro bono. There are fees involved, so there's no need for such formality." Of course, Mrs.
Chu please.
1 million? That seems rather steep, the deputy director remarked, astonished yet begrudgingly accepting the reality that no doctor had been willing to undertake the surgery. Yet she had succeeded. Unable to contain his curiosity, the deputy director asked, "Sure, is she your classmate?" Sherdonger smirked. "To be precise, she is my junior." Chapter 15. The daughter-in-law lost and the leg broken. "Yes, even your junior. How impressive." With a spirited Sherdonger, Yuanjiang Hospital had already gained significant renown. And now with an even younger and more talented individual, could they not outshine all other top-tier hospitals? The deputy director's gaze shifted back to Su Mian, and he approached her, saying, "Dr. Su, you are truly young and accomplished. May I inquire where you are currently practicing?"
Su Mian replied,
"I am not employed at any hospital." Upon hearing this, the deputy director's eyes brightened. "Would you consider joining our hospital to work alongside Dr. Shi?" Su Mian politely declined with a smile. "My aspirations lie elsewhere. I fear I would disappoint you, deputy director. Should I work in a hospital, I would be preoccupied with patients and surgeries, leaving little room for anything else. I prefer to practice as a freelance physician. Should anyone seek my assistance with difficult cases, whether surgical or traditional medicine, they may come to me." "Very well," the deputy director conceded, not pressing further. Her ambitions lay beyond the hospital. Yet she was not entirely out of the medical field. If Su Mian could address cases that they could not resolve, their hospital would still benefit from her expertise, which was not without its advantages. It was truly astonishing to think that being a doctor was merely a side endeavor for her. One could only imagine the dedication and effort required to become a physician, and yet for her, it was merely an auxiliary pursuit. After their conversation, Su Mian inquired, "What time is it now?" Mrs. Chu pulled out her phone to check the time. "It's nearly midnight." "Nearly midnight?"
Su Mian mused.
The lengthy surgery had consumed considerable time, and if Grandpa were to check in, it would ultimately fall to Yu Jinzhi to manage it alone. As Su Mian had anticipated, at 9:30, Yu Laozi had indeed called to inquire about her whereabouts. As soon as the phone rang, it was to seek a conversation with Su Mian. It was not as if they were unaware of her number. Yet, they chose to call him instead. Yu Jinzhi could only respond with honesty. "She has gone out." Where could she possibly be going? He did not pry further. Upon hearing this, the elder Yu was incensed. "You do not even know what your fiancé is out doing? Why haven to you inquired?" Yu Jinzhi fell silent, replying, "I forgot." The elder Yu was furious, declaring, "Let me tell you, Yu Jinzhi, I am quite satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law, Su Mian. If you lose her, I shall break your legs." Yu Jinzhi massaged his temples. "Grandfather, you must allow me some time to adjust. Have I not performed adequately during the day? Just passably, I suppose. Quickly call Su Mian and ask when she will return." "Understood." After hanging up, Yu Jinzhi indeed called Su Mian, but she was in the operating room and could not answer. Ultimately, out of a sense of responsibility, he had yen and locate Su Mian. She was at the hospital, since she was not off to some dubious place. Yu Jinzhi did not pursue the matter further and proceeded to report back to the elder Yu. It was already late at night when Su Mian said, "It's quite late. I shall take my leave." She turned to Dong Air, "When you have time, let us arrange another meeting." Dong Air nodded. "Next time. I shall treat you to dinner and a movie." Su Mian addressed the others. "Pardon my departure." With that, she truly left, moving with the swiftness of the wind. However, at Yuanjiang Hospital, Su Mian had already gained quite a reputation. No doctor or nurse was unaware of her. Dong Air had a junior sister whose medical skills surpassed even hers, and it was said that she was quite beautiful. When Su Mian returned to Nanyuan, where Yu Jinzhi resided, it was already 12:30. The lights on the second floor were still on, indicating that Yu Jinzhi had yet to retire for the night. Having previously registered her fingerprint, she simply needed to touch the sensor to gain entry. Still, there was a tinge of discomfort. 3 months had passed, and Su Mian had yet to acclimatize to the Jiang family. Now she found herself residing in the home of a man she had met no more than 5 times. Life was indeed wondrous. Su Mian sighed softly and ascended the stairs to her room. At that moment, her phone buzzed with a text message, a transfer notification from Madame Chu, amounting to a full 1 million. Along with the 2 cards given to her by Jiang Pingxing today, the total funds amounted to 7 million. With the addition of this 1 million, she would have 8 million. 8 million was hardly sufficient to construct a high-tech farm. It was but a drop in the bucket. Chapter 16. The Indifferent Man. After being separated at the age of 5, Su Mian had wandered to a place called Maple Leaf Village, which was home to a mere dozen families. The villagers treated her, the orphan who had drifted into their midst, with great kindness, assisting her in obtaining household registration, providing her with food, clothing, and shelter, and even supporting her education in the town. They had shown her immense generosity, and Su Mian was a person who understood gratitude. The plan for a high-tech farm was her first gift to repay the villagers upon her return home, having witnessed their increasingly dire living conditions. However, establishing such a farm required a total investment of around 300 million yuan. While the costs were not exorbitant, Su Mian lacked a true understanding of money. During her time abroad, she had never considered how much she could earn through her abilities. As long as she could afford her basic needs, she was content, leaving her with no savings. 8 million, though insufficient for her grand vision, would be more than enough to construct a few small villas for the villagers, thereby enhancing their quality of life. Su Mian opened her laptop on the table and transferred the entire 8 million to the village chief's bank account, leaving herself with just 10,000 yuan for emergencies. After completing this task, she noticed the lingering scent of blood on her skin and took a bottle of wine and a glass to the bathroom. As she lay in the bathtub, pouring herself a drink, the strong liquor burned her throat, an exquisite sensation. Indeed, it was fine wine. Not having consumed too much, and feeling the water grow cool, Su Mian rose, dried herself with a towel, and donned a silk nightgown. At that moment, her hair was still wrapped in a white towel as she searched for a hairdryer in the bathroom. After a thorough search, she discovered there was none. Reluctantly, she opened the door to seek the help of the housekeeper, but upon calling out, there was no response from her downstairs. Just then, the door across from her opened, releasing a fragrant waft of air. Yu Jinzhi, having just finished his own shower, stood there. Su Mian was momentarily taken aback. "Did you not say you would not stay here?" "My grandfather came to check on me. It was late, so I stayed."
Oh.
"If you mind, I can leave now." "Not necessary, just lend me something." At that moment, the man stood in a deep blue silk robe, the collar unbuttoned, revealing a hint of his chest and a faint glimpse of a black tattoo. His raven hair dripped with water, tracing his contours down to his throat. His lips, a pale shade of blue, were pressed tight, and his dark eyes held a depth akin to hidden mountain mist, profound and tranquil. "Speak," Yu Jinzhi instructed. Su Mian narrowed her eyes, taking in the view before discreetly averting her gaze. "I do not have a hairdryer in my room." "Wait a moment." Yu Jinzhi turned and returned shortly with a hairdryer. "You can just leave it there when you're done." "You do not need it?" "Not anymore." In light of this, Su Mian accepted it with a smile. As she took the hairdryer, her fingers accidentally brushed against Yu Jinzhi's hand. His hand was cool, yet she felt a warmth at her fingertips. She inquired again. "Grandfather did not say anything, did he?" Yu Jinzhi replied succinctly, "Nothing. It has already been resolved." Su Mian was a person of strong principles. "Next time, I will be more mindful of the time." Then Su Mian recalled Yu Jinzhi's recommendation of the Remy Martin. The wine was delightful, I truly enjoyed it. Yu Jinzhi offered a faint smile but said nothing in response. What an indifferent man he was. Returning to her room, Su Mian reflected on the encounter as she dried her hair, neatly packing away the hairdryer. She opened her laptop once more, navigating to a website with one hand. The site was an international technology network encompassing fields such as information technology, biotechnology, energy technology, and laser technology, among others. It served as a platform for individuals facing challenges in these areas, offering tasks for those who deemed themselves capable to undertake and earn supplementary income. Previously, when she lacked living expenses, Su Mian enjoyed accepting lower difficulty tasks on this platform as they were easy, time-efficient, and provided financial rewards. Exiting the login page, she entered her username, Boa Hancock, followed by her password, and clicked to log in. Her account had 2 years of usage history, filled solely with D-level tasks, the easiest available. Now, she was browsing SSS-level tasks. Chapter 17. SSS-level tasks. There were numerous SSS-level tasks, but Su Mian was too lazy to sift through them all and simply selected the one offering the highest reward. The task only specified the bounty, 20 million, and that it required expertise in energy technology. However, the specifics of the task were not disclosed, indicating a high degree of confidentiality, necessitating the signing of a non-disclosure agreement. Breaching this agreement would result in severe consequences. Su Mian chose to accept the task, and a non-disclosure agreement promptly appeared, to which she agreed. Soon after, the task issuer, Xiaoming, contacted her. Both parties discovered they were from Huagua. Xiaoming remarked, "Brother, I see your task history is all D-level tasks. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?"
Su Mian replied, "No mistake."
"What is the task?" Xiaoming continued. "You do not have a certification as an energy technology expert on the technology network."
Su Mian responded nonchalantly, "I am lazy."
"Are you perhaps a big shot?" This task had been posted for quite some time, attracting many tech experts to apply, yet none had succeeded in completing the requirements. Failing to fulfill the task would result in a deduction of points. The higher the points, the more skilled one was perceived to be. However, for tasks of SSS rank, irrespective of how high your points may be, a single failure can lead to a complete reversal of fortune. If your points are insufficient to cover the deductions, your account may be suspended entirely, resulting in the loss of all accumulated reputation. Xiaoming, to be frank, our engineering research laboratory has discovered a new nuclear energy source. However, we have been impeded for quite some time in our research on miniature mechanical device sensors, which are smaller than a human. The new nuclear energy source they have discovered can wirelessly connect hundreds of miniature sensors, presenting significant potential for military applications. These sensors are so diminutive that they are invisible to the naked eye and can detect the presence of chemical substances in hostile environments. Should they identify any undesirable chemicals, they are capable of transmitting a signal back to a central location, allowing individuals to locate these chemical weapons without physically being on site. The sensors can also be employed to detect trace amounts of harmful chemicals and gases within factories. Su Mian, please send me the data on the new energy source for my review. Xiaoming promptly transmitted the data, and after 5 minutes of scrutiny, Su Mian accepted the 20 million. Su Mian responded, "I accept it. Is there a time limit on the task?" Xiaoming, "No, if you find it unmanageable, you can simply cancel the task." Upon reading this, Su Mian ceased her correspondence, logged out, and lay down on her bed, extinguishing the light to sleep. Not wanting to waste time, she resolved to gather her energy and immerse herself in the research the following day. Xiaoming held little hope for this elder, who only accepted D-level tasks. Noticing her lack of response, he exited the back end and opened a Korean drama TV show, weeping uncontrollably as he watched the protagonists face a tragic separation. The following day, at the Engineering Research Laboratory of Capital University, Professor Wen arrived and inquired, "Xiaoming, have any newcomers accepted our task?" Xiaoming, sporting weary eyes, was engrossed in an experiment. "Professor, one did last night." "Professor Wen, is the individual competent?" Xiaoming rubbed his nose. "They seem rather average." "Very well." Professor Wen's countenance darkened. In a world brimming with technological magnates, was there truly no one who could lend them a hand in accomplishing this monumental research? At 7 in the morning, the sky was a brilliant azure. The late-rising Su Mian was awakened by the ringing of her phone. It was the village chief calling. With her eyes still closed, she groped for her phone and uttered a greeting. The village chief's voice trembled. Mian, did you transfer the 8 million that unexpectedly appeared in my account?" Su Mian replied, "It's the money for building your small villa." "Indeed. The village chief was ecstatic. 8 million was no trifling sum. Heaven knows. When he saw the notification, his eyes nearly popped out. He had never encountered such a vast amount of money in his lifetime. Su Mian had previously mentioned her aspirations to create a high-tech farm to help them escape poverty and lead prosperous lives, but they had merely listened, not taking her seriously. Now, however, Su Mian was evidently sincere. The village chief, still apprehensive, asked, Mian, where did you acquire this money? Su Mian replied, 1 million is from my earnings. 7 million was gifted by my biological father. She opened her eyes and rose from her bed. Village chief, rest assured in using it. The village chief suddenly understood. He had heard that Su Mian had recently reunited with her family in the capital, but he hadn't inquired in detail. However, for the local residents of the capital, wealth was commonplace. 7 million was indeed a trivial amount for the Jiang family. The village chief was more concerned about. Are they treating you well? My brother is quite good. As for my parents, they are just SOSO. Su Mian refrained from elaborating, not wanting to burden the village chief with worry. Su Mian continued. Village chief, you can use the money without hesitation. I will gradually transfer more as I earn it, and the amounts will only increase. I have already sent the design plans for the farm to Uncle Ji on his phone. He will oversee the construction and has some experience in renovation. If you lack manpower, you may hire people from the town, so as not to overburden the uncles in the village. The village chief was deeply moved. Understood. They had only raised Su Mian for a few years, but they had never anticipated such a monumental return years later. After rising, Su Mian did not linger in bed, washed up, and went for a morning run. Upon returning, she found that her aunt had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Yu Jinzhi was already seated, impeccably dressed. Out of courtesy, Su Mian greeted him with a good morning. Yu Jinzhi, good morning. Su Mian smiled slightly, then turned to ascend the stairs to take another shower. She had a penchant for cleanliness. After sweating from her run, she felt compelled to bathe and change into fresh attire before she could comfortably enjoy her meal. However, by the time she came downstairs, Yu Jinzhi had already left for the company. After breakfast, Su Mian took a plate of fruit salad and returned upstairs to begin her work. Time always seemed to pass swiftly when engrossed in her tasks. By noon, her aunt knocked on the door.
Su Mian, come in.
The aunt entered, observing their young mistress tapping away at the keyboard with a rhythmic grace, akin to playing a piano, while the computer screen displayed an array of indecipherable data symbols. The aunt was momentarily taken aback, then, averting her gaze, said, Young mistress, your mother has arrived. Su Mian lifted her head, responding with a cool, Oh. In the living room, Lian Ruyi, impeccably dressed and poised on the sofa, exuded an air of formality, perhaps a lingering essence of Yu Jinzhi's presence. The aunt brewed a pot of tea. Madam Jiang, tea for you. Thank you. The aunt smiled. It was quite some time before Su Mian descended lazily from upstairs, seating herself opposite Lian Ruyi. Mother, what brings you here? Lian Ruyi feigned mystery. I mentioned taking you out for a stroll just yesterday. How could you forget so quickly? Indeed, Su Mian had forgotten entirely. Just as she was about to respond, something nudged against her foot, and Su Mian instinctively kicked it away. There was a loud clatter. Su Mian glanced down, realizing she had seemingly damaged something belonging to Yu Jinzhi. What a misstep. At that moment, the aunt, assuming something had been shattered, hurried over and discovered it was the high-priced robotic vacuum cleaner Yu Jinzhi had purchased from abroad. Upon inspection, when she attempted to restart it, it showed no signs of life. Su Mian inquired, Is it broken? It seems so. The aunt's face fell. This is the artificial intelligence vacuum cleaner that the young master bought at a high price. I wonder where it got damaged, and if it can be repaired? High priced, you say? It looks rather ordinary to me. Su Mian responded nonchalantly. Please take it to my room. I'll have time to fix it tonight. After all, it was I who broke it. Is repairing such high-tech equipment as simple as that? The aunt hesitated. Young mistress, are you sure you can manage?
I can.
Her tone radiated confidence. Not only can I manage, but I can also upgrade this robot while I'm at it. Lian Ruyi found Su Mian's demeanor excessively rude and blindly self-assured. Who bestowed upon her such audacity? Like Liang Jingru? She couldn't comprehend what Yu Jinzhi saw in Su Mian, but if she could sow more chaos, it would only serve to reveal Su Mian as a troublesome liability. She would further encourage this unraveling, and once he recognized this, the marriage would surely be called off. The aunt had no choice but to take the robot upstairs. Only then did Su Mian ask Lian Ruyi, Mother, Where do you intend to take me to broaden my horizons? Lian Ruyi pretended to be mysterious. Just come with me. Chapter 18. A Journey to the Prestigious Academy. Su Mian was reluctant to venture outdoors. Even if she did, she had no desire to accompany Lian Ruyi. However, if she refused, it was likely this woman would linger indefinitely. Thus, Su Mian ascended the stairs to change into appropriate attire. She typically avoided wearing skirts, and with the autumn leaves turning brittle and the air growing cool, she opted for a versatile black hoodie and vintage denim jeans, completing her look with a pair of canvas shoes before descending. Without any makeup, she merely applied a layer of lip balm.
Yet,
her natural beauty was so striking that even without makeup, a mere glance would leave one captivated by her allure. Su Mian possessed an alabaster complexion, her long hair elegantly styled into a bun, exuding an aura of both cold beauty and a touch of playfulness. Yet, upon her appearance, Lian Ruyi's brow furrowed, evidently disapproving of her choice of attire, which was far too androgynous and casual, lacking the grace befitting a refined young lady. She began to criticize. Su Mian, your father bestowed upon you a generous allowance yesterday. Why not take the opportunity to purchase some decent clothing? Dressed as you are, others might think our family neglects you. Just look at what you're wearing. It's nothing more than street vendor merchandise, such a waste of your exquisite beauty. Comfort is one thing, but this lack of taste is quite another. Lian Ruyi's tone brimmed with disdain. Su Mian maintained a placid expression. Mother, are we leaving or not? Lian Ruyi seemed poised to retort, but upon meeting Su Mian's obsidian-like, crystalline gaze, she felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Yet, she couldn't help but acknowledge that despite Su Mian's choice of humble clothing, she wore it with an air of sophistication akin to that of high-end fashion. Lian Ruyi fell silent, choosing not to speak further, and rose to exit. A black Rolls-Royce awaited outside. Once Su Mian entered the vehicle, she pulled her hat down and closed her eyes to rest. Approximately 40 minutes later, Lian Ruyi roused her. Su Mian opened her eyes, turned her head, and glanced out the window. They had arrived at the prestigious capital university, Jing University. The luxury car drew numerous gazes as it entered the campus. After stopping in front of the female dormitory, Lian Ruyi disembarked, accepting the attention of onlookers, with Su Mian following closely behind. Lian Ruyi confidently led the way, familiar with the surroundings, as though she had been there many times before. This is Jing University, the finest institution in the city, and indeed all of Huaxia. Waner is studying here. She gained admission as the second highest scorer in the city's college entrance examination, just 3 points shy of the top scholar in the arts. She is majoring in Chinese literature, and is also the belle of the campus. Isn't Waner remarkable? Alas, her fate is rather unfortunate. Unfortunate? Merely because she could not become Yu Jinzhi's fiancé. An orphan, raised by the Jiang family, living comfortably and receiving an excellent education. What misfortune was that?
Su Mian merely smiled.
Non-committal. Lian Ruyi's tone brimmed with pride as she spoke of Jiang Waner. Mian has not participated in the college entrance examination, so she has yet to experience university life. Today, I brought you here to immerse you in the atmosphere and intellectual ambience of this place. Su Mian thought to herself, I embody knowledge. There is no need for immersion. Perhaps her expression was too cold, leading Lian Ruyi to perceive her as particularly resistant to the university, potentially feeling her pride was wounded. Thinking this, Lian Ruyi's lips curled slightly upward. Moreover, there is Yu Jinzhi, the third master of the Yu family. He too graduated from Jing University. He is even more impressive. He was admitted to Jing University at 16, attended Harvard at 18, graduated with dual master's degrees at 20, and entered military service, only returning at 25 to inherit the family business. Yu Jinzhi was indeed remarkable, and there was much more to him than Lian Ruyi's surface-level information suggested. From the very first glance, Su Mian had keenly sensed a kindred spirit in him. Nevertheless, Lian Ruyi's lengthy discourse likely aimed to instill a sense of inferiority in Su Mian, hoping to awaken her self-awareness. However, it seemed her calculations had gone awry. If that were her intention, Su Mian's fleeting glimmer of mischief betrayed her delight as she cheerfully whistled. My fiancé is so outstanding, it's simply marvelous. Lian Ruyi felt a pang in her heart. Upon reaching the entrance of a female dormitory, the gentle and charming Jiang approached, clad in a royal blue vintage dress. Her figure slender and her makeup impeccable, holding a book as students passed by with envious and adoring gazes. At that moment, a handsome young man presented her with a large bouquet of 99 roses, declaring, Jiang, I like you. Please be my girlfriend. I promise to treat you well. Jiang Waner politely declined. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept. I already have someone I care for. The young man walked away, dejected. After he left, Jiang Waner approached them, her demeanor sweet and obedient. Mother, sister. Su Mian could hardly muster a response, while Lian Ruyi beamed with pride. Our Waner is truly popular. Are you about to attend class?
Yes, Jiang Waner nodded.
What class do you have this afternoon? I've recently taken a liking to mathematics and intend to sit in on a calculus lecture. That's fine, but remember to rest. Don't overexert yourself. You already know enough. Lian Ruyi advised. Mother, I am not yet excellent enough. I wish to become even better. Lian Ruyi's admiration for Jiang Waner was understandable. She had always been the model child in the eyes of adults, studious, intelligent, beautiful, and poised, leaving Su Mian in the dust. Su Mian thought to herself. It's quite an eyesore. At that moment, Jiang Waner shifted the conversation. Sister, is Jing University beautiful? Quite beautiful, Su Mian replied lazily. In front of outsiders, Jiang Waner was adept at maintaining a facade. Despite the palpable tension between them yesterday, today she could effortlessly engage in light-hearted conversation with Su Mian. Mother is not familiar with this place. I can show you around after class. Su Mian replied, that sounds good. Jiang Waner smiled brightly and suggested, why not attend class with me? Su Mian, with a playful glint in her eyes, responded, but I am not a student here. How could I attend class with you?
Of course you can.
Su Mian hesitated, perhaps not. Calculus is rather elementary. It might bore me to sleep. However, Lian Ruyi, fearing Su Mian would refuse, coaxed Mian. It would be beneficial for you to experience the atmosphere of a university lecture. We can explore afterward. Very well then. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing smiles. They boarded the university's sightseeing vehicle to the mathematics department. By the time they arrived at the classroom, it was nearly full. Mathematics was generally a less popular major. So it was normal for the classroom to be slightly crowded, especially at such a prestigious institution where academic achievers were plentiful. However, most of the attendees were likely there merely for the experience. As expected, upon seeing Jiang Waner, some students immediately offered her their seats, calling out, Campus belle, sit here. Thank you. Jiang Waner replied with a smile, taking the best seats in the center with Lian Ruyi, while Su Mian settled into the back row. At that moment, someone exclaimed, oh no, I heard the professor is absent. Today's lecture will be given by Senior Shinamo. We're doomed. I can already sense a retake of this course looming. Chapter 19. Attending the calculus class. Students majoring in mathematics were distraught, while those merely auditing were left bewildered, pondering their whereabouts and purpose. They had indeed heard of Senior Shen Mo's formidable reputation, the most accomplished student in Jing University's mathematics department. A second-place winner in the International Olympiad in Mathematics, currently pursuing a doctorate. Unaware of the plight of the actual students, the auditors inquired, is it really that serious? After all, the failure rate in advanced mathematics was notoriously high. Even students within the major could not afford to be complacent, making it quite a serious matter. Senior Shen Mo had a penchant for randomly quizzing students before professional lectures. If someone was chosen and failed to answer correctly, they would lose credits. You might think that losing credits was the end of it. But he would also require them to read various mathematics texts and subsequently quiz them again to ensure they had done their due diligence. Failing to answer would lead to even harsher consequences. What about us who are just auditing? We should be safe, right? In the past, a girl who had merely audited a class was made to run 10 laps around the playground, which effectively deterred others from accompanying their boyfriends to class. Is he a devil? He must be a devil. With that thought, anxiety rippled through the crowd. The non-majors wondered if they would escape unscathed. Just as they were pondering, Senior Shin Mo arrived. Though he was indeed intimidating, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the male lead from a Korean drama, tall and handsome, clad in a white shirt that radiated a sunny disposition. His style starkly contrasted with Yu Jinzhi's, who donned white shirts that exuded an aura of restraint, inciting a desire to undress him. Su Mian contemplated. He seems familiar. Have I seen him somewhere before? Yet for the moment, she could not recall. Silently, she placed the book upon the desk and cast a glance toward the students below. Without calling any names, she announced for the upcoming week, I shall be substituting for the professor. Sit up straight. They complied, their expressions solemn and dismal. After delivering her message, she picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed a challenging problem upon the blackboard. Jiang Waner remained unfazed, displaying no concern about being called upon to solve the problem. Even if she possessed the capability to tackle it. During her high school years, she had excelled in the sciences and even in university. Her mathematical prowess had not waned, as she continually engaged with literature and practiced problem-solving in her spare time. Jiang Waner wished to demonstrate to others that although she was a standout in the humanities, she was equally adept in the sciences. Moreover, she wanted Su Mian to perceive that despite having bested her in Go, Su Mian could not outshine her in other realms, relying solely on her intelligence. Su Mian removed her black cap. The girl seated beside her appeared unusually anxious, sipping on goji berry tea, seemingly terrified that Shen Emo would call upon her. After consuming a significant portion of her tea, the girl's hands trembled, causing the lid to loosen and fall, rolling directly towards Su Mian. Su Mian bent down to retrieve it. "Thank you," the girl murmured. "No need," Su Mian replied, catching the girl's gaze, which was momentarily captivated by her beauty. The allure of true beauty transcends mere appearance. Jiang Waner, the campus belle, seemed rather ordinary by comparison. The girl whispered, "How come you don't seem nervous at all?" Su Mian replied, "In truth, I am quite nervous." The girl regarded her with skepticism. "Really? I suspect you're deceiving me, but I lack evidence." Once Shen Emo completed writing the problem, he tossed the chalk aside and instructed students in the 7th and 8th rows, "Please come forward to collect paper and solve the problem. You have 10 minutes. The girl's expression turned woeful. Indeed, they were seated in the 8th row. And as anticipated, her fears materialized. The student at the front of the 7th and 8th rows approached to collect paper, passing it along to her side. The problem was not calculus but rather higher mathematics. In fact, calculus is typically considered slightly more challenging than higher mathematics. However, Shen Emo's questions were rather intricate. Without ample practice, students could easily falter. The problem written on the board was, determine the positive values of a and b such that the equation lim x to 0 in 0 x b sin x at dt1 holds. In the 7th row, Jiang Waner received the paper and promptly took out her pen to begin solving the problem. Meanwhile, Lian Ruyi, seated among the students, felt a touch of embarrassment. Although she dressed to appear youthful, the passage of time had left its marks upon her, such as crow's feet, unmistakably signaling her maturity. She had no hope of solving such problems and thus resorted to feigning effort, as long as Jiang Waner could deliver the solution.
Jiang Waner, ever considerate.
Turned her head and offered Su Mian a ballpoint pen, saying, "Sister, good luck." It was a blatant provocation, implying that she was certain Su Mian would struggle with it. However, this problem posed no challenge for Su Mian. She accepted the pen and swiftly began writing, completing the problem in approximately half a minute. Meanwhile, the girl beside her bit her fingers anxiously, her legs trembling, yet she had not inscribed a single word on her paper. At the front, Shen Emo sat with his legs crossed, observing the students in the 7th and 8th rows, occasionally glancing at his watch.
Su Mian tvillet her pen.
Casting a sympathetic look at the girl beside her, who appeared on the verge of tears. Just then, Shen Emo, noticing Su Mian spinning her pen and gazing at the girl, furrowed his brow and said, "The girl in the 8th row, 6th seat, wearing a black sweatshirt. Please focus on solving the problem and do not distract others." At that moment, all eyes turned toward her. Oh, she's actually a beauty. Only moments ago, concealed under a hat, no one had realized this girl surpassed even Jiang Waner in beauty. The 6th seat, in the black sweatshirt, Shen Emo was referring to Su Mian. Their eyes met, and Shen Emo scrutinized her intently. Su Mian felt an inkling of familiarity. However, she could not recall where she had encountered him before. Although she possessed a sharp mind and an excellent memory, she was not particularly adept at remembering faces. Did Shen Emo find her familiar as well? She wanted to say something, but Jiang Waner raised her hand and sweetly interjected, "Senior Shen Emo, my sister is not a student at Peking University. This is her first visit to our school. I hope you won't be too stern and frighten her." Su Mian raised an eyebrow. Upon recognizing her face, Shen Emo finally confirmed her identity. She was the one who had claimed the gold medal from him in the International Mathematical Olympiad years ago. "What a pleasant surprise to see you at Peking University after all this time." With that, Shen Emo fell silent. As the 10 minutes elapsed, he began to call upon students, requiring them to stand and present their answers. Unfortunately, the girl besides Su Mian, seemingly chosen by fate, was among those selected randomly. Observing that her paper remained blank, she stood trembling, on the verge of fainting. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mian offered her own completed answer sheet in exchange. The girl looked momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting gratitude. 3 students were called upon. The other 2 were a male student and Jiang Waner. The girl proceeded to replicate the answer Su Mian had written on the board. Upon seeing Su Mian's thought process, she realized that the problem was, in fact, quite simple. Utilizing L'Hopital's rule, she first broke down the integral, yielding lim x to 0, 1b cos x, 0, leading to b1. Substituting back into the original equation, she deduced a 4. Although she had encountered similar problems in practice, her memories were not vivid enough, and her nerves had hindered her from recalling the solution. Once she finished writing out the process and the answer, the girl returned to her seat. The male student had chosen to forfeit, while Jiang Waner also managed to solve the problem. After Sun Mo confirmed that both of their answers were correct, Jiang Waner quickly garnered admiration from her peers. Wow, Jiang Waner, a student from the Chinese department, is incredibly impressive to have solved this problem. Truly a talented individual. Meanwhile, the girl expressed immense gratitude to Su Mian.
Su Mian smiled gently, nodding slightly.
The girl's gaze transformed into one of admiration. She viewed the stunning young lady before her as extraordinary. It seemed Su Mian had completed the problem in less than half a minute, an astonishing speed that was truly remarkable. She must be a genius, akin to senior Shin Mo. At that moment, Shin Mo examined the 2 completed papers before him and understood that the answer in the girl's hands did not belong to her. However, he chose to grant Su Mian some grace by not exposing her. As for the praises directed at Jiang Waner, he acknowledged her capabilities but believed that the world was brimming with talent. It was prudent to remain humble, for excessive ostentation could prove disadvantageous. Feigning modesty, Jiang Waner offered a faint smile in response to the accolades. Lian Ruyi, observing the scene, felt a profound sense of satisfaction.
Jiang Waner was Herr Protege.
And she took great pride in her accomplishments. After Jiang Waner returned to her seat, she turned to Su Mian and noticed the blank paper before her. A smirk crept onto her lips. It appears these problems are indeed too challenging for my sister. Su Mian maintained an expressionless demeanor. Indeed, they are quite difficult. Perhaps I have discovered my area of weakness, acting. The girl beside her intended to clarify, to assert that the blank paper belonged to her while the one presented on stage was Su Mian's, but Shin Mo interjected, "Quiet, class is commencing." The girl had no choice but to obediently open her textbook, leaving the misunderstanding for later discussion. The 45 minutes of the calculus class finally concluded amid a state of heightened tension. The lecture concluded with a cold formality. Yet the only thought lingering in Shinmo's mind was of Su Mian, present in the audience. He had never reconciled with his feelings about the international mathematics competition from years past. However, the classroom was crowded, and a throng of students had flocked around Jiang Waner, leaving him no opportunity to greet Su Mian. Not only did Shin Mo lack the chance, but the girl seated next to Su Mian also found herself unable to explain anything. There was no rush, knowing that Su Mian and Jiang Waner were sisters. It would not be difficult to seek her out in the future. Jiang Waner, you are truly remarkable. Could you share your study methods with me? I have decided that you shall be my goddess from now on. The students lavished praise, causing both mother and daughter to beam with delight as Jiang Waner answered their inquiries one by one. Then a boy inquired, "Is the person in the back your sister?" Su Mian exuded an aura that was both cold and commanding, and while they attempted to approach, they dared not draw near her. Moreover, Su Mian's beauty was strikingly superior to Jiang Waner's, radiating a fierce elegance. Yet, Jiang Waner, adorned with the halo of an academic achiever, still garnered more favor among them, although many remained curious about Su Mian's background. Indeed, Waner, how old is your sister? She is 1 year older than me. Jiang Waner was 18, making Su Mian 19, having skipped a grade, thus appearing younger than her peers, while Su Mian was of the same age. What is your sister's name?
Su Mian. Su Mian?
That name possesses a certain poetic charm. It seems you are not biological sisters, given the different surnames. The boy continued, Waner. Which university is your sister currently attending? Jiang Waner, slightly shy, deflected the question back at Su Mian. You should ask my sister Su Mian about that. The boy turned to Su Mian, his heart racing at the sight of her face. With a hat obscuring most of her features, only her striking chin was visible. Society University. At 19, you are already at Society University? Does that imply you have never attended a traditional university? It became apparent that wealth did not guarantee a love for learning as it did for Jiang Waner. Perhaps Su Mian was merely a frivolous scion of affluence. The boy's gaze towards Su Mian shifted subtly. Sister, You truly have a penchant for jest, he said, his tone transitioning from polite to flippant. Su Mian lifted her chin slightly, her dark eyes glistening with frost beneath the brim of her hat. Who is your sister? An air of intimidation filled the space. The boy inexplicably faltered into silence. You are blocking my way out, Su Mian asserted. At her words, the surrounding noise hushed, and they hastily made way. Standing in the aisle, Su Mian succinctly stated, I need to use the restroom. I will accompany you, Lian Ruyi chimed in, rising to follow her. Su Mian allowed it, envisioning how they would disparage her in her absence. Jiang Waner pointed the way. The restroom is at the end of the right corridor. This only served to highlight Jiang Wanu's poise and decorum, while Su Mian appeared aloof and unapproachable. Once Lian Ruyi departed, leaving Jiang Wanu alone. The students grew bolder in their remarks. Waner, is she truly your sister? How can there be such a disparity between you? Indeed, at such a young age. How can she disregard her studies? Those who scorned the unstudious prided themselves on their superiority. Your family is wealthy enough to send your sister abroad for further education. Otherwise, it will be your family that faces disgrace. A prestigious family raising such a wastrel would surely invite ridicule. Were they not the very essence of spoiled youth? They would never dare to speak so brazenly in front of others, as they reveled in their privilege, looking down upon university students like themselves.
Jiang Waner felt distressed.
Please do not speak ill of my sister. She is simply a bit reserved. Her character is not as terrible as you claim. Waner, you need not defend your sister. We can see for ourselves what sort of person she is, they insisted, causing Jiang Wanu's eyes to well up with tears. Soon, they softened their tone, all right. We shall refrain from speaking poorly of your sister. Do not be upset. Meanwhile, the girls Su Mian had assisted, Xiaoyu, found their judgments increasingly absurd. How could they so easily belittle someone based on mere words? The students of Capital University were not necessarily paragons of virtue. Jiang Waner, sensing their overstepping, felt compelled to retort, but she held back. You are all being excessively unreasonable. As students of a prestigious institution, your words are no better than those of keyboard warriors online. Xiaoyu, indignant, replied, just because someone is 19 and in society does not mean they lack education. So what if she seems aloof? Is she not entitled to her dignity? Her words left them in an awkward silence, as they sensed the truth in her reasoning. After all, Su Mian had done them no harm, and there was no need for such venomous tongues, especially directed at a girl.
Jiang Waner smiled faintly.
You must be the girl who solved the problem with me earlier. I truly appreciate you standing up for my sister. You are very kind. However, I must clarify that there is a reason for Su Mian's situation. She indeed has not attended university. Of course, whether or not her sister attended university was of little consequence. Her family had always respected her choices, prioritizing her happiness above all else. Xiaoyu thought to herself. A little sweetness followed by a sharp rebuke. This is indeed a sophisticated green tea BTSH. Instantly, her admiration for Su Mian grew, despite not having attended university. She was more impressive than many who had, and that alone commanded respect. Su Mian is truly remarkable, especially with that question earlier. Her thoughts were interrupted by Su Mian appearing at the classroom door. Waner, shall we leave? Chapter 21. The price of plotting against me will be steep. Su Mian's gaze landed on Xiaoyu, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Xiaoyu blinked, puzzled as to why the academic prodigy would not allow her to clarify her thoughts, believing that the truth would elevate her standing in the eyes of others. Su Mian had her own contemplations. Earlier, in the restroom, Lian Ruyi had asked her, Su Mian, do you want to attend university? As she washed her hands, Su Mian looked up at her. You are only 19. Returning to school is certainly an option. If you desire, I can arrange for you to join the senior class at City No. 1 High School, and by next June, you could sit for the college entrance examination. Would Lian Ruyi truly be so benevolent? Unlikely. Lian Ruyi was certain of her academic shortcomings, which is why she suggested school.
Su Mian lohret hergaze.
I am not capable of performing well. You have yet to try. How can you be so certain you will not succeed? Lian Ruyi pressed. I will think about it. Please give me your answer by tomorrow after you reflect on it tonight.
All right.
In truth, Su Mian had already made her decision. If they wished for her to attend school, she would oblige, but humiliating her was out of the question. Such a scenario would be utterly impossible. Su Mian had never taken the college entrance examination, having studied abroad instead, and she had felt a tinge of regret upon leaving. Jiang Waner brushed her hair back and stood up. Goodbye, classmates. Once she departed, the classroom buzzed with chatter. as Jiang Waner's earlier remarks had prompted them to once again speak recklessly following Xiaoyu's sound reasoning. What use is beauty if it pales in comparison to Jiang Waner? I can guarantee that Jiang Waner's sister is undoubtedly a spoiled rich kid. Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger, rolling her eyes at them as she gathered her belongings to leave. Accompanying her was a fellow student from the mathematics department who queried, Xiaoyu, why were you defending that beautiful girl earlier? You can't win an argument against those Jiang Waner fans.
Xiaoyu explained. Su Mian saved me.
I could not solve that problem at all, and I was panicking. My mind was a blank. It was Su Mian who provided the answer and helped me out of a bind. The question was resolved in merely half a minute, leading me to harbor serious doubts about Jiang Wanni's claims. Is she truly that remarkable? Indeed, the vast expanse of Kyoto University spans over 7,000 acres. And it wasn't long before Lian Ruyi, clad in high heels, found herself needing to rest every few minutes. The pavement was strewn with fallen leaves, and the sunlight cast a warm, pleasant glow. They settled onto a bench near the playground, with a sprawling football field to their left and a tennis court to their right. In the afternoon, numerous students were engaged in various sports, infusing the campus with the vibrant essence of youth. Jiang Waner was undeniably popular at Kyoto University, as she was frequently approached by admirers wherever she went. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Watch out!" Su Mian lazily lifted her eyelids, sensing something speeding toward her. Looking up, she saw a football hurtling in her direction. Lian Ruyi turned pale with fright, while the boy who had approached to greet them instinctively shielded Jiang Waner. Without hesitation, Su Mian executed a swift spinning kick, sending the oncoming football back into the field, where it rolled into the net. In her fervor, she turned too abruptly, causing her hat to fall off. She bent slightly, retrieved her hat, dusted it off, and put it back on. The spectators were captivated by Su Mian's impressive display. It was simply too dazzling, a feat that those who played football regularly could hardly accomplish. "Miss, I'm sorry about that earlier. Would you like to join us for a game?" one of the boys asked. Su Mian replied, "You're all too inexperienced." With a hint of mockery, she added, "How pitiful." Yet, in the spotlight of so many eyes, Su Mian had stolen all the glory.
Jiang Waner bit her lip.
Regretting her decision to bring Su Mian here, who would have guessed she possessed such athletic prowess? After all, if she lacked such skills, how could she have possibly sent Qing Xiaozong to the hospital? Lian Ruyi asked Su Mian to fetch some water. Feeling a bit parched, she complied, purchasing a yogurt for herself and a bottle of mineral water for Lian Ruyi. As she stood at the entrance of the shop, a few girls entered, clad in sports attire, their brows glistening with sweat as they guzzled water. Su Mian stood by the door, discarded her wrapper, and took a sip of her yogurt. Suddenly, her shoulder was jostled, and she lost grip on her yogurt, which fell to the ground with a splatter, spilling everywhere. To make matters worse, half of the mineral water she had just opened splashed onto her as well. A chill ran through her as she noticed a large wet patch forming on her chest, and she instinctively frowned. The girl who had bumped into her exclaimed nonchalantly, "Sorry, I didn't see you." With that, she turned, her high ponytail swinging back and striking Su Mian's face, causing a slight sting. "Did I tell you to leave?" Su Mian retorted, seizing the girl's ponytail. The girl yelped, turning back. "Hey, I didn't mean to. I already apologized. Why are you pulling my hair?" Was she unable to discern intent? The entrance was spacious enough. Why did she need to collide with her? Su Mian scrutinized her. "You don't intend to compensate for my yogurt?" The girl scoffed. "It's just a few bucks. You're being awfully petty." Her voice rose, drawing the attention of those around them. With a firm grip, Su Mian tilted the girl's head back, causing her scalp to tingle. "Didn't you hear? Pay me for the yogurt." The girl's ears turned crimson as Su Mian's icy tone, seemingly calm yet undeniably assertive, left no room for argument. Nevertheless, she remembered her purpose. Her lashes fluttered as she feigned helplessness. "I'll pay for it, but you don't need to be so fierce." A smirk crept onto Su Mian's lips as she leaned closer, whispering softly into her ear, "If you plot against me, there will be consequences." The girl stiffened, hastily masking the flicker of panic in her gaze. "I don't understand what you're talking about," she stammered, turning back towards the shop to buy an identical yogurt, then hurriedly exiting. Not long after, a hot post regarding Su Mian appeared on the Kyoto University forum, titled, "Who would have thought the belle Jiang Wano had such a sister?" As the thread gained traction, a swarm of onlookers flocked to it. The original poster stated, "My friend merely bumped into her, and even after apologizing, she viciously yanked my classmate's hair, preventing her from leaving." Attached were several high-resolution images. The original poster remarked, "While they are indeed related, their personalities differ greatly. I have no intention of bashing Jiang Waner, merely venting my frustration at her sister." Soon, more commenters joined the fray. A comment 1. What a dreadful sister. Comment 2. I was fortunate enough to attend a calculus class with Jiang Waner today, and I witnessed her sister and mother. The mother is stunning and exudes grace, but the sister? Utterly arrogant and incredibly aloof. Comment 3. Is that aloofness? More like utter disdain. Comment 4. Just a spoiled brat, devoid of any scholarly pursuits, indulging only in pleasure. Be careful, original poster. Your post might go viral, and you might find yourself in trouble. The original poster responded, "This is my freedom of speech. I'm not afraid of her." Jiang Waner, seated on a bench, smiled triumphantly as she observed the post's rising popularity. Su Mian's voice chimed beside her. "Jiang Waner, what has got you so amused?" Chapter 22. Facing online harassment, teaching a lesson first.
Jiang Waner jumped in surprise.
Instinctively shutting off her phone and raising her gaze to meet Su Mian's cheerful eyes, which caused her expression to stiffen momentarily. "Nothing." Su Mian arched an eyebrow. "Is that so?" "Of course." Jiang Waner chastised herself for feeling intimidated by Su Mian. Such a reaction was utterly beneath her. As dusk fell, the sun sank lower in the sky. At around 7 o'clock, a car pulled up in front of the villa. Although Yu Jinzhi did not reside there, he returned at fixed intervals under the watchful eye of his grandfather. Dinner was already prepared by the housekeeper. Upon entering, Yu Jinzhi changed into house slippers and loosened his tie, inquiring, "Has Su Mian returned yet?" The housekeeper replied, "No, young master." The household's robotic vacuum was a cut above the ordinary, while standard models merely cleaned. This one boasted a language program that welcomed its owner home and could even perform a mechanical dance to lighten the mood if the owner was feeling down. The housekeeper, considering the robot as part of the family, remarked, "Young master, the young mistress accidentally kicked the robot before she left." Yu Jinzhi, who had owned a robot for 2 years, didn't he find it particularly special, but it did excel at vacuuming. He had purchased it at a high price for that very reason, without hesitation. Su Mian broke it? He mused.
So be it.
His expression remained indifferent. Just replace it. The housekeeper couldn't help but think that Yu Jinzhi was being hypocritical. When Dr. Xiao Ran had shown curiosity about the robot, he had remarked, "If you break it, you'll have to compensate." Hence, the housekeeper had assumed that the robot was special to him and had worried for Su Mian when she broke it. Yet, here he was dismissing it. Afterward, Yu Jinzhi ascended the stairs. The housekeeper contemplated calling someone to see if it could be repaired, recalling that Su Mian had mentioned she could fix it, but she wondered if it could be repaired without proper skills. At 9 o'clock, Su Mian returned home. She had not planned to dine out with them, but they had insisted on taking her to a high-end sushi restaurant. Not accustomed to raw fish, her experience of the evening's meal had been rather lackluster. At this very moment, Su Mian's notoriety had already permeated the upper echelons of society. The wealthy elite voiced their grievances. "What have we done to deserve such disdain from you scholars?" Consequently, a horde of uneducated rich second-generation individuals stormed the Kyoto University Forum, seeking to clear their names by linking themselves to the thread. "Insult Su Mian if you must, but what do we have to do with it? And what makes her worthy of associating with us? She's merely a country bumpkin. We haven't settled our score with her yet. Attention, you group of university students." After the wealthy second-generation individuals had their say, it was the turn of some socialites, displeased with Su Mian, to mock and ridicule her. They eagerly divulged, "While it is true that Su Mian is a member of the Jiang family, she has only been the Jiang family's young lady for nearly a month. Before her return, she was just an ordinary person. Is it not said that the poor can achieve greatness? Yet, I see nothing exceptional in Su Mian. Apart from her beauty, she is utterly lacking in merit and is nothing more than a vicious, violent woman. Compared to Jiang Waner, she is like heaven and earth. What's more outrageous is that she has stolen Jiang Wanni's beloved. Upon her return, she has become someone's fiancé. She doesn't even take a moment to reflect on herself in the mirror and consider whether she is worthy of marrying the third master." Upon encountering these remarks, Su Mian recognized that she was the target of online bullying. She glanced at a few comments on her computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. And soon the personal information of the post's author appeared on her screen. Xiao Ran, a sophomore from the Chinese department at Jang University, looked at the photo on her ID and realized it was the very girl who had bumped into her earlier today. With a few rapid keystrokes, She infiltrated the other party's phone and computer. Zhao Ran's computer contained important course materials, which Su Mian promptly deleted, making them permanently irretrievable. At that moment, Zhao Ran was engrossed in a mobile game called QQ Dance, and her WeChat held chat records with Jiang Waner, leading Su Mian to uncover incriminating evidence. Jiang Waner had generously given her 100,000 yuan as a reward and a gag order. Zhao Ran's account had accumulated over 100,000 yuan in recharge records. Quite surprising, considering her family's modest means, she was so willing to spend extravagantly on gaming, such a wasteful individual. Attending such a prestigious institution, yet lacking in common sense. A small lesson for you, dear sister. After receiving the 100,000 yuan, Zhao Ran spent several thousand on QQ Dance that very day, finally acquiring an entire set of newly released exquisite outfits in the game. Adorned in them, she entered a friend's room and lamented, "I look so dark. It cost me thousands just to unlock this outfit." Before her friends could respond, her phone suddenly went blank, unresponsive to any of her attempts to revive it. Zhao Ran cursed under her breath, "What a piece of junk." A minute later, her phone returned to normal. However, upon logging back into the game, she discovered that all the clothes in her account had vanished, clad only in the default outfit provided by the system. She thought perhaps her eyes were deceiving her and logged in again, but the result was the same. Zhao Ran, on the verge of tears, rushed to contact customer service, providing a series of recharge records to prove that her account had invested considerable money in the game. 10 minutes later, the response from customer service was, "Miss Zhao Ran, we apologize, but your account data has been tampered with. Our technical staff is unable to restore it to its original state. We are sorry for the unpleasant experience." Customer service further advised her to change her SIM card and account to avoid further unnecessary losses. Furious, Zhao Ran demanded, "Aren't you going to compensate me for my losses?" Customer service replied, "That individual targeted you specifically, apart from altering your data. She did not tamper with other players' data or attack our servers. Our technicians believe it is best to avoid engaging with such hackers. She only has herself to blame for antagonizing others." Zhao Ran was in despair. When had she offended anyone? Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly recalled Su Mian's words from earlier that afternoon. "Those who design against me must pay a price." Could it be Su Mian? The thought sent chills down her spine. Yet, this was merely the beginning of Zhao Ran's nightmare. Su Mian stretched lazily, contemplating Gadrinok. When her gaze fell upon the sweeping robot she had damaged with a kick that morning, she moved the robot to the table, fetched a wrench, and disassembled it with precision. The programming was too rudimentary, her obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in, and she decided to upgrade and optimize it. Around 10 o'clock, the sweeping robot rebooted. Knock, knock, knock. The study door was rapped upon. Yu Jinzhi assumed Su Mian had another request for him, but upon opening the door, he found it empty. Just then, a voice from below called out, "Master, good evening. I am the version 20 sweeping robot, King Jiji. It is my honor to serve you." King Jiji resembled a large white figure, perpetually smiling. After introducing itself, it began to play music and dance joyfully, performing a square dance. "Hey there, lady. Where did you come from? You're like a blooming flower. Opening just for me." Yu Jinzhi felt somewhat offended. After finishing the dance, King Jiji moved into the study and commenced its cleaning duties, still accompanied by song. "I am the little boy you've been searching for. For so many years. I have been waiting. Ha ha ha, I will clean away all the dust." This lively robot was certainly not the same as before. Yu Jinzhi pursed his lips, feeling a sense of helplessness. Only Su Mian could have transformed the robot into such a character. What did this imply? It suggested that Su Mian was still adept at programming. Furthermore, she had previously claimed she could practice medicine, having treated her grandfather. She was indeed skilled in many areas. As he pondered, noises came from downstairs. Su Mian was slicing tomatoes. She wielded a knife with finesse, effortlessly cutting each tomato into evenly sized pieces. The speed was remarkable, the knife clanging against the cutting board. Meanwhile, water in the pot boiled vigorously, and she tossed in the noodles. Once they were cooked, she added vegetables and tomatoes. And soon, a fragrant bowl of noodles was ready. "Did you not eat dinner?" Yu Jinzhi's voice rang out. Su Mian turned around to see the tall, elegant man standing not far away, resembling a delicate ink painting. "They were having Japanese cuisine, which I do not fancy. There are still some noodles left. Would you care to join me?" "No, thank you. I'm not hungry. However, those noodles do smell delightful." "Okay," Su Mian said, bowing her head to eat. Under the soft light, her skin appeared cold and pale, her features exquisite and ethereal. You modified the sweeping robot S program? Yu Jinzhi inquired.
Su Mian nodded.
Chewing her noodles, then swallowed before replying, its performance is now several times better than before. You exceed my expectations. Su Mian raised her head. A hint of pride in her demeanor. I told you I am quite capable. Being good and being powerful are two different matters. To Yu Jinzhi, a person deemed powerful was one who ranked among the best in their field, much like being at the top of the mathematics leaderboard. After all, she was still a young girl. Yu Jinzhi chuckled, shifting the topic. Where did Madame Jiang take you today? To the capital university. What was the purpose of that visit? Under the pretense of broadening my horizons and exposing me to the world. As Su Mian slurped her noodles, some sauce splashed onto her face. In a couple of days, I might be going to school. She reached for a tissue to wipe her face. School? That makes sense. After all, this young fiancé was only 19, the perfect age for studying. Meanwhile, he was already 30, 11 years her senior. It was hard to imagine the circumstances under which their families had arranged this marriage. He had no regrets, as they were both getting what they needed. He certainly would not be seen as an old bull eating tender grass. Given that, let us get engaged in December, and once you start university next year, we can hold the wedding. How does that sound? As the lead character, Su Mian felt no joy at the mention of engagement or wedding. Perhaps it was because she understood it was merely a charade. How could she harbor any expectations? You can decide. I have no objections. Noticing the remnants of noodle sauce on her delicate face, Yu Jinzhi offered her a tissue. Very well. Did Madame Jiang give you any trouble during the day? Su Mian accepted the tissue and expressed her gratitude. She had altered her approach. Suddenly, her phone rang. Yu Jinzhi, without glancing at the caller ID, instinctively knew it was his grandfather calling. This time, it was even more audacious, as he had directly initiated a video call. Yu Jinzhi pressed the green button, and the voice of his grandfather resonated. Where is my future granddaughter-in-law? Upon hearing this, Yu Jinzhi turned the camera towards Su Mian, who smiled brightly, greeting the elder on the other end of the phone. Grandpa, I'm right here. The elder had not anticipated that the two were together, and was instantly overjoyed, evidently pleased with their progress. Mian, are you comfortable here? Su Mian answered honestly. It's much more comfortable than living at the Jiang family. That's good. That's good, the elder chuckled warmly. Su Mian then inquired, Grandpa, have you taken your medicine today? Yes, I've just started, he replied. Prior to taking his medicine, the elder had indeed allowed Dr. Chen to review the prescription, as it was Yu Jinzhi's insistence. The prescription was deemed acceptable by Dr. Chen, yet he advised against it, stating it would not significantly benefit the elder's health. Nevertheless, the elder went ahead with it, feeling that today, on the first day, his appetite was better than before. For the first time since starting the medication, he had consumed half a bowl of porridge more than usual. Su Mian nodded. Grandpa, if you persist with the medication, your health will improve, and living to a ripe old age will not be a problem. Her words brought a smile to the elder's face, who comforted her. Then I shall borrow your auspicious words, Mian. He did not genuinely believe he could live to 100, for previously, doctors had warned him he wouldn't survive 2 years. It was hardly plausible that simply taking Su Mian's prescription would cure him. Although Su Mian possessed undeniable capabilities, the elder held little hope. After chatting for about 10 minutes, Yu Jinzhi had held the phone for quite some time without uttering a word himself, as the elder cheerfully bid Su Mian good night and ended the video call. Yu Jinzhi sighed slightly. Good night.
Su Mian echoed, good night.
After a satisfying meal, Su Mian returned to her room to continue her work, only washing up and going to bed at midnight. The next day, as soon as Su Mian awoke, Lian Ruyi called. Su Mian, have you made your decision?
Yes.
I want to go to school, she replied lazily, still drowsy. Lian Ruyi decisively stated, then you should report to the first high school tomorrow morning. Su Mian responded with an "oh," just as her phone died, cutting off the conversation. Lian Ruyi thought to herself that it was indeed a lack of upbringing, as Su Mian hung up before she could finish speaking, infuriating her. After plugging in her phone and powering it on, she found a message from Dong Er. Mr. Chu is awake. He wants to meet you. Since the payment had already been made, Su Mian thought there was no real need for a meeting. As long as he is awake, that's good enough. As for meeting, let it be. Dong Er replied with a smile. I've declined. Are you free tonight for billiards?
Su Mian replied, em.
Dong Er then suggested. Let's south meet at Baiyun Road at 9 tonight. After finishing their conversation, it was the same routine as yesterday. She went for a run, took a shower, and then had breakfast. Yu Jinzhi was still there. The breakfast was sumptuous, and Su Mian's eyes lit up at the sight of the fragrant fried noodles. Noticing the carrot shreds in the noodles, which she disliked, she picked them out and placed them in a bone dish. Yu Jinzhi frowned slightly. Being picky with food is not good. Su Mian was taken aback. Aren't you picky? Surely, everyone has things they dislike. Not at all, he replied, dismissing the notion.
Su Mian shrugged. All right then.
Yu Jinzhi insisted, finish the carrots, don't waste food. Su Mian quipped, you sound like you're lecturing a child. Am I your child? It's not that I dislike them. It just feels rather peculiar. In chapter 24, the third master is furious. In truth, Su Mian felt a twinge of anger. As a prominent figure, she felt slighted not to be recognized by her fiancé, instead being treated like a mere child. I can sense a similar aura about you. Can't you detect mine? Indeed, men lack such intuitive perception. Su Mian understood that Yu Jinzhi's insistence on her not being picky stemmed from genuine concern. She had always been gentle with those who treated her sincerely. Thus, despite her vexation, she chose to accommodate Yu Jinzhi and did not remove the carrot shreds, instead consuming them. Meanwhile, at Jing University, Zhao Ran was berated by her teacher for losing her presentation materials, leaving her pale and weary due to a poor night's sleep filled with nightmares. The intrusion of her phone and computer made her wonder if Su Mian had discovered her identity and whether her conversations with Jiang Waner on WeChat had also been revealed. After exiting the office, Zhao Ran sought help from a fellow student in the computer science department, Chen Tao, who was among the top in his class. Chen Tao, my phone and computer have been hacked, can you take a look? Chen Tao first examined her computer, attempting to recover the deleted presentation. After a few minutes of effort, the file reappeared. However, as soon as it opened, a terrifying face flashed on the screen, nearly causing Chen Tao to throw the computer in fright. Clutching his heart, he exclaimed, "Damn, that scared me to death." Zhao Ran was momentarily elated. Chen Tao rolled up his sleeves, adopting a determined demeanor. Zhao Ran stared at the screen full of data, feeling dizzy. Yet, after half an hour, Chen Tao still could not breach the firewall established by Su Mian's computer. Growing impatient, Zhao Ran asked, "How is it going, Tao?" Chen Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Be quiet. Can't you see I'm trying to break through his firewall?" Yet, after another half hour, Chen Tao chose to give up, slumping in his chair like a defeated fish. "Still no luck?" Zhao Ran inquired.
No, Chen Tao replied solemnly.
"This hacker is quite skilled. I can't even penetrate his firewall. So, recovering the game data is merely a pipe dream." Zhao Ran then asked, "Can you check if my WeChat has also been hacked?" Chen Tao agreed. After a thorough check, he confirmed, "Your WeChat does indeed show signs of unfamiliar browsing activity." This indicated that the perpetrator was undoubtedly Jiang Waner, causing Zhao Ran's complexion to grow increasingly pale. Although Chen Tao was unaware of why Zhao Ran had attracted a hacker's attention, he assured her that unless the hacker was identified, even if Zhao Ran changed her phone and number, her electronic devices would remain vulnerable to scrutiny. "Don't worry, I know a tech wizard. I'll ask him for help." Zhao Ran's mind went blank, hesitating about whether to inform Jiang Waner. Just then, her phone rang. It was her mother. "Zhao Ran, your father had an accident while driving and hit someone. Your mother previously entrusted you with 150,000 yuan. Can you transfer 50,000 over?" Her mother urged anxiously. This was the family's entire savings. Due to her husband's gambling habits, she feared he might squander their life savings at the casino, which was why she had entrusted the money to her daughter. With her daughter in the capital, even if he wanted money, he had no means of acquiring it. However, he had unexpectedly had an accident while out driving. Now, the victim was hospitalized and demanding compensation. 50,000? Zhao Ran thought to herself that transferring this amount would leave her with little money. Just yesterday, Jiang Waner had given her 100,000, from which she had spent several thousand in the game, tipped her favorite male streamer 10,000, and spent another 20,000 online shopping.
Yet,
she could not refuse. "I understand, Mom. I'll send it over shortly." "Hurry up," her mother urged before hanging up. Reluctantly, Zhao Ran transferred the 50,000 yuan. With only around 20,000 left in her account, she feared her mother might demand more, leaving her with nothing. She couldn't inform Jiang Waner. She mustn't let her know, or she would lose the opportunity to gain any benefits from her. "Chen Tao, can you keep what I came to you for today a secret and not tell anyone else?" Chen Tao, not thinking much of it, readily agreed, respecting her privacy. Sure. No problem. Zhao Rand expressed her gratitude, saying, if your esteemed friend uncovers the identity of that hacker, please inform me at your earliest convenience. The night was enchanting, illuminated by myriad lights. At the Donghuang Billiards Club on Baiyun Road, Donger sensed a palpable tension emanating from Su Mian this evening. At that moment, the black ball was positioned in an exceedingly tricky spot. Should the black ball find its way into the pocket, Su Mian would emerge victorious once again. Su Mian leaned forward, her curves accentuated as she meticulously calculated her angle, executing a flawless shot. With that, the game was concluded. Donger, holding the cue, prepared to break again but managed to pocket only 2 balls before relinquishing her turn. She settled onto the sofa and inquired, who has upset you? The thought of someone capable of dimming this little ancestor's spirits intrigued her. Surely, it couldn't be her fiancé. There was no need for a fiancé, who merely indulged in flirtations, to disclose anything to Donger. Nobody, Su Mian replied, putting down her cue to sip on chilled whiskey. Just then, her phone chimed, and she glanced at it before setting it aside. Even the technician who couldn't breach her firewall deserved no attention. With a report to attend to at Jiang the next morning, Su Mian decided to engage in a few more rounds with Donger before heading home. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Leisure Club, several influential figures from the capital gathered in a private room, with Yu Jinzhi at the helm. They were engaged in a game of cards, though Yu Jinzhi refrained from participating. To him, it held little interest. His presence was merely a courtesy to these men. As he deftly flicked the ash from a cigarette, one of the men, Rong Shua, who was ranked 5th among them, spoke up, "Third brother, are you truly considering marrying that Su Mian?" Yu Jinzhi acknowledged him with a nod. Rong Shua continued, "Come on, don't you think Jiang Waner is far more appealing? Beautiful, gentle, and capable, she is undoubtedly superior to Su Mian." Yu Jinzhi cast him a sidelong glance. "Do not measure my taste by your preferences." "I have no such intention," Rong Shua retorted, his lips curling in disdain. "I genuinely believe Su Mian is not a woman of good character." Feeling a shiver under Yu Jinzhi's penetrating gaze, Rong Shua's spine tingled. He pulled out his phone and tossed it to Yu Jinzhi. "You should see this post." As Yu Jinzhi caught the phone, he found a thread on Peking University's forum discussing Su Mian. The post was wildly popular, racking up tens of thousands of replies, all disparaging her. Yu Jinzhi's expression hardened. "Delete this post." Rong Shua exclaimed in exasperation, "Third brother, I'm merely trying to reveal this woman's true nature to you, not defend her. She is not worthy of your respect." Rong Shua was taken aback by Yu Jinzhi's intensity. "What spell has she cast on you to make you defend her so fervently?" "I've analyzed it. The photos are authentic, not doctored. I even checked the surveillance footage. The student who bumped into her indeed apologized, yet Su Mian continued to haggle over trivialities. Such a petty woman is wholly unworthy of you." Yu Jinzhi had often heard the refrain that Su Mian was unworthy of him, yet he remained unfazed. What others said mattered little to him, but his friend's opinions were of significance. Nearby, Jang Ershao gestured for silence, pointing out Yu Jinzhi's imposing demeanor. Yu Jinzhi crushed the cigarette butt. "If anyone dares to utter such words in my presence, they may well lose their tongue." Chapter 25. Little brother, you're still quite immature. Delete the post. Just go ahead and delete it. Rong Shua relented. He still desired to keep his tongue intact. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Su Mian was inferior to Jiang Waner. He believed third brother was simply too inexperienced with women to see through the illusion. He resolved to wait. Eventually, third brother would recognize the truth. After instructing someone to fetch his computer, Rong Shua quickly deleted the post. At that moment, Jiang Heng played a powerful hand. "Stop worrying about third brother. When he was out in the world, you were merely a middle school internet addict." "Middle school addict?" Rong Shua bristled. "I am ranked 3rd on the world hacker list, the king of the jungle. Back in the day, when I led the KBL team to world championship glory, I garnered countless admirers. Even the hottest celebrities couldn't compete with my fame. How dare Jiang Heng call me a middle school addict?" His powerful hand won the round, and the landlord collected their winnings. Rong Shua muttered, feeling frustrated at being outsmarted by Jiang Heng, who had exploited his distraction during the game, costing him a significant sum. Just as he contemplated his next move, his friend from the computer science department, Chen Tao, called, "Brother Shua, there's a hacker's firewall I can't breach. Are you free to help?" Chen Tao was well regarded in the domestic tech community. If he couldn't breach a firewall, it must be formidable. Rong Shua's interest peaked. "Send it over." "All right, Brother Shua. If you can breach the firewall, could you also determine the hacker's identity?" This hacker has maliciously attacked our school's students' computers and phones. It's quite deplorable. Rong Shuo agreed. Seeing him settle down with his computer, Zhang Heng recognized that the card game was effectively over. He opted to join Yu Jinzhi for a drink instead. Meanwhile, Su Mian had just returned home and sat down at her computer, intending to check the post's comment count. To her surprise, a 404 error appeared. Deleted? Su Mian raised an eyebrow. Did I grant you permission to delete it? With deft fingers, she tapped away at the keyboard, restoring the post to its former glory. Meanwhile, the firewall flashed a warning signal. They had attempted to breach it several times today, yet they remained undeterred. After a moment, the firewall indicated an imminent breach. Su Mian realized that a new opponent had taken over the assault. She issued a few commands and counterattacked. Rong Shuo, observing the firewall that had nearly been compromised, noticed it was swiftly repaired, its defenses significantly enhanced. A skilled adversary. But alas, the person challenging her was none other than the world-ranked third hacker, King. Unless the first or second-ranked hackers appeared, all others would surely face defeat. Rong Shuo sent a message back. Brother, upgrading the firewall won't help. I will breach this firewall without fail. Su Mian replied, is that so? Yet, a half-hour passed. Rong Shuo was on the verge of tossing his computer in frustration, as the screen was inundated with flashing pigheads. A virus. It had somehow circumvented his protective commands. Su Mian quipped, little brother, you still have much to learn. Rong Shuo rarely experienced such a definitive defeat. A feat unachievable by the first and second ranks had been accomplished by this hacker who dared to mock him as a little brother. In truth, rankings meant little. The world was vast, and talent abounded. Rong Shuo found himself intrigued by this formidable hacker. What name does one go by in the martial world?
Su Mian replied.
Your esteemed grandmother. Rong Shuo asked, you are a woman? Yet, no further response came from her. At that moment, Zhang Heng teased, oh, the great hacker, did you lose? Rong Shuo replied, indeed. Zhang Heng was taken aback. He truly lost? Knowing Rong Shuo's exceptional computer skills, he inquired, who possesses such remarkable ability? Rong Shuo replied, I do not know. She is not among those on the ranking list, and moreover, she is a woman. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. I must uncover her identity.
What now?
Rong Shuo grinned mischievously. I am exceedingly intrigued by this woman who has bested me. Beware of a potential downfall. Zhang Heng chuckled. I wish you swift success. Meanwhile, upon learning that Rong Shuo had failed to breach the hacker's firewall and ascertain her IP address, Chen Tao was taken aback. Initially feeling disheartened, he found solace in the realization that it was not his lack of skill, but rather the prowess of the opponent that had thwarted him. However, Chen Tao couldn't help but wonder why such an impressive hacker would choose to target Zhao Ran. Nearby, Yu Jinzhi finished his champagne in one gulp, then stood up. Draping his expensive suit jacket over his arm, it's getting late. I must take my leave. As Su Mian closed her computer, an incoming call interrupted her. The call came from Uncle Ji, who wished to discuss the matter of constructing a house with her. As a builder, he found himself somewhat lacking in knowledge, particularly concerning the high-tech residence that Su Mian intended to erect. Therefore, it was prudent to seek her counsel first. After addressing several queries, Su Mian provided her responses. To which Uncle Ji remarked, very well, I understand. I shall inform the construction team accordingly. In due course, when my schedule permits, I will make a trip back. Uncle Ji added, I am aware you have the villagers' best interests at heart, but do not overexert yourself. Su Mian assured him, I will not. She had always been adept at balancing work and rest. By the way, Mian, may I trouble you with another matter? Uncle Ji inquired. He continued, it concerns my daughter, Xiao Lian. After failing her college entrance examination, she went to Beijing to work. Recently, for reasons unknown, she has stopped answering calls and messages. Could you assist me in locating her and ascertain her well-being? Uncle Ji sent me Xiao Lian's phone number, and I promised to seek her out when I had the time. At 10 o'clock that night, when Yu Jinzhi returned home, Su Mian had already washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, shortly after 7, Su Mian departed without sharing breakfast with Yu Jinzhi. Upon arriving at school, she was met by Director Mao, the head of the senior year, who greeted her with a rather indifferent demeanor and presented her with an examination paper. Su, please complete these questions. Su Mian glanced at it and replied, I have no desire to do so. This transfer student, whose academic records were untraceable, proved to be as rebellious as her mother had described. It was evident that she was not inclined to abide by authority. Students of her ilk, attending their school, tended to lower the overall admission rates. However, What could be done? Even with the significant donations from Ruyi to their school, the other daughter, Jiang Waner, had secured admission to the prestigious Jing University with a third-place ranking. As for this daughter, what sort of enigma was she? Director Mao furrowed his brow, stating, "Classes are assigned based on academic performance. If you do not attempt the questions, I cannot place you in a class. Arrange it as you see fit."
Su Mian replied nonchalantly.
Consequently, Director Mao casually assigned her to the lowest performing class, Class 9. The homeroom teacher, Feng Xiaoyun, was quite amiable toward this new transfer student. After guiding her to the classroom, she introduced her to the students. "This is our new student, Su Mian. She is now a member of Class 9. So, let us extend a warm welcome." The classmates applauded, their curious gazes lingering on her. This transfer student was extraordinarily beautiful, fair-skinned, graceful, with long legs.
Su Mian.
"Please greet your classmates," urged Feng Xiaoyun.
Su Mian succinctly replied, "Hello, I am Su Mian."
Her seat was positioned in the third row from the back, by the window. Her desk mate was a girl enamored with her reflection, who warmly greeted her. "Hi, nice to meet you."
"I'm Tao Chan.
"Hello." Su Mian replied with a faint smile. "You are truly stunning," remarked Tao Chun. "You are as well," Su Mian responded. Tao Chun beamed. Who wouldn't relish being told they were attractive by someone equally so? Su Mian had already won her admiration. After the homeroom teacher departed, the mathematics instructor commenced the lesson. However, few students paid attention. Most were either engrossed in games or perusing comics, creating an atmosphere devoid of the anticipated rigor of senior year. The mathematics teacher seemed oblivious, focusing solely on delivering the lecture. The class concluded swiftly, leading into a 15-minute break. Tao Chun stood up. "Su Mian, allow me to show you the beautiful sights of our school."
Su Mian agreed.
Tao Chun led her to the sports field, where the so-called beautiful scenery consisted of male students sprinting across the playground. "What do you think of our male students, Su Mian?" Tao Chun inquired.
Su Mian remarked,
"They seem average." At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from behind them. "Oh, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Jiang family?" Su Mian did not recognize the girl who spoke, but given the derogatory tone, it was evident she belonged to the same social circle. Tao Chun recognized the muscular, bull-like girl with short hair as Li Xiaotao, the school's queen bee and a sports prodigy who had claimed numerous titles, including the National Youth Sanda Champion. No one dared to provoke her at school, and even students from outside would avoid her path. Tao Chun felt a surge of anxiety. Su Mian, remaining unfazed, asked, "Do you require something?" Li Xiaotao placed a hand on her shoulder. "Wait for me in the classroom after school. I will host a special welcome event for you." Though labeled a welcome event, none knew how she would torment Su Mian. "Xiaotao, how can you bully the new student?" Tao Chun mustered her courage to protest. Li Xiaotao glared fiercely. "Which of your eyes saw me bullying her?" Tao Chun bit her lip, silenced by fear. Su Mian, disliking contact with unfamiliar individuals, shrugged off Li Xiaotao's grip and disdainfully smoothed her clothes, replying, "I have no time." Li Xiaotao threatened, "If you dare walk away, you will regret it." Just then, the class bell rang. On the way back to the classroom, Tao Chun expressed her concern. "Su Mian, you were quite impressive just now, but be cautious. Li Xiaotao is not to be trifled with."
"Li."
"Is that so? The Li family owns the Li Corporation?"
Su Mian used. "Oh."
"Does that imply that Li Xiaozong is her brother? Be careful this afternoon. Avoid being caught by her. And it would be best if your family could pick you up," warned Tao Chun. However, Su Mian had no family to escort her, only a driver. Yet, she had already instructed the driver not to come that afternoon, as she intended to seek out Lian. "I will be just fine." At noon, Su Mian used Tao Chun's meal card to dine at the school cafeteria. After lunch, she took advantage of her hospitality to stay in her dormitory until afternoon classes commenced. The school allowed both day students and boarders. But as Su Mian had matters to attend to that evening, staying overnight was not feasible. At this moment, she was engrossed in her phone. The dormitory accommodated 6 students, 2 of whom were at the library, while the remaining 3, apart from Tao Chun, were diligently studying. Surprisingly, Tao Chun, who had not paid much attention during class, returned to the dormitory and began working hard on her assignments. However, soon after, she appeared despondent. "This question is so difficult. Can anyone help me?" The other 2 students, who were also from the regular class, exchanged glances, attempted the problem, but eventually shook their heads, stating they could not solve it. Their eyes then shifted to another student from the advanced class, but that girl remained aloof, not lifting her head. I am busy. I have an afternoon exam. Tao Chun and her companions felt awkward. One suggested, Chun, perhaps you should wait for Jiang to return. She can help you. Jiang was the top student in their dormitory, enrolled in the experimental class and ranked among the top 10 in the grade. Unlike Hu Jinyao, she was more approachable and did not look down on students from the regular class. At that moment, Su Mian put away her phone and approached Tao Chun. Which question is troubling you? Tao Chun instinctively pointed it out. Su Mian glanced at the problem, which involved piecewise functions. The water supply charge standards for residents in a certain city are as follows. Each household pays 18 yuan per ton for up to 4 tons of water per month. For any excess, the charge is 3 yuan per ton. In a certain month, users A and B together paid Y yuan for their water. It is known that A and B used 5x and 3x tons of water respectively. Determine the function of Y in terms of x, and calculate the total water consumption and fees for both households, given that they jointly paid 264 yuan. It was a straightforward problem. Su Mian picked up a pen and was about to explain the solution when Hu Jinyao interjected with a sarcastic tone. If you can't do it, don't pretend to be clever. You know very well how you ended up in class 9. It seemed she had already gained notoriety at the school, with rumors of her shortcomings circulating widely. Tao Chun, incensed, retorted, Hu Jinyao, what do you mean by that? Did we provoke you in class 9?
Besides,
Su Mian hasn't even started solving it. How do you know she can't? It was absurd that someone who struggled academically would also be online. A perfect match of mismatched expectations. Tao Chun stood up in fury, but Su Mian gently pressed her shoulder. Sit down. I am so angry, she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with indignation. Su Mian twirled her pen, fixating on her profile. If you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute. Since you claim to know me so well, you should be aware of my temper. I wouldn't mind being summoned for tea by the disciplinary office on my very first day of school. Hu Jinyao tightened her grip on the pen. I'm not interested in engaging with you. Spend less time online, dear sister. Don't believe every rumor you hear, or you'll find yourself in an unfortunate predicament.
Su Mian retorted.
Hu Jinyao bit her lip, donned her headphones, and completely shut them out. The broadcast continued to play a deeply emotional song. Su Mian's pen tip grazed the paper. When the water usage for A does not exceed 4 tons within 10 minutes, she inquired, have you grasped it? Tao Chun hesitated. I still don't quite understand. Allow me to explain it once more. Nearby, 2 students from the regular class. Upon noticing that Su Mian's answers matched the reference answers perfectly, indeed, they were even more concise and comprehensible, sat upright, beginning to attentively absorb Su Mian's explanations. A few moments later, Tao Chun exclaimed with joy, I've got it. Su Mian, you're incredible.
Su Mian, holding hairpin,
Planned to solidify her understanding. Let me pose a similar problem for you. Show me how you would solve it. All right. I want to try too. Oh my gosh. What a remarkable desk mate. I adore this. The lunchtime was spent immersed in Su Mian's explanations. She was adept at every question they struggled with. In just one lunch break, her stature rose majestically in their eyes. The 3 could not help but ponder whether she was some kind of hidden academic genius. In the afternoon, they faced physics and chemistry. Su Mian endured her drowsiness until the final bell rang. After stowing her textbooks in her black backpack, she swiftly departed. No sooner had Su Mian left than Li Xiaotao arrived. Discovering Su Mian's absence, she slammed her fist against the back door of the classroom, leaving a dent in the iron door. Tao Chun turned pale with fright. What extraordinary strength! Thankfully, Su Mian was quick to escape. Unbeknownst to Tao Chun, had they arrived sooner and crossed paths with Su Mian, it would have been Li Xiaotao and her friends who would have faced misfortune. Chapter 27. Provocation.
Su Mian taques acción.
Li Xiaotao declared, she can't have gone far. Let us pursue her. At that moment, at the bus stop, Su Mian awaited her bus. The bus was conveniently headed directly to the location of Sister Lian. After a while, the bus arrived. Su Mian scanned her QR code, stepped back,
and chose a window seat.
Meanwhile, Li Xiaotao, who had rushed out to chase her, spotted Su Mian boarding the bus and intended to follow. But the bus had already departed. Consequently, she hailed a taxi driver, chased that bus ahead. The bus continued on its route, stopping intermittently. And Su Mian noticed a taxi trailing her, but chose to ignore it. She attempted to call Sister Lian's mobile number, yet it went unanswered. After the bus halted in Suian, Su Mian disembarked. This area, a village within the city, was bustling with people as it coincided with the end of the workday. Su Mian, a girl of her appearance clad in a school uniform, drew considerable attention. Even more perplexing was the trio of girls in identical uniforms following her, creating an air of mystery. Navigating through streets and alleys according to her coordinates, she ventured deeper until she reached an old building. Without hesitation, she approached, for this was the last known location indicated by her phone's GPS. The surroundings were dim and foreboding, with the occasional bold rat scurrying by, causing Li Xiaotao and her companions to scream in fear. What could Su Mian be doing in such a place? It's downright terrifying. This house resembles a haunted mansion. I'm afraid of ghosts, I want to go in.
Neither will I.
Even Li Xiaotao felt trepidation. Let us wait for her to come out. Meanwhile, Su Mian ascended to the 7th floor, locating room 707, and rang the doorbell. The sound was piercing, yet there was no response from within. Just as Su Mian's patience waned and she considered forcing the door open, an elderly woman emerged from the adjacent apartment. Little girl, are you searching for the tenant of 707?
Yes.
The old woman replied, you're too late. A few days ago, several unfamiliar men came and took her away. I reported it that same night, but after the police arrived, there has been no news. I fear she may be lost. Upon hearing this, Su Mian's gaze turned icy. Can you tell me the exact date this occurred? Granny Wang pondered. It was on the 22nd, around 10 o'clock. Thank you. Uncle Ji has only this daughter. Should anything happen to her, he would be devastated. With urgency to find her, Su Mian bypassed the opportunity to inquire at Sister Lian's workplace. All she knew was that after arriving in the capital, Sister Lian had worked at the Tycoon Mall as a sales associate for Chanel. However, a month ago, she had been dismissed from her position, and the reasons for her termination, as well as why she had moved from a decent apartment to this place, remained a mystery. Su Mian turned to descend the stairs. She was aware that Li Xiaotao was lurking below, but she had no time to engage with them. Therefore, she exited through the back door of the old building. As she left, Li Xiaotao and her friends remained oblivious. Su Mian promptly entered an internet cafe, rented a computer with her ID, and hacked into the nearby surveillance network. Based on Granny Wang's provided timeline, she successfully located the surveillance footage of Sister Lian being taken away. In the video, several impeccably dressed men escorted Sister Lian out of the building, subsequently subjecting her to violence as they continued until reaching a luxury vehicle, where they forcefully shoved her inside. Fortunately, the footage captured the license plate number of the luxury car. Su Mian then traced the vehicle's current location through its plate number. After ensuring the computer was left running, she hastily exited the internet cafe. Nearby, a gamer stared in astonishment. Wow, a legendary hacker? And she's incredibly beautiful. Upon exiting the cafe, Su Mian unfortunately encountered Li Xiaotao again, who swiftly jumped into a taxi. Li Xiaotao clearly noticed her and, in a fit of frustration, resumed her pursuit. As night fell, the city was illuminated by twinkling lights. At a 4S car repair shop, the walls were adorned with graffiti, giving it a trendy appearance, and several luxury cars were parked outside. Inside, deafening music blared as men and women reveled in merriment, while Wang Xiaolian found herself bound hand and foot to a boxing ring, looking utterly disheveled. At that moment, Li Xiaozong, with his leg in a cast, entered the scene. As the music ceased, everyone greeted him. Xiaozong, you're here. What do you plan to do with this woman who has bullied our goddess Waner?
Li Xiaozong,
hobbling with a cane, grimaced. Had Su Mian not broken his leg, he would have dealt with this woman personally. Just recalling the frustration of that night in the hospital filled him with anger. With a menacing expression, Li Xiaozong declared, let us give her a beating first. Conveniently, they had a human punching bag. Your leg is injured, can you handle it? Li Xiaozong tossed a bottle towards one of them. Do you dare to underestimate me? Of course not. This group relied on Li Xiaozong. No one would dare to offend him. Subsequently, Li Xiaozong donned boxing gloves and entered the ring. He instructed, make sure to film it nicely. I want to send it to Waner. Wang Xiaolian had never felt such regret and despair. She lamented her decision to recognize Jiang Waner as the sister she had been separated from, and wished she had never acknowledged her, nor had the desire to make amends, which had led to her current predicament. She couldn't comprehend why, despite being sisters by blood, Jiang Waner would ruthlessly betray her, inciting her suitors to harm her, merely out of a desire to see her suffer in this city. If that were the case, Jiang Waner was indeed a terrifying woman. Just the thought of it sent chills down her spine. At this moment, a taxi halted outside the S4S store. Upon disembarking, Su Mian cast her gaze forward, where the entrance was illuminated by dim, yellow lights. Parked luxury cars bore witness to a group of men, initially engrossed in a game, who diverted their attention to Su Mian as the vehicle approached. Her beauty was striking, yet it possessed an unsettling edge, innocent yet beguiling, evoking both admiration and trepidation. Moreover, it was evident that her presence was not welcomed. Ignoring their stares, Su Mian attempted to enter, but they obstructed her path, inquiring, "Hey, who do you think you are? Daring to trespass on our territory?" Without answering, she retorted, "Is Wang Xiaolian inside?" They exchanged glances, then erupted in laughter. "You're quite bold, coming here alone to seek her out." Their leering gazes carried a lascivious undertone. "You know what it means to walk into a tiger's den, don't you? Once you're in, there's no way out." So, Wang Xiaolian was indeed within.
And sheep?
Tigers? Su Mian had never been a sheep. If they were tigers, then she was the butcher, a slayer of tigers. A smirk danced across her lips before her expression turned fierce as she delivered a swift kick. One man was sent tumbling to the ground, utterly unprepared for the assault. Her fist struck with rapid ferocity, leaving him questioning his existence, while she placed a foot upon his chest, causing him to cough up blood. With a frosty gaze, she looked down upon him. "Trash. Who do you think you're provoking?" Chapter 28. A chaotic clash. The beaten man's eyes glimmered with panic. Despite having some training, he found himself utterly defenseless. "Why you?" he stuttered, trembling as he shouted. "What are you all standing there for?"
Attack.
Only then did the others spring into action, rushing towards Su Mian in a haphazard frenzy. Some wielded baseball bats, while others came unarmed, but regardless of their efforts, their fate was sealed. They were swiftly incapacitated, left writhing on the ground in pain. They dimly recognized the woman clad in a school uniform, and eventually one man stammered in realization. Yu Su Mian, the infamous lady of the Jang family. The one who broke Li Xiaozong's bones. Su Mian's expression remained impassive, and so, a chill of dread washed over them, their legs turning to jelly. "No way.
It's you."
Someone call for help. Inside the S4S store, music blared, oblivious to the chaos outside. One man, bloodied and battered, staggered to his feet, desperately rushing inside to raise the alarm. Su Mian made no move to stop him. Instead, she followed leisurely behind. Just a few steps in, a blonde thug grasped her foot. She looked down, her demeanor unfazed. "Release me." The thug trembled, instinctively loosening his grip.
Su Mian exudait en overwhelming aura.
Clad in youthful school attire, she resembled a sovereign commanding legions, standing alone yet radiating the power of an army, compelling all to bow in submission. Meanwhile, the man had reached the interior, and upon seeing his bloodied visage, the revelers finally sensed something was amiss. The music ceased, and they inquired what happened. Gasping for breath, he managed to say, "Su Mian is here." At that moment, Su Mian entered gracefully, and in an instant, a baseball bat swung towards her, knocking the man unconscious as he collapsed to the floor. The raucous young elites within the S4S store were suddenly gripped by an overwhelming sense of suffocation and an inexplicable anxiety upon witnessing the radiant Su Mian. At that moment, Li Xiaozong, standing on the boxing platform, turned his gaze, momentarily taken aback before his expression darkened. "Su Mian, I haven't settled the score from our last encounter at the hospital. You dare to swagger in front of me, without caution. This is my territory. There's no one here to aid you." In response, Su Mian followed the sound of his voice, her eyes narrowing as she took in the scene on the boxing platform. Her tone turned icy. "Why don't you mention that without Ms. Yu present, no one can come to your aid? How absurd. Just look at how many people I have here," Li Xiaozong boasted, confident in his numbers, believing he didn't need to rely on his mother. Yet Su Mian dismissed him entirely. The group of young ruffians felt both angered and intimidated, hesitant to make a move. Su Mian, maintaining her composure, warned, "Moreover, should you dare to lay a finger on Wang Xiaolian, I will ensure you lose your other leg." Wang Xiaolian, initially with her head bowed in despair, felt a tremor of hope upon hearing her name. She looked up, her eyes widening in disbelief, tears of joy welling up. Mian. Overwhelmed with emotion, she hadn't expected Su Mian to come to her rescue. It turned out that their bond was still intact. Indeed, heaven was aiding her. Li Xiaozong, dismissing Su Mian's threat, believed that having a hostage granted him power. With a sinister grin, he grabbed Wang Xiaolian by the hair. I despise being threatened. If you want her to be safe, you better play by my rules. Or I'll ensure she doesn't TC tomorrow, son. Su Mian regarded him with a frosty stare. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaolian's face paled. Mian, you must leave. These people are lawless thugs. You need to get out of here. She had already endured half a lifetime of suffering and could not bear to involve Su Mian. Silence. Who gave you permission to speak? Li Xiaozong struck her hard, causing her to cry out as her face swelled. Witnessing this, Su Mian pressed her lips together, visibly agitated. She seized a dart from the wall-mounted board and aimed it at Li Xiaozong's leg. The dart struck true, embedding itself deep, eliciting a shriek more harrowing than Wang Xiaolian's as he collapsed, clutching his bleeding leg, his face contorted in agony. Su Mian approached him. I warned you. If you dared to harm her in any way, I would take your other leg. Finally, fear gripped Li Xiaozong. Get them. You useless fools. His command jolted the others back to reality. They surged forward in a frenzied assault. Yet, their meager skills were no match for Su Mian's prowess. Despite being only a girl, her combat skills were exceptional, and she remained composed amidst their chaotic onslaught, countering them with ease. The tumultuous struggle lasted over 10 minutes. Some, despite their fear, could have intervened, but they hesitated, for Su Mian struck with precision, targeting their vulnerabilities, rendering them incapable of retaliation. The prospect of risking themselves for Li Xiaozong seemed hardly worth it. Moreover, no matter how unfounded the rumors about Su Mian were, she remained the fiancé of the revered Yu Jinzhi, and though they publicly derided her, they were nonetheless filled with dread. With the nuisances dealt with, Su Mian made her way directly to the boxing platform. Li Xiaozong, incapacitated by injuries to his legs, was unable to move, sweating profusely as he exclaimed, Su Mian, if you dare lay a hand on me, the Li family will not let the Jiang family off easily. Very well, Su Mian replied dismissively, proceeding to untie Wang Xiaolian's bindings and inspecting her injuries, 8 bruises and soft tissue damage, the most severe being internal injuries that could affect her heart and lungs. She needed proper care, lest she end up like Lin Daiyu, gasping for breath with every step, frail and vulnerable. Su Mian was resolute. Li Xiaozong attempted to feign innocence. We settled the score. Settled? Su Mian planted her foot upon his casted leg. Li Xiaozong, are you still dreaming? The hairs on his neck stood on end. What do you want? She suffered 8 injuries, the most critical being internal damage. As the so-called leader here, you will bear the consequences of her suffering. What nonsense. She's not even someone I laid a hand on. Sure, I may have suggested teaching her a lesson, but I never expected them to be so brutal. At this juncture, further debate seemed unnecessary. Su Mian clenched her fist, her keen ears detecting something flying toward her. A glance revealed it was the dart she had previously thrown. Li Xiaotao shouted, Su Mian, my brother has learned his lesson. You will not harm him. Unfazed, Su Mian caught the incoming dart with her bare hands. Li Xiaotao charged forward. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Li Xiaozong seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope. Sister, take her down. Li Xiaotao bit her lip. She was well aware that her brother often acted recklessly, relying on the family's indulgence to live without restraint. However, she never anticipated that he would descend to such depths of depravity, committing acts so heinous. Yet, what could she do? She had witnessed it, and she could not simply turn a blind eye. After all, he was her brother, and it was only right to come to his aid. Su Mian toyed with the dart in her hand. Is the Li family truly so unreasonable? A flush crept across Li Xiaotao's face. And if so, if you insist on obstructing me, I shall not hesitate to include you in my reckoning, Su Mian retorted. Her patience wearing thin. Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Li Xiaotao turned her head, her bones creaking under the strain. They had already been severely injured by you, and yet you still quibble over trifles. Indeed, you are as miserly and vicious as the rumors suggest. Su Mian chuckled softly. You are no better. Li Xiaotao felt a heaviness in her chest. In a fit of anger, she clenched her fists and advanced. Chapter 29. The Scoundrels Counterattack. As the skies darkened and rain began to pour, the wind swept through the fallen leaves, ominously pressing down upon the city. In the south garden, at the Yu family residence, the housekeeper noticed the impending storm and thought of Su Mian, who was still outside. However, when she attempted to call Su Mian, the phone rang but went unanswered. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, the phone's chime echoed until it fell silent. The rain fell in torrents, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The housekeeper, with no other recourse, reported the situation to Yu Jinzhi. Sir, the young mistress has yet to return. I have been unable to reach her by phone, and the storm has intensified. Yu Jinzhi was engaged in business discussions, seated among prominent figures in the capital. Yet, regardless of their stature, they all dimmed in the presence of his brilliance. Understood, he concluded the call with the housekeeper and immediately dialed Su Mian. As expected, the phone rang, but no one answered. It was not that Su Mian did not wish to respond. She heard her phone ringing, but it was just beyond her reach at that moment. Li Xiaotao, already battered and bruised, could hardly endure any longer. Yet, her resilience drove her to rise time and again, relentlessly attacking Su Mian. She could not concede defeat. Not now. Su Mian effortlessly evaded her strikes, ensuring not even the hem of her dress was sullied. Indeed, Li Xiaotao was commendable among her peers. But when pitted against Su Mian, she must reckon with her own limitations. As Li Xiaotao's punches slowed, the incessant taunts of Li Xiaozong echoed in her ears. Li Xiaotao, why are you so useless? You can't even defeat a single woman. How embarrassing for our family. Get up, stop playing dead, do you hear me? Attack her. You good for nothing. The words were piercing. Li Xiaotao felt herself growing numb, like a walking corpse, her head buzzing. The noise became unbearable, and Su Mian contemplated delivering a kick. But Li Xiaotao rushed forward, shouting, if you have a bone to pick, come at me. Her facial muscles twitched, her eyes reddened, resembling an enraged yet sorrowful beast, roaring in defiance. A pitiful creature indeed. While sympathy was warranted, it was far from forthcoming. Su Mian regarded her with an impassive expression. A few minutes later, Li Xiaotao was on the verge of collapse, gasping for breath, her knees buckling beneath her. Su Mian was formidable. She simply could not match her strength. In previous defeats, she had never felt such despair, but today, an unexpected sorrow engulfed her, not for losing to Su Mian, but for the words of her brother, Li Xiaozong. Despite her efforts to protect him, why could he not see it? Why could he still hurl insults? She was his sister, not some insignificant pawn. Li Xiaotao's vision blurred as she lowered her head, her body racked with pain, her chest tightening until she coughed up blood and began to topple forward. Su Mian spotted a silver nail on the ground. Should her head strike it, she would surely be disfigured if not killed. She rushed forward, catching Li Xiaotao's falling head with her hand, pricking her palm in the process. Gently, she maneuvered Li Xiaotao's heavy head aside and rose to her feet.
Li Xiaotao,
still conscious, was momentarily stunned by Su Mian's unexpected act of assistance, her emotions becoming increasingly complex. The wound was not deep, yet blood flowed freely from her pale skin, trickling down her hand and dripping from her fingertips in a grotesque display. Su Mian turned her gaze to Li Xiaozong. Li Xiaotao, get up quickly. Do you hear me? Li Xiaozong's face paled further, his lips trembling as he shouted. Su Mian approached him, and Li Xiaozong found himself immobilized, terrified by her advancing figure. He shut his eyes, feeling a warmth spreading in his trousers. The fear was overwhelming, unraveling him entirely. Su Mian did not pursue him further. Instead, she stepped over him to retrieve her backpack, then helped Wang Xiaolian to her feet. You owe your sister a debt of gratitude, Li Xiaozong. Should there be a next time, no one will be able to protect you. It would be 100 times more humiliating to apologize before Yu Jinzhi than to have your leg broken last time. Li Xiaozong loathed his own ineptitude, resented Li Xiaotao for her inability to overcome Su Mian, and detested this woman who continually made a fool of him. He wished for her demise. As the torrential rain poured outside, Su Mian seized a car key from an unsuspecting individual and swiftly took Wang Xiaolian away. Disappearing into the storm, Wang Xiaolian voiced her concerns. Mian, these people are wealthy and powerful. They won't let this go lightly. I have my methods of dealing with them. You need not worry, Su Mian replied. From the moment she laid eyes on Li Xiaozong, she realized that merely resorting to violence would not suffice. She had a clear understanding of the scoundrel's true nature. As they drove to the hospital, the rain began to subside. Su Mian rummaged through her backpack for her phone and noted the missed calls, 3 from the housekeeper and 1 from Yu Jinzhi. She promptly returned the call to Yu Jinzhi, who answered immediately, his deep voice resonating. Su Mian, neglecting to answer your phone is not a commendable habit. I was busy and couldn't take the call, she explained. Hearing the sound of a car engine, Yu Jinzhi deduced she was driving. Return home soon. After a pause, he added, drive safely in the rain. It might take a while. I will be cautious, so you needn't worry, Su Mian replied, her tone warming slightly. Also, Please inform the housekeeper. Yu Jinzhi acknowledged her request, appreciating her thoughtfulness. After Su Mian departed, the group of delinquents promptly called for an ambulance, their faces etched with bitterness as they were transported to Jiang Hospital for treatment. Li Xiaotao suffered the most severe injuries, with a broken rib and soft tissue damage to both hands, requiring a cast after surgery, and was subsequently placed in a general ward. Li Xiaozong, on the other hand, had a dart lodged in his leg. Although it had not damaged the bone, the wound would take at least a month and a half to heal. His surgery was the last to be performed, and he had yet to emerge from the operating room. Li Xiaotao's bed was adjacent to Wang Xiaolian's. Unable to sleep due to her pain, Wang Xiaolian found the presence of Li Xiaotao beside her peculiar. The latter was still under the effects of anesthesia, slumbering deeply, while two girls remained vigilantly by her side. Gradually, more of their rowdy peers were admitted to the ward. Upon seeing Wang Xiaolian, their previous bravado evaporated, and they sought to distance themselves as much as possible, relieved that Su Mian was not there. They had no desire to relive the nightmare of being at her mercy. And did Li Xiaozong's plan truly hold any merit? Ms. Chung was the first to learn of Li Xiaozong's predicament. How did she find out? Naturally, it was Li Xiaozong who had someone call his mother. The conversation went as follows. Auntie, Xiaozong is in trouble again. He was beaten by Su Mian. Please hurry to the hospital. What? What on earth happened? In light of the past misfortunes, Ms. Chung resolved to gather pertinent information. Recently, Jiang Waner had been bullied by a sales assistant at Tycoon, prompting Xiaozong to bring the offender to our base in an attempt to defend her honor. However, it turned out that the sales assistant was acquainted with Su Mian. Upon her arrival, without inquiring into the circumstances, Su Mian unleashed a torrent of violence upon us, leaving Xiaozong and your daughter particularly injured. Miss Chung, upon hearing this, was incensed. How outrageous of Su Mian to wield her influence so shamelessly. Tonight, I shall ensure she faces the consequences. Chapter 30 reflects on how Su Mian has become a source of disgrace for the Jiang family. Ms. Chung posed several questions before directly calling Jiang Pingxing. Generally, he returned home quite late, but today he arrived early, his countenance grim. Lian Ruyi inquired, "Did business not go well today?" The mere mention of it ignited his ire. He cast aside the newspaper and accused, "Why did you take Su Mian to Jing University yesterday without keeping an eye on her? She ran amok and caused trouble. We were supposed to secure a 200 million project. But upon learning she is my daughter, the other party refused to collaborate with our company." Su Mian's reputation had already been tarnished since her return, but her notoriety skyrocketed when the Jing University students featured her on forums, spreading gossip that led to her complete disgrace in the capital. Although losing a 200 million project was unfortunate, the continuous rise of Zhang's group stock due to Su Mian's engagement with the Yu family somewhat mitigated the loss. Nonetheless, Jiang Pingxing felt deeply humiliated, completely disregarding his part in the circumstances surrounding Su Mian's prior disappearance. Lian Ruyi, already aware of the situation, coldly retorted, "How can this be blamed on me? Have you considered her temperament? Everyone is apologizing to her, yet she clings to grievances." Taking a sip of tea, she added, "Regardless, I am at a loss on how to handle this. I have not slept soundly a single night since her return. Jiang Ruashui should never have brought her back after losing her for over a decade." Jiang Pingxing maintained a stoic expression, refraining from reprimanding Lian Ruyi further. At that moment, Miss Cheng's call came through. Jiang Pingxing glanced at the screen, wondering what prompted her call. After a brief hesitation, he answered. To his surprise, she had come to demand accountability. Ms. Chung spoke with the fervor of a cannonball. "Chairman Jiang, you have indeed raised a formidable daughter. One so ruthless as to send my 2 children to the hospital and leave Xiaozong's friends severely injured. They are all lying in the hospital now, and I demand that your family come to the hospital today to provide an explanation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingxing's face darkened. "What? Where are you at the hospital?" The anger that had been suppressed began to rise again. Due to Ms. Cheng's loud voice, Lian Ruyi heard everything clearly, including Jiang Waner, who had just returned with Su Mian. This unexpected confrontation with Li Xiaozong and other families in the capital, although lesser known, was formidable when united. Jiang Waner suddenly recalled Wang Xiaolian, remembering that Su Mian's childhood village was Fengye village. As Jiang Pingxing and Lian Ruyi prepared to rush to the hospital, Jiang Waner insisted, "Dad, Mom, I cannot leave my sister alone. I am going too." En route in the car, Jiang Pingxing called Su Mian. She answered immediately, "Where are you?" "At the hospital." Jiang Pingxing's anger flared. "Can you not stay out of trouble for a single day? You seem to be perpetually embroiled in chaos. Neither Lian Ruyi nor Jiang Pingsheng ever trusted her. Regardless of what the outside world said, she was deemed a troublemaker. Su Mian responded calmly. What trouble have I caused? They should not assume they can conspire against me without consequence. I will resolve this matter myself. You need not concern yourselves. With that, she hung up. Jiang Pingsheng, feeling ignored, became further incensed by her dismissal. If it weren't for the paternity test confirming our relationship and your status as Yu Jinzhi's fiancé, would I even care? As the autumn rain began to fall, luxury cars lined up outside the hospital, led by Miss Chung, followed by several wealthy ladies, creating an imposing presence. With Su Mian's notorious reputation, they were eager to support Miss Chung in seeking justice for their sons, hoping to extract some form of compensation from this hospital visit. Inside the hospital room, as the anesthesia wore off, Li Xiaotao slowly regained consciousness. Her two female classmates were elated. Tao Jie, you are awake. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? However, before Li Xiaotao could respond, Miss Chung stormed in, scanning the room for her son. Where is Xiaozong? Xiaozong was still in the operating room. Miss Cheng's expression darkened further. Soon after, other wealthy ladies began to claim their sons. The once arrogant and unruly young men transformed into pitiful pups as soon as their mothers arrived, feigning innocence and vulnerability. Wang Xiaolian found this scene utterly repulsive.
Li Xiaotao,
Sitting up, nervously twisted the blanket and weakly called out, Mom. Hearing her voice, Ms. Chung strode over, and without a moment's hesitation, slapped Li Xiaotao across the face. You useless child. After training in martial arts and boxing for over a decade, you couldn't even protect your brother. If anything happens to him, just wait and see how I deal with you. The slap turned Li Xiaotao's face to one side, causing her to tremble, disheartened and sinking into despair. The others stood in stunned silence. It was well known that the Li family favored sons over daughters, and it appeared that Li Xiaotao had never been cherished. Despite her pitiable situation, the other ladies dared not speak out against Miss Chung, wary of her status as Mrs. Li. It was best to avoid meddling in other people's family affairs. Wang Xiaolian thought Ms. Li's behavior was appalling. How could a mother be so cruel? Sons were treasures, while daughters were mere weeds. It was utterly outrageous. Li Xiaotao's classmates defended her. Auntie, how can you be so unreasonable? If it weren't for Tao Jie, your son would have been severely beaten by Su Mian. Why are you blaming her instead? Ms. Chung dismissed them with contempt. She is my daughter, and I will discipline her as I see fit. As for you, who do you think you are to raise your voice in my presence? The classmates exchanged incredulous glances, appalled by her arrogance. No wonder she had raised such a wretched son. Poor Tao Jie was truly suffering. Li Xiaotao clenched her fists. Mom, they are my classmates.
Ms.
Chung scoffed. What does it matter if they are classmates? Look at you, associating with such dubious characters. What will people think of you? Li Xiaotao lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. Speak up. Why are you acting mute? Ms. Chung poked Li Xiaotao's forehead, showing no signs of letting up. At that moment, Su Mian strode in with confidence. The formerly coddled young men, who had been playing the part of the innocent, suddenly turned pale, their legs trembling. Su Mian settled beside Wang Xiaolian's hospital bed and spoke softly. Sister Xiaolian, I brought you some porridge. Eat it while it's hot. Then, with unhurried composure, she added, Mrs. Li, this is a hospital. I advise you to show some respect to the patient. Chapter 31 reveals that unworthy parents render life unworthy. This porridge arrived just in time. Its fragrant warmth revitalized Wang Xiaolian, who had not eaten for days. The thick, smooth porridge filled her stomach, making her feel alive again. The days of torment felt like a hellish nightmare, and she feared she might perish at the hands of these heartless young men. From the moment Su Mian mentioned having a solution, she felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. From a young age, Su Mian has consistently excelled at resolving any situation she encounters with remarkable finesse. Upon seeing Su Mian, Mrs. Chung resembled a raging bull. Her teeth clenched in fury. Su Mian. Like a force of nature, Su Mian declared, the hospital prohibits disturbances. Mrs. Chung paused momentarily, her anger surging. Do not think that just because you are now Yu Jinzhi's fiancé, I am powerless against you. Tonight, I shall ensure that my son receives justice. I will be waiting. She smiled ominously. Li Xiaotao tugged at Mrs. Cheng's sleeve. Mom, listen to me. This matter is undoubtedly their fault. If it goes public, the ones who will be embarrassed in the end will be them, and it will be quite disastrous. Through this incident, Li Xiaotao realized that Su Mian was far from ordinary. It wasn't merely her fighting prowess, but rather her very essence. Whoever provokes her will ultimately face dire consequences. Fearing that Li Xiaotao might utter something that could sway opinions, Mrs. Chung retorted with another slap. Silence, you worthless girl. Li Xiaotao was struck so hard that she coughed up blood. The vivid crimson splatter on the white bedding was truly shocking. Despite her considerable size, the brutal blow rendered Li Xiaotao fragile.
Toya,
Exclaimed a nearby lackey. You wicked woman. If anything were to happen to Tao Jie, I'll make you pay. Mrs. Chung remained obstinate, devoid of any concern for Li Xiaotao. Damn you all. Enough with the noise. At that moment, Su Mian had already pressed the call button by the bedside. She felt Li Xiaotao's pulse. Realizing that the blood she coughed up had been pent up for far too long, the strike from her mother had inadvertently provided some relief. Li Xiaotao was unsure of Su Mian's intentions, yet made no effort to stop her, as her emotions had turned as stagnant as still water, devoid of any ripples. Since childhood, she had been an outcast in the Li family, subjected to scorn and violence at their whims. Whenever Li Xiaozong made a mistake, she was invariably the scapegoat. In her desperate attempts to win her family's favor, she even aspired to win over Su Mian. While she appeared to thrive at school, no one truly understood her suffering. Now, she no longer wished to endure such pain. Su Mian looked at her. Wake up, Li Xiaotao. It's not worth it. Indeed, the world is not worth it. Soon, doctors and nurses entered, drawing the curtains to examine Li Xiaotao. At this juncture, Su Mian spoke up. Dr. Zhao. Could you please arrange for her to have a different room? Dr. Zhao glanced up, quickly recognizing Su Mian, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Su Mian made a shushing gesture. My apologies for the trouble. Of course. Mrs. Chung could no longer contain her frustration. Doctor, you must understand. I am her mother and guardian. Why would you heed the words of an outsider? Is it not you who struck the patient until she coughed up blood? Dr. Zhao's expression turned cold. So you acknowledge you are her mother, yet you could inflict such severe harm upon her? With so many witnesses present, Mrs. Chung felt her face flush with embarrassment. After Li Xiaotao was transferred to a new room, Li Xiaozong, having just undergone surgery, was wheeled in. The sight of her son's battered face and injured legs starkly contrasted with her earlier cruel demeanor. My son. Mother. Li Xiaozong had intended to seek solace from his mother, but upon raising his gaze, he found Su Mian beside him, peeling an orange, her expression a mix of amusement and mockery, which froze his features in shock. Just then, Jiang Pingxing and others entered from outside. Su Mian had not wished to see them. Didn't I ask you not to come? And yet, you bring 3. If I don't come, are you hoping for third master to clean up your mess? Jiang Pingxing replied coldly. You are not yet married to him. You are still a member of the Jiang family. As long as you are part of this family, I cannot ignore your well-being. Implicitly, he conveyed that were she not his daughter, he would have no interest in her affairs.
Su Mian di man non comital.
Upon entering the ward and seeing the injured patients, Jiang Pingxing momentarily felt the weight of awkwardness. Indeed, Su Mian was ruthless in her actions. Jiang Waner's gaze fell upon Wang Xiaolian, confirming her suspicions that they were acquainted. Upon noticing her, Wang Xiaolian's complexion shifted dramatically. At that moment, Lian Ruyi approached, her earlier disdain replaced with feigned concern. Su Mian. Are you injured? Su Mian's hand was bound in bandages, a clear indication of her injury. She smiled. No, mother. Oh no, look at your hand, it's injured. Let me see, she insisted, unwrapping Su Mian's bandage without hesitation. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound that would heal in a couple of days. Su Mian could hardly be bothered with the transparent act and pulled her hand back, rewrapping the bandage. You've really stirred up a significant mess this time, but rest assured, your father and I will ensure you never face the police again. Lian Ruyi feigned sincerity. Again? Su Mian said casually. Mother, last time at the hospital. It was young Master Li who was taken by the police. You've mistaken your target. Lian Ruyi. What a vexing slip of the tongue. Mrs. Chung, upon hearing this, became irate and abruptly stated, the Jiang family has arrived at a fortuitous moment. Everyone in this ward, aside from this woman, has been injured by your daughter. As a prestigious family, you cannot possibly condone such behavior. Indeed, Chairman Jiang, look at my son's face. It's swollen beyond recognition. And his hands are so injured. How can he possibly live? He is a pianist, and if anything happens to his hands, his life is ruined. Before their arrival, Jiang Pingsheng had gathered some understanding of the incident's origins. Under the barrage of accusations from the women, he spoke calmly. From what I understand, the incident stemmed from our Su Mian's friend, Wang Xiaolian. Perhaps you should first explain how Wang Xiaolian acquired her injuries? Is it not true that Wang Xiaolian bullied your Waner, prompting our Xiaozong to seek retribution? However, I must clarify that her severe injuries are entirely unrelated to Xiaozong and his friends. It was this woman who, before being taken away, drunkenly argued at a late-night stall and got herself hurt. I have evidence, Chairman Jiang. Please take a close look. In reality, after Wang Xiaolian was taken away, they had not mistreated her. At most, they had intimidated her a bit to teach her a lesson. Do not bully others, especially the innocent, in the future. I did not bully her. You are completely distorting the truth, Wang Xiaolian exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Moreover, while it was true she had quarreled at the late-night stall and had fallen, could anyone else endure such a fall? She turned to Su Mian, who patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Su Mian then addressed Jiang Waner. Sister, you've arrived just in time. Please recount what transpired between you and Sister Xiaolian that day. Jiang Waner had come merely to witness Su Mian's disgrace and had no intention of acknowledging her connection to Wang Xiaolian. There was no way she would assist her. Jiang Waner lowered her gaze, biting her lip. Actually, it's nothing. It's all in the past. She then took a turn. Aunt Cheng, my sister is quite loyal and will not have wished for such a situation to arise. The realization that this White Lotus was her blood relative made Wang Xiaolian regret her past decisions. She seems quite pleased with the outcome, Mrs. Cheng retorted. And it was Su Mian who struck first. Chairman Jiang, after viewing this video, you may proceed to the next. The following video captured Su Mian assaulting someone at the entrance. The recording was clear, and Jiang Pingsheng appeared to ponder how to provide an explanation. At that moment, a group of police officers arrived outside, one of whom inquired, "Is Miss Su Mian present?" "I am." The officer continued, "You reported that there are individuals here involved in drug use, illegal abduction, and intentional harm?" Chapter 32. A twist. Oh, Brother Jinzhi. In fact, it is not just that. There are individuals guilty of rape, some even resulting in fatalities. Several affluent women turned pale at the sight of the police, while the others felt increasingly uneasy. Su Mian responded, "That would be me." Ms. Cheng initially intended to repay Li Xiaozong in kind, seeking to reclaim the grievances she suffered that night at Yu Jinzhi's place. This evening, she arrived thoroughly prepared, first gathering these ladies together, for unity is strength.
Subsequently,
she set about obliterating all evidence detrimental to Li Xiaozong and his cohorts. To safeguard against the possibility of the deleted evidence being restored, she even enlisted a hacker to ensure the data was rendered irretrievable, under the impression that this would allow her to navigate the situation undetected. Little did she expect that Su Mian would report them and summon the police. Jiang Pingsheng's expression grew slightly peculiar as he recalled Su Mian's insistence that he need not attend, suggesting that his presence was truly unnecessary.
Ms.
Cheng felt a surge of panic, but as she considered the permanence of the deleted data, her anxiety began to settle. If we're discussing intentional harm, Su Mian, do you really think you can escape culpability? And as for drug use or kidnapping, this is sheer entrapment. Do you have any evidence? Turning to the police, she exclaimed, "Oh, officers, I possess video footage of her inflicting injury. You've arrived just in time to take her away." Su Mian blinked innocently. "I am a law-abiding citizen. Yet sometimes, using force to counteract violence is the only recourse." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "As for evidence, whether it pertains to drug use, illegal kidnapping, or willful harm, I have it all." With that, she produced her phone and handed it to the officers. The footage in her gallery captured Su Mian tending to her wounds in Sherdong's office. Ironically, Ms. Cheng could never have imagined that the hacker she hired to permanently delete the data from her phone had inadvertently uploaded the evidence to cloud storage, allowing Su Mian to effortlessly retrieve it. Thus, the net of justice, though expansive, ultimately ensnares the guilty, and one can indeed choke on water if fate is against them. After viewing the video, the officers' expressions hardened. "Please accompany us back to the station." This group, emboldened by their wealth, had accumulated enough evidence to ensure they would spend 3 to 5 years, or even 7 to 8, behind bars. As they were led away by the police, it felt surreal, and only upon stopping at the hospital, with the police lights flashing, did the gravity of their situation sink in. They felt humiliated and began to fear that they were on the brink of incarceration. Witnessing Li Xiaozong being taken away by the police for a second time, Ms. Chang was engulfed in regret. How had things spiraled to this point? She had meticulously prepared for every contingency. How had Su Mian managed to uncover their vulnerabilities? While they each worried for their sons' futures and sought ways to resolve the situation, news of their predicament spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Once the word was out, they dared not attempt a straightforward rescue. Not only would their families likely face repercussions, but this scandal, involving drug use, was a significant taboo. As the victim, Wang Xiaolian had not anticipated that Su Mian would be the one to seek justice on her behalf. Before heading to the police station, Su Mian inquired, "How did you come to know Jiang Waner?" Wang Xiaolian revealed everything without hesitation. So, they were sisters? Jiang Waner, now a young lady of the Jang family, would surely not acknowledge Wang Xiaolian as her sister. Did you and she argue that day at Taigu? Not exactly an argument, Wang Xiaolian clarified. After I was dismissed from the counter, I arranged to meet her. I asked if she was the reason for my termination, and she admitted to it. When I questioned her motives, she stated she didn't wish to see me in the capital anymore and handed me a check for 200,000. The thought of that check infuriated me. Though I am poor, I have dignity. I sought to reconnect not because of her current status, but merely to mend the bond with my sister, who was sent away at the age of 5. I refused the check and promised I wouldn't disturb her again, but shortly after returning home that night, I was forcibly taken away. It was possible that Jiang Waner had orchestrated this. In fact, Su Mian's intuition told her that had Jiang Waner not incited such actions, Li Xiaozong would not have been so reckless as to target a stranger so viciously. Wang Xiaolian lowered her gaze. I've thought the same, but let it go. Consider it our family's debt to her has been settled. If you intend to let her off the hook, so be it. I want to pursue the matter further. However, I must inform you that we are now nominally sisters, and our relationship is far from cordial. Regardless of her fate, I hope you want to plead for her on my behalf, Su Mian stated. Wang Xiaolian replied without hesitation, Mian, rest assured. From the moment she attempted to force me out of the capital, I no longer regard her as my sister. Her fate is no concern of mine. At the police station, Jiang Waner was also summoned to provide her account regarding Wang Xiaolian's case. However, she was unconcerned about being implicated, for Li Xiaozong, the foolish man, held her in the highest regard. In the interrogation room, the police posed a few inconsequential questions. As they informed her she could leave, Jiang Waner suddenly asked, Officer, will my sister be detained? She will not. Why not?
Jiang war erpresset.
The officer regarded her for a moment. Jiang Waner smiled. While it is true that Li Xiaozong and his companions harmed Wang Xiaolian, wasn't he my sister who struck first? And quite severely as well. Doesn't your family wish to cover the medical expenses? Moreover, the higher-ups have instructed that once the interrogation is complete, she should be released promptly, lest it interfere with her schooling tomorrow. Indeed. Wonderful. Jiang Waner exclaimed, though the officer silently rolled his eyes. Is that so? You seem rather displeased that your sister isn't being detained. Not only Jiang Waner, but Miss Chung also realized that Su Mian would soon be free. Inciting her frustration, why is it that she can walk free after injuring my children, and yet you seek no accountability from her? First, they are willing to compensate for your losses. Second, within the evidence provided by Su Mian, there is a vital clue regarding a drug trafficking ring, for which we are immensely grateful. Rest assured, we are not neglecting accountability. She is merely required to draft a 1,000-word reflection before she can leave. A reflection? What nonsense! Ms. Chung retorted, her demeanor sour. The officer remained impassive. If you are dissatisfied, you may file a lawsuit in court. However, prior to that, I suggest you find a competent lawyer for your son. Miss Cheng's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Su Mian sat in a chair, crossing her legs. Her right hand was injured, making it painful to write, so she opted to use her left hand instead. Jiang Waner emerged from the interrogation room, her gaze landing on Su Mian. She was undeniably beautiful, her features were exquisitely refined, and despite usually considering herself attractive, she felt her own face appeared rather ordinary in comparison. How she wished such beauty belonged to her. Jiang Waner approached. Sister, I'm quite curious. How did you uncover that evidence? Su Mian should not have had any contact with their phones, and Miss Chung had certainly come prepared to destroy evidence. I have a friend with exceptional computer skills. That friend was, of course, herself. Ah, I see. Hacking into someone else's phone could be considered an invasion of privacy, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Waner raised her voice slightly. Su Mian's eyes twinkled. Inciting others to commit a crime is also against the law, you know. Jiang Waner tightened her grip. You're quite knowledgeable, sister. Biting her lip, she added, Sister, does you know you've caused trouble tonight? How bothersome. Always chattering in my ear. Su Mian paused her writing. Am I not ridding society of its evils? She smiled playfully. If Brother Jinji were to learn of this, he would surely send someone to fetch me. However, this is merely a trifling matter. I wouldn't want to disturb him, given how busy he is. The mention of Brother Jinji caused Jiang Wanya's expression to darken, as if she might shatter, her nails digging into her palm. The drama unfolded with an air of enchantment as Su Mian, with a beguiling smile, remarked, It's quite late, yet I find myself yearning for Brother Jinji. However, that Brother Jinji is truly indulgent. Indeed, Su Mian felt herself overwhelmed by the sweetness of it all. Little did she anticipate that a more thrilling turn of events was to follow. Yu Jinzhi's magnetic voice resonated from behind her. Why haven't you called me if you miss me? In Chapter 33, hand in hand, Yu Jinzhi donned a meticulously tailored black suit, his tie impeccably knotted. Ordinarily, such attire would render a man rather austere and conventional, yet on him, it exuded an aura of restrained desire. Entering from outside, he carried the chill of autumn rain with him, a stark contrast to the warmth within. Having spent several days in his company, Su Mian was well aware of his striking physique. The last time she beheld him at the swimming pool in the backyard, she had not the chance to appreciate his form before he donned a bathrobe, concealing a tattoo resembling a qilin upon his chest. Standing at a distance, she had not scrutinized it closely. Most significantly, she did not expect for Yu Jinzhi to appear just as she casually mentioned his name. Her playful demeanor faltered slightly, as she pondered how he might react to her words. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He had always played along seamlessly in their theatrical exchanges, revealing no hint of pretense. With a faint smile still gracing her lips, she replied, Regardless, I shall soon return to see you. Whether I call or not is of little consequence. Given the magnitude of the situation, you ought to have informed me. Your matters are not easily managed by others. Jiang Pingsheng interjected. I sense you are subtly criticizing me, yet I lack the evidence. Indeed. He had rendered no assistance during this visit and had even reproached her for causing trouble for the Jiang family. However, with such a significant debacle unfolding, these affluent young men now imprisoned, there was little benefit to the Jiang family and the repercussions were considerable. Yet, Yu Jinzhi seemed poised to address the situation. He was correct in stating that she had brought shame upon the Jiang family. After all, one need only consider Su Mian's tarnished reputation. Having such a daughter undoubtedly caused him considerable distress, a source of embarrassment when compared to Jiang Waner, the adopted daughter, who was docile and brought honor to her family. With a bright smile, Jiang Pingsheng greeted, Jinzhi, you've arrived. Yes, I am here to escort Su Mian home. I appreciate your assistance. She is my fiancé. I would never consider it a burden. Jiang Pingsheng found himself at a loss for words, only managing to nod in agreement. Jiang Waner appeared visibly shaken, her lips trembling as if she were on the brink of collapse. She forced a smile. Third master. Yu Jinzhi offered a slight nod, choosing to ignore her. His gaze fell upon Su Mian's hand, wrapped in bandages stained with traces of blood, likely from a reopened wound. Officer, you must have a first aid kit here. The young officer replied affirmatively. Just a moment, I will fetch it for you. Outside, the misty rain blurred the nightscape. Su Mian rested her chin in her hand, her expression nonchalant. Yu Jinzhi skillfully tended to her injury, his movements swift and practiced. While Su Mian busied herself with writing a self-reflection, Yu Jinzhi glanced over. Are you left-handed? I can write with both hands. Yu Jinzhi seldom bestowed compliments. Yet he remarked, your handwriting is indeed elegant and compelling, possessing a certain authoritative flair. Su Mian, uncharacteristically lacking in modesty, responded, I've maintained this quality since childhood. In gratitude for your praise, I shall gift you a piece of my calligraphy next time. Given my skill, it would be a valuable addition to any collection. Despite his usual aloofness, her fiancé genuinely appeared to care for her. Thank you. You're welcome. Outside, Jiang Waner stood in a daze. Yu Jinzhi, a figure of nobility, was revered as a paragon among women. Yet, he approached Su Mian with the reverence of a devout disciple, untouched by worldly affections, and focused solely on her. His personal attention to her injuries astonished onlookers, including the likes of Mrs. Cheng, who could only marvel at the spectacle. However, this revelation brought no joy to Jiang Waner, for Su Mian had rendered her family a laughingstock in the capital, and the ensuing troubles were boundless. If circumstances permitted, they would seek revenge for their son. Yet, Yu Jinzhi's presence served as a stark reminder of his protection over Su Mian, cautioning them to tread carefully. Lian Ruyi, who had been silent until now.
Consort Jiang Waner, do not despair, Waner.
Bear with it a little longer. This Yu Jinzhi truly must be blind to dismiss someone as remarkable as you for a mere triviality like Su Mian. Even if he were to marry her someday, I shall ensure he learns that he has wedded nothing more than a superficial, brainless woman. Lian Ruyi insisted, Su Mian is not worthy. Today, the third-year headmaster informed me that Su Mian has been placed in the lowest performing class. Just look at her, she cannot even solve simple problems. How could she ever amount to anything? Yu Jinzhi's kindness is likely rooted in his favor for Ruo. Favor for my older brother?
Indeed.
Ruo once saved Yu Jinzhi's life. Perhaps he is merely repaying a debt of gratitude. Lian Rui's tone was laden with conviction. You must strive to showcase your superior qualities. Perhaps one day, Yu Jinzhi will regret his decision to overlook you. If that were the case, it would indeed elucidate Yu Jinzhi's insistence on Su Mian as his fiancé. Alas, it was a pity that she was not Jiang Ruo's biological sister. Had she been, Su Mian would have been rendered inconsequential, merely a product of luck. I understand, mother. I will. It must be said that such toxic affirmations were surprisingly effective, akin to a hypnotic trance, causing her intellect to wane. She failed to consider the nature of Yu Jinzhi, succumbing instead to fanciful delusions that ensnared her. After rewrapping Su Mian's wound and securing the bandage, Yu Jinzhi returned the first aid kit, extending his hand. Let us go back. Was this an invitation to hold hands? Su Mian contemplated for a moment before deciding to place her hand in his. His palm radiated warmth, yet, perhaps due to his military background, his hands, though aesthetically pleasing, bore calluses that rendered them rough and unyielding, far from comfortable. Nevertheless, she resolved to hold on. After all, this was merely a performance, one to be carried through to the end. Bidding farewell to Jiang Pingxing, they walked hand in hand towards the exit. The umbrella was left in the rain bucket at the police station, and Yu Jinzhi retrieved a black umbrella, opening it with ease. As they navigated their way outside, Su Mian felt this charade could conclude, attempting to free herself from his grasp. Yet he held on firmly. There are still onlookers. She glanced back, and indeed, Jiang Waner's gaze remained fixed upon them. Once inside the vehicle, their hands finally parted. Yu Jinzhi's expression remained indifferent, as if he were holding nothing more than an umbrella rather than a woman's hand, devoid of any emotion. He instructed the driver, drive. Understood, third master. Suddenly, Su Mian grasped Yu Jinzhi's hand once more. His hand dwarfed hers, his long fingers intertwining with her delicate ones. Yu Jinzhi queried, What are you doing? Su Mian replied, I initiated this hand-holding, so naturally, I shall be the one to release it. In Chapter 34, Hot Pot and Starting a Company, such trivial matters were of no concern to Yu Jinzhi. He merely noted that the last time he had embraced Su Mian's waist, it had felt soft and comforting. And he found the act of holding her hand equally pleasant, her delicate touch a stark contrast to her formidable nature when provoked. As the car departed the hospital, Su Mian declared, I am hungry. She had purchased congee for Wang Xiaolian but had neglected to buy anything for herself, opting instead to wait until after the situation was resolved to fill her stomach. What would you like to eat? Hot pot. 20 minutes later, seated in the restaurant, Yu Jinzhi watched as Su Mian tossed an array of ingredients into the bubbling, chili-laden broth. She savored the tender duck blood, deftly retrieving the nearly cooked beef slices to mix with the seasoning before sending them to her mouth. Yu Jinzhi rarely dines with women, except during family gatherings. However, the women in his family are all poised and dignified at the table, while the younger ones are either dieting or picky eaters. They seldom touch hot pot. Observing Su Mian eat is a delight, as she brings forth an appetite. Perhaps due to the spiciness, her lips are a vibrant red, akin to a layer of glossy lip balm, tantalizing and delectable. Her eyes shimmer with a glint of joy, the gentle curve of her gaze reflecting her satisfaction after a hearty meal. Su Mian lifted her head and asked, Would you like to eat? Yu Jinzhi summoned the waiter, requesting an additional set of chopsticks and another glass of orange juice. The orange juice was for Su Mian, as her glass was clearly nearing empty. He himself had no inclination for beverages, satisfied with just water. Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment. Yu Jinzhi removed his jacket, draping it casually over the back of his chair. Although the hot pot restaurant was air-conditioned, the sight of the bubbling chili made him loosen his tie and unbutton 2 buttons of his shirt, exuding an effortless elegance. Thankfully, they were seated in a private room, shielded from prying eyes. Otherwise, the two of them would undoubtedly attract considerable attention in the establishment. With Yu Jinzhi joining in, Su Mian found her meal even more enjoyable. Dining alone could never compare to sharing a meal with someone, especially when it came to hot pot. At 10 o'clock that night, the two returned to Nanyuan, their clothes imbued with the scent of hot pot. Yu Jinzhi reminded her, "Be careful not to get your right hand wet while bathing." Su Mian responded with an "oh," followed by a cheerful good night. Good night. After finishing her bath, Su Mian emerged clad in a delicate camisole, which could be deemed somewhat sensual for sleepwear. Her long hair cascaded down, revealing her dainty shoulders and exquisite collarbone. Her long, straight legs paired with an innocent yet alluring visage rendered her almost ethereal. Although autumn had arrived, the room's built-in climate control maintained a cozy warmth, despite the persistent autumn rain outside. Su Mian settled into a chair, one foot propped up, a light blanket draped over her legs, as her computer booted up. She poured herself a strong drink that Yu Jinzhi had gifted her, savoring it slowly. After finishing her drink, she resumed her work. 20 million was at stake. Completing the task promptly meant she could pocket the money sooner. With classes every day, this task could not be tackled at school, leaving her to work on it each night. However, if every day presented as many challenges as today, completing the task within 10 days would be unfeasible. Of course, had Su Mian ventured onto the International Technology Network, she would have discovered that, on this very day, a platinum-level expert had also taken on the task, drawing widespread attention. The path to becoming a platinum expert lay in consistently completing tasks to accumulate points. Once those points reached a certain threshold, an upgrade to platinum status would ensue. There were but a handful of platinum experts within the tech network. Xiaoming was overjoyed. This platinum expert was known for her elusive nature, always tackling S-tier tasks and never having failed a single one. This time, they were certain their experiment would yield substantial breakthroughs. Her ID was Nico, her gender female, and she hailed from Huaxia, yet her true identity remained concealed, leaving no one aware of who she was in reality. Nevertheless, she boasted a considerable following on the International Technology Network, and upon her undertaking this task, it sparked a flurry of discussion. My goddess is on the case. What other matters remain? Indeed, this 20 million is destined for our goddess Nico. Just days ago, someone foolishly took on this task, and I initially thought they were a big shot, only to discover they had registered 2 years ago, completing nothing but D-level tasks. I nearly died laughing, wondering where they found the audacity to attempt an SSS-level task. I know the person mentioned. She goes by the name Boa Hancock. I was tempted to criticize her, but seeing her use the name of the Empress, I refrained, as I am indeed a fan of the Empress. This task is so difficult. How long will it take our goddess? Nico replied to one of the comments, the maximum time is 1 month. 1 month? Our goddess is incredible. The previous gold-level expert who took on this task couldn't complete it even in 3 months. The goddess is truly impressive. Su Mian could not afford to waste time browsing the tech network after accepting this task. She was ready for bed. Yet, just as she prepared to shut down her computer, the firewall turned red, indicating an attempted visit. However, it was unfortunate for the intruder, as they would never succeed in breaching her defenses. At that moment, a message popped up. Hey, why aren't you replying to my messages? Su Mian, uninterested. Simply shut down her computer and went to sleep. On the other end, with the signal cut off and feeling ignored, Rome Shoa despondently called Jiang. What should I do to catch her attention? The lovesick youth was rather foolish, and Jiang, awakened from his slumber, replied, Aren't you supposed to be the center of attention? Figure it out yourself, and don't bother me. Come on, do you have no decency? This concerns my brother's romantic prospects, and you're so dismissive. Jiang hung up the phone without an ounce of sympathy. The next day, as dawn broke, Su Mian stepped onto the balcony, taking a deep breath. Clad only in her camisole, she felt the chill in the air, which seemed colder than the previous day.
Today,
discussions online regarding Li Xiaozong and his cohort's crimes were rampant, but Su Mian had no interest in browsing the internet. Imprisonment was merely the beginning. According to Yu Jinzhi, these malignant elements must be eradicated entirely, otherwise they would resurface with the spring breeze. Upon arriving in class, Tao Chun inquired, Su Mian, did Li Xiaotao find you yesterday afternoon?
she did. Ah,
Did she bully you? Upon seeing the injury on Su Mian's hand, Tao Chun's imagination conjured an image of Li Xiaotao tormenting her. How could she be so cruel? Doesn't she usually refrain from bullying girls? Su Mian replied. You misunderstand. She did not bully me. In fact, we clashed, and Li Xiaotao ended up in the hospital. She won't be discharged for at least a month and a half. That's good. Tao Chunchun sighed in relief, holding her test papers with sparkling eyes. Su Mian, I struggled with many questions last night. Can you help me again? Of course. Su Mian had tutored students before, all of whom were doctoral or master's candidates. Tutoring a high school student was hardly a challenge. Oh my gosh, Su Mian. From now on, I'll bring you delicious treats every day if you help me with my studies. Tao Chunchun exclaimed, recalling her despair when she chose the sciences.
Now.
With Su Mian around, she felt a renewed sense of hope. Thus, the entire day passed with Su Mian explaining questions to the students of Class 9. She spoke fluidly. Her explanations clear, realizing that this routine was unsustainable for the future, yet just for today, she captivated the entire class. Truly, no matter what questions they posed, Su Mian could address them all. Some students even brought questions beyond the syllabus, and she effortlessly solved them. How could such a genius be assigned to the weakest class? Tao Chunchun remarked, Su Mian, next week is the monthly exam. You will surely achieve excellent results.
Su Mian, sipping water, smiled.
Top of the grade, I accept. Tao Chunchun's eyes widened in admiration, giving a thumbs up. You're truly a genius. I'm practically bubbling with admiration. Class time always flew by. And as soon as school ended, Su Mian headed straight to the hospital. Coincidentally, Wang Xiaolian was drinking traditional Chinese medicine, a prescription that Su Mian had written. Wang Xiaolian, having endured much hardship since childhood, could drink even the most bitter medicine with an expressionless face. Mian, you're here. Were you at the police station last night? The police didn't give you any trouble, did they? Su Mian assured her that she was fine, checking her pulse and noting that her condition had improved significantly since yesterday. If you stay in the hospital a couple more days, you'll be able to be discharged. Once you're out, you should cancel that rental. But I don't have extra money to rent a place. Wang Xiaolian lamented. I somewhat regret accepting the compensation from those wealthy ladies. Don't worry, the money has already been transferred to your account. Wang Xiaolian spent the entire day in slumber, utterly oblivious to the fact that a significant sum had been deposited into her account. Upon glancing at her phone, she was astounded to discover over 3 million yuan, an amount she had never encountered in her lifetime. Taking a deep breath, she pondered whether accepting this money would lead the police to assume she was indifferent, ultimately releasing those responsible. The compensation is for those who have not committed grave errors in this matter. You may rest assured in accepting this sum.
Su Mian remarked.
Peeling an orange from the table. What are your plans after your discharge from hospital? I had initially intended to seek new employment. Wang Xiaolian hesitated. But upon seeing the amount in her account, she declared, I wish to start my own business. Mian, would you consider joining me?
Su Mian inquired.
What type of company do you wish to establish? A cosmetics company, Wang Xiaolian responded. Having graduated high school, she had immersed herself in the beauty industry, accumulating considerable experience. Moreover, it had always been her dream to own her own beauty brand once she attained financial stability. Sounds good, Su Mian replied. Wang Xiaolian's heart soared at Su Mian's agreement, but soon, a weight settled upon her. However, if our products are subpar, our company may not thrive. This industry cannot flourish solely on experience. The competition is fierce. A small cosmetics company without unique products or substantial financial backing to elevate its brand's reputation may struggle to survive. Su Mian dismissed Wang Xiaolian's concerns with a gentle smile. Fear not, I shall handle the research and development. Although I am somewhat occupied at present, we can postpone the RD timeline. After your discharge, you can register the company and find a suitable location to launch it. With Su Mian's presence, Wang Xiaolian felt an overwhelming sense of confidence and hope regarding their entrepreneurial venture. She was aware of Su Mian's investments in creating Maple Leaf Village, and she believed that contributing her efforts would be most beneficial. Listening to Wang Xiaolian's plans for the future company while savoring the sweet orange in her hand, Su Mian reminded her to rest well and then departed with her backpack on her shoulders. Just then, she encountered 2 female classmates visiting Li Xiaotao. The 2 classmates recoiled as if faced with a plague, pressing themselves against the wall like 2 fools. They gulped nervously. Su Mian, what a coincidence. Their laughter was more unbecoming than tears. What a coincidence. Su Mian chuckled lightly, gracefully passing by. Once she was gone, they sighed in relief and hurried into the adjacent ward, lamenting to Li Xiaotao, Taojia, we just ran into Su Mian outside. It nearly scared us to death. Li Xiaotao's expression darkened, pathetic. What does it matter? I want my life. Indeed, achieving success won't fill one's stomach. Li Xiaotao was speechless. To her, Su Mian was a complex figure. While she could inflict harm, she also prevented catastrophic disasters. As for her brother, Li Xiaozong, who was in dire straits, she bore no resentment towards Su Mian. Rather, it brought her a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was her profound disappointment in her exceedingly biased mother, or perhaps it extended to the entire family, who favored sons over daughters. After being hospitalized, neither her father nor grandmother bothered to visit, and instead, they were preoccupied with Li Xiaozong's troubles. She no longer harbored any hopes of being acknowledged by the Li family. If she wished to carve out a place for herself within it, she would have to rely solely on her own efforts. Yet, could she truly achieve this alone? Another unremarkable day passed. Today, many students sought her assistance with inquiries, not only in mathematics but also in physics and chemistry, each subject bringing students to her for guidance. Su Mian placed the questions they couldn't solve that day on her desk, intending to organize them later. In the evening, she would dedicate an hour to a live session on DingTalk to explain the problems, notifying them of the specific time in advance each night. Did the underperforming students not desire to improve their grades? That was not the case. They yearned for growth and aspired to achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination. Yet, reality often dealt harsh blows. They found themselves in the worst class, with a weak foundation, and the teachers held little expectation for them, leaving the students with scant hope for themselves. However, Su Mian's presence seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope, and she willingly offered her assistance, as anyone who failed to seize this opportunity would be a fool. Tao Chun bought a plethora of snacks for Su Mian from the convenience store, nearly filling her backpack to the brim. Since it was Friday, and the dormitory students planned to return home, Tao Chun linked her arm with Su Mian as they descended the stairs. While rehearsing formulas, Tao Chun turned a corner and collided with someone, causing them to exclaim as they fell to the ground, scattering their books everywhere. "I'm so sorry, classmate. I wasn't paying attention. Are you alright?" As Tao Chun reached out to help, the girl brushed her hand away angrily, her striking face contorted in frustration. Tao Chun recognized her as Wan Yingying from the elite class, a close friend of her stingy and spiteful roommate, Hu Jinjiao. However, Wan Yingying was well known, not only for her beauty as the school's recognized flower but also for her academic prowess, consistently ranking within the top 10. Yet ever since Su Mian's arrival, Wan Yingying's title as the school beauty seemed at risk, for Su Mian's beauty had captivated attention, resulting in a throng of boys flocking around their class solely to catch a glimpse of her. "Don't touch me. Running into someone from your class is my misfortune," Wan Yingying scoffed, gathering her books and adding derisively, "Underperformers are just that. Don't think that memorizing a few formulas will yield good results. Know your own worth. Just because my grades are poor does not grant you the right to insult me. You truly embody the essence of Hu Jinjiao's circle." Tao Chun's expression darkened. "Does your good performance justify looking down on others? I apologize to you, yet you refuse to accept it. Why escalate this to personal attacks? Am I mistaken? What merit does your class possess? Especially this one beside you. She's the epitome of failure, a disgrace to our gender." Wan Yingying directed her ire towards Su Mian.
Su Mian remained silent.
Tao Chun, infuriated, retorted, "Do you have no decency? Why insult Su Mian? What has she done to you?" Wan Yingying huffed. "I simply find her displeasing. What's so impressive about being tough? To us good students, she's merely a female thug. Although my grades aren't stellar, when it comes to confronting you, I won't be outdone. You're just jealous that Su Mian is more beautiful than you, taking your title as the school beauty. How shameless to disguise your jealousy with such pretentious reasoning." To her astonishment, the former school beauty revealed her true colors. "Everyone, come and witness. Wan Yingying is spewing nonsense without cause. It's utterly outrageous." More and more eyes turned toward them, and Wan Yingying's face flushed crimson. "You're the one spewing nonsense. Time will prove everything." As it appeared the two would soon erupt into a full-blown argument, Su Mian grasped Tao Chun's arm. "Let us go. Don't waste your breath here. You're better off memorizing another formula." As she said, "Time will reveal all." Upon exiting the school gates, Su Mian's phone suddenly rang. It was Lian Ruyi, inviting her to the Jiang family's family banquet that evening, insisting she return for dinner, preferably bringing Yu Jinzhi along. Su Mian merely stated she would ask, then hung up and promptly called Yu Jinzhi. At that moment, Yu Jinzhi was in a meeting. Seated around an oval table were dozens of senior executives. Yu Jinzhi glanced at the incoming call on his display. They maintained their focus on the meeting. Yu Jinzhi despised being interrupted during discussions, so everyone's phones were set to silent mode, including his. Even if a call came in, he would not answer. This was a steadfast rule. But this time, Yu Jinzhi raised his hand, signaling a pause in the meeting. The others were taken aback. Did he actually make an exception? Could it be that something significant had occurred with old Master Yu? Regrettably, their assumptions were misguided. Yu Jinzhi pressed his phone to his ear. Is there something you need? Su Mian got straight to the point. Tonight is the Jiang family's family banquet, and Lian Ruyi has asked me to bring you along. Are you available? Yu Jinzhi replied. I am, but I will arrive a bit later. Would that be a problem? Su Mian assured him it was not. As long as he could attend, that was sufficient. The senior executives realized it was not that President Yu was incapable of double standards. Rather, it was simply that there had not been anyone worthy of such treatment until now. In truth, this family banquet should have taken place when Su Mian returned, but the Jang family had been procrastinating. Furthermore, during the last banquet, not all members of the Jiang family were present. For instance, grandmother Jiang Yan had been residing in the countryside and was reportedly ill during Su Mian's return, which prevented her from returning to Nan City. Additionally, Jiang He and his family, who settled in Nan City, managed the Jiang family's subsidiary there. As for Uncle Jiang Min's family, they had met a few times. They were a sharp-tongued bunch, not worth much discussion. It remained to be seen what attitude grandmother and Uncle Jiang would hold towards her.
Chapter 36. Grandmother defends Su Mian. Gift jewelry worth millions.
The Jiang family's prosperous development in the capital was entirely reliant on the foundation laid by their ancestors. By the time it reached Jiang Yan's generation, the Jiang family was at its zenith. Interestingly, Jiang Yan did not originally bear the Jiang surname. She adopted it after marrying into the family. However, when the family business fell to Jiang Pingxing's generation, they faced bankruptcy due to the financial crisis and pressure from rivals. Jiang Ruyi had mentioned that the Jiang family managed to weather this storm thanks to their mother, Lian Ruyi, who had helped them navigate through this peril. Even though the couple had long since lost their affection for one another, Jiang Pingxing had not divorced Lian Ruyi, for she still held 15 of the Jiang family's shares. To Su Mian's eyes, Lian Ruyi, her mother, seemed incomprehensible, not at all the type to engage in business. Did age diminish the talents and wisdom one possessed? Su Mian directed the driver to take her to the Jiang residence. Tonight's family banquet would include not only family, but also unfamiliar faces. One young man, tall and handsome, sat discussing a math competition problem with Jiang Min's son, Jiang Gaoda. When they struggled to come to a conclusion, they turned to Jiang Waner for assistance. Upon entering the room, Su Mian's first reaction was to notice an elderly woman with white hair sitting on the sofa. She appeared frail, likely due to a recent illness. Yet dressed in a vibrant red ensemble and adorned with lipstick and emerald jewelry, she still exuded a certain vitality. Jiang Yan beamed. You must be Mian Mian. I am your grandmother, Jiang Yan. Come here, and let me have a look at you, dear. Jiang Yan's warm demeanor was unexpected. Hearing her voice, Su Mian approached and sat beside her, politely greeting, grandmother. Jiang Yan looked at her with delight. You resemble your brother quite a bit. Thankfully, he brought you back, otherwise, in my old age, I might never have had the chance to meet my precious granddaughter. The elderly woman grasped Su Mian's hand, tears welling in her eyes. All these years, you have suffered outside. Su Mian, who was somewhat reserved, felt a tad overwhelmed by the elderly woman's enthusiasm. Yet she managed a faint smile, realizing that her brother had spoken the truth about their grandmother's fondness for her since her birth. After some pleasantries, Jiang Yan introduced her to Uncle Jiang He and his family. Uncle Jiang He smiled broadly at her, encouraging his son, Jiang Xueli, who had just started middle school, to present a gift. Jiang Xueli, clearly a diligent student wearing glasses, carried an air of humility. Sister Su Mian, this is a gift from my father and me. Su Mian displayed her genuine smile for the second time in the Jiang residence, her eyes crinkling as she accepted. Thank you. No need for thanks. I didn't prepare anything, but here's a lollipop for you. I'll return the favor next time. Su Mian offered a lollipop. Jiang Xueli accepted it, revealing two charming dimples. Sister Su Mian is easy to get along with. She's nothing like the frightening stories I've heard. She's beautiful and exceptionally gentle. However, this scene was particularly glaring in Jiang Wanu's eyes. Although Jiang He's family held a modest status within the Jiang family, they had never extended such warmth towards her. Moreover, grandmother Jiang Yan had never acknowledged her as part of the Jiang family, always treating her as a guest. Yet, Upon Su Mian's return, they were all so welcoming. Jiang Waner had grown accustomed to the cold remarks from other Jiang family members towards Su Mian. And now this stark contrast made her heart ache. Jiang Min inquired, Su Mian, why didn't you bring Yu Jinzhi along? This is a family banquet. No matter how busy he is, he should at least make an appearance. As your fiancé, he seems to care little for you.
Zhang Pingsheng adopted a disinterested attitude.
Unaffected by the conversation. Hearing the biting tone, Su Mian remained unfazed. Uncle, are you still living in the 2G era? If brother Jinji didn't care for me, he wouldn't be dealing with my troubles. Besides, I never said he wouldn't come. He has just caught up with work and will arrive later. Jiang Min's expression shifted slightly. I meant no offense. I just worry that this busy man might leave you in the lurch. He won tea, she replied confidently. At that moment, a male classmate sitting next to Jiang Gaoda whispered, Is this Su Mian? Jiang Gaoda leaned in to reply yes. She's the one causing a stir in the capital these days, currently a senior at the same high school as you. He lowered his voice. Su Lei. If you see her at school, just ignore her. This cousin of mine is a classic example of someone who excels at nothing but causing chaos. Upon hearing her name, Su Lei recalled the school's buzz surrounding the new belle, who was indeed striking, the kind that could make a man's heart race at first glance. Unfortunately, her reputation was somewhat tarnished, but that was minor. However, it seemed she also had a fiancé. Her fiancé, Yu Jinzhi, was a prominent figure in the capital. A man every other man aspired to surpass, yet the age gap between them was concerning, leading him to harbor doubts about the union. While others might have missed it, Su Mian's keen hearing caught Jiang Gaoda speaking ill of her. This cousin of hers seemed to have inherited his father's condescending attitude. Jiang Yan, ever amiable, said, Grandmother has prepared a gift for you too, Mian. Come with me to the room.
All right.
The elderly woman, though somewhat frail, confidently led Su Mian towards a room. Hand in hand, Lian Ruyi was aware of Jiang Wanu's discomfort, yet there was little she could do. This old hag had disapproved of her bringing Jiang Waner back to raise since the outset, causing quite an uproar. Later, Jiang Yan had moved to the countryside due to this very issue and seldom returned to the capital. In her heart, Lian Ruyi scoffed. If only she had passed away earlier, it would have spared them both the aggravation. However, what was even more infuriating was that Jiang Yan presented Su Mian with an entire set of emerald jewelry valued at over 50 million. Upon seeing the bracelet on Su Mian's wrist and the necklace around her neck, both mother and daughter's eyes turned red with envy. Over 50 million, casually gifted. They had been part of the Jiang family for years, and not only had they never received jewelry worth millions, but even pieces worth hundreds of thousands had been exceedingly rare. Of course, Jiang Min's family was equally incensed. Over 50 million. It was a fortune. How could the elderly woman bestow such riches upon Su Mian? Did she even deserve such exquisite treasures? Jiang Min's face darkened. Mother, this is the set of jewelry Dad gifted you back in the day. Why would you give it to Su Mian? It is quite inappropriate for a mere 19-year-old girl to adore herself with such precious gifts. Not only does Jiang Min oppose this, but even Ruyi chimes in, saying, Indeed, Mother, Su Mian is rather clumsy in her ways. It is truly unsuitable for her to wear such valuable jewelry. Jiang Yan, unfazed by their protests, boldly declares, You needn't concern yourselves. The items are mine, and having gifted them to Su Mian, they now rightfully belong to her. Do not even think about coveting the jewels. At that moment, Su Mian couldn't be more enamored with her grandmother. The feeling of being protected by family is truly delightful. Jiang Min felt an immense regret for not having a daughter. Within the entire Jiang family, Jiang Pingsheng had one son and one daughter, alongside an adopted daughter. While both he and Jiang he had only one son each. It could be said that Su Mian was the sole precious daughter in the Jiang household.
Jiang Van Er.
2. Held a place in the family tree, yet she was not favored by Jiang Yan. Ruyi felt compelled to advocate for Jiang Waner, saying, Mother, you are being quite unfair to Waner. She has been with us for many years, yet you have never given her any decent jewelry. How do you think she will feel when you present such luxurious gifts to Su Mian in her presence? Mother, one must not show such favoritism. She then turned to Jiang Pingsheng, asking, What do you think, Pingsheng? Jiang Pingsheng felt somewhat awkward. Although Jiang Yan was not his biological mother, she had treated him well, and in his middle age, he still held her in high regard. However, it was undeniable that Jiang Waner was indeed overlooked. After some contemplation, he suggested, Mother, Ruyi makes a valid point. Perhaps you could give the earrings to Waner. Jiang Yan shot him a glare, scoffing.
Don't even think about it.
That entire set is for Mian Mian. I recall stating that I do not recognize Waner as my granddaughter. Since you all cherish her so much, you can buy her gifts yourselves. My poor granddaughter has been alone in the world for over a decade. I am merely gifting her a set of jewelry worth millions, and you all turn envious. Had she grown up safely within the Jiang family, she would not lack for jewelry worth even billions. Upon hearing this, despite their inner discontent, no one dared to rebut. Jiang Waner lowered her head, saying, "Father, mother, what grandmother says is reasonable. I am already very content to be your daughter, and besides, I have enough jewelry. I do not attend many banquets, and therefore do not wear overly extravagant accessories." She then smiled at Su Mian, saying, "Sister, this set of jewelry looks splendid on you. It really compliments you." Su Mian raised her wrist, her eyes curving in delight. "Oh, so my little sister can also be so complimentary. Thank you for the praise. I feel the same."
Jiang van Er.
At this moment, Su Mian poured a cup of tea and offered it to Jiang Yan, saying, "Grandmother, have some tea. After so many words, you must be thirsty." How thoughtful of Mian Mian. Jiang Yan smiled instantly, accepting the tea and sipping it slowly.
Ruyi.
Seeing that she could not gain any favor from Jiang Yan and feeling unable to express her dissatisfaction, ultimately swallowed her frustration and changed the topic. "Xiao Lei, you and Mian Mian attend the same high school, correct?" Su Lei, who had been quietly observing, responded when addressed, "Yes, Aunt Ruyi. I heard you have been recommended to Jingda. Will you still be taking the college entrance exam this year?" "I intend to," Su Lei replied, aiming for the top score in science. Ruyi smiled again. Indeed, Su Mian also attends Jiang, but her grades are somewhat disappointing. Could you possibly assist her more at school? Having just advocated for Jiang Waner, she now feigned concern for Su Mian. Su Mian wished she could simply say, "Such theatrics." Su Lei hesitated before looking at Su Mian. As he wavered, Su Mian caught his gaze and casually looked up. Su Lei felt utterly defenseless before Su Mian's face. If he had a girlfriend like her, despite her many flaws, he could surely spend time nurturing her to become exceptional. Regardless, Su Mian was undeniably the genuine young lady of the Jang family, so he nodded, "Of course, Aunt Ruyi. Then we shall entrust Su Mian to you," Ruyi said. Just then, Yu Jinzhi entered, fortuitously overhearing this exchange. Entrust him with what? Chapter 37, Show Off, Teasing. The atmosphere shifted dramatically with Yu Jinzhi's arrival. Every time he appeared, Jiang Waner's eyes fixated on him. One could surmise that had it not been for this marriage arrangement, the opportunities to meet Yu Jinzhi would be exceedingly rare. The man, at 30, exuded a mature and restrained aura, his exquisitely refined features undeniably captivating.
Su Mian.
Perhaps somewhat superficial, was not drawn to his looks but might have found him slightly alluring. Alas, this man was one to be admired from a distance, not to be trifled with. Ruyi straightened her back at the inquiry and awkwardly explained, "This young man, Su Lei, attends the same school as Su Mian. Her academic performance has been rather poor, so I asked Su Lei if he could tutor her when he has time, to help improve her grades." Yu Jinzhi, accompanied by Yanan, who held numerous gifts, casually cast his gaze towards Su Lei before looking away. Su Lei, feeling scrutinized, instinctively clenched his fists. It was his first encounter with the man rumored in the capital, Yu Jinzhi, the third master of the Yu family. As an individual of high status, his aura was indeed formidable, evoking a sense of instinctual fear. Su Mian's grades are poor? Ruyi continued, "Yes, when Mian Mian registered at school, she struggled to complete the exam papers assigned by the teachers. With the college entrance exam looming next year, while I do not expect her to excel, she must not perform poorly either. After all, Su Mian is the young lady of the Jiang family and your fiancé, third master. Many eyes are watching. If her grades are too low, how many people will laugh at her behind her back?" Her words were astute, yet they also harbored ulterior motives. Yu Jinzhi smiled, neither affirming nor denying her statements. He could hardly believe that Su Mian, capable of programming artificial intelligence and crafting seemingly competent prescriptions, was truly the kind of student who underperformed academically. It was evident that relying solely on the biased opinions of others could hardly provide an accurate understanding of Su Mian's abilities. Since Ruyi held such beliefs, Yu Jinzhi had no intention of enlightening her in the slightest. He turned his gaze to Su Mian, asking Mian Mian, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" The way he called her Mian Mian was soft and soothing to her ears. Su Mian felt a warmth wash over her. She smiled brightly. Standing up and walking to his side. Resting her hand on his arm, she introduced, "This is my grandmother, Jiang Yan." Upon hearing of her grandmother's previous health issues, Yu Jinzhi inquired, "I heard your grandmother was unwell. Has she been feeling better lately?" Jiang Yan, genuinely pleased with Yu Jinzhi as her future grandson-in-law, smiled slightly. "Much better. If there is anything still troubling you, I can arrange for Dr. Chen to come and examine you," Yu Jinzhi offered.
Doctor
Chen is quite a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the capital, not someone one could hire simply with wealth. Jiang Yan's smile widened. "You are most considerate. How is your grandfather doing?" "He's managing just the same old ailments," he replied. Aging can be quite unforgiving." Their conversation flowed smoothly, and Su Mian continued the introductions. "This is my uncle, Zhang He, and my younger cousin, Zhang Shueli." The younger Zhang Shueli, being quite straightforward, upon seeing how handsome Yu Jinzhi was, sweetly exclaimed, "Hello, brother-in-law." "Hello," Yu Jinzhi replied warmly. Jiang He promptly extended his hand, saying, "I've long admired you, Mr. Yu." "Likewise, uncle," Yu Jinzhi responded. Jiang He chuckled, feeling that the Yu family was quite amiable. Unlike some affluent families where such unions often led to arrogance and a lack of respect for the elder relatives of the bride, the Yu family, being prominent in the capital, surely possessed a demeanor and open-mindedness beyond the ordinary. Finally, Su Mian's gaze landed on Jiang Min and his family, speaking a bit more swiftly. "This is my elder uncle, Jiang Min, and my elder cousin, Jiang Gao." To Jiang Min beamed, "Yu Jinzhi, truly a remarkable young man. Knowing that Mian will marry you, I can rest easy." However, deep within his heart, he was seething with anger towards Su Mian. In terms of seniority, he was older than Jiang He, and after introducing Jiang Yan, he ought to have been introduced next. Yet, Su Mian audaciously bypassed him and introduced Jiang He instead. What place did this leave him in? What would Yu Jinzhi think? Yu Jinzhi merely smiled, refraining from comment. Jiang Gaodai was equally displeased. Sharing his father's sentiments, why should Jiang Shueli be introduced first? Why should he be relegated to the end? At this moment, Yan and casually placed the gifts on the table, which quickly piled up to the point of overflow. Among these, many were exquisite medicinal herbs and supplements intended for Jiang Yan, alongside some fine teas, cigarettes, and renowned wines, which Jiang Pingsheng instructed the maid to store in the pantry. Yu Jinzhi afforded Su Mian due respect, while Jiang Pingsheng, holding a position of esteem in this household, engaged in conversation with Yu Jinzhi after he took a seat. It was Su Mian's first experience receiving such lavish gifts from relatives, and with Yu Jinzhi sitting beside her. Jiang Pingsheng's topics of discussion revolved around business matters, hardly suitable for this occasion, which was not a business gathering. Perhaps out of excitement, Su Mian attempted to message Jiang Ruyi, but received no reply, as Jiang Ruyi seemed preoccupied. Unable to contain herself, Su Mian tugged at Yu Jinzhi's sleeve, and once he lowered his gaze, she pointed to a full set of SLY lipsticks gifted by Jiang Shueli, her tone laced with pride. "These are for my little cousin." Yu Jinzhi raised an eyebrow, his voice softening. "Your little cousin is quite thoughtful." Su Mian then waved her wrist, showcasing a delicate bangle that suited her slender arm perfectly. "This is a gift from my grandmother." Yu Jinzhi smiled again, finding her undeniably charming. Despite her composed demeanor, she still possessed the innocence and sweetness of youth. With a slight smirk, Yu Jinzhi teased, "Miss Su, are you hinting that your fiancé has yet to present you with a proper gift since your reunion?" "Su Mian de Plaid, flustered." "I did not. Don't say such things." She lowered her hands, taking a sip of tea, and added nonchalantly, "If Jinzhi Gij wishes to gift me something, I would not mind." Upon realizing she was indeed his little fiancé, he understood that a proper gift was indeed warranted. Jiang Yan observed their whispered exchanges, such a handsome couple, undeniably pleasing to the eye. However, not everyone was pleased. Jiang Waner turned pale, her heart aching as if someone had plunged a knife into her chest. She stood up, feigning innocence. "Mom, I'll check if Aunt Xue needs any help in the kitchen." After departing, she cast a glance at Yu Jinzhi, though he paid her no mind. Jiang Gaodai felt indignant on behalf of Jiang Wana. "Su Lei, let us head upstairs to play. There's an entertainment room on the second floor. You must be in dire need of relaxation." Su Lei could say nothing. In the Jiang household, he had no authority, thus he followed Jiang Gaodai upstairs. However, Su Lei could not shake off thoughts of the radiant Su Mian, despite her being Yu Jinzhi's fiancé. Though others claimed she had a terrible temper and a cold demeanor, she possessed a certain irresistible charm that ensnared hearts. Losing interest in gaming, Su Lei began to probe. By the way, does your cousin Jiang Waner have a fondness for you, Senyi? Jiang Gaodai, loyal to Jiang Wana, responded vehemently. You noticed that, did you? Let me tell you, Waner has admired Sanyi for quite some time. Who would have imagined that Su Mian's return would steal him away? Just now, she was utterly brazen, flaunting her affection in front of Waner. Su Mian must know Wanu's feelings for Sanyi. Her actions were nothing short of a display of arrogance, utterly revolting. Chapter 38. The green tea is abused. Su Mian teaches her cousin a lesson. Su Lei's gaze flickered. Is that so? Su Mian doesn't he seem like that kind of person? Jiang Gaodai scoffed. Don't be deceived by her beautiful exterior. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. She is a venomous vixen, full of malice. The roots of his disdain for Su Mian ran deep, partly due to Jiang Waner, and partly from the incessant rumors that had led him to concoct unfounded narratives in his mind. Instead of indulging in frivolities, he ought to contemplate how to better himself. Waner was far superior to her. It infuriated him. Yet, Yu Jinzhi seemed to treat her exceptionally well. Who could say if it was genuine? In a family like theirs, appearances mattered immensely. Yu Jinzhi was notoriously indifferent towards women. Marrying Su Mian was likely a family arrangement. Jiang Gaodai remarked, Look at my second uncle and aunt. They appear harmonious and affectionate, but it's all a facade. Those two have long since lost their feelings for one another and have been sleeping apart for years. Su Lei seemed to understand, as if a light had dawned upon him. The more Jiang Gaodai contemplated, the more anger swelled within him. Though he dared not act out with Yu Jinzhi present, he thought to himself that he would seek a chance to defend Wanu's honor. At 8 o'clock, the family banquet commenced. The dinner was lavish, featuring a splendid array of dishes. The aroma of seafood and lobster wafted through the air, igniting appetites. Once everyone was seated, Su Mian had already instructed Yan to place her jewelry and the lipstick set in Yu Jinzhi's car. Feeling hungry, she soon had a bowl of rice served. Savoring each bite, the elderly matriarch sat beside her, and Su Mian promptly peeled a shrimp, dipping it in soy sauce before placing it in Jiang Yan's bowl. Grandma, enjoy some shrimp. Our precious Mian is truly wonderful. Jiang Shuili imitated her, offering a piece of chicken. Grandma, have some meat. Jiang Gaodai and Jiang Waner followed suit. Yet Jiang Yan's expression soured upon seeing the dish Jiang Waner had served her. Her disapproval was unmasked as she bluntly stated, I do not eat this dish. Dismissively pushing Jiang Wanu's offering onto the bone plate. Jiang Wanu's face paled, biting her lip, and she lowered her head with a pitiful demeanor. I'm sorry.
Grandma.
Jiang Pingshan called out. Jiang Yan scoffed coldly. At that moment, even Lian Ruyi's anxiety proved futile, as she silently cursed in her heart. Lamenting how this old woman delighted in bullying Waner, a satisfaction surged within. Su Mian recalled her first day back at the Jiang household, when she had offered Lian Ruyi food, believing it essential to build rapport with her parents. However, Lian Ruyi had coldly rejected her, publicly declaring her aversion to the dish. Jiang Waner had been there, tactfully explaining her mother's preferences. Upon hearing this, Su Mian could only chuckle quietly. Later, it was Jiang Ruoshui who intervened, advising her that in this household, there was no need to curry favor with anyone. She simply needed to be herself. Did Grandma, despite residing in the countryside, truly know about every event in the Jiang family? Was she seeking to relieve her grievances? Lost in thought, Yu Jinzhi placed a piece of crab meat in her bowl. Try this. Su Mian snapped back to reality, blinking as she tasted it. A smile spreading across her lips. Delicious. In the spirit of reciprocity, she eyed the table filled with delectable dishes and added a piece of fresh fish to Yu Jinzhi's bowl. This tastes good too. You should try it. Noticing this scene, Jiang Waner tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Sister, San Yi doesn't eat fish. Upon hearing this, Su Mian lifted her gaze, instinctively looking at Yu Jinzhi. You don't eat fish? Yu Jinzhi calmly placed the fish in his mouth, chewing slowly before responding. If I didn't eat fish, would I know? He had merely followed a vegetarian diet for a time, after which rumors had circulated that he abstained from meat and adhered to a strict vegetarian lifestyle. Jiang Wanu's face nearly split from her forced grin as she managed to utter, I saw a report about San Yi that mentioned you don't eat fish. Jiang Yan chimed in with a reprimand. Such news is often fabricated. You should avoid reading such nonsense in the future. Grandma's words rang true. Jiang Waner once again lowered her head, her hands trembling in anger beneath the table. Jiang Yan's words rang true. Indeed, the reports were nothing short of baseless fabrications. This meal marked the most comfortable dinner that Su Mian had ever experienced at the Jiang household. However, a minor incident occurred when Su Lei, while peeling shrimp, accidentally pricked his hand, causing droplets of blood to emerge. Lian Ruyi spoke up. Mian, could you pass Su Lei some paper? Why couldn't Jiang Gaoda, who was sitting nearby, do it himself? Su Mian merely responded with an "oh," said nothing further, and complied. Thank you, Su Lei said as he accepted the paper. But his fingertips inadvertently brushed against Su Mian's, causing his heart to race wildly, akin to a startled fawn. Lian Ruyi caught sight of this, and smiled subtly. After dinner, Su Mian glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Although reluctant to leave her grandmother, she cast a glance at Yu Jinzhi. When are we leaving? Surprisingly, Yu Jinzhi understood her unspoken words and leaned in to whisper, just a little longer. Your father has asked to speak with me in the study.
Oh.
The man's breath tickled her ear, making it feel oddly sensitive. Once Yu Jinzhi retreated to the study, Jiang Gaoda began to shout about playing Honor of Kings, abruptly calling out to Su Mian, who was seated in the living room. After the meal, it was customary for the elderly to take a walk. Thus he had asked the maid he had brought with him to accompany them for a stroll. Upon hearing about Honor of Kings, Su Mian replied, I've never played, so I'm not familiar with it. She had heard of it, though, as the gameplay closely resembled that of League of Legends, which she had played quite well. Jiang Gaoda dismissed her hesitation, saying, What's there to be afraid of? It's just a game. Cousin Su Mian, you wouldn't deny me this, would you? Mian, come on. I'll protect you, her little cousin chimed in, thumping his chest with bravado. Su Lei added, This game is quite entertaining. You should give it a try. Face. Is it worth anything to you?
Su Mian chuckled lightly.
It doesn't matter whether you care about face, but I must uphold my little cousin's honor. Fine. I'll download it now. Seeing her agreement, Jiang Gaoda grinned triumphantly, knowing that skilled female players were rare, and most were novices. He anticipated that as the game began, Su Mian would repeatedly fall victim to the enemy, allowing him ample opportunity to mock her folly. Su Mian's phone had her custom accelerator, and within 2 minutes, the game was downloaded. After logging in with QQ and completing the novice tutorial, she was added to her little cousin's friend list and pulled into the team. Su Lei was the captain, boasting a prestigious rank, while Jiang Gaoda and her little cousin were both at a star rank. As they prepared for the match, Su Mian, lacking heroes, randomly selected a marksman, a small Lu Ban, since she typically played as a marksman or jungler in League of Legends. Given Su Lei's high rank, the quality of their opponents would not be subpar. However, as Su Mian began playing, she found herself struggling. Within the first 3 minutes, she had already given first blood to the opposing marksman, Jalua. The support did not criticize her, continuing to follow her lead. Jiang Gaoda noticed her dying twice more. Cousin, if you can't handle it, just back off. Don't engage with the opposing marksman when you can't win. Su Mian shrugged it off. It's just a game. Why take it so seriously? Su Lei, playing as a tiger jungler, was performing admirably, racking up 5 kills, while Su Mian continued to falter, resulting in an equal exchange of kills and minimal economic disparity. After yet another death at the hands of the enemy, Jiang Gaoda incessantly berated her. Cousin Su Mian, how could you die again? I beg you, stop throwing yourself away. Why are you so inept? If you can fight in real life, why can't you manage in a game? This doesn't suit your character. Jiang Xueli, unable to tolerate the tirade, interjected, It's not ranked. Why are you scolding her? Did I scold her? Jiang Gaoda feigned innocence. Su Lei contemplated speaking up but ultimately restrained himself. Su Mian had never been fully engaged in the game. She was anxious to leave, as she had promised to review problems with them on Ding Talk that night. However, Jiang Gaoda's incessant noise was irksome. She felt her performance was not particularly poor, merely lacking concentration. Growing irritated, Su Mian shot back, Jiang Gaoda, if I score a pentakill, will you shut your mouth? Jiang Gaoda scoffed dismissively, If you manage a pentakill, I'll eat excrement on the spot. Remember your words, don't go back on them later. Su Mian took no offense. She was prepared to teach him a lesson. Those who look down on others often find themselves trampled in the mud. The match had already progressed for over 10 minutes, with both sides having destroyed towers, now locked in a stalemate. Just as the enemy marksman and support attempted to ambush Su Mian in the jungle, they indeed succeeded in cornering her. They anticipated an easy kill on the marksman. But much to their astonishment, the marksman suddenly exhibited remarkable skill, turning the tide and executing a counterattack. By the time her teammates arrived for support, it was too late. Just when it seemed they could secure the marksman's kill, Su Mian activated her revived armor, coming back to life and swiftly claiming their heads, accomplishing a pentakill. To elaborate, the jungler was busy slaying the dragon, hence the delayed support. Jiang Xueli and Jiang Gaodao hastened to join, as Jiang Xueli rushed in. He absorbed some damage for Su Mian but was killed by the enemy marksman, while Jiang Gaodao merely floated around aimlessly, accomplishing nothing. The moment he witnessed Su Mian's demise, he sighed in relief, only to be astounded when she instantaneously switched to her revived armor. How fast must her reflexes be to make such a switch? If he hadn't seen it himself, he might have thought she was cheating. Su Mian then began directing her team. Push mid. When the enemy eventually surrendered, Su Mian looked up at Jiang Gaodao, who wore a grim expression, clearly vexed. Su Mian smirked, no need for you to eat excrement. But since there's quite a bit of leftover food tonight, you can finish it all. Jiang Xueli stifled laughter, unsure whether to laugh or not. It was not just a bit excessive, it was copious. Moreover, Su Mian was undeniably impressive. That counterattack was nothing short of spectacular. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yu Jinzhi emerged from the study, a sudden wave of aroma wafting towards him, mingled with the scent of alcohol. It was Jiang Waner, swaying unsteadily, appearing intoxicated, her eyes brimming with tears, as her entire body leaned toward him. Chapter 39. Expert in Evaluating Women, Yu Sanyi. Jiang Waner was unaware of what had emboldened her to throw herself at Yu Jinzhi that night. She merely sought to test whether he truly remained unmoved by other women. Deeply enamored with him, her heart and mind set on becoming his fiancé, was he truly oblivious? Their plans to deal with Su Mian were progressing far too slowly, and the lack of any glimmer of hope left her in a state of unsettling anxiety. Upon seeing Yu Jinzhi, her mind blinked, the alcohol fueling her subconscious urge to draw closer to him. Jiang Waner did not intentionally fall, she had genuinely twisted her ankle, and the pain radiating from her ankle made her complexion pale. As she was about to tumble into the arms of the man she desired, she anticipated that Yu Jinzhi would catch her, but he moved. With deliberate slowness, Yu Jinzhi sidestepped, and with a resounding thud, Jiang Waner collapsed to the ground. Dazed and in pain, her face contorted. Yet, in that moment of falling, the physical pain paled in comparison to the ache in her heart. Yu Jinzhi had evaded her. Towering above her, his enigmatic dark eyes now icy. He had encountered many women trying to throw themselves at him, all employing the same tactics to elicit sympathy. However, the type of affectation that he despised most in life was that of women who were overly contrived. Not all men in the world would fall for their tricks. It seemed he was also conveying to Jiang Waner that not only was she unworthy of his affections, but she lacked even the privilege to touch a single strand of his hair. Despite Yu Jinzhi's outwardly gentle and refined demeanor, which suggested he treated everyone with grace, the cold-bloodedness that resided within him surpassed that of any man, akin to a deity observing the myriad of human experiences with clarity. Jiang Waner did not comprehend his nature. She felt as though she had plunged into a frigid abyss, weeping poignantly. Third Master, I was the one who knew you first. Do you have any idea how hard I have strived to become worthy of you? Why do you not grant me even the slightest opportunity? Even when I am intoxicated and unable to stand, you refuse to lend me a hand. What have I done to inspire such disdain in you? Yu Jinzhi showed no mercy. The corridor is wide. Why did you choose to bump into me? Have you no eyes? His voice was slow, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against the skin, warm and soothing. Jiang Waner was taken aback, hardly believing her ears. She had never encountered a man like Yu Jinzhi before. Logically, she had met many remarkable men of varying personalities, yet they had always shown a certain tenderness towards women. However, the term tenderness was entirely absent in Yu Jinzhi's essence. Rather, he reserved such kindness solely for a select few, like Su Mian, whom he would peel crabs and shrimp for, exhibiting tenderness and consideration. Indeed, she was fortunate to be his fiancée. Yu Jinzhi's expression was indifferent. Miss Jiang, remember to open your eyes next time. A soft chuckle escaped Su Mian, who had come upstairs upon hearing the commotion. She was pleasantly surprised by the scene before her. One could not help but acknowledge Yu Jinzhi as a consummate judge of character. Though she had not intended to laugh, Jiang Waner's expression was simply too amusing. Upon hearing the laughter, Yu Jinzhi turned to face her. Leaning against the wall at the staircase, Su Mian smiled, her eyes resembling crescent moons. Imbued with a hint of springtime allure, her face radiant and captivating. Su Mian stifled her laughter. I apologize for the intrusion.
Jiang Waner felt utterly humiliated.
Her face flushed crimson. Not from shyness, but from a sense of disgrace. At this moment, she could hardly bear to admire Yu Jinzhi. She wished to distance herself from sharing the same air as him. The very notion of Su Mian witnessing this scene was mortifying, and her pride felt utterly shattered. Intrusion? Your timing is impeccable. At that juncture, Jiang Pingsheng and others emerged from the study, and upon seeing Jiang Waner sprawled on the floor, he was instantly appalled. Waner, what are you doing lying on the ground? Jiang Waner had twisted her ankle and, swaying unsteadily, attempted to explain. I'm sorry, father. I drank too much and lost my balance. Jiang Pingsheng's gaze then fell upon Yu Jinzhi. After years of navigating the business world, he could discern Jiang Waner's intentions. Realizing how absurd the situation was, he did not care how she attempted to entice Yu Jinzhi, as long as it remained undiscovered. However, tonight's family banquet was not merely attended by the matriarch, but also by Jiang Min and Jiang He. If Yu Jinzhi chose to take offense, it would be Jiang Waner who would suffer the consequences. Jiang Pingsheng's expression darkened, and suppressing his anger, he raised his voice. Why did you drink so much tonight? If you're drunk, you should return to your room to rest instead of wandering around. Hurry back to your room. Hearing Jiang Pingsheng's voice, Lian Ruyi emerged from her room. What is going on? Why are you shouting at Waner?
Jiang Pingsheng hesitated to mention Jiang Waner.
But he seized the opportunity. You're just in time. Take her back to her room to spare her from further embarrassment. Lian Rui's anger flared. Even if Waner has erred, you cannot speak to her like that. Do you not recognize how much dignity she has brought to our family? I asked you to take her away, not to argue with me. As the two seemed poised for a confrontation, Jiang Waner quickly interjected, grasping Lian Rui's arm. Mother, I truly was in the wrong today. Please do not quarrel with father. Let us not ruin the atmosphere. It was crucial to note that not only were family members present, but also outsiders. Jiang Waner possessed enough self-awareness to grasp that if the situation escalated, she would be the one unable to save face. Moreover, Jiang Yan would soon return from her walk. If she learned of the incident, she would undoubtedly berate Jiang Waner for coveting Su Mian's fiancé, a reputation she could not afford to bear. No, today she must clarify matters. How could she have lost face? Lian Ruyi was determined to defend Jiang Waner's honor. Jiang Pingsheng nearly fainted from anger. This woman, who had been astute and capable when they wed, had become foolish and inflexible since Su Mian's unfortunate disappearance. Jiang Waner's complexion turned pale. Mother, I beg you. Today I truly drank too much and made a fool of myself. Please don't blame father. With her daughter pleading in such a manner, it was evident that the situation was dire. Lian Ruyi abruptly tempered her anger, only then noticing the throng of people in the corridor, and the gravity of the moment dawned upon her. Meanwhile, Zhang Gaoda, who had been eating leftovers in the kitchen, heard the commotion upstairs and rushed up, only to find Jiang Waner with tear-streaked eyes, pitifully being scolded by her uncle. He imagined the scene and thought, I will surely avenge Sister Waner.
Su Mian,
unfazed by his resentful glances and indifferent to the leftovers he had eaten, exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Jinzhi as they descended the stairs together. Su Lei, an outsider, was curious about the happenings above, but felt out of place to intrude. Just then, he spotted Yu Jinzhi and Su Mian coming down, one in a school uniform and the other in a suit, their contrasting auras creating a captivating dynamic that left Su Lei entranced by this pairing. As they exited, Yu Jinzhi bent down to enter the luxurious Rolls-Royce, with Su Mian following closely behind, perhaps still caught up in the amusing events. She was distracted and stumbled as she got in, inadvertently falling into Yu Jinzhi's embrace. The scent of a refreshing pine lingered in the air, soothing yet invigorating. Despite her agility, she could not regain her balance and collided with his sturdy chest, causing her chin to throb painfully, eliciting a soft whimper. This man was as solid as iron. Yet, for some reason, following Jiang Waner's earlier incident, Su Mian felt somewhat disconcerted. Would Yu Jinzhi think she had done it intentionally? Perhaps due to her momentary pain, Yu Jinzhi lifted her chin, seemingly to inspect her, their eyes locking. Yu Jinzhi remarked, I am a connoisseur of character. Thank you all. Chapter 40. No wonder her figure is so exquisite. Su Mian's heart raced uncontrollably as she blinked. Rendered speechless, Yu Jinzhi's fingertip gently traced her jawline and he inquired, Where did you hit? Su Mian's red lips parted slightly. Right where you're touching. At her words, Yu Jinzhi paused, withdrawing his finger. The light illuminated her fair skin, revealing a faint red mark where she had bumped. He cautioned, Be more careful next time. Okay. Su Mian lowered her head. In the front seat, Yan En, curious, glanced back. Whether it was Su Mian's figure or the school uniform she wore, the sight of her beside the impeccably dressed Yu Jinzhi, one a naive yet alluring enchantress, the other a refined yet roguish tycoon, created an undeniable chemistry that captivated Yanen. Sealing his admiration for this couple, Yu Jinzhi carefully assisted her into a seat, and Su Mian felt the air growing a tad oppressive. She rolled down the car window, the lingering warmth from the man's fingertips still evident upon her skin, evoking an almost scalding sensation. Fortunately, a call from Jiang Ruyi broke her train of thought, redirecting her attention as she cheerfully engaged in a video chat with her brother. With her striking beauty, it was impossible for Jiang Ruyi, being her twin, not to possess a commendable appearance himself. Unlike Yu Jinzhi's mature and austere demeanor, Jiang Ruyi exuded an ethereal charm reminiscent of a celestial gentleman. Upon seeing Su Mian on the video call, he offered a gentle smile that felt like a breath of spring. "Brother, how did the family banquet go this evening?" Jiang Ruyi inquired. Su Mian smiled softly. "It went smoothly. Grandma and uncle's family were delightful." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Third uncle was also there. He has quite a long face." Yan En interjected, "Aside from that long face, our third uncle possesses good looks, a fine physique, and sturdy legs."
Su Mian.
"I implore you, do not play coy. Go and win over our ascetic third uncle." Jiang Ruyi remarked, "Apart from that face, Yu Jinzhi is rather unremarkable." He then asked, "Did they give you any trouble tonight?" Su Mian chuckled lightly. "Brother, when have you ever seen them gain an upper hand over me?" Jiang Ruyi's eyes brimmed with affection for his confident and intelligent sister. "Really? Even though I am abroad, I have been keeping a close eye on your affairs. Just look. Your reputation has taken quite a hit lately." He glanced at a post on the Kyoto University forum that disparaged his sister, feeling incensed enough to lose sleep over it. Su Mian reassured him, "It's only temporary. Besides, Grandma is quite supportive tonight. That still means they are targeting you. However, it is inevitable. Their mother is utterly fixated on Jiang Waner, completely oblivious to her own children's existence. With Jiang Waner's ambitious desire to marry Yu Jinzhi, it is only natural that they would find ways to undermine you." "That's about right," Su Mian replied dismissively. As they spoke, Jiang Ruyi said, "Put it on speaker. I have something to discuss with Yu Jinzhi." Su Mian activated the speakerphone. "Brother, go ahead." Having known each other for years, Jiang Ruyi and Yu Jinzhi shared a reasonably amicable relationship, albeit Jiang Ruyi tended to be more of a loner, preferring solitude. Thus, their bond could not quite compare to Yu Jinzhi's camaraderie with Rome Shoa, but it was still good enough. Jiang Ruyi got straight to the point. "I need your help. Third uncle. That post about my sister on the Kyoto University forum, could you ask Rome Shoa to assist in having it removed? I attempted to have it deleted through technical means, but for some reason it remains." Upon hearing this, Yu Jinzhi raised an eyebrow and responded, "I had already asked Rong Shoa to handle it the night Su Mian was featured. Then why is it still there? And why hasn't he been removed?" Yu Jinzhi was unaware of the details surrounding the situation. He had always trusted Rong Shoa to handle matters effectively and assumed the post had been eliminated. As for the underlying complexities, he had refrained from interfering, believing Su Mian to be capable of managing her reputation. Furthermore, Rong Shoa harbored significant reservations regarding Su Mian, leading him to pay little attention to subsequent developments and certainly not to inform Yu Jinzhi. Yu Jinzhi's expression darkened slightly. "I will consult Rong Shoa again." "All right." Su Mian interjected unexpectedly. "I restored the post myself." Jiang Ruyi. Yu Jinzhi turned to her, and after a moment, quickly grasped that if Su Mian could upgrade an intelligent robot, deleting a mere post would pose no challenge for her. Su Mian explained matter-of-factly. "No wonder when I was browsing posts that day, it suddenly disappeared. It turns out you had someone delete it. I bear no ill will. Having the post remain only adds to the satisfaction of a future rebuttal. You needn't concern yourselves with it. I still find it useful." With his sister expressing such confidence, Jiang Ruyi had no objections. He would support whatever she chose to do, believing wholeheartedly that Su Mian could orchestrate a remarkable comeback. Upon returning to Nanyuan, Su Mian changed her shoes and swiftly vanished around a corner. She had already organized and summarized the questions they struggled with, even creating outlines for each of her classmates. Crafting an outline for one person was quite labor-intensive, let alone for so many classmates. But Su Mian had ample free time during the day, and the high school material was rather straightforward, rendering further study unnecessary. She shared the group number in their chat. And soon after, over 10 classmates reached out. After waiting approximately 5 minutes, 30 students had already entered the live stream. Sleeping sister, we are here. Good. We await your guidance. What will you teach us tonight? The camera focused on the topic projected on the table, and Su Mian, holding a piece of draft paper, replied, Mathematics. In truth, the mathematics for the college entrance examination was not particularly difficult. The 4 essential textbooks might appear daunting stacked together, but the knowledge points involved were quite limited. However, as the 9th grade science class, their mathematical performance paled in comparison to other classes. Out of the 150-point exam, only about 10 students hovered between 100 and 110, while the rest fluctuated around the low 90s. Similarly, their scores in physics, chemistry, and biology were mediocre, which explained why other classes held the 9th grade in such low regard. With their grades being what they were, it was no wonder they faced ridicule from others. As Su Mian taught, she typed with one hand on the keyboard, testing the compatibility of new nuclear energy and microsensors. The data was extensive and required constant adjustments. However, doing it manually was cumbersome, so she was developing a small program to automate the testing process. Time was of the essence, with only 10 days remaining. The keyboard did not produce the jarring sound of clattering keys. It was rather soft. The students in front of the screen were likely so engrossed in her voice that they unconsciously drowned out all other sounds. Even if they noticed the background noise, it paled in comparison to the importance of the lesson. Thus, they could never fathom that the academic prodigy leading their session was multitasking, writing software code as she taught. Unbeknownst to her, others had joined a live stream as well, and within an hour, the number of online viewers had unknowingly swelled to several hundred.
Which school does the host attend?
Host, when will you lecture again? I find your explanations much easier to understand. Desperate high school students beseeching the host for more sessions. However, as Su Mian noticed that they were not her classmates, she chose to disregard them and ended the broadcast. Feeling fatigued, she gathered her change of clothes, took a shower, and crawled into bed without drying her hair, closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. Seeing their classmates looking a bit forlorn, some kindly replied, Sleeping sister will be available to teach us in the evenings. If you wish to listen, just follow her. You can join in any time. The next day, Su Mian awoke for her morning exercise and nearly collided with Yu Jinzhi as she stepped outside. Su Mian yawned lazily. Why aren't you swimming today? Dressed in all black athletic gear, Yu Jinzhi appeared more relaxed compared to his formal attire. I only swim on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. On other days, I sometimes go rock climbing, sometimes boxing, and sometimes jogging. No wonder his physique was so impressive. Su Mian exclaimed, Then I'll be on my way. Let us go together. After their morning exercise, Su Mian finally shook off her drowsiness. After breakfast, she returned home to continue her work. The senior class had only one day off over the weekend, with most students having only half a day off. This week, perhaps due to the International Students' Day, the school granted them an entire day off for rest. After Saturday and Sunday, Su Mian returned to school early on Monday. However, on this day, an unexpected visitor appeared in their class. The class representative of the 9th grade looked bewildered and asked, Su Lei, what brings you to our class so suddenly? And so early in the morning, what do you need? Su Lei is undoubtedly a prominent figure at their school, having secured first place in the high school physics competition during his second year, which granted him a direct recommendation to Kyoto University. However, he chose to forego this opportunity in favor of taking the college entrance examination. Strikingly handsome, athletically gifted, and academically accomplished, he is regarded as the epitome of an ideal student by the female classmates at his school. On Valentine's Day, he receives an overwhelming number of chocolates and love letters, filling his desk to the brim. At this moment, several early arriving female students from Class 9 gaze at him adoringly while clutching their books, and one steps forward to ask, Su Lei, may I have your WeChat? Su Lei politely declines, stating, I don't really use WeChat. The girls, disheartened, return to their seats, realizing that the coveted Su Lei's WeChat is indeed not easily obtainable. Although there are not many students at the school today, news of Su Lei's arrival in Class 9 quickly spreads. Today, Tao Chun brings breakfast prepared by her family chef for Su Mian, consisting of Guangdong rice rolls, congee, and soy milk. Having received the news in advance, Su Mian naturally does not join Yu Jinzhi for breakfast. Upon entering the classroom, just as she is about to greet Tao Chun, Su Lei beats her to it. Su Mian, you're here. Surprised to see him. Su Mian lifts her head slightly and replies coolly, Is there something you need? Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Su Lei's mood shifts. He deems Su Mian not as remarkable as Jiang Waner, who excels in all aspects, and attributes her engagement to Yu Jinzhi as mere luck. He does not believe that a marriage alliance between them could ignite any sparks. Yet, he finds himself quite fond of her. Although his family background may not match the illustrious Jiang or Yu families, the Su family has a long-standing lineage of intellectuals, and he does not consider his family inferior. Given Su Mian's disadvantages, he believes he could help elevate her status. With this in mind, Su Lei becomes more patient. I have remembered what Auntie Jiang asked me to do for you. Here are my notes, covering everything from your first to third year. Also, please complete this set of exercises during self-study. I'll come by this afternoon to check your progress before I tutor you after school for half an hour. Su Mian responds, "Thank you for your kindness, but I really don't need it."
Please take it back.
Surprised by the rejection, Su Lei furrows his brow. Don't you want to improve your grades and impress Auntie Jiang? Su Mian wants to assert that her grades are quite good without his notes or tutoring, but she realizes that Su Lei, with his preconceived notions, would likely not believe her. I will indeed make her see me in a new light, but I truly do not need your assistance. My grades are actually quite satisfactory. Not as poor as they are rumored to be. Class 9 students murmur in agreement. What poor grades? She's practically a genius. Su Lei's expression darkens, suspecting that Su Mian is avoiding him due to her engagement. He insists, merely talking without action will yield no favorable results. Trust me, with my help, gaining admission to a prestigious university is entirely feasible. Besides, my assistance is purely out of respect for Auntie Jiang. You need not feel pressured. I have no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Su Mian's lips twitch slightly. She understands his ignorance of the truth behind her situation but wonders why she should feel pressured. I have no interest in you, Su Lei. I can afford a tutor, and if all else fails, Yu Jinzhi can teach me. The thought of Yu Jinzhi tutoring her amuses Su Lei. How could someone so busy possibly concern himself with her? His expression turns sour. This is the first time he has offered to tutor someone, and yet Su Mian repeatedly dismisses him. Suit yourself, but I will leave the notes here. Whether you choose to look at them is entirely up to you. Su Mian retorts, thank you, but I truly do not require them. Could you please take them away? Soon. The news of Su Lei's acquaintance with Su Mian and his intention to tutor her spreads throughout the school. And Su Mian feels as if she has become the target of envy among many girls. However, the students in Class 9 find Su Lei's behavior perplexing. If Su Mian claims her grades are fine, why doesn't he believe her and make a fuss over it? During the break, sunlight floods the room as Su Mian lazily rests her head on her desk, resembling a languid cat basking in the warmth. Suddenly, Wan Yingying bursts in, demanding to know, Su Mian, what is your relationship with Su Lei? It is well known that Wan Yingying has harbored feelings for Su Lei for 3 years, pursuing him since their first year. Though he has consistently prioritized his studies over romantic pursuits, she typically refrains from pestering him with confessions but becomes irate upon discovering any potential rivals for his affection. This time, it is not Su Mian pursuing Su Lei, but rather Su Lei seeking out Su Mian, which undoubtedly fuels her jealousy. In their school, Su Lei has never offered tutoring to anyone, maintaining an aloof demeanor and ignoring many girls. Yet he converses with Su Mian extensively. Su Mian responds candidly, it's nothing. Wan Yingying, however, is not convinced. Why would he tutor you if it were nothing? Su Mian retorts, do I owe you an explanation? She straightens her posture and meets Wan Yingying's gaze. By what right do you question me? Wan Yingying clenches her jaw, standing tall, her voice resolute, because the woman standing beside him in the future will only be me. She believes that once the college entrance exams are over, Su Lei will undoubtedly agree to be with her. Her declaration elicits murmurs of disbelief from the onlookers, recognizing her confidence as that of a top student. Su Mian chuckles lightly, nonchalantly responding, oh, then I have no obligation to answer you. She and Su Lei are merely two strangers who have met a couple of times. There is no need to entertain the presumptuous questions of his admirer. Feeling slighted, Wan Yingying's irritation flares. Don't get too smug. Su Lei would never be interested in a useless student like you. It would be best if you kept your distance from him. At this, Su Mian's demeanor shifts. Her initial indifference transforms into a frosty glare. Apologize. The classmates of Class 9 grow increasingly displeased, with the class monitor rising to speak. Indeed, Wan Yingying, you should apologize. Do you truly think that just because you are beautiful and academically accomplished, everyone will cater to you? This is not the first time you've insulted someone from our class. Exactly, you need to apologize to our Su Mian immediately. Wan Yingying, initially ready to leave, finds herself blocked by the students of Class 9, unable to escape. Unfazed, she shouts, "Step aside." "I'll say it again, apologize." "Why should I? I haven't said anything wrong." Wan Yingying cannot comprehend how Su Mian, having only arrived a few days prior, has managed to win over the entire class, who now refer to her as Sister Mian. "Since you refuse to apologize, don't blame me for reporting you to the homeroom teacher," the class monitor warns, exasperated. If Su Mian is labeled a useless student, then what does that make the rest of them? However, instead of the homeroom teacher, the dean arrives, summoned by Hu Jinyao. The dean raises his voice. "What is happening here?" Upon seeing the dean, the students of Class 9 instantly grow apprehensive. Known for his favoritism towards high-achieving students, he is cold and unsympathetic towards those of average performance. The students greet him. "Good morning, Dean." A bolder male student replies, "Dean, Wan Yingying came to our class and insulted Su Mian as a useless student. We only want her to apologize." Wan Yingying bites her lip. "Dean, I did not." It appears that they are resolutely determined to be unreasonable, even going so far as to feign pity. Tao Chunchun felt a surge of indignation. "Wan Yingying, I never imagined you to be such a person, one who dares to act, yet is unwilling to take responsibility." Wan Yingying lowered her head. "Director, I truly did not do anything wrong. I merely exchanged a few words with Su Mian, and then they refused to let me leave." The disciplinary director evidently leaned towards the former, sternly admonishing the boys blocking the doorway. "Step aside. What have you all been learning day by day? Your grades are plummeting with each passing exam, and now you seek to bully a female classmate? Is it that my lack of vigilance has made you feel emboldened?" "Director, we did not," the boys protested. Indeed, classmate Wan Yingying did insult Su Mian, they added, their expressions darkening as they stood their ground. The director, unfazed, retorted, "If you do not step aside, each of you will be required to perform 200 frog jumps." Under the director's imposing authority, they reluctantly parted to allow Wan Yingying to exit. However, their hearts were heavy with disappointment. Yet, Wan Yingying did not step out. Instead, Su Mian seized her collar and flung her back into a chair in the rear. "Did I say you could leave?" The classmates inhaled sharply at the audacity of Su Mian's actions before the director. Wan Yingying collided with the desks and chairs, crying out in pain. Faced with Su Mian's piercing gaze, a chill coursed through her. At school, Su Mian was a student who had to adhere to the rules. However, beyond its confines, she was a vicious woman capable of landing scions of the wealthy in prison. It was said that Li Xiaodao, who had not even attended school recently, had fallen victim to her malice and was currently lying in a hospital bed. Earlier, Wan had indeed been somewhat agitated and carried away by her emotions.
Su Mian,
"What are you doing?" the director exclaimed. Ignoring him, Su Mian addressed Wan Yingying, "Apologize. Do not make me repeat myself for a third time." Su Mian's fury was palpable, instilling a sense of dread in those present. Wan Yingying mumbled, "Yes, I'm sorry." The director's face darkened, feeling humiliated. "Su Mian, this is a school. Do not take advantage of your special status to act recklessly here." Su Mian turned to him. "She insulted me, and I asked her to apologize. This is a perfectly reasonable request. Yet, you, director, why do you side with Wan Yingying without ascertaining the facts? Do you think all my classmates are lying? Do you dare to speak back? I demand an explanation, director. I have nothing to explain to you, nor do I need to. You, right now, immediately accompany me to the office." Su Mian was escorted to the disciplinary office. As she was taken away, Wan Yingying smirked with satisfaction. What good was her external glory if, within the school, she was merely a student of poor academic standing, unworthy of the teacher's attention? Teachers invariably favored those with better grades. The students of Class 9 wore solemn expressions. Before long, their homeroom teacher arrived at the disciplinary office. Upon entering, Teacher Feng stated, "Director, I have inquired into the matter thoroughly and even consulted students from the neighboring class. Classmate Wan Yingying indeed insulted Su Mian from our class. Of course, my students were also at fault, and I have already reprimanded them. As for Su Mian, she is currently in class. She has just arrived at school and has much to learn. Perhaps we could release her for now?" The director scoffed coldly. "She hasn't even learned to respect her teachers, and you speak of attending class? Until she completes her reflection, I will not allow her to leave." "I will not write it," Su Mian declared resolutely. "I do not believe I am in the wrong. On the contrary, I think you, as an educator, should reflect deeply on your extreme bias towards high-achieving students. All students deserve equal treatment, and I hope you can handle matters fairly, justly, and transparently. Otherwise, I believe you are unfit for your current position. Teacher Foam acknowledged, indeed, she has always had strong opinions about this. However, as a teacher, it is often difficult to voice such thoughts. But hearing it from Su Mian makes it quite troublesome. The director's fury flared. You dare to audaciously instruct me on how to do my job? Do you even know what manner of person you are? Your mother enrolled you here so you could study diligently, not to form cliques and stir up trouble. I tell you, if you do not write this reflection today, do not bother returning. Su Mian rose, looking down at him. I have always acted with integrity and will not create trouble. However, if others choose to provoke me, that is another matter. Additionally, I will not write this reflection, but I am willing to make a wager with you, Director. Tomorrow's grade exam, pick any ranking you like. If I do not achieve the ranking you specify, you may deal with me as you wish. Conversely, if I succeed, you must write a reflection letter, committing to treat all students equally from that point onward. You dare. Teacher Foam was rather impressed by Su Mian's audacity. She recalled that this girl had even been explaining problems to her classmates just the day before. According to the class representative, Su Mian's grades were actually quite good. It was merely a mystery why she had been misunderstood as a poor student. Upon hearing this, the director sneered. Very well, I will grant you this opportunity. Let us see what tricks you can pull. Here's the deal. If you can place in the top 20 of your grade, I will write the reflection. But if you fail, you can pack your things and leave. It should be noted that the students with average grades had long harbored grievances against the director. Whenever there were valuable resources available in the school, they were always allocated to the best classes. While others enjoyed air conditioning during the summer, they were left to endure mere fans. When good students made mistakes, the director would calmly admonish them, but when it came to their mistakes, he would unleash a torrent of scorn. Upon returning to Class 9, Su Mian found that the period, originally designated for their homeroom teacher, had become a self-study session since the teacher had gone to find her. Time had already passed significantly, and when Su Mian returned, she saw her classmates looking like lost sheep. She ascended the podium. I want to express my gratitude for standing up for me today. You have endured unfair treatment from the director due to this incident, or perhaps, in truth, you have been bearing the brunt of it for some time. This society has always been unjust. It is so in school, and it will be even more so in the world beyond. You will encounter many strange individuals like the director, and they may be even worse. However, as human beings, no one is inherently superior to another, and you are not inferior to anyone. But to earn respect and compel them to look up to you, you must first make them see you in a different light. The college entrance examination is your first step in slapping them in the face. In the time to come, please follow my lead closely. I will guide you to greatness. Are you ready? With Su Mian's words, the students of Class 9 felt an unprecedented surge of enthusiasm and motivation. The earlier disheartenment transformed entirely into their driving force. Do not ask them why they so fervently trusted Su Mian. It was simply an inexplicable conviction. In unison, they declared, "We are ready. Sister Mian, lead us to soar." Chapter 42. A Sense of Shyness. After leaving Class 9, Su Lei returned to the classroom to resume his studies. Having faced repeated rejections from Su Mian, he wore a sullen expression, as though someone owed him $1,000,000. However, upon reflection, he believed that he must not rush things. With the grade exam tomorrow, once the results were revealed, Su Mian would understand the harshness of reality. At that point, he would approach her again, confident she would no longer refuse him. In summary, he did not believe Su Mian could perform exceptionally well. What he did not anticipate was that Waner would seek him out and subsequently confront Su Mian, resulting in Su Mian being taken to the disciplinary office. Upon hearing this news, Su Lei's mood soured even further. He was aware of Waner's affection for him, but he had never reciprocated. Firstly, he was quite focused on his studies at that time. Secondly, although Waner was beautiful, she was not his type. Admittedly, had Su Mian not appeared, he might have considered dating Waner after graduating from high school, but things had changed. He found himself increasingly drawn to Su Mian. Even though Su Mian had a fiancé, if she were to develop feelings for him, perhaps she could break off her engagement with the Yu family. At such a tender age, how could she possibly find happiness marrying a man like Yu Jinzhi? At this stage in their lives, they ought to be passionately immersed in the throes of love. Soon, rumors began to circulate about Su Mian making a wager with the director of education, claiming that if she failed to place within the top 20 of her grade, she might consider withdrawing from school. In that instant, he thought to himself, Has Su Mian lost her mind? What confidence did she possess to engage in such a bet with the director? The following day marked the great examination, and she had scarcely any time to prepare. Furthermore, with thousands of students in their senior year, those who ranked in the top 20 were bound to be exceptional scholars, unless Su Mian was as prodigious as he was. Most students deemed Su Mian overly impulsive, failing to regard the academic prowess of their school, and wondered how she could dare to make such a wager with the director. Some expressed regret, while others felt that Su Mian was arrogant, dismissing the achievements of her peers. For Su Mian, this wager bore no pressure. She continued her usual routine, live streaming on DingTalk to explain problems and simultaneously complete tasks, retiring to bed at midnight. However, prior to that, Yu Jinzhi brought her a glass of milk, cautioning her to be mindful of her safety these days and to have the driver escort her wherever she went. It seemed that those individuals still harbored ill will towards her. Accepting the milk, Su Mian drank it in front of him, emptying the glass swiftly. If they wish to harm me, it won't be that easy. She then returned the cup to Yu Jinzhi, expressing her gratitude. Noticing the milk smudge at the corner of her lips, Yu Jinzhi reminded her, "Wipe your mouth." "Oh, which side?" "The left." Su Mian extended her tongue and licked away the residue, leaving her lips impeccably clean. Yu Jinzhi's gaze darkened momentarily. The next day marked Su Mian's first examination upon entering the school, beginning with mathematics in the morning, followed by physics and English in the afternoon. To her, the difficulty of the test was akin to child's play. Problems that took others 10 minutes to solve she completed in half a minute. In less than half an hour, she had finished the entire paper, only then writing her name and class before stretching and resting her head on the desk to sleep. The afternoon examinations unfolded similarly. After completing the physics paper, Su Mian inquired, "Teacher, may I submit my paper early?" The proctor, recognizing her since the school had learned of her wager with the director, thought, "Is she giving up because she finds this physics paper too challenging?" Glancing at the clock, the proctor nonchalantly replied, "As you wish." Upon leaving school, Su Mian did not wander aimlessly but prepared to hail a taxi back to Nanyuan. However, she encountered a minor inconvenience. Perhaps due to the impending incarceration of some privileged youths, their parents sought revenge before their fortunes were entirely squandered. Hence, she found herself targeted upon exiting the school. Deliberately veering into a secluded alley, she stretched, awaiting the advance of her pursuers. A little over 10 minutes later, a man with a scarred face, clad only in his underwear and bound hand and foot, awaited the police's arrival. It was unimaginable that he was a remorseless killer responsible for numerous deaths. Upon returning to Nanyuan, she entered her home with the security code. The housekeeper was absent, likely out shopping, but unexpectedly, as she ascended to the second floor, Yu Jinzhi emerged from the study, appearing to retrieve some documents. Noticing the blood on her, his expression darkened slightly, and he spoke in a low tone. "Did you forget the instructions I gave you yesterday?" It was not that she had forgotten. She believed she could handle the assailant on her own, and had acted on her instincts. "I've already sent him to the police station." Yet, Yu Jinzhi seemed somewhat displeased. He scrutinized her in silence for a moment before asking, "Are you injured anywhere?" Su Mian brushed it off. "My hand was dislocated, but I've put it back in place. My back feels a bit sore. Could you take a look?" The hired assassin had quite a reputation. Having taken many lives and possessing considerable skill, she was not invincible. It was inevitable that she sustained at least a minor bruise. Unfortunately, the pain in her back was in a location she could not see. Yu Jinzhi instructed, "Go wait for me in the study." Su Mian complied, and entered the study for the first time. The room was infused with the fragrance of ink, a computer was on, and several documents lay on the desk. However, her attention was irresistibly drawn to the towering bookshelf, at least 2 meters high, and filled with numerous treasured tomes. Rather than rummaging about, she placed her bag down and sat patiently on the sofa. Yu Jinzhi entered with a medical kit, sitting down and instructing, "Turn around and lift your shirt." As her shirt was lifted, Su Mian did not overthink it, perceiving Yu Jinzhi merely as a nurse. However, as she clutched a pillow and lay down, she felt his fingers graze her skin along her shoulder blade, sending a shiver through her, dawning upon her that perhaps she could not regard him solely as a nurse. The swollen bruise responded to his gentle pressure with a twinge of pain, eliciting a soft sound from her lips. Yu Jinzhi poured some medicinal alcohol into his hand and pressed it directly onto the swollen area. Clutching the pillow tightly, Su Mian felt her cheeks flush as she sensed that the sensation accompanying the pain was imbued with something else entirely, rendering her sensitive and instinctively retreating. Yu Jinzhi grasped her waist with his other hand, asking, "What are you hiding from?" Su Mian could only think, "Who knows what I'm hiding from?" Chapter 43. Su Mian secures the top position in her grade. After the application of the medicine, Su Mian felt a noticeable alleviation of pain in her shoulder. Yu Jinzhi even applied a patch to the area, yet the flush on her cheeks remained unabated. That evening, she would reapply the medicine herself. In the study, the fragrant ink was replaced by the pungent smell of traditional Chinese medicine. Yu Jinzhi inquired again, "Has the wound on the back of your right hand scabbed over?" Su Mian nodded, affirming, as she had been vigilant regarding her injuries. Yu Jinzhi unwrapped the bandage and inspected her wound, confirming it was fine before rewrapping it. Afterward, he took the documents and departed, as he now resided in an apartment near the company, having allowed Su Mian to occupy his home. Once in her room, Su Mian found herself lost in thought for a while, unable to deny her attraction to Yu Jinzhi. Yet, the realization that all his concerns stemmed from her impending role as his fiancé left her feeling somewhat disheartened. After finishing her exams on Wednesday, results were to be announced on Friday. Today was also the day Su Mian submitted her tasks before heading to school. She opened her computer and logged onto the International Technology Network. To her bewilderment, she discovered a plethora of private messages, most of which were mocking her. "Don't expect that 20 million. Our goddess is taken on this task too. Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Brother, I admire you. But perhaps you should refrain from embarrassing yourself. Brother, you've gone viral, but if you receive a slew of mocking messages, just ignore them. They're merely na-na-zi-s mindless fans."
Nanaziai.
After reading through, Su Mian quickly understood the source of the ridicule. It was simply because her ID score was too low, leading her to accept only D-level tasks, while a platinum god had taken on the same task, prompting comparisons that rendered her a laughingstock. Nonetheless, she felt rather unapologetic that 20 million was rightfully hers. After logging in, Su Mian privately messaged Xiaoming. "Are you there?" After a brief pause, Xiaoming replied, "Yes, are you here to cancel the task? You can just click it directly without informing me." Su Mian chuckled softly and typed back, "I'm here to submit the task." She then promptly sent over a compressed file package. "Su Mian, you may directly reference the chip data I provided and proceed with the offline experiments. Upon successful completion, please ensure the funds are transferred to my account at your earliest convenience." With that, she promptly went offline. If she delayed any further, she risked being late. Xiaoming blinked in disbelief. "Is it really done?" With a sense of skepticism, he opened the file she had sent. The data was vast yet remarkably compressed. However, upon reviewing the results provided by the other party, Xiaoming shuddered, nearly collapsing to his knees in astonishment. Wow, this person is truly an expert. Regardless of the chip data or the sensitive components and signal processors, everything was executed with exceptional skill. The network data simulation indicated that the new energy source could seamlessly integrate with it, with no risk of any qualitative transformations occurring. Xiaoming's hands trembled with excitement as he immediately called Professor Wen. "Professor, you must come to the laboratory. The breakthrough we were hoping for has been achieved by a genius." Upon hearing this, Professor Wen was equally exhilarated. "All right, I will head over right away." Arriving punctually at the classroom, perhaps due to the anticipation of results, the students appeared somewhat anxious. At that moment, Tao Chun-Chun took out a small mirror. Gazing at her reflection, which revealed the acne that had emerged from the pressures of studying late into the night, she lamented, "Why can't I just be ugly enough to give up?" Spotting a particularly large and red pimple, she instinctively raised her hand to squeeze it. A classmate in front interjected, "How unsanitary. You haven't even washed your hands. There are bacteria, and squeezing a pimple like that is clearly unprofessional. It will undoubtedly leave scars." Ignoring the warning, she thought to herself that she would ask her mother to buy her some skincare products, hoping they could diminish her blemishes.
Oh.
"I'm so embarrassed to even go to the court and watch my crush play basketball looking like this," she sighed, enviously eyeing Su Mian, whose skin was fair, delicate, and flawless, smooth to the touch, akin to jelly, soft with an alluring elasticity. Tao Chun-Chun squinted, yearning for such exquisite skin herself.
Su Mian.
Initially unsure about which skincare products to research, had intended to conduct a thorough study. However, Tao Chun-Chun's plight sparked an idea within her. In today's society, the likelihood of women using cosmetics exceeds 90. While many emphasize skincare, issues such as acne and pigmentation still arise.
Su Mian.
Blessed with natural beauty and never having faced any skin troubles, never neglected her appearance. She diligently maintained her skincare routine. And if she could develop a product that offered quick whitening and blemish removal at a reasonable price, how could the ladies possibly resist? Su Mian spoke up. You mustn't touch that pimple. If you burst it, you will undoubtedly scar. At her words, Tao Chun hesitated. A classmate in front remarked, See? It's effective when Mian Jie speaks. She doesn't heed my advice but listens to her. Tao Chun pouted, feeling dejected about her performance, and now the emergence of a pimple. Mian Jie, what must I do to achieve skin as fair and tender as yours? She inquired. Su Mian pondered for a moment. You should sleep early, rise early, exercise regularly, and remember to care for your skin before bed. Tao Chun realized she had failed to do any of those things. It seemed that not only in academics but in skincare, she needed to follow Su Mian's lead. She aspired to become a beloved fairy of beauty. At that moment, a classmate burst into the classroom, exclaiming, The grade rankings have been announced. Everyone hurried to check. The student was brimming with excitement. No need for Mian Jie to go. I've already looked. She's ranked first in the grade. It's only natural for Mian Jie to take the top spot. Just look at how she explains problems to us. There's nothing she doesn't understand. Mian Jie is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. I wonder what expression the head teacher has right now. It must be quite grim. Not only was that student ecstatic, but every senior student checking the results felt incredulous. They were all aware of the bet between Su Mian and the head teacher, thus they were particularly focused on her score. Initially, when they didn't see her name among the top 50, many mocked her, thinking she would soon drop out. But then they looked again, and found Su Mian ranked first. They had expected Su Lei to claim the top spot, yet it was Su Mian. It wasn't just the senior students who were flabbergasted, even the teachers who graded the exams were left speechless. One even rushed to inquire with a colleague. Did you grade the paper of Su Mian from class 9? I did. What score did she get? Full marks. And you? Me too. Except for Chinese. She scored full marks in every subject. Who would have guessed that during the examination, Su Mian, having finished in under 20 minutes, had simply laid her head down on the desk to sleep? The invigilator would never have assumed she was done. They probably thought she couldn't answer many questions. They were also taken aback by her exquisite handwriting, flowing and elegant. Even the punctuation marks were visually pleasing. It is important to note that this examination paper was quite challenging for them, yet Su Mian delivered a delightful surprise, scoring 20 points ahead of the second-place Su Lei. Such a score positions her as a strong contender for the next top scholar of the capital, yet this exceptional student was not in the elite class, but rather in an ordinary class at the bottom of the ranking. As for the discussions surrounding new energy sources and microdevices, I have made some adjustments to the foundational framework, which current technological civilization cannot yet realize. So, please enjoy it without scrutinizing too closely. Chapter 44. She cheated. Waning Ying and Hu Jinyao stood beneath the electronic screen, their expressions grim. Both had fallen several ranks in this examination, and to their astonishment, the top score was not Su Lei's but Su Mian's.
Su Mian.
Just prior, they had mocked her as an academic failure. Now, who truly deserved that label? Regardless, their faces burned with humiliation, fiery and stinging, laced with indignation. The outside world labeled Su Mian as an underachiever. How could she possibly have performed so well? There had to be some trickery involved. Instinctively, they resisted the notion of Su Mian possessing such capability. Waning Ying bit her lip. Could she have cheated? Hu Jinyao pondered for a few seconds, deeming it unlikely. That seems improbable. How could it be impossible? There are many ways to cheat. And the invigilation this time was lax. Does she seem like the type to achieve high grades? Not at all. As they conversed, they failed to notice Su Lei nearby. Upon seeing the rankings, Su Lei's expression grew heavy and bewildered. Su Mian's near-perfect score was astonishing. Anyone would find it hard to believe. After all, her mother claimed she struggled academically and had asked him for tutoring assistance. How could she possibly have performed this well? As Waning Ying and Hu Jinyao's conversation continued, a realization dawned on him. Perhaps Su Mian truly had cheated, just as they suggested. The moment he entertained this possibility, he felt relieved about why she had outperformed him. It must have been through deceit. There was no way she could score higher than him, especially with a 20-point difference. Su Lei's prowess in mathematics, physics, and chemistry is indeed commendable, as evidenced by his perfect scores. After all, he is a student who has secured a first-place victory in a physics competition and has been granted a recommendation for graduate studies at Peking University. However, in the realms of Chinese, English, and biology, He has lost considerable points, achieving a total score of 750, whereas Su Mian garnered 748, and he, a mere 728. Su Lei cast his gaze downward, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment toward Su Mian. How could she resort to such dishonorable conduct as cheating?
Yet,
Considering her wager with the director, perhaps this desperate act was a consequence of that. Still, he believed this approach was utterly misguided. To earn the recognition and affirmation of others, one must toil diligently and earnestly. Having cheated this time, does she intend to resort to the same deceitful tactics in the future? Even if she manages to cheat now, how could she do so during the college entrance examination? Such an environment is hardly conducive to cheating, and even if one could, the likelihood of being caught is a staggering 99. If word of this spreads, it is she who would suffer the humiliation. Even if she does not consider her own reputation, she ought to reflect on the Jiang family's honor. Wan Yingying raised her voice. Let us go report her to the director.
all right.
The two turned around, only to find Su Lei standing there. Instantly, an awkward silence enveloped them. Wan Yingying, quick to react, softened her tone. Su Lei, when did you arrive? Su Lei's expression hardened. I was here when you were discussing Su Mian's cheating. Wan Yingying felt a pang of anxiety, unsure of Su Lei's stance. Yet she mustered the courage to say, Su Lei, I assure you, this is not a case of malice on my part. A person like Su Mian could not possibly achieve such scores. It would be wise for someone as outstanding as you to distance yourself from her. It could tarnish your reputation. Indeed, Su Lei, what are your thoughts? Hu Jinyao interjected, indignant. Su Lei's face remained impassive. Wan Yingying, if you hadn't gone to class 9 to provoke Su Mian, this bet with Director Mao would never have transpired. Do you take pride in causing someone to consider leaving school? I advise you to exercise restraint. He spoke with conviction in my eyes. While she may have her flaws and a fiery temperament, I firmly believe that with the right support, she can find her way back to the right path. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the two in a state of disarray. Wan Yingying's complexion paled. When had Su Lei ever shown such concern for a girl? No matter her shortcomings, he still defended her. Was he perhaps harboring feelings for Su Mian? Hu Jinyao opened her mouth in disbelief. Is Su Lei out of his mind?
How could he say that?
His words clearly imply that he believes Su Mian cheated, yet he chooses to protect her. Jealousy can indeed distort one's perception. And Wan Yingying trembled. Those who can only cheat do not deserve to remain in our school. Let us go, Jinyao, to report her to the director. Su Lei did not return to his own class, but instead headed to class 9 once more. At that moment, class 9 was still abuzz with excitement. The top score had landed in their ordinary class, much to the envy of teachers from the elite and accelerated classes, who surely coveted their Mianjia. Perhaps due to her previous accolades, Su Mian remained remarkably composed. Yet, witnessing their jubilant reactions, she could not help but smile faintly. Joy is indeed infectious. Su Mian beamed. Although you may not achieve the same results as I, as long as you do not give up before the college entrance examination, your scores will undoubtedly see significant improvement. They nodded vigorously. Mianjia, we love you. One even made a heart gesture, prompting another smile from Su Mian, captivating them once more. Mianjia, you are truly stunning. At that moment, Su Lei stood at the entrance of the classroom. Su Mian, could you step outside for a moment? The students of class 9 looked up in surprise, exclaiming, Oh no, the culprit has returned.
Su Mian lifted her gaze.
Responding with a soft as she rose to leave. As the class was about to commence, the hallway was sparsely populated, with most students engrossed in their studies or discussing the recent exam. The wind picked up, causing her waist-length hair to sway. Su Mian brushed her hair back behind her ear. You sought me out. What is it you wish to discuss? Su Lei had never encountered a woman of such enchanting beauty, ethereal yet captivating. He suppressed his rising emotions and replied, I apologize. I did not anticipate that Wan Yingying would cause you trouble upon my arrival, leading to your conflict with Director Mao.
Ah, indeed.
The roots of the issue lay with him, and an apology was warranted. It was unreasonable for someone who harbored feelings for him to feel jealous and seek validation by confronting her. This matter had already passed. There was no need to dwell on it. If there is nothing else, I shall return to class.
Wait.
Su Lei reached out to grasp her wrist, but Su Mian, sensing his movement, deftly evaded his touch, leaving him grasping at air. Su Mian smiled slightly, patiently awaiting his next words, though her patience was waning.
Su Lei hesitated.
Feeling a heaviness in his chest, and after a moment, he said, Director Mao does indeed have a penchant for favoring students with high grades, but you should not have impulsively engaged in a wager with him. Furthermore, have you considered the consequences of securing victory through such means? What means? What consequences? Su Mian grasped his implication immediately. You think I cheated? Su Lei looked at her. Aren't you? At his words, Su Mian chuckled lightly. She recalled telling him that her grades were commendable, yet he had never believed her. Now, to accuse her of cheating was utterly absurd. Think what you will. But I must assert that I do not require cheating. Rest assured, I have no intention of exposing you, but please, do not engage in such actions again. It is quite unbecoming. Su Mian felt no need to defend herself, especially not to Su Lei. This is my true score. I have surpassed you. I do not wish to repeat myself, so kindly refrain from seeking me out in the future, as we are not acquainted. With that, she departed with decisive grace. Su Lei's expression darkened significantly. Meanwhile, Wan Yingying and Hu Jinyao indeed approached Director Mao, stating, Director, we suspect that Su Mian cheated on this exam. Upon hearing this, Director Mao's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of skepticism. Unlike before, when he instantly believed Wan Yingying, he inquired, Do you have any evidence? Wan Yingying attempted to reason. No, but Director, everyone knows that Su Mian previously dropped out of high school and has only recently returned to studies. Moreover, Su Lei approached Su Mian because her mother asked him to tutor her. How could someone in need of tutoring achieve the top score? Chapter 45. A genuine first place.
No cheating.
Having anticipated that this statement would prompt Director Mao to investigate the matter thoroughly, they were taken aback when he, with a stern expression, expressed disappointment in their unfounded accusations and declared, Given that you are all model students of the school, I will disregard your claim of Su Mian cheating.
Now,
return to your classes. Surprised by this outcome, Wan Yingying clenched her sleeves. Director, we are speaking the truth. Do you not believe us? Indeed, Director, you should investigate. Surely you will find something. Good luck with that. After they made their wager, Su Mian appeared to have anticipated that if she achieved a high score, both he and other teachers and students would suspect her of cheating. To avoid complications, she requested that Director Mao personally monitor her during each examination. Moreover, Director Mao had taken precautions, substituting the test paper used for this exam with a version from the secure vault. Under these circumstances, how could anyone cheat? In truth, Director Mao represents a typical case. Had he not harbored biases due to Su Mian's background, had he not listened to her mother's far-fetched claims, and had he treated her with more kindness upon her arrival, Su Mian might have completed the exams under his supervision. He would then have accurately assessed her academic capabilities and would not have hastily assigned her to an ordinary class like Class 9. He was astonished beyond measure as he observed Su Mian tackling her mathematics exam. With deft swiftness, she answered multiple choice questions without a hint of needing scrap paper for calculations. In no time at all, she progressed to the more complex problems, again demonstrating her remarkable speed, effortlessly penning down the simplest solution paths.
Yet,
beneath that simplicity lay formulas and concepts that were entirely beyond the scope of the senior year curriculum, knowledge reserved for university study. On that day, Director Mao found himself deeply introspective. This was his perception of a struggling student. However, Su Mian was not merely competent, she was exceptionally brilliant. Indeed, her worldview was even more admirable than his own as an educator. Director Mao harbored an undeniable bias. He favored high-achieving students, treating them like prized possessions. He was reluctant to chastise them for their misdeeds, while those with average grades received his criticism without reservation. He recognized that this was unjust. Yet he felt it was only natural for high-performing students to receive such preferential treatment. This very prejudice contributed to the discord among students in ordinary classes compared to those in advanced and elite tracks, leading to frequent disputes. In fact, some students from the regular class had penned letters of insult and even curses against him after the college entrance examinations, condemning him as unworthy of his role as a teacher. Yet, he dismissed their grievances. In recent days, he had been reflecting on his conduct. Although such favoritism might spur ordinary students to strive for excellence, it also fostered numerous underlying issues. Su Mian was right. He should not practice differential treatment. Upon further examination, he realized that the very students he cherished had, in the absence of evidence, made baseless accusations against others for cheating, an act motivated purely by jealousy. What value does academic success hold if it is coupled with such flawed character? In a society, such individuals could very well become a menace. Director Mao's frustration boiled over. Be silent. I can assure you unequivocally that Su Mian did not cheat. If you continue to spout such nonsense, I will record your misbehavior. You seem so consumed by trivial thoughts. If only you applied that energy to your studies, your exam results would not have suffered so greatly. His thunderous shout startled them into silence, their heads bowed in fear. Yet, internally, they simmered with discontent, bewildered by the sudden shift in Director Mao's demeanor. Being young, they were still astute enough to sense that something was amiss. The first period was mathematics, and as Class 9's teacher, Feng, entered the classroom with the exam papers. She was in high spirits. Her gaze instinctively fell upon Su Mian, her smile radiating warmth, utterly unaware that among her students lay such a formidable intellect. Surely, when the overall results were announced, they would have rushed to see that Su Mian had achieved the highest score in the entire grade. Indeed, she had brought honor to their class. However, her classmates' performance was rather lackluster. Let us not waste time. We shall discuss this mathematics paper. When I call your name, please come forward to collect your paper. Su Mian's paper was the first, and upon seeing the brilliant score of 150, Feng's smile stretched from ear to ear. She proclaimed loudly, Su Mian 150 points. Su Mian approached to collect her paper. Feng continued, you performed exceptionally well, but I must remind you to remain humble and composed. Maintain this level of excellence, and you shall undoubtedly become the next top scorer in the college entrance examination. Su Mian responded with a smile and a nod. Wang Xiaojia, 89 points. Tao Chunchun, 85 points. After her classmates retrieved their papers, Feng began explaining the problems. They listened attentively. However, halfway through her lecture, she felt an urgent need to relieve herself. Upon her return, she was astonished to find Su Mian standing at the podium, seamlessly continuing the lesson. Feng sat down to listen, compelled to acknowledge that Su Mian's explanations were more concise and clearer, making it easier for their peers to grasp the concepts and immerse themselves in the world of mathematics. As the class neared its end, Director Mao entered, appearing somewhat awkward. After clearing his throat, he addressed the students, I am here to apologize to the boys from the other day. My actions were thoughtless, and I wrongfully accused you. Each of you faces challenges that deserve recognition. I solemnly promise to uphold fairness and justice, ensuring such incidents do not recur. Upon hearing this, Class 9 erupted into applause. While Director Mao still bore an air of unlikability, his willingness to acknowledge his mistakes earned their respect. The bell rang.
Director Mao discreetly approved Su Mian, stating,
It seems a bit unjust for you to remain in Class 9. With your capabilities, you could easily choose to join an elite or advanced class. If you have a preference, let me know, and I will arrange it for you. However, he was met with a piercing glare from Feng, fully aware that this student belonged to her class. After witnessing Su Mian's teaching, she was convinced that no teacher in the entire school could adequately instruct her, as Su Mian's abilities surpassed their qualifications. Though she lamented the implications for her fellow teachers, it was an undeniable truth derived from her observations. Yet, would Su Mian transfer to another class? Most assuredly not. As expected, Su Mian gracefully declined. No, Class 9 is wonderful, and I truly enjoy it. The students here are genuine and kind-hearted, and they need me. As for the other classes, I have no interest in transferring. Very well, Director Mao conceded, somewhat disappointed, and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, the students of Class 9 declared, Sister Mian belongs to us. No one can take her away. Nonetheless, rumors of Su Mian's alleged cheating circulated throughout the school. As with all rumors, they only grew more exaggerated with time. Class 9 students encountered whispers of doubt in the cafeteria, the convenience store, and the playground. Were they fools to heed such gossip? If she had truly cheated, would the school remain indifferent? Naturally, the students of Class 9 were eager to confront the naysayers. But Su Mian advised them against engaging in futile arguments and instead to focus on solving more problems. That day, Su Mian returned to the Jiang household. Jiang Yan had made a rare trip from the countryside to the city and had no intention of leaving so soon. She longed to spend time with her granddaughter to strengthen their bond. So she planned to stay the night and for a few more days to keep the elderly lady company. Upon school's end, the driver took Su Mian directly home, where Jiang Yan awaited her eagerly. She rushed forward to take Su Mian's backpack, but Su Mian resisted, saying, Grandma, I'm not a child anymore. The bag is heavy, and you shouldn't carry it. With that, she placed it on the sofa, intending to take it upstairs later. Jiang Yan, still smiling, replied, I've prepared some fruit for you. After a long day of classes, you must be tired. Have a bite to fill your stomach. While Su Mian wasn't particularly fatigued, she appreciated her grandmother's kindness and obliged. At dinner, a sumptuous array of dishes graced the table, all of Su Mian's favorites, clearly prepared by Jiang's request. Jiang piled food onto Su Mian's plate, while Jiang Waner, who had never received such treatment, could only watch in dismay, her appetite dwindling. Following her previous humiliation, she had spent several days in an off-campus apartment, finally coming to terms with the reality that Yu Jinzhi was not a man she could covet. Yet, the thought of him willingly marrying Su Mian ignited a furious desire within her to destroy everything. If she could not have him, neither should Su Mian. Jiang Waner took a sip of soup and asked, "Sister, I heard Su Lei mention that you have an exam this week. The results should be out today, right?" Su Mian replied, "Yes, they have been released." Jiang Waner, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, inquired, "How did you fare in the exams?" Su Mian replied nonchalantly, "Not too well. I merely secured the top position in the grade." Jiang Waner and Lian Ruyi exchanged bewildered glances. The top of the grade?
Su Mian?
Jiang Waner scrutinized Su Mian's expression but discerned nothing amiss, gripping her chopsticks tightly. "I can't believe my sister is so formidable." The use of "can't believe" reflected her astonishment, yet it naturally prompted doubts about Su Mian's statement, though she dared not express them too overtly. For with Jiang present, this old matriarch, who was so fond of Su Mian, would undoubtedly defend her at every turn. What Jiang Waner hesitated to voice, Lian Ruyi did not shy away from. "Su Mian, being last in the grade is still considered first. Which first are you referring to?" Upon hearing this, Jiang shot a glare at Lian Ruyi. "What nonsense are you spouting? Mian is your own daughter. She has achieved commendable results, and instead of praising her, you are here questioning her abilities? Is this how you conduct yourself as a mother?" Immediately, Jiang added a chicken leg to Su Mian's plate, her face beaming with pride. "Our Mian is the best. Just like you and your brother, she has been intelligent since childhood. While other children her age struggle to form complete sentences, you, at 3, not only recited Tang poetry but also spoke English, recognizing a third of the characters in the new Chinese dictionary. As for your mother, ever since she fell gravely ill, her mind has been muddled. Just ignore her." Su Mian smiled slightly. "Thank you, Grandma." The harmonious interaction between the grandmother and granddaughter was indeed irksome, and upon being accused of having a muddled brain, Lian Rui's smile faltered as she set down her chopsticks. "Mother, even if she showed intelligence as a child, that does not guarantee she will excel as an adult. You know well that Su Mian has been wandering alone for over a decade, living in a small rural area. What could she possibly learn? Even if she picks up her studies again, how could she suddenly achieve the top position in her grade?" She continued with a feigned air of superiority. "I do not expect her grades to be exceptional now, but when we ask her, could she at least adopt a serious attitude and refrain from joking around?" Su Mian took a bite of chicken, her expression solemn. "I am not joking. Achieving the top of the grade is not an extraordinary feat. It is merely something others believe I cannot accomplish, hence they deem it a remarkable achievement." Did you hear that? Mian claims she is not joking. Jiang, visibly displeased, retorted, "Why should she not be able to achieve first place? Our Mian is fully capable of it. Are you still part of the Jang family, or have you begun to look down upon us? If you hold such a disdainful view, what are you even doing here?" "Mother, that is not what I meant. I do not look down on Su Mian. She is my daughter. How could I possibly look down on her?" As she spoke, her gaze drifted. If she could not convince herself, how could she persuade Jiang? Jiang raised her eyebrows. "In your eyes, it seems you have only one daughter. I am too weary to argue. Mian is our Jiang family's treasure. If you dare suggest otherwise, just watch how I deal with you." Lian Rui's expression darkened. She softened her tone but did not intend to swallow her pride. "What have I said about her? I am her mother. Can I not voice a few words?"
"Oh.
So you still remember you are her mother?" Jiang scoffed. Mian, bring out your exam papers for Grandma to see."
Su Mian cheerfully agreed.
How wonderful it is to have Grandma. Today, for exam papers were distributed. Mathematics, English, physics, and chemistry. The others had yet to be handed out. So Grandma could see these 4 first. Su Mian handed the papers directly to Jiang. Upon seeing the scores, Jiang's face lit up with joy. She pointed at the bright red scores and bellowed like a lion. "Do you see this? Full marks in mathematics, full marks in English, full marks in physics, and full marks in chemistry." Su Mian claims she is the top of the grade, and indeed she is. Now, tell me, do you accept it? Upon seeing the scores on the exam papers, Lian Ruyi's face contorted in disbelief, while Jiang Waner remained silent, her grip on the chopsticks tightening. How could this be full marks? How is this possible? The elder's face flushed with excitement from the argument, and Su Mian felt she was too elderly and just recovering from illness to be so agitated. Grandma, please sit down. Don't get too excited. It's not good for your health. It's just the top of the grade. There's nothing to boast about. Jiang Yan obediently sat down, accepting the juice Su Mian offered, and agreed. Mian is right. It's merely the top of the grade. She can achieve even more. Indeed, this was the truth. Su Mian cast a glance at them. Although I have never taken the college entrance examination, I have never claimed my academic performance was poor. It has always been my mother and sister who have preconceived notions, thinking I am inadequate. Jiang Waner felt a twinge of darkness in her eyes. Being top of the grade was something she had never achieved during her high school years, yet Su Mian had effortlessly attained it. Admitting Su Mian's excellence was undeniably difficult. Su Mian's exceptional grades did not bring Lian Ruyi any joy. Then why don't you say it? Would you believe me if I said it without proof? Su Mian replied calmly, smiling at her. It seems you find it utterly absurd that I present these results. Indeed, absurd. Who allowed you to perform so well? Lian Ruyi's embarrassment was palpable as she laughed awkwardly, her insincerity evident. Of course not. I am thrilled that you performed so well. How could it be absurd? She adjusted her posture, adding, however, good grades do not signify much. If one day you could write a book that gains acclaim abroad like Waner, then you would be truly remarkable. Furthermore, your sister is now a renowned painter, with countless individuals vying to purchase her artwork, each piece fetching millions. Waner excels in all the arts, and in the capital, she is recognized as the most talented young lady, without exception. As she spoke, Lian Ruyi seemed to bask in her pride, for this was the daughter she had raised. No matter how well Su Mian performed, she would always pale in comparison. However, to Jiang Yan, this was particularly disdainful. The capital was teeming with talent, and with Jiang Waner's abilities, setting aside any literary accomplishments, her painting skills were merely mediocre. The notion of being the most talented young lady was merely a facade, a hollow accolade unworthy of display. Jiang Waner smiled faintly. Without my mother's guidance, how could I have achieved my current results? I owe it all to you and the Jang family, which has allowed me to reach this level at such a young age. You certainly have a way with words. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes. Talented? Look at this exaggeration. Su Mian was quite perceptive. Although she was aware that Lian Ruyi was not welcoming her back to the Jiang family and was constantly undermining her, she had already adopted a calm mindset, not caring. Yet, witnessing this stark contrast ignited her malicious side. She wanted Lian Ruyi to experience firsthand how her daughter, deemed exceptional, would be crushed in her presence, perhaps reduced to ashes. Su Mian smiled, her brows slightly raised, her gaze shimmering with mischief. Thanks to Waner and Grandpa Yu teaching me Go last time, I regret not having the chance to play a game with Waner. I'm quite free tonight, Sister Waner. Shall we have a match? Jiang Waner's previously bright smile faded once more. Chapter 47. Not enough for her to strike. After accompanying Su Mian to Grandpa Yu's home, Jiang Waner had not disclosed the outcome when Lian Ruyi inquired about it. Especially since her pride was too lofty to admit that she had not only failed to win Grandpa Yu's favor, but had also been subtly humiliated by Su Mian. Hence, she glossed over the details of that day. Now, as they prepared to play chess, it was evident that Su Mian intended to slap her face with victory. Did she truly believe she could best her? However, could she really defeat someone as fierce as Su Mian, who had fiercely battled against Grandpa Yu?
Jiang Waner hesitated in silence.
Lian Ruyi had already agreed on her behalf. All right, your sister has indeed won awards in Go. After dinner, you may challenge her. It's not inappropriate. As a young lady, one should not be solely devoted to studying. It is essential to engage with the refined and cultured, to cultivate one's temperament and elevate one's grace. Su Mian smiled radiantly. Then it is settled. Noticing Jiang Waner standing there in a daze, she teased provocatively. Surely. You don't mind, do you? Jiang Waner gritted her teeth. Of course not. If she wants to come, let her come. I don't believe she is truly capable of defeating me. All of this was witnessed by Jiang Yan, who smiled slyly, realizing that Lian Ruyi was indeed soaring high. Could she not see that Su Mian was setting a trap for Jiang Waner?
Well,
let her open her eyes wide and observe how her seemingly exceptional daughter would soon crumble before Su Mian. As the night deepened and the autumn breeze gently blew, They had finished their meal, and Lian Ruyi personally ascended the stairs to fetch the go-board. However, Jiang Waner appeared increasingly troubled. Su Mian, on the other hand, had gone out for a stroll with Jiang Yan. Shortly after they left, Zhang Gaode suddenly arrived. Zhang Gaode glanced around. Second aunt. Wasn't it said that Su Mian was returning to the Jiang family today? Why is she not here? She went out for a walk. Even has the leisure for a stroll? Lian Ruyi looked at him. What do you need her for? What do I need her for? Of course, to mock her. Cheating on exams, truly disgraceful for our Jiang family. Zhang Gaode remarked. Second aunt, let me tell you, isn't there an exam at First High on Monday? Today is Friday, and the results are out. I heard from others that she cheated to secure the top score. So I wanted to come and ask if this is true. Upon hearing this, Lian Rui's eyes lit up. Are you saying she cheated on her exam? Zhang Gaode scoffed. Yes, I've heard everyone at her school say so. How could she possibly outperform Sule? Sule really, when I asked him,
He wouldn't tell me anything.
Fortunately, I inquired with others from First High. However, that school is quite something. They allow Su Mian to hold the top spot without addressing it. Who knows what they are thinking? But it is indeed quite embarrassing if this gets out. Especially since First High is the best in the capital. Without evidence, it is hard to handle. Well, look at you, Su Mian. To have obtained the top score, through cheating. Lian Ruyi, recalling the scathing remarks Jiang Yan had made during dinner, felt anger rising. After all, how could she have achieved such excellent results? There was no way she could be more outstanding than Waner. Jiang Gaode, relishing the news, added, but I heard that someone at their school has already reported it to the Education Bureau, and they should send someone to handle the matter tomorrow. Lian Ruyi let out a cold laugh. Even as members of the Jiang family, we cannot condone cheating. Since she dared to do it, she must be prepared for the consequences. After a moment's thought, she instructed Jiang Gaode, when she returns, do not mention that you know she cheated. Why not? Your grandmother dotes on her. Do you want to be punished for speaking nonsense in front of her? Hearing this, Jiang Gaode pouted. Grandma is indeed biased. By tomorrow, when the Education Bureau investigates this matter, I suppose Su Mian's chances of attending First High will be slim. But if Eugene finds out, he will likely send someone to deal with it. But so what? Cheating leaves a stain for life. It cannot be washed away simply by covering it up. Jiang Gaode noticed the go board set on the table. Is Waner going to challenge someone? Against Su Mian.
Huh.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaode laughed. Realizing Su Mian truly did not know her limitations. He had intended to say something, just as he saw Su Mian and Jiang Yan entering from outside. The sight of Su Mian reminded him of the bet they had made, and he recalled how he had suffered after eating a great deal of leftover food that night, resulting in an uncomfortable stomach and a sleepless night, even needing a drip at the hospital in the early hours. Now, seeing her, he felt an intense surge of hostility. Su Mian ignored him entirely, supporting Jiang Yan as they sat on the sofa, pouring tea and water for her.
Su Mian.
Playing Go is not as simple as playing games. Waner is quite skilled at it. Are you up to the challenge? Jiang Gaode couldn't help but speak out. Su Mian replied lazily. Whether I am up to it has nothing to do with you. Look at her attitude. Grandma, Jiang Gaode said. Jiang Yan, recognizing her grandson's disdain for Su Mian, remarked, your cousin has that temperament. If you can't stand it, just don't speak.
Jiang Gaode felt exasperated.
Jiang Yan, being older and recovering from a serious illness, was still quite frail. Su Mian contemplated taking her pulse later and writing a prescription to help her recuperate. Speaking of recuperation, it had been about a week since Grandpa Yu had been taking his medicine. She wondered how he was faring. As they returned, Lian Ruyi eagerly exclaimed, I will go call Waner down. At that moment, Jiang Waner was polishing a pair of black-framed glasses. After putting them on, she sat in front of the vanity, taking a look. Waner, play well later. In front of that old woman. Do make a point for me. Lian Ruyi knew that Jiang Yan held a low opinion of her cultivated daughter, always believing she was merely mediocre. This was an opportunity for her to open her eyes and see that the daughter she had raised was undoubtedly one of the most talented young ladies in the capital. Jiang Waner's eyes flickered with resolve as she nodded earnestly. I understand, mother. You can rest assured. Also, Gaode just mentioned downstairs that Su Mian's scores were actually obtained through cheating. This rumor has spread throughout the school. This Su Mian truly will stop at nothing to improve her image. If one were to say that Su Mian had no ambition, who would believe it? Is it true? I heard that some classmates have reported it to the Education Bureau. Jiang Waner's eyes darkened, contemplating her next move. After a few minutes, Jiang Waner came down the stairs. now dressed in casual home attire and sporting black-framed glasses, presenting a refined and scholarly appearance. Compared to her earlier attitude about playing Go, she now seemed much more confident. Having gone upstairs, her demeanor had shifted significantly, leaving one curious about what transpired. Upon seeing those glasses, everything became clear. She was equipped with her cheating tools. No wonder she felt so assured. Well, with Jiang Wanna's level, she truly was not worthy of her efforts. Jiang Waner took a seat opposite her. Sister, shall we begin? Su Mian rested her chin on her hand, scrutinizing her, then smiled slightly. Very well. Jiang Waner began operating her phone. I hope you don't mind if I go live? I've been streaming on Bilibili recently and haven't prepared any material for today. Streaming Go is just perfect. Feel free. In the end, it is not I who will be embarrassed. Jiang Waner had garnered quite a few followers on Bilibili. Having recently started streaming, but with her talented persona and existing popularity, she had quickly amassed 3 million followers in a short time. As soon as the live stream room opened, a multitude of fans flooded in, with comments rolling continuously across the screen, most praising her. Jiang Waner smiled and greeted them, then adjusted the camera before speaking to Su Mian in a humble and considerate tone. Let us start, sister. You go first. Chapter 48. Another bet. I wager on Su Mian to win. In the eyes of her fans, Jiang Waner allowing her opponent to take the first move with black stones exuded a calm and composed demeanor, revealing a kingly aura of confidence. Thus, on the public screen, our Waner is so magnanimous, isn't she? At first, I was just a fan of her looks, but now, I'm utterly captivated. Such a remarkable Waner is truly a rare gem. It feels like she can do anything. I'm in awe. Our Waner is simply a celestial being descended to Earth. Who would have thought today we could witness Waner play against someone offline? What a delightful surprise. Who is her opponent? I'm super excited.
Is Waner's opponent formidable? What rank are they?
You should know just a couple of days ago, Waner defeated a professional player. While showering praise and lavishly gifting, one cannot help but acknowledge that Jiang Waner possesses the potential to lead a cult. Upon observing the barrage of comments, Jiang Waner subtly curved her lips, her vanity experiencing boundless satisfaction. Her gaze then drifted towards Su Mian, who, under the spotlight, donned a simple blue and white school uniform, her hair fashioned into a bun, her expression as tranquil as still water. Yet, she resembled a painting, exquisite as the moon in the heavens, radiant and captivating, a beauty that could enchant an entire city. In contrast, despite her own light makeup, Jiang Waner felt she paled in comparison, and a tumult of jealousy and malicious intent surged within her chest. Thus, the live stream camera refrained from capturing Su Mian's face, focusing solely on her hands. Meanwhile, Jiang Waner was fully within the frame, dressed in casual loungewear, adorned with glasses and a delicate makeup, enhanced by a beauty filter that cast a soft glow upon her. From any angle, she appeared striking in the eyes of netizens. However, should a comparison arise, the talents of a celestial being would surely be overshadowed by Su Mian's beauty, a thought Jiang Waner found utterly intolerable, especially when comments emerged proclaiming Su Mian's superior looks. Su Mian raised an eyebrow. If she was to be a target for criticism, there was no need for her to hold back. Her slender fingers idly toyed with the black chess piece. All right then. Her voice was soft, languid, evoking a sense of weakness in those who listened. How enchanting. Jiang Waner continued, merely playing chess is rather dull. Why don't we make a wager, sister? A wager? Su Mian relished the idea of bets. Having found her previous wager with Director Mao lacking in excitement, Jiang Waner, equipped with her cheating device, might pose a challenge. She lifted her gaze, intrigued. What do you wish to wager? However, Jiang Waner felt a foreboding sense of unease, sensing malice behind Jiang Waner's smile. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, Jiang Waner replied, the loser must grant the winner a request. Without much thought, Su Mian smiled, her eyes curving with mischief. Very well, should you manage to win, I will fulfill any request you have. But you, should you lose, must be psychologically prepared for the consequences.
Jiang, wenn erklärt Herr Fist, lowering Herr Gese.
I have nothing I cannot afford to lose. What I truly desire is already in your possession. Her words, laced with a pitiful charm, would surely evoke wild imaginations among the viewers, conjuring a grand tale of family drama. Everyone knew Jiang Waner was the daughter of the Jang family, but recently, rumors had spread of the long-lost eldest daughter returning, notorious for her behavior, flaunting her transformation from a sparrow to a phoenix. and causing trouble wherever she went with the support of the influential Yu Sanyi. Who would have thought she would even bully her own kin? Jiang Yan's expression shifted dramatically, her voice sharp. Jiang Waner, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Waner feigned innocence, grandmother. Please do not be angry. I shall say no more. In that moment, not only Su Mian but even Jiang Yan found themselves the target of scorn from the live-stream audience. Jiang Yan was fuming and Su Mian, concerned for her grandmother's blood pressure, quickly intervened. Grandmother, please remain calm. There is no need to be upset. She turned to Jiang Waner. I stand by my word. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you any request. Jiang Waner responded, Sister, I will win against you. Su Mian smiled, her expression alluring. Isn't Su Mian being too arrogant? Our Waner will undoubtedly triumph over you, speaking so boastfully as if you are something extraordinary. Waner, we support you. Whatever you desire. Strive for it, for only through effort will there be no regrets. Go for it, you are the best. Of course. There were also passers-by who found themselves drawn to Su Mian. Am I the only one who thinks Su Mian is somewhat handsome? You are not alone. Her voice is delightful. Yet, they were quickly silenced by the fervent fans of Jiang Waner, forced to lurk in the shadows. As for Jiang Waner's Go skills, she had previously participated in amateur competitions at the provincial level, earning the title of amateur champion and a certificate of 7 Dan. Though not a professional player, her victory in the highly competitive provincial tournament had garnered her considerable renown. However, Su Mian suspected that Jiang Waner's previous success was likely due to the high-tech cheating glasses she now wore. Jiang Waner live-streamed a variety of activities, including painting, playing the piano, and singing, but she also broadcasted her Go matches online, competing against others on a platform called International Go, which attracted amateur players from various countries, sometimes featuring professional players disguised under pseudonyms. Jiang Waner had won every match on this platform, reaching an amateur level of 8 Dan and rapidly approaching 9 Dan. The reason she didn't wear glasses when playing with Grandpa Yu was likely due to the fear of being discovered, considering his stature and skill level in Go, which was at least 4 or 5 Dan. The brilliance and sensitivity of professional players made it unwise to employ tricks against them, especially those who had won accolades in professional competitions. This was why Jiang Waner only dared to challenge amateur players, as even if she faced a professional, it would likely be someone of a lower rank, easily duped, and unaware of her deceit. Meanwhile, at the Yu Group on the 65th floor, in the Artificial Intelligence Technology Department, Yu Jinzhi returned from outside, observing Rong Shua with his misty blue hair seated within. How goes the progress? At that moment, they were working tirelessly to upgrade and optimize their facial recognition version 30. Rong Shua had been called in to help resolve the issues, of course, not for free. Despite their close friendship, remuneration was still required. Rong Shua stretched his neck. We're almost there. It should be wrapped up before dawn. He stood up. I'm hungry. Let us go out for a meal. Yu Jinzhi remained impassive. I've already had yen and order takeout. Rong Shua's lips twitched. Seriously? You can't even treat me to a meal for helping you out? Did I not pay you adequately? Not quite. It's just a few zeros. The Yu family was known for their generosity. Yen and soon returned with the takeout. Rong Shua felt a bit sorry for dining alone, so they decided to eat in Yu Jinzhi's office. If they couldn't go out, they might as well enjoy a meal together at the company, making do with the situation. Yu Jinzhi, however, showed no signs of wanting to eat. He was engrossed in a project report handed to him by the higher-ups. It should be noted that the Yu Group's status in the capital was unassailable, a legacy tracing back to the family's origins in real estate and aerospace manufacturing, where they had established themselves as leaders. After Yu Jinzhi took over the family business post-military service, he further expanded by creating a department focused on strategic investments and mergers. In just 5 years, he had acquired over 40 domestic and international companies and led his overseas commercial bank in orchestrating several mergers exceeding 10 billion, making a name for himself in the financial sector. Moreover, his ventures extended into the realms of AI and renewable energy, with substantial investments yielding returns that propelled the Yu Group's market value beyond 900 billion. Rong Shua was enjoying his meal when suddenly he squeezed in beside Yu Jinzhi, holding up his phone. Look, Jiang Waner is so beautiful, gentle and elegant and immensely talented. Just look at her while playing chess. How lovely. Hearing this, Yu Jinzhi remained unmoved, casting a sidelong glance and noting her fingers, which delicately held the black piece, nails neatly trimmed and slightly pink, her fingers slender and fair, though a bandage still wrapped around her hand due to an injury. She placed her pieces with unwavering confidence. Yet, many comments below were filled with insults directed at her. even dragging Jiang into the fray, causing his expression to darken. Rong Shoa inquired, "Third brother, who do you believe will prevail, Jiang Waner or Su Mian?" He promptly declared, "I place my bets on Jiang Waner. I can guarantee her victory." He recalled Jiang Waner's formidable prowess in Go, recognizing that few of her age could rival her, while Su Mian was certainly no match for her. Yu Jinzhi, without a moment's hesitation, asserted, "Su Mian will win." Chapter 49. The Go World Champion watches the live stream. Rong Shoa boldly remarked, "Has Su Mian bewitched you?" With a sharp sound, a file landed heavily on the table as Yu Jinzhi retrieved a cigarette from the drawer, deftly producing a lighter. With a flick, smoke spiraled into the air. "You must be blind." "I have not." He indirectly berated him while requesting a more civil conversation. Rong Shoa was obstinate, holding steadfastly to his beliefs, unwilling to reconsider until he faced a wall. He recalled a post where Su Mian had been ridiculed by female students from Jing University, which had already tarnished his impression of her. His initial disdain stemmed from a brief encounter shortly after Su Mian returned to the Jang family, where he witnessed Jiang Waner tenderly attending to her during an afternoon tea with several socialites. Yet, inexplicably, Su Mian had seized a socialite's hair, forcefully pushing her face into a table laden with cakes, then poured a cappuccino into her mouth, laughing like a little imp. "Is it delicious?" The socialite had been nothing but warm and welcoming, while Su Mian had reacted with unwarranted aggression. Consequently, Jiang Waner had repeatedly apologized to the socialite, evidently cleaning up Su Mian's mess. In truth, Rong Shoa only perceived the superficial layer of events, completely oblivious to the fact that the cappuccino had been tampered with, mixed with chili water and mustard. Su Mian had sensed the trap and was not one to fall for such schemes. It was merely a setup designed to ensnare her, and she had no reason to show mercy. Rong Shoa posed, "What if she loses?" Yu Jinzhi exhaled a plume of smoke. "There is no if." They had placed a wager. The loser would fulfill a request from the victor. If Jiang Waner lacked the requisite skill, she would never have made such a demand. Rong Shoa felt a flicker of admiration, thinking, "Third brother, she is risking everything for you." Yu Jinzhi, unable to tolerate further nonsense, shot back, "Get lost." Were he not Rong Shoa, he would have kicked him out to spare himself the foolishness. Rong Shoa stammered, "Third brother is angry. I am so scared," swallowing hard. "Although I know Su Mian is more beautiful than Jiang Waner, she truly cannot compete with her." "Third brother, you are not falling for her, are you?" "Surely not." In their eyes, Yu Jinzhi was not merely dispassionate. He was a man who placed no importance on romantic entanglements. Thus, Rong Shoa believed that if Yu Jinzhi were to marry, it was paramount he choose someone fitting. To Rong Shoa, Jiang Waner was particularly suitable. She admired him and excelled in every aspect, while Su Mian was simply incomparable. Yu Jinzhi flicked the ash from his cigarette. "It's merely a matter of mutual benefit." "Then why treat her so well?" As an automobile enthusiast, Rong Shoa expressed a hint of jealousy, his tone slightly sour. "I know your plan to gift her one of the 10 globally limited phantoms, with Yenin absent. It's all for delivering the car to the Jiang family." Yu Jinzhi dismissed it. "That is merely a greeting gift." "Huh, a 10 billion greeting gift? Why not ascend to the heavens?" Rong Shoa persisted shamelessly. "My birthday is approaching too. How about, third brother, you give me a wraith? It's not that expensive."
Just a mere 8 billion.
Yu Jinzhi responded with a single word, "Get lost." The duel between masters could extend for several hours. However, Jiang Waner's cheating device was evidently no match for Su Mian. The machine was indeed more precise than the human brain, but it faced an opponent possessing the most formidable intellect, Su Mian. In the mid-game, despite the autumn's refreshing air, Jiang Waner found her palms sweating. Under the guidance of the cheating device, each of her moves was executed with ease, almost instinctively, as if devoid of thought. Nevertheless, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Impossible. Su Mian could not possibly triumph over the computer. While others may falter, there was an inherent possibility within Su Mian. At that moment, not only Jiang Waner sensed the pressure, but also the viewers of the live stream could feel the calm, yet terrifying aura emanating from Su Mian, hinting that a single misstep could lead to utter defeat. Wasn't Su Mian supposed to be an inept fool? Clearly, she was far from it. Just then, a dazzling username entered the live stream, prompting gasps from the audience. "Isn't that by Yang, the professional Go player ranked 9 Dan? Last year, he represented China and secured the championship, becoming the youngest professional player to do so at merely 21 years old. Additionally, he was a popular puzzle game streamer on Bilibili with 8 million followers. With Bai Yang's arrival, the live stream's viewership surged past 1 million, rapidly climbing towards 6 million within mere minutes. The chat was abuzz with inquiries. Bai Yang, who do you think will win? Yes, I'm so curious. From what I see, the two are evenly matched, but I believe Waner has a slightly greater chance. Look at Su Mian. Her pace is slowed, clearly unsure of her next move. Waner cannot possibly lose. Su Mian is insignificant.
Bai Yang replied, insignificant?
You are the one who is insignificant. If you don't understand Go, refrain from commenting, as it only reveals your ignorance. Chapter 50. The World Champion Challenges, Su Mian. Bai Yang, as last year's Go World Champion, made it clear he was supporting Su Mian, implying she would emerge victorious. Jiang Waner's fans fell silent, torn between disbelief and the undeniable reality that Su Mian might indeed win. Bai Yang's words carried weight. Who could doubt him? In the realm of international Go, Bai Yang faced only a handful of opponents, having triumphed over them all, leaving no one capable of defeating him. Currently, he was engaged in a challenge against a computer with a difficulty level of 199, smoothly advancing through levels until he paused at 90. Initially intending to continue his battle against the computer, he was drawn away by fans who spoke of a fierce match between two masters. The moment he heard masters, Bai Yang perked up, abandoning his fans to approach the match. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated. Indeed, there were masters present and they played unconventionally, with a style that was both grand and meticulous, without any apparent flaws. Instantly, he was ignited with the desire to challenge this skilled player. Haha. I've long been annoyed by your deluded fans of Jiang Waner. Prepare to be slapped in the face. Shouldn't you be more modest? So ostentatious. Where does that leave the truly skilled? Why should we care? Even if Waner loses, she remains honorable in our eyes, unlike Su Mian. What does it matter if she excels at Go if she lacks integrity? Su Mian has undoubtedly bullied Waner since returning to the Jang family. And what about that elderly woman? They are both granddaughters. Why the bias towards Su Mian? Reprimanding Waner so harshly? Exactly, it's simply outrageous. My heart aches for our Waner. At this moment, Rong Shua found that his meal, which he had been enjoying while watching the live broadcast, suddenly lost its appeal. He was not well versed in the intricacies of Go, although he played games and was a world champion in esports, such as League of Legends and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. His experience with strategy games was limited to a rather rudimentary knowledge of chess. It was disheartening to hear a world champion like Bai Yang proclaim that Jiang Waner would inevitably lose. However, as Jiang Waner's fans pointed out, what good was Su Mian's exceptional skill in chess if she fell short in character? Indeed, that was the crux of the matter. Yu Jinzhi seemed to sense his thoughts, but he remained trapped in the naive, self-absorbed mindset, unable to awaken to reality. One day, he would come to understand the true nature of Jiang Waner. At that moment, Yu Jinzhi also had the live stream playing on his computer. In stark contrast to the awkwardness displayed in the previous match between Su Mian and his grandfather, here, there was no trace of such clumsiness. Her level of play was profound and enigmatic. It was noteworthy that Su Mian had only recently taken up Go, yet she had already established herself as a formidable player, dominating the board. This spoke volumes about her remarkable ability to learn. At this juncture, Yu Jinzhi couldn't help but ponder whether his fiancé's aptitude for learning in other areas was as astonishing as her prowess in Go. After all, she had mentioned her knowledge of medicine. A cigarette quickly burned out in his hand. Yu Jinzhi extinguished the butt in the ashtray and returned to his work. Half an hour later, Su Mian placed a black stone on the board and leisurely sipped her tea. Jiang Waner, you have lost. Upon hearing this, Jiang Waner trembled, her entire being succumbing to a state of weakness. She had lost. The cheating device Jiang Waner had introduced was the pinnacle of foreign technology, custom-made by a tech genius. Yet Su Mian had managed to triumph even against such advanced methods. Jiang Waner was unwilling to accept defeat. Her eyes, hidden behind glasses, were red and clearly pained. Jiang Yan stood up, filled with pride. That was truly brilliant. Mian has truly impressed me. Wonderful. This was the granddaughter of the Jang family. How could she possibly be inferior to Jiang Waner, whom they had merely taken in? No, Jiang Waner could not even begin to compare to Su Mian.
Su Mian smiled.
Grandma, it was merely a trifle. Zhang Gaoda and Lian Ruyi were left in stunned silence, unable to believe that Jiang Waner had actually lost to Su Mian. Su Mian had won, and it felt surreal. She took another sip of tea. Do you remember our wager, Jiang Waner? In front of so many viewers. Jiang Waner bit her lip. I remember. I am willing to accept my defeat. Su Mian smiled. In that case, do so in front of everyone. Turn off your beauty filter and remove your makeup. The viewers in the live stream reacted with shock. Is it going to be that intense? Waner turned pale at the thought of removing her beauty filter and makeup. Pfft, our Waner is naturally beautiful. What's there to fear about removing makeup? Come on, Waner. Even without makeup, Waner is exceptionally pretty, famously known for her bare-faced beauty. Su Mian leaned back, crossing her legs. This simple task, you wouldn't shy away from, would you? Waner couldn't muster a smile, her fists clenched tightly.
How could she not comply?
She had lost. She would certainly fulfill her sister's request. However, knowing Waner's true beauty, which was quite ordinary without the aid of cosmetics, she worried that her bare face would become a source of ridicule. Lian Ruyi spoke in a conciliatory tone. Mian, why not let this slide and choose something else? There's no need to remove makeup in front of so many people. It could be embarrassing. Su Mian smiled but said nothing. After all, she had her grandmother's support. Jiang coldly retorted, what embarrassment? Did you consider maintaining your dignity when you abandoned Su Mian in the hospital, facing the Li family? If not for Jinzhi stepping in to clear Mian's name, she might have ended up in the police station. Now, during a friendly wager, you wish to intervene? It's merely about removing makeup. Why fear losing face? It was surprising that Jiang still harbored resentment over past events. Lian Ruyi felt extremely awkward, remaining silent while internally cursing Jiang 1,000 times over. This was a live broadcast. It was as if they were openly broadcasting the mistreatment of a biological daughter by her mother. Jiang then summoned a servant. Go upstairs and fetch the makeup remover. However, the online community began to criticize Jiang. Damn, Mrs. Jang is just being protective of Waner. Clearly. She's just looking for a reason to argue. How can this old woman be so biased? I'm so angry. I want to climb through the screen and tear that old woman apart. Old lady, I suggest you treat our Waner better, otherwise, our Waner army will not hold back. As the comments continued, Su Mian casually added, also, to those viewers in the stream, I noticed you were all criticizing my grandmother while I was playing. You can criticize me, but not my grandmother. After all, if Jiang Waner is not even worthy of your scorn, who are you to insult her? Su Mian is so domineering, I'm inexplicably drawn to her. I'm already a fan. I love a fierce and powerful woman. The servant quickly brought down the makeup removal supplies. Jiang Waner reluctantly complied with Su Mian's words. My grandmother treats me well. Please be nice and refrain from speaking ill of her. It's not appropriate. She feared that others would think she allowed her fans to insult her elder, which would tarnish her reputation. She continued, having lost to my sister this time, I will work harder to improve. After removing her makeup and turning off the beauty filter, Jiang Waner transformed from an ethereal beauty to an ordinary-looking girl. It wasn't that her skin was lacking, but rather that her features without makeup lacked the refinement of artistry. Facing the camera, she forced a strained smile. This is my true self. I am grateful to all my fans who support and encourage me. Thank you. Naturally, her fans felt disappointed. The goddess without makeup seemed rather mundane. However, they remained loyal, as it was not easy to abandon a fandom. Non-fans commented on Jiang Waner, saying things she would rather not hear. The bare face of the beauty from Jing University is just like this. Without her remarkable talent, I might not even recognize her in a crowd. Fans of looks can now unfollow her. Haha, she's neither beautiful nor ugly. But this level of attractiveness doesn't appeal to me. It feels somewhat petty.
Now.
It seemed that it wouldn't be long before everyone knew that Jiang Waner's bare face was quite average. Jiang Waner stared at these comments, her resentment towards Su Mian deepening. She had initially intended to leverage the cheating device to gain an advantage over Su Mian and thwart her engagement with Yu Jinzhi. But instead, she had lost both her dignity and her ambitions. Suddenly, Yang, who had been silent, typed a message. Hello, Su Mian.
I am Yang.
A 9th Dan professional Go player. It seems you have been watching the game. May I invite you to play a match with me? You are quite strong. I hope to have a true duel between masters tonight. At that moment, Su Mian's phone rang. It was Yu Jinzhi calling. The gift has arrived. Please step out to receive it. Chapter 51. The only woman he appreciates. To her surprise, Yu Jinzhi had indeed prepared a gift for her and had sent it to the Jang family. In that case, she should return the favor. A gentle smile graced Su Mian's lips as she acknowledged the call. Yu Jinzhi, maintaining his composure, said, You may continue your work. Okay. Less than half a minute later, the call ended. Subsequently, Su Mian noticed Yang tagging her in Jiang Wana's live stream chat. Yang did not limit himself to a single message. Due to the overwhelming influx of comments, his earlier remarks had already been pushed up the screen. Therefore, he resorted to copying and pasting, continuously refreshing. His followers, who had joined him, mirrored his sentiments, inundating the chat with his content. As a result, the public screen was filled with Yang's challenge directed at Su Mian. The viewers in the live stream were stirred by Yang's audacious challenge, eagerly anticipating the upcoming chess match. They were fervently curious about Su Mian, the one recognized by Yang, and how formidable she truly was. Originally, it was Jiang Wana's live stream, and she was meant to be the center of attention. Yet the spotlight had shifted. She contemplated shutting down the stream, but under the circumstances, that was not permissible. Her nails dug painfully into her palms. Yet she remained indifferent to the discomfort. Even now, she was still brooding over her defeat to Su Mian in front of millions of viewers. She had employed cutting-edge technology. So, how had Su Mian managed to triumph over her? Could it be that Su Mian was a prodigy? No, that was implausible. How could Su Mian possibly be a genius? Unfazed by the commotion, Su Mian saw the messages and responded, "Hello, Yang. I accept your challenge." She paused momentarily, however. "Please wait a moment while I step out to collect a gift." Yang replied almost instantaneously, "I will be waiting for you in my live stream." With that, Su Mian stood up and walked out. Shortly after, Yang also left, reopening his own live stream, patiently awaiting Su Mian's arrival. The moment Yang exited, his fans followed suit, along with numerous onlookers eager for entertainment. In just 3 minutes, the viewer count plummeted from nearly 10 million to 7 million. However, in her hasty exit, Su Mian inadvertently revealed half of her profile to the camera for a fleeting moment. Though it lasted only seconds, it did not escape the notice of the viewers glued to their screens. Whoa, did I just see that? Is that Su Mian? Her features are stunning. If I'm not mistaken, Waner turned off the beauty filter, yet Su Mian still looked that beautiful. It's easy to imagine how striking she must be in reality. Beautiful and skilled at chess. I'm smitten. I want to see her full face. Host, could you show us your sister's full face later? Amidst a flurry of compliments about Su Mian's appearance in the live stream, Waner felt an urgent desire to terminate the broadcast. Although the viewership had decreased to 7 million, many viewers still lingered, presenting an excellent opportunity for her to gain followers. She disregarded their comments. "Given that I turned off the beauty filter and removed my makeup, please consider following me. I usually stream every other day. Feel free to let me know what you'd like to see in my next live stream." However, her words had little effect, and the number of followers for Su Mian continued to rise, as a horde of admirers merely wished to behold her visage. Jiang Wana's expression grew increasingly rigid. She bit her lip, clearly feeling aggrieved, yet she silently endured. In an instant, Jiang Wana's fans began to express their dissatisfaction. "Are you all mistaken? This is Jiang Waner's live stream. Why do you keep mentioning Su Mian? If you want to see her, I can direct you to a thread from Jing University that has her photos, but I assure you, once you see those, you won't have any favorable impressions left. Our Waner has been wrong tonight. She lost at chess and now has to endure your ridicule. Su Mian is utterly despicable for deliberately embarrassing her. What nonsense. My heart aches for our Waner. Can I take it to mean that you also think Jiang Waner is unattractive without makeup? Ha ha ha. Here's the Jing University thread. Just click on it. I'm merely a diligent courier. No need to thank me. Let us all enjoy the gossip together. Once the link was shared, viewers promptly clicked on it, and soon, the comment section took a turn. Having read it, I didn't expect Su Mian to be this kind of person. My impression has somewhat diminished. What a pity. I intended to switch to being a fan, but how can one bully others like this? Yet, there remain supporters of Su Mian. It's just a few photos. What does that prove? What if there is some misunderstanding? Beauty is justice. I adore her even if she is flawed. Ladies, let us channel that fervor we have for beautiful villains. After a while, Jiang Waner spoke up. Admin, please delete that link. Everyone, do not spread unfounded rumors about my sister in the live stream. It's not appropriate. I was the one who agreed to the wager. And having lost, I will naturally fulfill my sister's request. There is nothing wrong with that, and besides, it's merely turning off the beauty filter and going barefaced. My sister has been very forgiving toward me. Beside her, Zhang Yan wore a grim expression. She was not tech-savvy and was unaware of the disparaging remarks made about Su Mian from behind screens. Jiang Wanen's words sounded pleasant, yet they positioned her in a vulnerable light, making it seem as though Su Mian had bullied her. At that moment, Su Mian had reached the door, where Yan stood, poised and respectful, awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing Su Mian, he addressed her with utmost reverence. Young mistress. This title felt quite foreign to Su Mian. She had asked the aunt not to address her that way, yet the aunt persisted, and now Yan used the same form of address. It seemed to be a vehicle, though it was covered with a black cloth. Please uncover it, she instructed. Yes, young mistress. Yan promptly unveiled the vehicle, revealing a model that instantly captivated Su Mian's attention. Even with her limited knowledge of cars, she could discern that this one was extraordinarily valuable. Under the night sky, its surface shimmered like a myriad of stars, vast and magnificent. Yan informed her, young mistress. This is the Phantom Starry Sky Classic Series gifted to you by the Third Master. There are only 10 limited editions worldwide. I hope you're pleased with this gift from the Third Master. Su Mian nodded. I am pleased. However, this welcome gift seems rather extravagant. Given that there are only 10 such vehicles globally, one can only imagine its worth. She retrieved her phone and called Yu Jinzhi. After a single ring, he answered. I have received your welcome gift. However, don't you think it's a bit too lavish? She inquired. Or is it that Third Master Yu is simply this generous? Yu Jinzhi set aside the documents in his hands. No, it suits you splendidly. His words caused Su Mian's ears to flush slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She realized that Yu Jinzhi possessed an innate charm. When silent, he appeared cold and aloof, yet when he spoke, his words were invariably pleasing. With a teasing tone, Su Mian asked, Are you this generous with everyone? Yu Jinzhi replied directly. There are not many who can elicit my generosity. You are one of them. He admired Su Mian's character, despite her youth. It was evident that she possessed great wisdom. The only woman who had earned his admiration was Su Mian. Reflecting for a moment, Su Mian asked, Is it simply because I am your recognized fiancé? I suppose admiration equates to acknowledgement? Yu Jinzhi affirmed, Indeed. Very well, Su Mian replied, I accept the welcome gift. And I will reciprocate. However, not at this moment. I find myself somewhat financially constrained. Yu Jinzhi did not refuse, merely responding with a nonchalant all right, seemingly unperturbed. While Su Mian felt a twinge of joy at receiving the welcome gift, she also sensed a hint of displeasure. Having always been perceptive, likely due to her upbringing, she preferred that kindness be extended to her simply because she was Su Mian, not due to any other identity she might hold. Yu Jinzhi had inadvertently stepped on her sore spot, yet it was an unavoidable circumstance. Without that identity, they would not have crossed paths at all. Coming to this realization, Su Mian decided not to dwell on it any longer. She had already accepted Bai Yang's challenge and could not keep him waiting. I still need to play chess with someone else. Goodbye. Yu Jinzhi raised an eyebrow and proclaimed in a grandiose manner, Su Mian, are you not aware that making your opponent wait can also be a strategy? Chapter 52. Favoring the fiancé, as it should be. Su Mian pondered for a moment, finding this perspective quite reasonable. Nonetheless, she felt a tinge of urgency. After all, she was about to face a world champion. She was genuinely eager to engage in a match against Bai Yang. Yu Jinzhi's voice was low and rich. You might as well test the feel of the car first. With such an invitation, Su Mian could not simply say, I'll try it next time, and then relay her experience later. The weight of this gift was considerable. Weighing the decision between playing chess and testing the car, she did not deliberate for long before resolutely choosing the latter. After all, a fiancé deserves a bit of favoritism. Receiving the car keys from Yan, she settled into the vehicle, placing her phone aside, though the call remained connected. Soon, as she inserted the key and started the engine, the intelligent AI system activated. Master, you have finally arrived. I am your little treasure, Huan. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight, Master. Good evening. Where shall we go? Just tell Huan, and I will provide you with the most convenient route. Su Mian did not respond but began to explore the car. Given the current level of technology, this AI system was impressively developed, far superior to the robotic vacuum at Yu Jinzhi's home, which was noticeably less agile and advanced. She soon discovered that the car featured two distinct appearances. One was an incredibly flashy model that guaranteed a 100 head-turning rate in any crowd, while the other was a more subdued mode, inconspicuous and akin to ordinary sports cars. This duality undoubtedly appealed to car aficionados. Even those who were not enthusiasts would likely appreciate such a design. At that moment, Yu Jinzhi inquired, Do you like it? Indeed, she replied. That's good to hear.
Su Mian smiled sadly.
Although their conversation lacked depth, simply listening to Yu Jinzhi's voice was quite pleasant. Meanwhile, Jiang, noticing the delay, remained patient as always. It could be said that no one who plays Go is ever impatient. He opened a chess game and began to play against the computer, while the online spectators were like ants on a hot pan, brimming with anxiety. When will Su Mian arrive? I can hardly wait to see the showdown between the two masters. You're not the only one who can't wait. Bai Shun is truly patient, not in the least bit anxious. I admire him. In truth, Bai Yang's challenge to a local expert had already stirred quite a commotion in the Go community. Many renowned figures had stealthily donned disguises and entered the live stream, though they refrained from participating in the discussions. At this moment, the engine roared to life. Jiang Gao, curious, stepped out of the house, only to witness the sleek sports car making a beautiful turn before vanishing from sight. It was simply stunning. How enviable.
Indeed.
Third Master was quite generous. That car appeared to be exceedingly expensive. Su Mian had only driven for 5 minutes before returning, feeling exhilarated. Had it not been for Bai Yang waiting, she would have relished another round on the road. By now, Yu Jinzhi had ended the call with Su Mian, while Rome Shua, still lingering nearby, cast a resentful gaze his way.
Not asked.
Third brother truly lacks discernment. A moment of foolishness amidst a lifetime of wisdom. It pains me to see that luxurious car wasted on a woman of such poor taste. Yu Jinzhi glanced up, noticing his expression, and felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. Her dark eyes turned cold as she snapped, "If you're done eating, go back to work." Rome Shua. Upon returning, Su Mian found Yan and had already departed. She parked the car in the garage and entered the house, where Waner was still live streaming, educating viewers about skincare, while also allowing Lian Ruyi to join the frame, both appearing delightfully harmonious. Jiang Yan observed with a cold gaze, but upon seeing Su Mian return, her demeanor softened somewhat. She approached Mian. "Has Jinzhi given you a car as a greeting gift?" Su Mian nodded. "Yes, Grandma. The car he gifted is wonderful. Truly wonderful. It must be exceptional, certainly not inferior to the jewelry I gifted you." Jiang Yan was exceedingly pleased with her grandson-in-law, Yu Jinzhi. Though he was 11 years her senior, his maturity allowed him to cherish his wife. This was evident during the family banquet, where he treated Su Mian with great care and tenderness. In critical moments, he would be the first to protect her from any affront, which was more than sufficient. Moreover, with Yu Jinzhi's striking appearance, he and Mian were undoubtedly a perfect match, and the thought of their future grandchildren filled Jiang Yan with delight. At the mere thought of great-grandchildren, Jiang Yan's imagination ran wild. She longed for adorable little ones, though she was unsure if she would live to see that age. At that moment, Jiang Gao, who had been casting cold glances at Su Mian, finally spoke up. "Cousin Su Mian, is the car Third Master gifted you the one worth $1 billion? While Su Mian was unsure about the exact value, it was indeed a phantom. She shot him a glance. "What of it?" Jiang Gao, undeterred, chuckled. "Cousin, could you lend it to me for a spin? I just got my license this year and have longed to experience the thrill of driving such a luxurious sports car." His flippant demeanor irked Su Mian, who held a grudge against this cousin who did not favor her. Why should she be magnanimous? She flatly refused, not lending. Jiang Gao's smile instantly faded. How stingy. If you want to lend it, then so be it. Who cares? Su Mian, uninterested in his antics, was preoccupied with her upcoming chess match against Bai Yang. She remarked,
"Grandma, I'm heading upstairs."
"Go ahead," Jiang Yan replied. After Su Mian ascended, her smile vanished, and her sharp gaze turned toward Jiang Gao. "You dare to drive such an expensive car? If you damage it, do you have the means to compensate?" "Grandma, even though I just got my license, I've known how to drive since I was 16. Don't think I'm unaware of your reckless behavior just because you're in the countryside." Jiang Yan had long harbored dissatisfaction with her grandson. She had repeatedly stated that although Jiang Waner shared their surname, she was never a true member of the Jang family. No one could replace Su Mian's position. Yet, he remained oblivious, a fine young master of the Jiang family, constantly seeking to please Jiang Waner. What benefit was there in that? He would be better off learning manners and recognizing that Su Mian was truly family. Jiang Yan continued her reprimand. "And what's with the tone you use when speaking to your cousin? Have your manners been fed to the dogs?" Jiang Gao dared not retort. Knowing that Jiang Waner was still live streaming, a quarrel would surely disrupt her broadcast. As he contemplated this, Jiang Waner approached. "Grandma, don't be too hard on my cousin. He has loved cars since childhood. With Su Mian receiving such a cool sports car, it's only natural for him to feel envious. Jiang offered no concession. Am I not allowed to scold my own grandson? Her voice, neither loud nor soft, was audible in the live stream, ensuring that anyone with ears could hear. Waner appeared aggrieved. Grandma, I'm still live streaming. She lowered her head, her eyes glinting with malice. A mere car was nothing more than a material possession. Family bonds held far greater significance, did they not? It was undeniable. She was indeed scheming. The fact that Yu Jinzhi had given such an extravagant gift to Su Mian, 1 billion, no less, made her green with envy. Then why don't you donate all the bags and jewelry that Lian Ruyi gifted you? After all, they're just material possessions, and you clearly don't care. What did it matter if she was live streaming? Why should she concern herself with others' opinions of her? She had no qualms about being deemed malicious, for she had always held this attitude toward Jiang Waner. Had Jiang Waner not harbored such ambitions to usurp Su Mian, Jiang would not have treated her this way. Grandma, why do you have to be so harsh on Waner? Can't you treat everyone equally? You're confused, I am not. Jiang scoffed, brushing past them as she retreated to her room. In the live stream, Lian Ruyi noticed comments expressing sympathy for Jiang Waner. That old hag is at it again.
Scolding Waner.
Is Waner always treated this way at home? Oh my, this is too much. My heart aches for Waner once again. As Lian Ruyi noticed that Jiang was no longer present, she added fuel to the fire. The old lady has always treated Waner this way since childhood. I cannot fathom what it is about Waner that displeases her. In truth, Waner is quite filial and well-behaved. It is all my fault. I shouldn't have harmed her in the first place. I digress. This is a matter within the Jang family, and I apologize for sharing it with you. Please, just listen and do not take it to heart. Jiang Waner returned to the camera, offering them a sorrowful smile. I apologize for the embarrassment. After Su Mian returned to the room she had previously occupied, she immediately opened her computer, downloaded an International Go application, registered an account, and navigated to Bilibili. Entering by Yang's live streaming room, the newcomer, Chun Mian Bu Ju Shao, entered the live stream. Comments flew across the screen at an astonishing pace. In a bid to capture Bai Yang's attention, Su Mian decided to quiet the chatter momentarily. Suddenly, the scrolling comments came to a halt, prompting curiosity among the audience.
Chun Mian Bugu Xiao remarked, Su Mian, invite me.
Chapter 53. A Clash of Masters. At that moment, netizens were baffled as to why their comments had failed to appear, with only Chun Mian Bu Ju Shao as statement visible in the chat. Upon seeing the 7 words she had written, excitement surged through the viewers. Su Mian, she has arrived. Bai Yang had been vigilantly monitoring the comments, fearful of missing any news about Su Mian. However, he did not anticipate her unique and eye-catching entrance.
Su Mian tapped again. Su Mian, invite me.
Below, there were no other comments. No one else could elevate her presence. It was a mystery how Su Mian had accomplished this. Bai Yang pondered for a moment, but quickly dismissed it, focusing instead on his chess game against the computer. He inquired, "What is your chess ID?" As above,
came the reply.
Su Mian's chess ID was also Chun Mian Bu Ju Shao. Bai Yang swiftly added Su Mian and invited her to join the match. Clicking start without hesitation, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Immediately, comments flooded in again. Su Mian had given them the go-ahead. Am I lagging? Why can't my comments go through? I keep clicking, but my comments won't send. I thought Bilibili was down. I went out for a bit and found that only here my posts won't go through. Just a reminder, Su Mian's comment went through earlier. So the only conclusion is that you cannot send your comments, but she can. How did Su Mian manage that? Was she truly a technical expert? These questions remained unanswered for the time being. As the game commenced, the popularity of Bai Yang's live stream skyrocketed, surpassing 10 million viewers and continuing to rise. As a world champion, his popularity was undeniable, especially since he was challenging an amateur master, leaving everyone eager for this competition. Jiang Gao found watching Jiang Waner stream tedious. They were discussing skincare products, which nearly lulled him to sleep. He would rather return to his phone for some entertainment. Tonight, he merely came to relay a small piece of gossip. There was no need for him to flaunt his status when the Education Bureau arrived tomorrow. He doubted Su Mian would maintain her current prowess. Meanwhile, Jiang Waner, feeling the excitement from Bai Yang's match, noticed her viewership drop by 2 million. After all, such a thrilling event was rare. Feeling uncomfortable, she had no desire to continue her stream. With a feigned smile, She declared that she would end her broadcast and promptly shut it down. Once the stream was off, her expression soured. The pent-up frustration within her caused Jiang Waner to lose her composure, toppling the chessboard on her desk to the floor, scattering black and white pieces everywhere. Lian Ruyi was taken aback, realizing just how formidable Su Mian was at chess. Even a world champion sought to challenge her. She had expected Jiang Waner to triumph in front of everyone, but she did not anticipate such a sudden reversal. It was not just Jiang Waner who found this difficult to accept. Even Lian Ruyi struggled to comprehend that Su Mian was superior to Jiang Waner in chess. Did it mean she was of professional caliber? Lian Ruyi found it hard to reconcile this reality, having always regarded Su Mian as a mere pretty face, utterly lacking in talent. Now, it seemed Su Mian was anything but a waste. Could she accept this? No, she could not. Fortunately, Lian Ruyi reassured herself that Su Mian was merely slightly better at chess and had only achieved top scores through cheating. Today, Su Mian may bask in glory, but she won't be able to revel in it for long. The more famous she becomes, the more the cheating will tarnish her reputation. This was the so-called celebrity effect. Jiang Waner was well aware that today, in front of so many witnesses, she had been embarrassed by Su Mian. There was no way she would let Su Mian continue to bask in her triumph. However, her displeasure was not solely directed at Su Mian. It also stemmed from Jiang, who had returned and was constantly targeting her. These two women were ruining her once glorious life, making each day increasingly unbearable. Why couldn't they just disappear? Such sinister thoughts, once ignited, sprouted like tender shoots, destined to grow into towering trees, branching out in all directions. Su Mian, however, paid no heed to her thoughts. Regardless of her intentions, there would be no sweet rewards for her in the end. Competing against a world champion was undeniably stressful. Yet the greater the pressure, the more exhilarated she felt. The intensity of the match escalated, as if they had fallen into a stalemate. One misstep could lead to either demise. Yang rarely encountered such a formidable opponent, and the pressure was palpable. Yang rarely takes this long to think about his moves. It's been a minute. Wow. Yang has truly met his match. This is somewhat perilous. Just as Yang was deep in thought, an incoming call disrupted his concentration. It was his master, and he had no choice but to answer. Yang reluctantly accepted the call. "Master, what is it?" His master's voice boomed. "I am watching your live stream. Please ask Su Mian if she is interested in becoming a professional Go player." Yang replied. Isn't being a world champion enough? At that moment, Su Mian received a notification that her 20 million had been transferred.
Good night, see you tomorrow.
Chapter 54, Ascension to Greatness. Upon seeing the 2 million, Su Mian's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed the big data she provided was being put to immediate use with offline experiments, and results were likely forthcoming. Yang felt a dull ache in his head. Can I ask her after the match? I fear that once the game is over, I may not have the chance. What if the girl runs away? Where would I find her? Yang sigit. Though the viewers could not see Yang's expression, they could imagine the exasperation in his tone. This is hilarious. Yang's master must be urging him to recruit Su Mian as his junior. With Su Mian's prowess, it's only natural she would be sought after. Let us help the master out, Su Mian. Do you want to become Yang's junior? The comments were flooded with inquiries about Su Mian's interest in joining Yang's team. Yang had no choice but to ask, Su Mian, are you interested in joining our Chinese Go Association? Upon hearing this, Su Mian pondered for a moment and typed her response. Not particularly interested, and I am quite busy. I have no time. Yang's master felt his heart shatter upon reading her reply. The viewers expressed their disappointment in unison. Yang did not perceive any sense of loss. The so-called masters of the folk, while they may have a penchant for chess, are not necessarily inclined to pursue a career as professional players. This does not imply a lack of passion. Rather, it is possible that they harbor other aspirations. Freed from the distractions of a mentor, Yang could finally devote himself to the game in peace. After contemplating for a minute, he had formulated a strategy. Without further hesitation, he clicked the mouse, and the white piece landed precisely where he intended. However, no matter how one looked at it, the game seemed destined for a stalemate. Meanwhile, in the engineering laboratory of Kyoto University, a chorus of jubilant voices erupted following the announcement of experimental results. The issue that had plagued them for half a year had finally been resolved. Professor Wen was immensely gratified. The 20 million investment had indeed proven worthwhile. Ultimately, It was the foresight of the investors that allowed them to allocate such a substantial sum, enabling the laboratory to enlist the assistance of other technological giants, with the accolades remaining firmly with their team. Sipping on goji berry tea, Professor, when instructed, Xiaoming, please call Mr. Yu and inform him that our project has succeeded. Additionally, do you have contact details for that technological guru you mentioned? What nationality is he? While contacting Mr. Yu posed no challenge, Xiaoming regrettably had no means of reaching the technological expert. Rubbing his head, he replied, I don't have it, Professor. The guru just messaged me directly through the tech network. He then proudly added, the guru is also from Huaxia. How wonderful it is to have another talented individual from Huaxia. Professor, when urged, then quickly asked him for his contact information. Consider this. The problem that stumped us for 6 months was resolved by him in just 10 days. One can only imagine the depth of his expertise. Although I serve as your professor, my ability to impart knowledge is limited. If only we could invite him to Kyoto University for a lecture, it would be invaluable. Xiaoming recognized the truth in Professor Wen's words. Initially, he had doubted the guru's ability to produce anything significant within 10 days, yet the results spoke for themselves. He was indeed a formidable figure. This experience taught him an important lesson. Do not underestimate someone based on their points, for it may lead to a swift rebuke. Logging onto the international tech network, Xiaoming noticed that the guru's avatar was grayed out, indicating the last time he was online was during the task submission.
Guru?
I kneel before your prowess. I'm curious if our laboratory's payment reached you? I await your reply, sob sob sob. After sending this message, he marked the task as completed, which automatically designated any ongoing tasks as failures without penalizing their points, merely notifying them to avoid wasting time. Nevertheless, upon the completion of the SSS level task, an announcement would be made across the tech network. Consequently, at that moment, the online tech personnel observed a prominent scrolling message at the top of the webpage. Congratulations to Boya Hankyuk for completing the SSS level task and earning 100,000 points, instantly becoming a platinum deity. Within moments, a post appeared. Boya Hankyuk slaps the faces of na-na-zi sycophants. Today is a day of great satisfaction. The post elicited a flurry of responses. I'm dying of laughter. Remember how they used to mock him? It's hysterical. Just because someone isn't a deity doesn't mean they can't undertake SSS level tasks. Completing one doesn't cost you anything. Another added. I was furious when that post came out. Low points do not equate to a lack of skill. Their hypocrisy is sickening. Yet another chimed in from now on. My admiration for deities has increased by 1. Oh my, achieving such greatness is astounding. Ha ha ha, you're mistaken, the truth is. Boya Hankyuk has always been a deity, just modest and unassuming, remarked another user. Fans of Na-na-zi responded, give our Na-na-zi a month.
And she too can complete this task.
While Boya Hankyuk's brilliance is undeniable, I still prefer our Na-na-zi. After all, she is a girl. And that alone earns our admiration. We certainly should not have underestimated Boya Hankyuk. We apologize. It's our fault. Don't drag our goddess, Na-na-zi, into this and tarnish her reputation. In essence, the tech network's demographic leaned heavily male, making the presence of a skilled and beautiful woman all the more precious, and they lavished adoration upon her. Across the Atlantic, upon receiving the notification from the tech network, Na-na-zi narrowed her striking eyes in surprise. Someone had completed this task before her? Just as Jiang anticipated, the chess match ended in a draw. Continuing would serve no purpose, as it would inevitably lead to a perpetual cycle of stalemates. As expected, the system confirmed their draw. The online community could not help but admire Su Mian for managing to draw against a world champion. It was an impressive feat. Jiang wished to challenge her once more, but Su Mian declined. She too felt a tinge of disappointment, but glancing at the time, it was time to assist her classmates with their studies. She responded, let us schedule another match, I have other commitments. Next time, she would emerge victorious. Shall we add each other as friends?
Bayang inquiret.
I will add you shortly, Su Mian replied before exiting the International Go platform and shutting down the live stream. Bayang wanted to ask how she could add him without knowing his WeChat or QQ, but just then his phone chimed, indicating someone had added him. The avatar was blank, with the WeChat name reading, Spring Sleep Unaware of Dawn.
Bayang muset.
I can't shake the feeling that if Su Mian were to rob a bank, she would do so with remarkable ease. Chapter 55. Thinking of his warm milk, Su Mian transferred another 10 million to the village chief's account. As for the remaining 10 million, she decided to invest 5 million in Wang Xiaolian's cosmetics company, while the last 5 million would be saved, for she needed to prepare a gift for Yu Jinzhi. one that could not be inferior to the car he had gifted her. Su Mian abhorred taking advantage of others. Moreover, given their relationship, such an extravagant gift felt inappropriate. Even with their close bond, she believed in maintaining equality. Before delivering her lecture, Su Mian climbed over the wall to log onto the International Tech Network, eager to accept another SSS-level task, but she was met with an influx of private messages. What could this be about? First, she checked the system notifications. Having completed the SSS-level task, her points had skyrocketed to platinum status, and the accomplishment would be broadcasted across the network, explaining the sudden surge in unfamiliar messages. Ignoring the unknown correspondences, she noticed a message from Xiaoming in her friend list. She opened it, read through, and promptly replied, "The funds have been received." Xiaoming responded instantly, "Deity, you're finally online." His unexpected enthusiasm caught her off guard. "Indeed," she replied. Xiaoming typed rapidly, "So, Deity, could you share a contact method?" Su Mian provided him with her details. He quickly took a screenshot and continued, "Deity, are you currently in the country? Our professor is eager to meet you and wonders if you have time to visit Kyoto University." She did have some time, but she was not particularly inclined to visit Kyoto University in the near future, given her current notoriety there. She was uncertain whether the events of the evening would lead to further tarnishing her reputation, so she decided to check later. "Not at the moment," she replied. Xiaoming, feeling somewhat dejected, responded, "Please do visit Kyoto University when you have the chance. Make sure to contact me." Su Mian smiled, assuring him she would come. Under the guise of a new student, she said, "All right." Despite having graduated with several degrees from prestigious Ivy League institutions abroad, Su Mian had yet to obtain a single credential from a renowned university in her homeland. Initially, she had no intention of pursuing further studies in other disciplines. However, compelled by the desire to counter Ruyi's attempts to belittle her by comparing their achievements, she decided to embrace the opportunity. Instead of passively enduring the humiliation of having her degree certificates thrown in her face, she would seize the moment to confront the reality of the situation head-on. Subsequently, Su Mian accepted an SSS-level mission with a staggering reward of 15 million yuan. Although the bounty had been reduced by 5 million, the complexity of the task remained considerable. Yet, it would likely take longer to resolve than her previous endeavors concerning renewable energy, as this assignment involved the creation of a vast OI system. After accepting the task and receiving the infrastructural conditions from her client, she promptly got to work. However, Nai's fans erupted in outrage. What does it mean that Boa Hancock took on the same task less than 10 minutes after Nai? Is she doing this on purpose? What does this imply? Is she deliberately opposing Nai? "We did mock you, but we apologized, didn't we? There's no need to hold a grudge against our Nai." While they claimed this, bystanders believed that the only reason a prominent figure would undertake such a task was the lucrative reward, not out of a desire to compete with Nai. On the other end of the line, Nai was well aware that Boa Hancock had accepted the same mission shortly after her. Initially, she intended to look up information about her rival, but discovered that her profile on the tech network was completely blank and encrypted, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. Even her attempts to employ some tricks to decipher it proved futile. Having been entrenched in the international tech scene for some time and having encountered numerous industry giants, none had ever left her feeling as powerless as this Boa Hancock. The latter even completed her project in just 10 days, while Nai had allotted herself a full month. Determined to finish her task before Boa Hancock could, she aimed to claim the 15 million yuan, not merely for the money, but because this individual irked her immensely. During a session on Ding Talk, she noticed an unprecedented surge in attendance. Nearly 2,000 people were online to hear her lecture. Su Mian paid little mind to the number of attendees, focusing instead on delivering her content purely for the benefit of her classmates. She had no aspirations of becoming a top-tier streaming scholar. After concluding her class, which had nearly stretched to midnight, she took a shower. As she lay in bed, a sense of longing washed over her. It seemed she missed a glass of warm milk that Yu Jinzhi had previously brought her. Despite having stayed at his residence for only a few days, she had grown fond of his delicious milk, which she found particularly enjoyable. Moreover, after consuming it, she experienced notably better sleep quality. As she lay in bed, she pulled out her phone and opened the Kyoto University forum. Upon seeing the latest updates, her eyes narrowed, and she smiled. Indeed, the poster had once again taken to the platform to disseminate her dark secrets, particularly the scandal regarding her alleged exam cheating. How audacious! Clearly, the previous reprimands had not sufficed, as they dared to assist Jiang Waner in tarnishing her reputation. They may think that by using someone else's account, she would remain oblivious to their identity. Tomorrow, they would face the consequences. Chapter 56. The fiancé must have her requests met that night, without her milk. Su Mian's sleep quality was mediocre. At times, despite her strong desire to rest, her mind would wander aimlessly. After finally drifting off, she dreamt of her younger self. Lian Ruyi, whose gentle smile and affectionate gaze were soothing as she recounted English stories to lull her to sleep. The next day, around 6, Su Mian woke up feeling somewhat lethargic. After exercising and having breakfast, she gradually shook off her grogginess and decided to call Yu Jinzhi.
Moments latte.
His magnetic voice came through the line. Good morning, Su Mian.
Morning.
Just getting up? Su Mian replied lazily. Without your milk, my sleep quality was rather subpar last night. If you enjoy it, I can have some delivered to you today. As a dutiful fiancé, Yu Jinzhi believed it was his obligation to fulfill her requests. That would be wonderful, she replied, a hint of delight in her tone. Yu Jinzhi chuckled softly. Is there something you need? Su Mian typically wouldn't reach out to him, without a purpose. I need to borrow a lawyer from your legal department. At precisely 7:20, she arrived at school. The campus was relatively quiet at this hour, yet Su Mian could feel the weight of curious and gossiping gazes upon her, as if they were attempting to bore a hole through her. Unfazed, she settled into her classroom and began reading a book. Tao Chun entered just in time. Plopping down beside her, Su Mian was already engrossed in her reading, flipping pages rapidly. Before long, she had turned to the next page. Tao Chun glanced at the book title, A Global History. While she had heard of the title, as a high school student, she would never delve into such literature. She preferred the likes of the CEO's love for me. So, was this the distinction between a top student and a slacker? Mian Jia truly stood out. Even her reading choices were exceptional. Su Mian maintained her morning reading habit, and with her excellent memory, she never forgot what she had read. This particular book had taken her quite a while to find at the library, and though it wasn't overly profound, it contained a wealth of informative knowledge. The first class of the day was Chinese literature. As soon as the teacher arrived, she distributed exam papers. The humanities in Class 9 were neither particularly strong nor weak. Generally, students from science backgrounds had mediocre Chinese skills, but at least they managed to maintain a score around 100. Since joining Class 9, Su Mian had excelled in Chinese, particularly in her essays, leading the teacher to feel unworthy of grading her work. The only reason for any lost points was a minor question she had omitted. Otherwise, she would have received a perfect score. Although rumors circulated that she had cheated, the level of alleged cheating was far too sophisticated. Thus, the teachers were convinced that Su Mian had earned her score through sheer talent. At that moment, Director Mao was seething with anger as the entirety of the senior class was spreading rumors about Su Mian's alleged cheating. This was utterly outrageous. It was clear who had leaked the information, none other than the student he had recently defended. With a parent-teacher meeting scheduled for the following Monday, Director Mao felt it imperative to teach them a lesson in front of the parents. Spreading falsehoods and tarnishing Su Mian's reputation warranted punishment. However, unexpectedly, he received a call from the principal with a notably stern tone. Come to my office. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Director Mao nodded but did not rush to inquire, simply saying, I'll be there shortly. Half an hour later, Teacher Feng arrived at Class 9. Su Mian. Please step outside. Su Mian seemed to have anticipated this moment, rising to follow him. In the hallway, Teacher Feng wore an expression of fury. I don't know which student reported you to the Education Bureau, but they are currently waiting for you in the principal's office. Su Mian simply acknowledged with a sound. This cohort of senior students truly knew how to stir up trouble. They labored diligently in their education without considering the challenges faced by educators, and they resorted to making unfounded allegations. To make matters worse, the informant had implicated Director Mao, alleging that he had accepted bribes to cover up her cheating. If Su Mian did not clear her name, it seemed Director Mao would face suspension and investigation. I understand, teacher. There's no need to fret, Su Mian replied calmly. Proving my innocence is quite simple. I can take a more difficult exam in front of the Education Bureau officials, and once the results are out, everything will become clear. While this logic was sound, Teacher Feng was still furious with the students, questioning why they would doubt Su Mian's ability to achieve good grades. Rumors often wavered between truth and fiction, much like the frequent gossip in the entertainment industry about certain celebrities dating, only to be revealed as fabrications. Why engage in such frivolity when they should focus on their studies? Su Mian swiftly accompanied Teacher Feng to the principal's office. Director Mao introduced her, saying, This is Su Mian, who achieved the highest score in this year's grade examination. He then turned to Su Mian and added, "This is Director Chen from the Education Bureau." "Hello." Su Mian greeted him with a faint nod, exuding an air of quiet dignity and innate pride that made her appear far from the type likely to engage in deceit, at least in the eyes of those from the Education Bureau. However, appearances can be deceiving, and a thorough investigation was warranted. Su Mian spoke directly, Director Chen. "I understand that my results may be hard for them to accept. However, I assure you that achieving this score posed no challenge for me. If you have doubts, I invite you to present a more difficult set of questions for me to tackle." More difficult? Quite audacious. Director Chen, committed to fairness, realized that the best way to resolve this situation was to witness the students' true capabilities firsthand. "Indeed, I have a particularly challenging set of third-year questions here. You may complete them in the principal's office while I supervise you personally."
Su Mian nodded slightly.
Soon, someone brought in a desk and chair. After a thorough search, she settled down and declared, "Please bring me the exam paper and pen." Director Mao personally handed them over, making a gesture of encouragement. Su Mian reassured him, "No need to worry. Your teaching career will not end here." Director Chen took a seat nearby to observe. The first subject was mathematics. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mian began tackling the multiple-choice questions. Director Chen watched as she filled in the answers with remarkable speed and without a flicker of doubt, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Are you certain you've read all the questions? This set is indeed quite challenging." Approximately 20 minutes later, Su Mian set down her pen and picked up the physics paper, followed by chemistry and then English. During the break, Hu Jinyao sought out Wan Ying. The two found a secluded spot to converse. "Ying, the people from the Education Bureau really showed up. Su Mian is definitely going to be expelled today," Hu Jinyao remarked. Wan Ying smirked with satisfaction. "Of course, those who cheat do not deserve to remain at number 1 high school, nor do they deserve Su Lei's kindness." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Director Chen was grading the papers. After evaluating all of Su Mian's exams, he took a deep breath. Regardless of the subject, every answer was correct. As a member of the Education Bureau, he naturally held a fondness for high-achieving students, and Su Mian indeed astonished him, prompting a re-evaluation of her character. He then addressed the principal and Director Mao, saying, "I apologize, Su Mian. Your performance on this examination has unequivocally demonstrated that you did not engage in any form of cheating. We will proceed to address this matter and impose strict penalties on those who spread false rumors." Su Mian smiled gently. "Thank you, Director Chen. I would appreciate it if you could affirm my innocence in front of all the third-year students and their parents next Monday." In the final class, Su Mian returned to class 9. Her classmates were quite anxious, asking, "Sister Mian, are you alright?" Su Mian made an okay gesture. "Please do not spread the results just yet. Next Monday, the Education Bureau will restore my reputation." Meanwhile, at Jing University, Zhao Ran had just finished class when a classmate rushed in, exclaiming, "What the hell, Zhao Ran? What trouble have you gotten into?" Zhao Ran was perplexed until she spotted uniformed police officers and a lawyer entering, causing her face to pale dramatically. Chapter 57. Ignore that brainless fool. The news of Zhao Ran being taken away by the police quickly spread throughout the campus. Jiang Waner, who was in the library, also caught wind of it, and a sense of unease began to rise within her.
Ding dong, her baby vibrato.
Jiang Waner hurriedly opened her bag, revealing 2 phones inside. She picked up the silver one and opened WeChat, finding a call from Zhao Ran. In the restroom, Zhao Ran was clearly agitated. "Waner, the police and lawyer are here because of Su Mian. Also, I didn't tell you before, but my computer and phone were hacked. Can you think of a way to help me? Am I going to be expelled from school?" Jiang Waner's expression turned fierce. "Why didn't you tell me about such a significant issue sooner? A hacked computer and phone could mean that even deleted messages might be recovered. Doesn't this expose you and make your crimes public?" Zhao Ran stammered, I was afraid you'd stop giving me money if you found out." Since then, she had borrowed money from Jiang Waner 2 or 3 times, each time for no less than 50,000. Jiang Waner was generous, readily handing over the cash. For a few tens of thousands was trivial for her. Moreover, Jiang Waner had her own motives. Just last night, she had given Zhao Ran 100,000 to spread rumors about Su Mian cheating on her exams. This time, she had wised up, using a classmate's computer account to post the information, hoping the hacker wouldn't trace it back to her. But unexpectedly, the police and lawyer came knocking.
Waner.
"Is there something you haven't said?" The call abruptly ended, leaving Zhao Ran feeling as though a thunderbolt had struck her.
Was Jiang Wan truly abandoning her?
Jiang Wana's sudden loud voice drew the attention of Xie Yuhua, who was engrossed in her reading, her clothes faded from washing. Fortunately, there were not many people around, or else countless eyes would witness the literary college's talented girl in such a disarray. Xie Yuhua quietly reminded her, "Waner, we are in the library." Xie Yuhua and Jiang Wana shared a dormitory, and despite their living situation, they had little interaction. However, last year, when Xie Yuhua's father fell ill with uremia, the burden of the costly surgery and subsequent pressures drove her to the brink of suicide. It was Jiang Waner who intervened and saved her. Xie Yuhua was deeply grateful to Jiang Waner, but as they spent more time together, she discovered that Jiang Waner was not as flawless as she initially seemed. Nevertheless, everyone has imperfections, and Jiang Waner's flaws only served to make her more authentic. Regardless of her shortcomings, Xie Yuhua treated her as a true friend. Jiang Waner sat down, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, muttering, "Damn Zhao Ran, how could she conceal such a critical matter for the sake of money?" As for Su Mian, she had quietly sought out a hacker to investigate Zhao Ran. Jiang Waner realized she had underestimated Su Mian, thinking her an easy target. If this matter implicated her, it was evident that her carefully crafted good image would crumble overnight. No, she could not simply wait for her fate to unfold.
Waner.
What's wrong? Xie Yuhua asked with concern. Hearing this, Jiang Waner abruptly turned to Xie Yuhua. "You previously said you would do anything I ask, right? I need you to do something for me now." Meanwhile, Su Mian was having lunch in the cafeteria with Tao Chunchun. The food at No. 1 high school's cafeteria was quite decent, and today they were serving fragrant chicken legs. The classmates from Class 9, perhaps fearing that Su Mian might be bullied, followed closely behind, creating quite the entourage. Su Mian already had a notorious reputation. Even if they whispered about her, they dared not do so openly in her presence. However, Su Lei seemed to be a persistent shadow. The entire Class 9 regarded him as an enemy, questioning how Wan Yingying could target their sister Mian and create such turmoil if it weren't for Su Lei. Ignoring the others, Su Lei stood in front of her and suddenly said, "Su Mian, I am not the one who reported you." "Oh," Su Mian replied nonchalantly, focusing on her chicken leg. As Tao Chunchun had mentioned, the chicken legs in the cafeteria were indeed delicious. Su Lei frowned at her indifferent response. "What will the school do about your situation?" Since the people from the Education Bureau came, there seems to be no further news. Yet everyone knows that the school will definitely provide an explanation regarding your case. And the timing of that explanation might be next Monday.
Su Mian replied, "No comment."
Su Lei pressed further. "Does your mother know? Has she scolded you?" Inquisitive as they were, their hearts were set on deeming her a plagiarist. If it were anyone else in a similar predicament, expulsion would undoubtedly be the outcome. Su Mian set down her chicken leg, dabbed her lips with a napkin, raised her head, and smiled radiantly, yet her eyes were frigid.
"Su,
this has nothing to do with you, does it? I merely express concern for your well-being." "Thank you, but there's truly no need," she replied coolly. At that moment, not far away, Wan Yingying witnessed the scene, nearly biting her lip in frustration, and without a moment's hesitation, approached. "Su Mian, you plagiarizing wretch. Why act so high and mighty? Su Lei is showing you concern as a favor, don't mistake it for entitlement." At this, the classmates from Class 9 erupted in outrage. "Plagiarizing wretch? Have the courage to repeat that. Don't assume we want to retaliate just because you're a girl. Our Mian Jia earned her top rank through her own merit. Your venomous heart betrays your jealousy, leading you to report her in secrecy. You may possess beauty, but a heart like a viper is hardly commendable." Su Lei's expression darkened. "Wan Yingying, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Su Mian at once." Wan Yingying, incensed by the insults, felt her jealousy overshadow her reason upon seeing Su Lei defend Su Mian. "I refuse to apologize. What can you do about it?" It seemed she had conveniently forgotten how Su Mian had once forced her to apologize in Class 9. Su Lei was at a loss for words. Unsure how to handle Wan Yingying's defiance, Su Mian interjected, "You all should focus on your meal. Why waste time on this foolishness?" "Foolishness, indeed," Wan Yingying retorted. "Otherwise, how could one resort to actions that harm both others and oneself?" Her complexion turned ashen as she sensed the impending threat in Su Mian's words. "Next Monday, you shall see her no longer flitting about in Yizhang," Su Mian stated languidly. Instantly, Wan Yingying felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, a chill creeping over her. Under the midday sun, the school paths were carpeted with a layer of yellow leaves. At around 1 o'clock, Su Mian received a call from her lawyer.
"Miss Su,
Zhao Ran has confessed everything, and as per your instructions, she will publicly reflect on her actions and clarify your innocence in the school broadcasting room next Monday. Su Mian replied with a simple, "There's another matter. Zhao Ran has been taken away, and it is likely that word has spread at Peking University. She also found an excuse to visit the restroom during the incident, so Jiang Waner may already be aware of it. That's inconsequential. I am rather curious to see how Jiang Waner will attempt to absolve herself. Furthermore, this incident alone is insufficient to bring about her downfall." The lawyer inquired. "Isn't Zhao Ran as punishment rather lenient? If it were handled by our third master, she would undoubtedly suffer a harsher fate."
Su Mian chuckled lightly.
"She ought to experience the sting of being pointed at and whispered about." The lawyer understood now. While it may appear as forgiveness, it was indeed a form of psychological torment. As long as Zhao Ran remained at Peking University, this incident would haunt her like a curse. That evening, Su Mian returned to the Jiang family home, where only Jiang Yan and Lian Ruyi awaited her, as Jiang Wana was absent. After finishing her meal, Su Mian remarked, "Grandma, I have a parent-teacher meeting next Monday." Jiang Yan, upon hearing this, set down her chopsticks. "Then, I must attend."
Su Mian smiled. "You are so kind, Grandma."
Lian Ruyi quickly added, "Mom, you're getting older. Managing alone might be too much. Perhaps I should accompany you." She had heard from Jiang Gao that Su Mian's cheating incident would be announced next Monday, and she believed she must attend. How could she miss her daughter's parent-teacher meeting? Jiang Yan rolled her eyes at this insincerity, but remained silent, as she was, after all, Su Mian's mother. She picked up her spoon to sip her soup, but a sudden pain gripped her head, causing her to tremble, and the spoon clattered loudly. This occurrence was minor, but she feared that by nightfall, the headache would prevent her from sleeping.
"Grandma?" Su Mian frowned.
"Don't worry, Mian, I'm fine," Jiang Yan reassured her. Lian Ruyi, noticing the situation, felt a flicker of joy. It seemed the old woman's headache had returned. "Mom, you don't look well. Should we call a doctor?" "No need," Jiang Yan declined. "This ailment has plagued me for years. Doctors have failed to provide any relief, despite my consultations with several renowned traditional Chinese physicians. However, Eugene has mentioned Dr. Chen, who is quite famous in the capital. Perhaps we could invite him to examine me." "Very well," Lian Ruyi thought. "It's better not to see a doctor, considering it's just you who is suffering. You seem to have a bias against our Waner." After dinner, Lian Ruyi returned to her room to select a dress for the upcoming parent-teacher meeting. Though she anticipated embarrassment, she resolved to look splendid.
Jiang Yan,
feeling too unwell to take a stroll, went straight to her room after dinner to lie down. Just as she was about to settle down, Su Mian entered. Noticing the movement, Jiang Yan's expression softened. "What's the matter, Mian?" Su Mian had intended to check Jiang Yan's pulse, but recent events had kept her occupied. And every time she found a moment, Jiang Yan was resting. "I'm here to check your pulse." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan chuckled. Mian, you can practice medicine now? You truly are a treasure, constantly surprising me." Su Mian spoke candidly. "Yes, I examined Grandpa Yu a while ago. He should be feeling some improvement now." She sat beside Jiang Yan and placed her hand on her pulse. After a moment, she withdrew her hand. "Grandma, if you trust me, I can perform acupuncture on you. With a week of treatment, you shouldn't have to suffer from sleepless nights anymore, nor will you need medication." How could Jiang Yan not trust Su Mian? She grasped Su Mian's hand. "How could I not trust you, dear? I'm just curious. Who did you learn your medical skills from?" With the elder's trust, Su Mian smiled gently. "I dabble in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. I studied Western medicine while attending Yale University, and I've developed an interest in traditional Chinese medicine by delving into various medical texts." Jiang Yan was taken aback. "Yale University?" Su Mian clarified. "Yes, I left Maple Leaf Village early to study abroad. I only attended junior high in town, but didn't finish it. I jumped straight to high school. I later published a paper in a mathematics journal, solving a world-renowned number theory problem. I received numerous admissions invitations then, and my passion for mathematics drove me to Princeton." "Did you go alone?"
"Yes."
Jiang Yan felt a warmth in her eyes. Going alone to an unfamiliar place must have been tough. Thankfully, your brother found you and brought you back, but it was still a hardship for you. With a mother as clueless as yours and a father who showed no concern for you. How could our Mian endure such struggles? Lian Ruyi was never like this before, and Zhang Pingsheng was never so neglectful. Su Mian did not perceive her life as burdensome. For the people of Maple Leaf Village had treated her well, her brother and grandmother were also kind. After some conversation, she called Donger to arrange for a set of acupuncture needles to be delivered. Approximately half an hour later, a young man arrived with the needles. Likely an intern from Yuanjiang Hospital. Dr. Su, here are the needles. Thank you. That night, after performing acupuncture on Jiang Yan, Su Mian noticed her headache gradually subsiding, bringing her relief, and soon she drifted into a deep sleep for the first time since being plagued by this affliction. The following day, Lian Ruyi, after dressing herself, descended the stairs to find Jiang Yan adorned in gold and silver, ready to head out. She appeared quite spirited, her complexion noticeably improved. This was strange. In the past, she would still be asleep at this hour. Meanwhile, Su Mian was already at school, where the parent-teacher meeting was to be held in a gymnasium capable of accommodating over 1,000 attendees. By around 9 o'clock, parents of the senior students began arriving at the school. Traditionally, parent meetings were confined to individual classes, making this gathering of all senior students and their parents a first. As the students and parents assembled, the principal took to the stage to deliver speech. However, beneath the stage, Wan Yingying fidgeted restlessly, her nerves palpable as she incessantly sipped water, yet her throat remained parched regardless of how much she drank. The words spoken by Su Mian in the cafeteria that day lingered like a haunting nightmare throughout the night. No amount of self-reassurance could quell her unease, leaving her deeply unsettled. Lian Ruyi, seated among the parents of Class 9, also felt a persistent discomfort, fervently wishing for them to swiftly reach the crux of the matter without wasting time, while Jiang Yan and the other parents engaged in quiet laughter and conversation. After what felt like an eternity, the principal finally addressed the assembly. In the upcoming period, I hope our senior students will strive diligently, achieving extraordinary results in the college entrance examination and securing admission to their desired universities. However, during this recent grade examination, a rather troubling incident has arisen that has caused considerable distress for the school. Our transfer student from Class 9, Su Mian, has been suspected of cheating due to her remarkable performance, having secured the top position in the grade. A rumor that has circulated among the senior class and even attracted the attention of the Education Bureau. At this revelation, the parents exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. Lian Ruyi sat up straighter, finally hearing the news she had long awaited. Had it been confirmed that Su Mian had indeed cheated and would be publicly expelled? The student who reported her not only accused Su Mian but also implicated Director Mao of the senior class, alleging that he had accepted bribes to cover for her. This scandal, once publicized, would inevitably tarnish the reputation of our esteemed institution. Director Chen from the Education Bureau even visited our school personally to investigate the matter. Today, we have invited Director Chen to announce the findings of his investigation. Naturally, everyone was eager to hear the outcome, with the majority assuming that Su Mian would undoubtedly face expulsion, including Su Lei. Director Chen approached the podium and adjusted the microphone. Regarding whether Su Mian engaged in cheating, I have thoroughly investigated the matter last Friday. I am now prepared to disclose the findings. Su Mian did not cheat during last week's grade examination. Her remarkable scores were achieved solely through her own efforts. At this pronouncement, the audience erupted in astonishment. How could they have looked down upon Su Mian? She had not cheated. She had rightfully claimed the top position in her grade. Wan Yingying's mind blanked as she stood up, shouting, "Impossible! How could Su Mian possibly have performed so well?" Meanwhile, Lian Ruyi, taken aback, wore an expression of disbelief, her handbag slipping from her grasp unnoticed. Su Mian had not cheated. How could that be? Her face contorted with incredulity. A large electronic screen descended, displaying footage of Su Mian in the principal's office, diligently working on her exam paper. The audience watched in awe as she swiftly filled in answers without a moment's hesitation, completing a mathematics test in a mere 15 minutes, achieving a perfect score. Director Chen continued, "This video was recorded during my supervision of the examination. The test I administered was even more challenging than your recent grade examination. Yet for Su Mian, it was merely a routine assessment devoid of any difficulty. Therefore, those who have spread misunderstandings and verbally attacked Su Mian with accusations of cheating should formally apologize to her." Subsequently, the principal took the microphone, addressing Wan Yingying. "However, as the student who reported this matter maliciously, your actions have severely impacted the school, the faculty, and Su Mian's reputation. The school has decided to impose strict penalties. Wan Yingying, you are hereby expelled." In disbelief, Wan Yingying's eyes widened in terror. She had been expelled from school? The students of Class 9 erupted into applause, a deafening roar reverberating throughout the gymnasium. Su Mian smiled subtly. "Those who commit wrongful acts must face the consequences. She glanced at the time, knowing that the proceedings at Jing University were likely underway as well. Meanwhile, at Jing University, in the broadcasting room, Zhao Ran spoke into the microphone. Hello, everyone. I am Zhao Ran from the Chinese department. Due to my lapse in judgment, I succumbed to monetary temptation from my classmate Jiang Waner, resulting in my deliberate defamation of Su Mian's character on the Jing University forum. I sincerely apologize to Su Mian and seek her forgiveness. I will now recount the entire sequence of events. In the classroom, upon hearing the broadcast, Jiang Waner, who had been taking notes, pressed too hard with her pen, puncturing the paper, prompting curious glances from her classmates. The once innocent school belle, Jiang Waner, was revealed to be a person of malicious intent. The number of evaluators was nearing 1,000. For those who had yet to rate, please bestow a 5-star review upon Chiao Chiao. Chapter 59. An old cow grazes on tender grass. Jiang Waner, ever the actress, feigned innocence with a bewildered expression, then lamented, I didn't do anything. I considered Zhao Ran a sister. Why would she frame me? Skepticism rippled through the crowd. At this moment, Yu Jinzhi was also at Jing University, greeted by Professor Wen. The significant investment for this project had been made by Yu Jinzhi himself. Now was the opportune moment for the laboratory to yield returns. It must be noted that as a corporate investor, Yu Jinzhi was far more conscientious than others, never exploiting them, and the profit-sharing scheme for their laboratory was quite favorable, allowing them to receive 30% of the revenue. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, his collar impeccably fastened, Yu Jinzhi possessed a physique that was impressive. Even with his gold-rimmed glasses slightly tempering his inherent wildness, one could still perceive the defined muscle lines beneath his attire. Upon the successful completion of the evaluation, Yu Jinzhi's next objective was to apply for a patent for this innovation and subsequently promote the results for the betterment of society. It is well known that the development of new energy sources is the lifeblood of industry. Whoever masters new energy will hold the key to the future. Professor Wen remarked. It is indeed thanks to Mr. Yu's brilliant idea that our laboratory has made a breakthrough, effectively solving the problem, and the honor rightfully belongs to us. While he spoke highly of the technology expert who resolved their issue in just 10 days, Yu Jinzhi recalled that he had also invested in a lithium-sulfur battery project at Jing University. Is there any progress? Yu Jinzhi shook his head, stating that some projects, despite the investment, would yield no returns in the short term. He estimated that the lithium-sulfur battery project would take at least 5 years to show any results. And it had been nearly 4 years since the laboratory had struggled with the shuttle effect issue in the lithium-sulfur battery. Perhaps we could seek assistance from that expert. However, my students mentioned that she has taken on an SSS-level task regarding the Y system. Professor Wen spoke with admiration for the expert, acknowledging the challenges of excelling in a single field, yet this expert had demonstrated profound expertise in both engineering materials and information science. Professor Wen, a distinguished figure at Jing University, rarely praised anyone, yet he was effusive in his compliments for this expert. Yu Jinzhi found himself intrigued by her. However, he was not in a rush regarding the lithium-sulfur battery project. Even without immediate returns, he had sufficient funds for investment. He stated in 3 days, I will hold a meeting, and I will leave the presentation duties to Professor Wen. Of course. Upon exiting the laboratory, he heard Zhao Ran's tearful confession broadcasted. In the convenience store, I intentionally knocked over Su Mian's yogurt. She only acted against me because she realized my intentions. Subsequently, under Jiang Waner's financial inducement, I orchestrated a smear campaign against her on the forum, including the cheating allegations, all of which were instigated by Jiang Waner. Soon, I will post my payment evidence and our chat screenshots, and I hereby formally apologize to Su Mian. I am truly sorry. Upon hearing the name Su Mian, memories of her playful tone when requesting milk resurfaced, evoking a sense of amusement. Yu Jinzhi, known for his reserved demeanor, offered a fleeting smile, and in that moment, it seemed as though the world itself was imbued with vibrant hues. Moreover, this man exuded a palpable allure. His presence sparked a surge of hormones, making it utterly impossible not to be captivated. Fortunately, there were no women present. Conversely, Professor Wen, upon hearing the broadcast, furrowed his brow in disapproval, lamenting the current state of students whose qualities ranged from the commendable to the deplorable. It was no wonder that fewer individuals remained focused on scholarly pursuits, as the atmosphere had grown excessively superficial and transient. Please excuse the laughter from Mr. Yu. Yu Jinzhi interjected. The one who offered the apology is my fiancé. Professor Wen replied, I have no desire to know your reasons for sharing this with me, but out of courtesy, I must inquire. Is she also a student at Peking University?
No.
Then where is she from? The girl appeared quite young. What did Yu Jinzhi say? Professor Wen remarked. Old bull with tender grass. How can you so readily accept this? In chapter 60, a twist arrived with a phone call from the third master.
Yet.
It was evident that Yu Jinzhi was an exceptionally accomplished man. His tone suggested a genuine fondness for his young fiancé, prompting Professor Wen to reconsider his opinion of Su Mian. Although Professor Wen typically avoided interaction with affluent individuals, his life in the capital had exposed him to numerous opinions regarding Yu Jinzhi's character. At 30, he was a paragon of virtue, maintaining an impeccable reputation devoid of scandal, truly a disciplined workaholic. The contributions he made to the technological advancements of Huaxia were remarkable, achievements few of his age could claim. Professor Wen mused that Su Mian must indeed be a remarkably capable young lady. Clearing his throat, Professor Wen commented, she is rather young. Yu Jinzhi remained noncommittal. She was young, yet he would treat her with kindness. Next month, we shall host an engagement banquet, and I will have yen and send you an invitation. I will attend if time permits. Indeed. However, once Su Mian arrived at Peking University, Professor Wen's perspective shifted dramatically. Yu Jinzhi's ability to win Su Mian's affection truly seemed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Just when it appeared the broadcast had concluded, a surprising turn occurred as another girl's voice emerged. It wasn't Jiang Waner. It was Xie Yuhua. In the broadcast room, Zhao Ran was taken aback. After all, to gain admission to such a prestigious institution as Peking University indicated a high level of intelligence. It quickly dawned upon her that Xie Yuhua's appearance was merely a scapegoat engineered by Jiang Waner to clear her name. How is it fair that Jiang Waner, the true mastermind, remains unscathed? Zhao Ran pressed. Just tell me, how much did Jiang Waner pay you to sacrifice yourself for her? Xie Yuhua retorted with disdain. Do you think I am like you? A little money turns you into a lapdog, doing whatever you are told. Unlike me, I genuinely care for Waner. She has a kind heart and cannot compete with Su Mian, so I will stand in for her. As long as she is well, I will do anything for her. Her words undoubtedly cast all the blame Zhao Ran had previously levied upon herself. In the classroom, Jiang Waner covered her mouth, on the verge of tears. Yet when she lowered her head, a slight upward curve of her lips betrayed a sinister delight. The audience was left bewildered, as it seemed they had grossly misjudged Jiang Waner, believing her to be the kind of person who would stop at nothing to undermine Su Mian. It appeared that Su Mian had likely bullied Jiang Waner within the Jang household, and out of kindness, Jiang Waner had tolerated it, revealing Su Mian to be rather contemptible. At this juncture, Yu Jinzhi's expression darkened, hinting at his displeasure. Professor Wen noticed the shift. After a brief silence, Yu Jinzhi retrieved his phone. First high school. The parent-teacher meeting had just concluded. Su Mian sat at her chair when someone rushed over to apologize. I'm sorry, Su Mian. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you. Soon, more classmates followed suit. The crowd was overwhelming, making it difficult for her to extricate herself. Meanwhile, parents from Class 9 surrounded Jiang Yan and Lian Ruyi,
incessantly praising Su Mian.
It was well known that their children had consistently mediocre grades, yet with the top student emerging from their class, the motivation for their children was palpable. Moreover, they had heard that Su Mian had been tutoring them, an act of kindness they felt was beyond repayment. Su Mian, your granddaughter is truly remarkable. Not only are her grades excellent, but she is also such a kind person. At first, they praised Su Mian in front of Lian Ruyi. But the more they lauded Su Mian, the less pleased Lian Ruyi became. Unlike the grandmother, who was enthusiastic, Lian Ruyi's face betrayed a sulky demeanor. Why does this mother seem so insincere? Who reacts with a deadpan expression when others praise their daughter? Jiang Yan chuckled. No need for thanks. It's merely a small effort for our Mian. We hope the students of Class 9 will not disappoint her intentions and strive for excellent results in next year's college entrance examination. Of course. My daughter is studying diligently now. Indeed. My son has given up gaming and studies all day. Wan Yingying had yet to fully process the fact that she had been expelled from first high school, and her mother approached the principal, hoping for a lenient resolution. However, the principal shook his head and gestured for the homeroom teacher of Class 3 to take charge. The homeroom teacher was taken aback by Wan Yingying's actions, stating, as a student in her senior year, you should be more focused on your studies. Instead, you engage in such behavior? Reporting Su Mian is one thing. But to implicate Director Mao as well? You clearly have no respect for your teachers. There is no need for you to remain at first high. Yingying's mother, You should be grateful that it is not an expulsion from the school record, merely a withdrawal. When you transfer to a new school, you must educate her properly. Do not dwell too much on others, as this has only harmed her. The homeroom teacher advised. In a fit of rage, Wan Yingying's mother struck her, exclaiming, I have repeatedly told you not to engage in early romance, yet you treated my words as mere suggestions. Now, for a man, you have brought such disgrace upon yourself. You have truly disappointed me. Unable to contain her emotions, Wan Yingying broke down in tears. As for Su Lei, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with Wan Yingying. His thoughts were consumed by the realization that Su Mian had not cheated. Those scores were honestly earned, and he had misjudged her. Su Lei's gaze fell upon Su Mian. Surrounded by admirers, her beauty radiating like a sun, shimmering with brilliance. Though it was difficult to accept that Su Mian had outperformed him, his heart raced fervently in her presence. At that moment, with so many people coming forward to apologize, Su Mian found herself unable to leave. However, she felt it unnecessary to engage. Just then, her phone buzzed from her pocket. As she glanced down, she saw it was a call from Yu Jinzhi. This man rarely reached out to her. It was usually she who initiated contact. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what he wanted. In Chapter 61, we need not be so distant. This call provided a perfect opportunity for Su Mian to escape the throngs of classmates seeking her forgiveness. She stepped into a quieter corner and answered the call. The familiarity of their exchanges eased any potential awkwardness. Perhaps due to the surrounding clamor, Yu Jinzhi's voice remained clear as he spoke. Did the parent-teacher meeting just conclude? Yes. Su Mian replied, Did you need something? Yu Jinzhi responded succinctly, I am at Peking University. What brings you to Peking University?
Su Mian instinctively inquired.
Yu Jinzhi elaborated. I have come to assess the results of a project I previously invested in. Upon learning of the possibility of having an unbetrothed husband, Su Mian had indeed conducted an investigation into Yu Jinzhi. However, the information obtained was rather rudimentary. Aspects of his identity remained classified, and without a keen insight, it was impossible to uncover more. Su Mian did not wish to delve too deeply into his life, content with merely grasping the basics. She was aware that this man was heavily invested in AI technology and renewable energy, which prompted her to reflect on her own task concerning renewable energy. Was it not published by the Jingda Laboratory on the International Science Network? What a coincidence! Su Mian raised an eyebrow and inquired about the renewable energy project. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinzhi pondered for a moment. You seem quite knowledgeable. Indeed, she was. The profits had conveniently found their way into her fiancé's pocket. However, considering Yu Jinzhi's immense wealth, was it unreasonable for her to earn a modest sum? Lost in thought, the corners of her lips involuntarily curled into a subtle smile. With a nonchalant demeanor, Su Mian replied, It's just average. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yu Jinzhi sensed there was more beneath the surface. Su Mian seemed to harbor a veil of mystery. While he was inclined to uncover her secrets, he knew there was no rush. They had ample time. The purpose of his call was merely to relay what he had just heard. So, he shifted the topic. Waner has found herself a scapegoat. Do you require my assistance in handling it? This outcome was anticipated by Su Mian. To strike a fatal blow, one must grasp the opponent's Achilles heel. No need, I prefer to handle it myself. After a brief pause, she added, But thank you for taking the time to inform me. Having known each other for several days, their relationship was one of mutual aid, and there was no need for such formalities in private. Yu Jinzhi responded leisurely, We need not maintain such distance between us. Unbeknownst to him, this thought arose from a place of concealed desire, buried so deeply that he was oblivious to it. Su Mian smiled faintly, but remained silent. There was indeed a need for some distance. Otherwise, should they part ways in the future, the entanglements would be too complex. She licked her lips and refrained from responding. Noticing Jiang beckoning to her, Grandma is calling me. I must hang up now. And then, the line went dead with a series of beeps. To be honest, Yu Jinzhi had never encountered anyone brave enough to hang up on him. Not even his grandfather had ever done so. He swallowed hard, his gaze darkening. He felt neither displeased nor angry. Such emotions were foreign to him. Instead, an intriguing sensation washed over him, akin to a gentle breeze brushing through his thoughts, leaving a slight itch. Moreover, it seemed his fiancé had declined his proposal. At that moment, Xiaoran knew that continuing to argue with Xie Yuhua would yield no results, and perhaps Jiang Waner might even retaliate against her. Thus, she chose to remain silent. Xie Yuhua had become the scapegoat, and Jiang Waner had averted the crisis. After wiping her tears, she initially intended to leave, but was stopped by a classmate's inquiry. Waner, why did Xie Yuhua target Su Mian on your behalf? Jiang Waner bit her lip. I am not certain. Perhaps it is because I often confide in her about my troubles, and she may have misunderstood something, prompting her actions. With her head bowed and a soft tone, she continued, I apologize for causing everyone to witness such a farce. I must find Yuhua. Why is she so foolish? This action changes nothing. With just a few words, she managed to re-establish herself as the vulnerable party, while Su Mian remained the wicked sister who bullied her younger sibling. Su Mian approached Jiang Yan, offering a faint smile to several classmates' parents before her gaze landed meaningfully on Lian Ruyi. With a slight curve of her brow and a glint in her eye, she remarked, Mother, why does your complexion appear so dreadful? Are you unwell? Truth be told, Lian Ruyi was indeed feeling unwell, her heart heavy with discomfort, akin to 1,000 needles piercing through her chest, blood ceaselessly flowing. She had never anticipated Su Mian would shine so brightly and earn the affection of both parents and students, surpassing even Waner. Although Jiang Waner had performed well in high school, attending parent-teacher meetings had felt quite grand, yet what did that matter? Jiang Waner had never achieved the top rank in her year nor received such praise from parents and teachers. Nevertheless, what good was it? She was not Jiang Waner, whom Lian Ruyi had painstakingly raised. Su Mian was an enigma to her. As Lian Ruyi's expression grew increasingly rigid and unwelcoming, she coldly uttered, I am fine. Upon hearing this tone, Jiang Yan's smile faltered, as she realized that Lian Ruyi could not bear to see Su Mian prosper, her countenance resembling someone who had lost millions. Su Mian remained unfazed. If you're unwell, you may return home. I have grandma with me. Her tone was nonchalant. After all, I am the one who placed first. You would not be pleased, considering I am not Jiang Waner. Lian Ruyi's eyes widened in disbelief, a chill coursing through her. It was Jiang Yan, glaring at her with fierce intensity. Lian Ruyi clenched her teeth, realizing this little wretch was deliberately provoking her. In Chapter 62, bold speculations arose regarding her brother's return to the country. Although Jiang Yan refrained from openly admonishing her, Lian Ruyi sensed the elder woman's gaze bore the same malevolence as that which once expelled her eldest son's wife from the Jang family. A wave of panic surged through Lian Ruyi, but the thought of holding 15 of Jiang Corporation as shares mitigated her fears. Moreover, Jiang Pingsheng had committed the same errors as men of the past, indirectly undermining the marriage. Jiang Yan harbored guilt over this, and even if she held ill intentions, the elder woman would not dare act against her. Reflecting on those years gone by, Lian Ruyi straightened her back, seemingly regaining her confidence. I am indeed feeling a bit unwell. I shall take my leave. With that, she strode away, not wishing to linger and witness Su Mian basking in glory. Su Mian watched Lian Ruyi's retreating figure, lost in thought. Each time she dreamt of the tender Lian Ruyi, an imbalance stirred within her. She struggled to reconcile the mother from her dreams with the cold reality of Lian Ruyi. What a pity, Jiang Yan sighed, shaking her head. Hearing this, Su Mian inquired, Why do you say that, Grandma? Though reluctant to revisit those old stories, Jiang Yan felt it unfair that Su Mian remained oblivious. Weighing her options, she decided to share some of the past with her. Having left the gymnasium, the two settled on a bench by the lake. Once seated, the elder began to recount. Before you got lost, your mother loved you and your brother dearly. However, when you were 5, your father cheated on her, which she discovered. Coupled with the incident of you being abducted, your mother's mental state deteriorated. She often searched for you, but in her desperation, she unexpectedly brought back Jiang Waner. From that point on, she began to neglect your brother and even ceased to mention you. Your father's betrayal struck her deeply. Otherwise, how could she have disregarded you and Ruoxue, her own flesh and blood? Jiang Yan continued, growing agitated. Yet all these years have passed. She should have learned to let go. After all, it was your father's fault. How can she vent her anger upon you? Su Mian, however, perceived that the events of the past might not be as straightforward as they seemed. Upon her first encounter with Lian Ruyi, the gaze directed at her resembled that of a stranger, void of love, even unwelcoming. If she had truly loved her, such indifference would be impossible. Thus, she entertained a bold hypothesis, and whether it bore truth would depend on her ability to unearth any clues. At noon, after having lunch with Jiang Yan and wandering about, Su Mian returned to school. She found little value in attending classes, so she sought out Director Mao. Director Mao greeted her warmly. Su Mian, what brings you here? Director. I believe the knowledge imparted in high school holds little value for me now, so I would like to apply for the benefits afforded to students with guaranteed admission. In other words, it is the kind of arrangement where one can attend classes at will or choose to skip them. However, should one decide to be absent, it is advisable to inform the homeroom teacher. Director Mao hesitated for a moment. That seems inappropriate. As a gesture of gratitude, I promise to secure the top score in the sciences for the upcoming college entrance examination next year, bringing honor to number 1 high school.
Su Mian replied methodically.
If I recall correctly, number 1 high school has not produced a top scorer in either the arts or sciences for 3 consecutive years, has it? This statement struck a nerve with Director Mao. All right, I concede. I trust the principal will not object either. You may use the school's laboratory. Excellent. I shall promptly request the physics teacher to grant you access, said Director Mao. Su Mian had already devised a plan. Intending to work on her task to earn money at night, leaving her no time during the evening to develop skincare products. Thus, her experiments would have to take place during the day. Before commencing the experiments, Su Mian contacted Wang Xiaolian to procure the materials she needed. By around 2 in the afternoon, Wang Xiaolian delivered the items to number 1 high school. Over the past few days, she had successfully registered the company, with both herself and Su Mian as legal representatives. However, to conserve funds, the paperwork had been completed, but the company was not yet operational since the product had yet to be developed. As the researcher, Su Mian was confident that the day of operation would soon arrive. For an entire afternoon, Su Mian immersed herself in the lab, tirelessly developing the product formula. It was only when she felt hunger gnawing at her that she realized night had fallen. Gradually, she began to pack her belongings, preparing to return to the Jiang family. At the Jiang residence, the lights were bright. A man, as warm and gentle as jade, sat on the sofa, and Jiang Yan greeted her with a smile. Ruoxue, your business trip must have been exhausting. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. I haven't lost weight, Grandma. Beside them, Lian Ruyi and Jiang Waner appeared somewhat apprehensive. Ever since Jiang Ruoxue took over the family's business, his aura had grown increasingly formidable. Jiang Waner attempted to curry favor with him. Brother, why not have some fruit first? Jiang Ruoxue offered a faint smile, imbued with a sense of detachment. But he showed no inclination to accept the fruit from her hands. Instead, he inquired, where is Mian Mian? After bringing Su Mian to the Jiang home, he had to leave for an important project shortly thereafter, and now that he had returned, he found himself greatly missing her. Chapter 63. The brother is protective of his sister. She mentioned she had some experiments to conduct at school and would be home later.
Given the time,
it should be soon, Jiang Yan said as she glanced at the clock on the wall. Jiang Ruoxue was not in a hurry. He was decidedly patient when it came to waiting for his sister. I brought her a number of small gifts. Mian Mian will surely be overjoyed, Jiang Yan chuckled. A couple of days ago, Yu Jinzhi also gifted Mian Mian a beautiful sports car as a greeting gift. Jiang Ruoxue was not surprised, for he was already aware of it. In fact, he had been somewhat taken aback at the time. He had not anticipated that Yu Jinzhi would hold Su Mian in such high regard. To bestow a gift valued at 100 million so casually was indeed generous. Had he not known that Yu Jinzhi was not the type to become entangled in romantic affairs, he might have suspected that the man had taken a liking to his sister. My gifts are no less than those of Yu Jinzhi, Jiang Ruoxue asserted. Jiang Yan teased, why are you, as her brother, comparing yourself to her brother-in-law? Because I must. Su Mian is his sister, his only sister. For the first time, Jiang Ruoxue discovered his potential for being protective of his sister. Meanwhile, Jiang Waner, who had been looking down, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Since childhood, she had held a particular admiration for Jiang Ruoxue, who had always been exceptionally outstanding. Many girls had gazed at her enviously when she mentioned that Jiang Ruoxue was her brother, often going to great lengths to win her favor. However, Jiang Ruoxue had always maintained a distance from her, suggesting that in his eyes, she was never truly his sister. She had never held any significance in his view. After 14 years of trying to please him, Jiang Waner still felt invisible, unable to compete with Su Mian, who shared the same bloodline. Why was it so? Even Lian Ruyi had been taken away from her. Why could Jiang Ruoxue not be swayed in her direction?
Grandma.
Weren't you supposed to attend the parent-teacher meeting for Mian Mian today? What happened? Jiang Yan recounted. Her classmates adore Mian Mian, as do the teachers and parents at the school. They all praise her highly. The only unfortunate incident was that someone reported her for cheating on an exam, but thankfully, the student who made the accusation has already been expelled by the school, which is truly satisfying. She spoke with righteous indignation. Those who conspire to bully our Mian Mian should beware. She is not to be trifled with. Lian Ruyi wore a cold expression, feeling somewhat implicated. Not only Lian Ruyi, but also Jiang Waner felt the weight of guilt. Rather than tarnishing Su Mian's reputation, she had nearly been caught in her own trap. She could never have imagined that the so-called cheating was merely a malicious act propagated by a jealous high school girl. And the entire situation stemmed from Lian Ruyi's own missteps. Yet what Jiang Ruyi said next sent a chill down Jiang Waner's spine. What Grandma said is true. If they wish to bully Mian Mian, they must first seek my consent as her brother. Jiang Ruyi smiled as if bathed in springtime sunshine. I have also contacted Jingda University regarding a female university student who has been slandering Mian Mian on their forum, and I have arranged for her expulsion. Jiang Yan furrowed her brow. Is there such a thing? Yes. The university student Jiang Ruyi referred to as not Zhao Ran but Xie Yuhua. If Xie Yuhua had the audacity to bear false witness, she must possess the courage to face the consequences.
Jiang ben abitele.
A metallic taste of blood spreading in her mouth. Brother, it's all my fault. I never anticipated Yuhua would act that way.
Upon hearing this,
Jiang Yan's icy gaze fell upon her. Jiang Ruyi smiled again, his words laced with barbs. Though I am unaware of what you said that led your good friend to misunderstand the grievances you faced at the Jiang home, I have always believed that the Jiang family has treated you well. You have never had to worry about food or drink, and you should know what is appropriate to say and do. Jiang Waner lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I truly did not say anything. I never imagined she would misunderstand so gravely. Subsequently, Lian Ruyi stood up, resembling a protective hen enough. It was not Waner who conspired against Su Mian. Why are you blaming her? Jiang Ruyi smiled and remained silent. Mom, don't defend him. It is only right that he holds me accountable. For it was my actions that instigated the situation, Lian Ruyi retorted. Your words are of no consequence. He won't appreciate your support, she added. Mom, your performance was quite commendable. However, Jiang Ruyi had no time to indulge in their theatrics. Grandma, please continue. Very well. At that moment, Su Mian was in a car, for she had a chauffeur to escort her. As she neared the Jiang residence, she contemplated seizing the opportunity that evening to discreetly obtain a strand of Lian Ruyi's hair for DNA testing, to verify her suspicions. Lost in her thoughts, the driver reminded her, Miss, we have arrived. Su Mian acknowledged him, picked up her backpack, and exited the vehicle. The night was cold and dark, the leaves on the ground rustling in the wind. As Su Mian turned, her gaze wandered, and she noticed another Mercedes parked at the entrance of the Jiang residence. If her eyes had not deceived her, she had seen a woman lean in to kiss a middle-aged man, and if she was not mistaken, that man appeared to be her father, Jiang Pingsheng. Indeed, she was not mistaken. She observed Jiang Pingsheng exit the car, and when he caught sight of her, his expression shifted slightly before he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Regarding how the false Lian Ruyi replaced the true Lian Ruyi, you have all speculated. Those who guessed correctly will find that the switch occurred when the female protagonist was 5 years old, and nothing more. Chapter 64. Blind to the truth. The car turned around and drove away. Jiang Pingsheng approached her. Why are you not going inside? Su Mian lowered her gaze. I was just about to enter. Jiang Pingsheng responded with a noncommittal sound. The wind picked up again. Su Mian squinted. The perfume left by that woman lingering on Jiang Pingsheng was rather unpleasant. She wondered if this woman was the one with whom Jiang Pingsheng had strayed all those years ago. As Jiang Pingsheng entered the house, he handed his coat and briefcase to the maid, who, upon receiving the garments, momentarily altered her expression but chose to remain silent. Upon entering, Jiang Pingsheng appeared taken aback to find his son, who had been away on business, unexpectedly returned. However, upon seeing Jiang Ruyi, his reaction was rather tepid, lacking any semblance of joy. You're back. Jiang Ruyi responded with equal indifference, but upon noticing Su Mian's arrival, her demeanor transformed, blooming with warmth. Mian Mian. Su Mian's eyes sparkled upon seeing Jiang Ruyi, her smile radiating joy as her lips curled upwards. Brother. Jiang Ruyi promptly approached her, taking her backpack and affectionately ruffling her hair. Finally, I've been waiting for your return. The sight of the two siblings standing together was striking. They bore a resemblance to one another, yet exuded entirely different auras, one exuding breathtaking beauty, the other embodying refined elegance. If the Jiang family were to boast of their finest descendants, they would undoubtedly be the most exceptional. Yet alas, there are those who are blind to such brilliance. Su Mian playfully remarked, had you informed me of your return today, I could have come back earlier to fetch you. Did Gu Yujin lend you that car? Jiang Ruoshui inquired. Su Mian replied nonchalantly. Indeed, I was eager for an opportunity to take it out for a spin. Her thoughts were genuine. The two of you seem to be on good terms now, Jiang Ruoshui noted. Su Mian recalled his earlier admonition and quickly responded, it's just average, really. I can't merely accept gifts. I must reciprocate. Reciprocation is indeed necessary, Jiang Ruoshui affirmed, pleased that his sister remembered his words. Shall I assist you with that? He suggested. Su Mian shook her head in refusal. No need, I can handle it myself. Having my brother help would seem insincere. Jiang Ruoshui did not press further but emphasized, I've also brought you a gift, which I've placed in your room. After dinner, you can open it. Thank you. Brother, Su Mian replied, her heart brimming with joy. Jiang Ruoshui had also brought gifts for Jiang Yan and the others. Otherwise, he would be accused of favoritism. Besides Su Mian, Jiang Yan was the only one he cared about. The gifts for others were simply procured by his assistant. Once the entire family was gathered, the dinner was prepared, and the table was set. As they sat down to eat, the merriest among them were undoubtedly Su Mian, Jiang Ruoshui, and Jiang Yan, who engaged in cheerful banter, embodying the essence of familial harmony. In contrast, Jiang Pingxing felt a twinge of discomfort within. His biological children remained distant from him. Perhaps it was his fault from years past, yet he felt no regret. Furthermore, he and Lian Ruyi had become nothing more than puppets in a marriage of convenience, sharing a bed, yet living separate dreams. The mere thought of spending the rest of his life with this woman, who had now become foolish in his eyes, dampened his appetite. As for Lian Ruyi and Jiang Waner, the events of the day had been far from pleasant. This dinner held little taste for him. Jiang Waner was the first to leave the table, hastily retreating upstairs, followed by Lian Ruyi, who received a phone call about a card game. She set down her chopsticks, ascended to tidy herself, and prepared to leave. Jiang Pingxing soon followed, retreating into his study. The departure of the three did not disrupt Su Mian and the others' meal. Su Mian even devoured an extra bowl of rice, reclining on the sofa, her eyes narrowed in contentment, resembling a well-fed, languorous cat. Before long, Lian Ruyi clattered out in her high heels, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Pingxing had been returning home late due to his extracurricular activities. After Su Mian ascended upstairs, she did not rush to inspect the gift Jiang Ruoshui had prepared for her. Instead, she made her way to Jiang Pingxing and Lian Ruyi's master bedroom. Searching for Lian Ruyi's hair was not a daunting task. Soon enough, she discovered a strand in the dimly lit room and carefully placed it in a plastic bag, tucking it into her pocket. Just as she was about to exit, she heard footsteps outside, followed by Jiang Waner's voice. I'm bringing it down now, okay? I'll hang up. As Jiang Waner approached the door, Jiang Ruoshui's voice rang out. What are you doing entering Mom and Dad's room? Jiang Waner turned to explain. Mom forgot her wallet and asked me to bring it down. Jiang Ruoshui's expression remained calm. It's not appropriate for you as a girl to enter. I'll take it to her. You should return to your room. What's inappropriate about it? After all, she is also a daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Waner thought, but Jiang Ruoshui's implication was that she was merely an outsider, unworthy of entering the master's quarters. Besides, it was Lian Ruyi who had sent her in. It was difficult to argue against that.
Jiang, wenn final compliance, suppressing her frustration. Understood.
I'll head back to my room. Jiang Ruoshui nodded, and once she had ascended to the third floor, he pushed open the door to the master bedroom. Upon entering, he found Su Mian leaning against the doorframe, displaying no sign of panic. What would happen if Jiang Waner discovered her? Mian, what are you doing in their master bedroom? Su Mian reluctantly revealed the hair she had collected. Upon seeing it, Jiang Ruoshui immediately understood. I hadn't anticipated that you would suspect she isn't our mother so soon after your return. In fact, many years ago, I harbored similar doubts and conducted the same investigation as you, but regrettably, the DNA test confirmed that she is indeed our mother. Chapter 65, Uncovering the Intrigue. Since brother had already conducted the test, there was no need for Su Mian to do so again. With a resigned blink, she placed the strand back into her pocket, deciding to discard it later in her room. Although the result left her somewhat disheartened, she reasoned that since Jiang Ruoshui had already verified it, he would surely not have erred. Therefore, had Lian Ruyi truly transformed into her current state due to Jiang Pingxing's infidelity? Jiang Ruoshui was aware that Su Mian might be disappointed with the findings, but the truth was immutable. His earlier investigations had been discreet, handled by reliable experts who would not falter. He ruffled Su Mian's hair again. I understand your disappointment regarding our mother, and I share your sentiments. If she continues to be stubborn and chooses to harm you, I would not hesitate to sever ties. Such a mother could be discarded, but a sister was indispensable. He had failed to protect her in their youth. Now that he had grown, he would not allow her to endure any more injustice.
Su Mian nodded.
While she was indeed disenchanted by the investigation's outcome, she held the belief that a single DNA report did not define everything. If Lian Ruyi were truly not their mother, she must have taken meticulous precautions to assume that identity, making it no simple task to expose her. Su Mian continued, also, brother, when I returned, I saw father being affectionate with a woman in the car. Did you catch a glimpse of her appearance? Jiang Ruyi inquired. Su Mian pondered for a moment. The woman had a mole by her ear. It was quite dark, and I only caught a fleeting glimpse of her face. But that mole was distinctive and easy to remember. Jiang Ruyi responded affirmatively. That must be her. Although grandmother sent her abroad, father never severed ties with her. For over a decade, they have maintained frequent contact, and it seems he has brought her back. They even have another son the same age as you. Su Mian felt little emotional attachment towards this father who had fathered children with another woman. Instead, she felt pity for Lian Ruyi, who had labored to build their family, while he dallied with others. That means brother has a rival. Jiang Ruyi spoke with a soft yet pointed tone, just a useless one.
Su Mian laughed.
In all of Beijing, there were few men who could rival her brother's excellence. She felt confident that as long as he wasn't up against someone of Yu Jinzhi's caliber, he would manage effortlessly. Moreover, she was there to protect him. No one would dare bully her brother with her around. Brother, do you have any old photos of mother? Jiang Ruyi paused for a moment. Yes. I'll go downstairs to deliver a wallet, and we'll bring them up for you.
Su Mian responded affirmatively.
After a brief exchange, Jiang Ruyi departed to deliver the wallet to Lian Ruyi, while Su Mian ascended to her room to unwrap the gifts Jiang Ruyi had brought her. There were quite a number, filling a box, but the most valuable item was a property deed resting atop the pile. She glanced at the location. Quite expensive. Just as expensive as that car, Yu Jinzhi mused. Su Mian's favorite items were the peculiar trinkets brought back by Jiang Ruyi, of course. She also possessed her fair share of designer handbags, necklaces, and perfumes. A few minutes later, a knock echoed at the door.
Come in.
Jiang Ruyi entered, holding a photo album. These are pictures of our family taken before your incident. In truth, ever since Lian Ruyi had changed, he had not dared to open it, fearing that nostalgia would overwhelm him. Su Mian accepted the thin album, yet it felt remarkably weighty in her hands. Perhaps not wishing to linger, Jiang Ruyi mentioned he had a meeting to attend, and exited once more. After the door clicked shut, Su Mian promptly flicked it open. The woman in the photographs possessed long, flowing hair, exuding a gentle and virtuous aura, her lips curved in a soft smile, with her autumn-like eyes reflecting clarity and wisdom. The moment Su Mian laid eyes on the woman in the picture, a sense of familiarity washed over her. As she turned the pages, she came across a family portrait featuring the four of them, Jiang Ruyi standing beside Jiang Pingxing, while Lian Ruyi cradled the infant version of herself. The only unsettling aspect was the presence of a stranger, a woman dressed plainly, holding a baby bottle, seemingly a nanny. After a brief glance, Su Mian flipped past it. In less than 10 minutes, she had perused through the album. Sitting in her chair, she opened her computer, staring blankly for about half a minute before finally initiating a search for Lian Ruyi's name. The unresolved emotions gnawed at her. After viewing the photographs, she yearned to learn more about Lian Ruyi, her mother, and what kind of woman she had been 14 years ago. Soon, information about Lian Ruyi appeared on the screen. To speak of her mother's credentials was to speak of excellence. Before marrying Jiang Pingxing, she had been a PhD student in biology at the university, subsequently working alongside a biologist, delving into academic research on cloning. Later, upon meeting Jiang Pingxing, they fell in love, yet at that time, the Jiang family was embroiled in a financial crisis, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Without hesitation, Lian Ruyi left her research lab, investing all her possessions into Jiang's pharmaceutical company. She then immersed herself in drug development, ultimately creating a medication that inhibited cancer cells, thereby resurrecting the Jiang group. Eventually, they married, and Lian Ruyi retreated behind the scenes, embracing her role as Jiang Pingxing's wife and mother to his children. Suddenly, as Su Mian came upon a photograph from an interview with Lian Ruyi, she halted her scrolling. She noticed that the woman standing beside Lian Ruyi bore an uncanny resemblance to the nanny in the earlier photograph. Chapter 66. What should not be seen. It seemed this woman was deeply favored by Lian Ruyi, accompanying her for both childcare and work. Out of curiosity, Su Mian delved into her personal information. Name: Lu Manha. Date of birth: January 23, 1974. Address: Unit 3003, Building 125, Shajian Village, Jiahua District, the capital. Strangely, this woman worked closely with her mother, yet possessed only a middle school education, appearing quite ordinary and unremarkable. Intrigued, Su Mian noted the address, deciding to pay her a visit the following day. Meanwhile, at Nanyuan, Yu Jinzhi pinched the bridge of his nose, lips pressed together, exasperated as he fished out the damp, malfunctioning robotic vacuum cleaner from the water. Upon his return, he had found this upgraded robot, King Jiji, to be rather troublesome. But now it had plunged into the fish pond, and he could only wonder how long it had been submerged and whether it could be salvaged. Yu Jinzhi had initially intended to summon Rong Shua to assess the situation, but upon recalling that Su Mian was the one who had upgraded it, he pondered whether to wait for her return. Just then, another vehicle arrived outside. It was the butler attending to the elder Yu. The butler approached, carrying a package. Third young master. What brings you here, Uncle Luo? The butler presented a delicate box. This is a dessert sent by the old master, and he instructed me to remind you to deliver it to third young madam. Yu Jinzhi paused for 2 seconds before accepting it. How is grandfather's health? Speaking of which, the butler had much to share, his expression animated. The prescription given by third young madam is quite effective. The old master has been feeling much better lately. Has Dr. Chan been consulted? The butler replied, Not yet. I had intended to invite him, but after the old master ceased his medication, Dr. Chen appeared to be upset and refused to attend to him. Then invite another traditional Chinese medicine doctor. That is already being arranged. Although this doctor may not be as renowned as Dr. Chen, he is quite reputable in the capital. Yu Jinzhi replied, I'll deliver this dessert shortly. The butler smiled again. The old master asked that you send him a photo after delivering it. Understood. Yu Jinzhi sighed, bemused by how much his grandfather was invested in his and Su Mian's relationship. Knowing that Su Mian had stayed with him for only a few days before returning to the Jiang family with Jiang Yan, the old man frequently reminded him via WeChat not to be too engrossed in work and to spend more time nurturing his relationship with Su Mian. If he remained silent, the old man would become restless. Well, it was also a good opportunity to see if he could repair the robotic vacuum cleaner with Su Mian as help. Thus, after a long day with no chance to rest, Yu Jinzhi drove to the Jiang residence. His arrival was unexpected for Su Mian. The aunt directly led him to her room. At that moment, the floor and bed were strewn with gifts brought back by her brother, creating a chaotic scene. Having shared a roof with him, Su Mian felt no embarrassment. Yu Jinzhi had visited once before. This time, the room was still sparsely furnished, not resembling what one would expect from a girl's quarters. Seeing the disarray, his brows lifted slightly. Your brother is back? Truly, he was a man of high intelligence, deducing the answer from mere observation. Yes, Su Mian replied, glancing around for a place to sit, and moved her computer chair over. You can sit here. He then noticed Yu Jinzhi holding a fabric-wrapped item and a box that appeared to contain food. Yu Jinzhi handed her the food first. Grandfather asked me to bring you this dessert. Thank you for your trouble. Please extend my gratitude to grandfather. It was quite the endeavor for such a busy man, who could close a business deal worth millions in moments, to visit her just to deliver dessert. Su Mian took the box, and even before opening it, the sweet aroma wafted out, enticing and delectable. What else that you have? Yu Jinzhi replied. King Jiji fell into the fish pond. Su Mian responded with an O, realizing her upgraded robotic vacuum was rather foolish. Just leave it. I'll check it later. Right now, dessert is the priority. Yu Jinzhi settled into the computer chair, placing the robotic vacuum on the floor. His tall figure exuded a relaxed, casual demeanor. Su Mian sat on the carpet, eagerly opening the box, and her lips curled into a smile upon discovering her favorite dessert. Though she had dined sufficiently earlier, she could still make room for dessert. If need be, she would do some yoga later to aid digestion. From Yu Jinzhi's perspective, Su Mian appeared petite and delicate, clad in her school uniform. Her inherent beauty was enchanting yet innocent, with her hair cascading down and her fair skin glowing. Though slender, she had developed well, in all the right places. Su Mian scooped up a spoonful of the sweet, soft tiramisu and savored it. Since their last hot pot meal together, Yu Jinzhi had come to enjoy watching her eat, finding it quite appetizing. At that moment, the young girl relished her dessert, reminiscent of a cat. Extending her pink tongue to lick her lips, reluctant to savor just one bite, she took another mouthful. Yu Jinzhi's gaze was profound, and his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed slightly. Slowly, he lowered his eyelids and tugged at the button of his collar, choosing not to look at her any longer. One must not stare at what is inappropriate. This dessert is exquisite. Where did Grandpa Yu procure it? I'm not sure. All right then. I'll ask Grandpa Yu myself when I have the chance. At that moment, the computer emitted a series of beeps, signaling an alert. Su Mian rose, opened the computer, her expression turning cold. Yu Jinzhi turned his chair to glance at the illuminated screen, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Is there a hacker infiltrating your computer?"
Su Mian replied.
Her face impassive, just an idiot. Yu Jinzhi surmised he likely knew who that idiot was. Su Mian's fingers danced across the black keyboard with remarkable speed, the rhythmic clatter of keys captivating him. Meanwhile, on the other end, Rongshuo was typing. "My dear, I mean you no harm. I'm merely intrigued by you.
Please don't ignore me."
However, before he could send it, the computer flickered and then went completely black. "My dear" is quite formidable, effortlessly sabotaging his computer. He lamented. "How unfortunate. I hadn't finished sending my message." Once she had resolved the issue, Su Mian promptly closed the laptop and was about to indulge in her dessert when Yu Jinzhi suddenly remarked, "A specialist in new energy? What led you to such a supposition?" This was indeed prompted by the phone call during which Yu Jinzhi had yet to disclose the project. Yet Su Mian had already inferred it. Given the multitude of projects he had invested in, particularly several scientific endeavors at Jing University, it was curious how she had pinpointed the breakthrough in new energy. Furthermore, when the computer had first opened, Su Mian had clearly been programming, which had led Yu Jinzhi to recall Professor Wen's mention of the Y system. Everything aligned. It was hard to fathom, wasn't it? A 19-year-old girl being an expert lauded by Professor Wen. This remarkable expert possessed profound skills in programming. Even world-renowned hacker Rongshuo found himself challenged by her, sparking his interest. It seemed she also had considerable talent in medicine. However, if Rongshuo were to discover that the hacker goddess he was intrigued by was Su Mian, one could only wonder what his reaction would be, especially since he held a deep prejudice against her. Su Mian instinctively raised her gaze, their eyes locking for a few seconds, and she candidly conceded, dealing with intelligent men can be quite troublesome. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Yet Yu Jinzhi had deduced it immediately. "Thank you for the compliment." A smile played on Yu Jinzhi's lips as he noticed cream on the corner of her mouth. Instinctively raising his hand to wipe it away, he remarked, "You have cream on your lips."
Su Mian replied.
"You could have just told me. I can wipe it myself." Chapter 67. Suspicions of Jealousy. For the first time, she felt a strange sensation at being wiped at the corner of her mouth by a man, a peculiar feeling that she couldn't quite articulate, an inexplicable disquiet enveloped her. Yet, astonishingly, she did not instinctively recoil. She could have easily done so, but this was unacceptable. Such gestures of wiping corners were typically reserved for boyfriends, and yet they were merely plastic betrothed. Su Mian subtly shifted a step to the side, her expression neutral. "Thank you." Yu Jinzhi withdrew his hand, perhaps realizing that his instinctive action might have offended Su Mian. He remained silent for a few seconds before solemnly stating, "I apologize for my rudeness."
Su Mian pouted slightly,
Acknowledging him with a grunt, then reflecting on Yu Jinzhi's affluent status as a tycoon, she smiled. "I'm quite versatile. Should you have any business matters in the future, feel free to consult me, and I can offer you a discount on my fees." Upon hearing this, Yu Jinzhi chuckled. "Are you in need of money?" "Indeed. I've always been short on it, and with you gifting me such an expensive car, I'm even more in need." Su Mian lamented her past nonchalance towards finances, realizing she had never considered saving a little for herself, albeit it was not too late now. Yu Jinzhi, on the other hand, was not in want of money. He had plenty. Yet, even though he entertained the notion of providing Su Mian with pocket money, he knew she would refuse. Without further thought, he replied, "All right. I'll consult you if any issues arise."
Su Mian smiled.
However, Yu Jinzhi likely did not anticipate that he would actively wipe the corner of a girl's mouth. And moreover, do so with such finesse. He was indeed quite dedicated in caring for Su Mian, whether in public or private. And this dedication seemed to come naturally to him. As his fingertip brushed against the corner of her lips, it felt soft and moist, akin to jelly, with an unexpectedly pleasant texture. Su Mian noticed the cream on his finger, his hands long and elegant, the clear knuckles adorned with a dollop of white. And the thought that it had come from her own lips caused her ears to heat up. She handed him a tissue, urging, "Wipe your hands." Yu Jinzhi accepted the tissue, his voice gentle. "Do you find this unpleasant?" Su Mian responded, I'm not opposed to it. However, while I can understand a performance in public, there's no need for it in private. Yu Jinzhi scrutinized her with a profound gaze. I mentioned we need not be so distant. Su Mian picked up her dessert and returned to her original seat. If we were distant, I wouldn't have allowed you to stay in my room. Besides, it's not merely a matter of distance. To put it plainly, she was reluctant to have excessive contact with him, her plastic fiancé. Yet the rumors surrounding Yu Sanyi suggested that he was a man whom women found it challenging to even touch, and yet he was quite relaxed with her, indicating he regarded her with a different perspective. Given the young lady's sentiments, Yu Jinzhi naturally respected her opinion. It won't happen again.
Su Mian nodded.
Yu Jinzhi was a man of strong principles, and his words were always binding. If he stated it wouldn't happen again, it would indeed not occur. However, Su Mian could never have predicted that such a principled man would later become increasingly unrestrained and devoid of principles when it came to her. After Su Mian finished her dessert, she picked up the king of Jiji and began to dismantle it once more. As expected, having fallen into the fish pond, many parts were damaged, some even retaining water within them. However, the chip inside was not entirely ruined and could be repaired, though not instantly. Su Mian disassembled the components, placing them piece by piece on the table, drying them with a tissue, then using a hairdryer to blow them dry. You can come and pick it up tomorrow night. Yu Jinzhi glanced at the time and replied, all right, I'll escort you. No need. Remembering something, he took out his phone. I'll take a picture. Su Mian raised an eyebrow, instantly guessing his reason. Grandpa Yu was indeed quite thoughtful. He was handsome enough that just sitting there made him resemble a painting. Yu Jinzhi snapped a photo effortlessly, the angle and lighting perfectly captured, imbuing it with a certain artistic quality. Afterward, he tidied up the dessert box. I'm leaving. Su Mian stood up, looking for her shoes. Although she had insisted there was no need for an escort, it was still more courteous to see him off, as she was a person who valued etiquette. Just then, as Yu Jinzhi opened the door, he found Jiang Ruyi standing outside, an elegant man whose gaze was fixed on him as if he were a wolf to be guarded against. Was he really a wolf? What was there to guard against? Was he afraid he would devour Su Mian? Was Yu Jinzhi that kind of man? Jiang Ruyi seemed to realize his expression was overly defensive and quickly adjusted his demeanor. Ahem, what brings third master here to see my sister at such a late hour? Yu Jinzhi replied, on the old master's orders. I'm here to deliver dessert to my fiancé. That's quite considerate of you, third master. Yu Jinzhi replied noncommittally. Let us skip the pleasantries. Jiang Ruyi chuckled. Given their long-standing relationship, there was indeed no need for such formality. However, just the thought that Yu Jinzhi was to be his brother-in-law was quite displeasing, although the marriage with the Yu family was arranged by their grandfather and hard to oppose. As long as Su Mian was unwilling, he would certainly support her decision. However, so much had happened during his business trip, and now that Su Mian and Yu Jinzhi had interacted and established some form of agreement, it was impossible to simply sever ties. Just then, Su Mian finished putting on her shoes and stepped out, calling out to Jiang Ruyi, brother. Upon seeing his sister, Jiang Ruyi couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. My dear sister is truly obedient and exceedingly charming. The bond between the siblings is intimate, devoid of the estrangement that typically arises from a decade-long separation. Yet, with him, an inexplicable sense of detachment lingers, casting a subtle discomfort. A simple pat on the head suffices for the brother, whereas even a gentle wipe of the mouth from the fiancé invites disdain. Eugene knows the knot in his throat is tightened, and he averts his gaze. The night is deep and tranquil. After bidding farewell to her guests, Su Mian ascends the stairs, only to encounter Jiang Waner descending. In an instant,
Jiang Waner clenches her fists. Her is betraying her animosity.
Su Mian raises an eyebrow, intending to disregard her, but as she prepares to pass by, Jiang Waner seizes her wrist, her nails digging into Su Mian's skin, eliciting a sharp pain. Su Mian, you are truly insufferable. Su Mian glances down at her, her demeanor elevated. Release me. Chapter 68. Cold-blooded and heartless. Though Su Mian's tone is light, Jiang Waner perceives an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if she is struggling to breathe. Jiang Waner harbors intense resentment. She despises Su Mian for being the legitimate daughter of the Jang family for her return, while she herself is merely an adopted daughter. Had she not returned, the fiancé would have been hers, and the brother too. Jealousy churns within her, a tempest that could tear everything apart. Mother only favors me, showering her affections solely upon me. You must be furious, right? Jiang Waner aims to provoke Su Mian further. And father, surely you can see that if it weren't for Eugene, he wouldn't spare you a second glance? Su Mian, your biological parents never wished for your return. Why bother coming back? They will never love you. They only love me. For those unworthy of her concern, Su Mian has little patience. Her irritation manifesting. Their affections mean nothing to me. What I care to know is if you do not let go, do you wish to lose your claws? Jiang Wanu's eyelashes tremble, a flicker of panic crossing her features. Under Su Mian's intimidating gaze, she reluctantly releases her grip. Su Mian's skin is fair, and the marks left by Jiang Waner's grasp vary in depth, prompting her to scoff. Truly the height of foolishness. As these words leave her lips, Jiang Waner's face turns pale with anger. Coincidentally, Jiang Pingsheng, who has just emerged from a study, overhears Su Mian's remarks and, displeased, exclaims, Su Mian, how dare you speak to your sister like that? This Su Mian is fierce towards outsiders, but Jiang Waner is, after all, a member of the Jiang family, nominally her sister. Although Jiang Waner has indeed acted improperly, harboring secret affections for Eugene, is it not a result of her long-standing feelings? Now, ostracized within the Jiang family, she is also a victim. Currently, she reaps all the benefits while maintaining her stubborn demeanor. Moreover, since Jiang Yan's arrival from the countryside, she has not hesitated to cast disapproving glances at Jiang Waner. After all, she has been raised within the Jiang household for 14 years, obedient, exemplary, and dutiful. In stark contrast to Su Mian, who, since her return, has never sought out her father. Tonight, Eugene is visiting the Jiang family, and he didn't even bother to inform him, bringing company to the study to meet him. Su Mian replies, her tone indifferent. Did you not hear? Understanding that Jiang Pingsheng is a scoundrel, and that he has an illegitimate child the same age as myself, I find his presence thoroughly displeasing. She purses her lips. If there is nothing else, I shall retire upstairs. Listen to her tone. Originally, Jiang Pingsheng had no intention of reprimanding her. After all, Su Mian has the backing of not only Jiang Yan but also Jiang Ruyi, both of whom dote on her like a treasured gem. With Eugene in her corner, Su Mian's position in the capital is hardly a matter of concern. Even as her father, there are times when he must heed her moods. Yet, Su Mian's cold indifference ignites Jiang Pingsheng's fury. Stop right there.
Su Mian holds.
Lifting her gaze to regard him silently.
Jiang Pingsheng demands, apolo disse to Waner.
Su Mian's lips curl into a cold smile. Did you hear? Jiang Waner has just admitted her fault, yet you only seek to blame me. Jiang Waner, sensing the tension between father and daughter, seizes the moment to incite further discord. Father, I did indeed act wrongly. I know my sister has a bit of a cleanliness obsession and should not have held her. Please do not be angry. Your work has kept you busy lately, and I would hate for you to become ill over this. See the difference between the daughter raised in the household and the others? Neither Su Mian nor Jiang Ruyi is easy to manage. Jiang Pingsheng emphatically states, that does not justify such words. Do you think if she had not let go, you would have been harmed? His voice rises. What kind of cold-blooded heart must one possess to utter such words? Jiang Waner softly interjects. Sister is not that kind of person. Jiang Pingsheng snorts disdainfully. As footsteps approach from above, Su Mian remains unfazed, speaking. An apology is impossible. In your eyes, I cannot compare to Jiang Waner. If I say a single word against her, you rush to defend her. You never consider whether I was in pain when she grasped my wrist. You are quite similar to my mother. Without seeking context, you lay blame upon me. I suppose when you realize your mistake, a few empty words of consolation and a bit of money will suffice to placate the matter. When the grandmother and brother are absent, had it not been for the protection of the third master, I can only imagine how much humiliation I would have endured. She then deliberately rolls up her sleeve, revealing the red marks on her wrist. Did Jiang Waner not admit her fault? Yet you only target me. Jiang Waner's smile falters as she realizes she had gripped Su Mian's wrist with such force that it left marks. Jiang Pingsheng's eyes widen in shock, as Su Mian's accusations imply that he, as her biological father, is neglecting his own daughter in favor of an outsider. However, the next wave of fury comes from Jiang Yan. You scoundrel, you never showed concern for Su Mian, and yet you dare lecture her? Instantly, Jiang Pingsheng feels a chill run down his spine, attempting to defend himself. Mother, I've been busy with work. Jiang Yan retorts with biting sarcasm. You know whether you are busy or not. Don't think that just because I am older and unwell, I can be easily deceived. Now more flustered, Jiang Pingsheng tries to mask his discomfort. Jiang Ruyi descends the stairs. Mian, let me see your wrist. Is there any broken skin? Su Mian lowers her gaze. Brother, I did not mean to speak harshly to Jiang Waner. It was simply that her grip hurt too much. Upon noticing the redness on Su Mian's wrist, Jiang Ruoshui's expression turns icy as he confronts Jiang Pingsheng. Now, father, should you not realize who needs to apologize? Jiang Pingsheng feels an oppressive headache as he gazes at the two siblings, his expression darkening as he contemplates the situation. Yet, with matters reaching this point, he can only say, Waner, apologize to your sister.
Sorry, sister, Jiang van reluctantly concedes.
So, what was the point of it all? The evening's minor altercation does not dampen Su Mian's spirits. Upon returning to her room, she washes her hands and resumes her activities. Before sleep, she practices yoga for half an hour, enjoys a glass of milk, and ultimately drifts into a peaceful slumber. The next day, Su Mian requests a half-day leave from her homeroom teacher. After breakfast, she drives off in the car gifted by Yu Jinzhi, heading out. The house in Shajian village is quite dilapidated, but with the help of navigation, she swiftly locates Building 125, Unit 5, Apartment 3003. The iron gate stands closed, yet the sounds of a television leak from within. Su Mian raises her hand and knocks on the door. Before long, an elderly woman with white hair opens the door. Her voice hoarse. Who is it? Su Mian bows her head slightly and explains her purpose. Hello, ma'am. I am here to find Ms. Lu Manha. Upon hearing the name Lu Manha, the elderly woman's pupils constrict, her expression becoming peculiar. Our Manha passed away in a car accident 14 years ago. Chapter 69, Kill Her. Lu Manha is dead?
Su Mian es gaza darkans.
After the old woman speaks, she assesses Su Mian, this young woman in casual attire, standing tall and beautiful. Upon closer inspection, she seems vaguely familiar. After a moment of thought, the old woman finally recalls who she resembles. It is Lian Ruyi. With her hand trembling against the cane, the elderly lady narrowed her eyes. You are the daughter of Lian Ruyi? The biological one, not the adopted.
Su Mian replied nonchalantly, I am.
What should I call you?
Su Mian.
The old woman's murky gaze bore a hint of scrutiny. What brings you here?
Su Mian responded.
I'm merely curious about the relationship between Lady Lu Manha and my mother. She smiled lightly. Do you have any tea? I find myself quite parched. This elder must be Lu Manha's mother, Lu Fong. Lu Fong fell silent for 3 seconds, then turned aside, allowing Su Mian to enter. The room was neither too large nor too small, approximately 80 square meters. All the furnishings were quite old, yet they were tidily maintained. Even the layer of dust atop the bookcase had been thoroughly wiped clean. Glancing at the sofa, Su Mian noticed men's clothing draped over it. And the water cups on the table were 2 in number, indicating that she was not alone. As Su Mian settled onto the sofa, Lu Fong promptly brought a cup of hot water. Although she leaned on a cane and had a slight limp, her gait was steady. And at over 60 years of age, she clearly possessed robust health, suggesting a background in martial arts. Lu Fong sat down. In our family, Manha is merely an assistant to your mother. What relationship could there possibly be? Su Mian took the water, her fingers tracing the rim of the cup. I wish to know how Lady Lu Manha met her tragic end in a car accident. Lu Fong's expression darkened slightly as she rummaged beneath the table, producing an old newspaper and tossing it onto the table with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Su Mian picked it up and glanced at it. The newspaper was yellowed, with a bold headline stating, Assistant to Lian Ruyi of Jiang Group dies in car accident, driver flees. Checking the date, Su Mian noted it occurred before her own disappearance. Has the perpetrator not yet been apprehended? Lu Fong replied, in those days, capturing a criminal was no easy feat. She scoffed lightly. Even now, tracking down a fugitive is quite a challenge. What use are the police? Su Mian discerned Lu Fong's disdain for law enforcement, but merely smiled without responding, instead asking, Do you know where Lady Lu Manha is buried? At Qiushan Cemetery. Not far from here. Su Mian smiled, setting down the cup. Thank you for sharing all this, elderly lady. Since I've come all this way, I must pay my respects to Lady Lu Manha. I shall take my leave. Take care. No need to see you off, Lu Fong replied, picking up the cup and heading to the kitchen. As Su Mian turned the doorknob to exit, she collided with an ordinary-looking man dressed in black. Upon seeing her, his expression hardened, and without a word, he swung his fist toward her. The force of his blow could inflict considerable pain. And fast, Su Mian see this the bit. Her reflexes sharp as she countered and engaged him in combat, sensing a hint of murderous intent. Did he perceive her as a villain? The man appeared taken aback by Su Mian's skill, his bloodthirst becoming more pronounced. With a swift kick, she sent him crashing against the iron gate with a resounding clang. Seizing an umbrella from the corner, she pressed it against his throat, warning him that any movement would result in severe consequences. The man glared at her, reaching for a backpack that had fallen nearby. At that moment, Lu Fang emerged from the house. Su Mian, you possess quite the prowess. But there's no need to engage with my son. He has some mental issues and tends to be averse to strangers. He didn't mean to attack you. Su Mian raised an eyebrow and lowered the umbrella. Ji Cheng apologized to her at once. Ji Cheng continued to glare, remaining silent, before rising to grab his backpack and retreating inside. Lu Fang hurried to apologize. Su Mian was not one to hold grudges. And the man indeed seemed to exhibit traits of autism, with some antisocial tendencies. She returned the umbrella and departed. The iron gate closed behind her, plunging room 3003 into an eerie silence. Ji Cheng, with a serious expression, remarked, "Mom, why not just collaborate to eliminate her?" Though his speech was stuttered, the threat was palpable. Such talk must cease. You've seen for yourself that you are no match for her. Lu Fang's complexion shifted. Hand me your phone. Meanwhile, at a high-end beauty salon, Lian Ruyi was enjoying a facial massage. A staff member approached her, saying, "Madam, your phone has been ringing incessantly. Please check who it is." Lian Ruyi replied. The staff member glanced at the screen. There's no contact saved. "Oh," Lian Ruyi responded dismissively, "then just decline it. These incessant telemarketing calls are quite bothersome." Understood. The staff member not only declined the call but also added Lian Ruyi to the blacklist, demonstrating exceptional service. Naturally, Su Mian did not visit Qiushan Cemetery to pay respects to Lu Manhe. She simply drove away. Yet her instincts suggested that the car accident was far more complex than it appeared, with no leads currently accessible. No rush, she thought, taking her time. That evening, Yu Jinzhi arrived to collect the king of Jiji, carrying with him the same desserts as the previous night, along with a gift box. Su Mian inquired, "What is this?" Yu Jinzhi replied, "It's the dress for next month's engagement party." He handed it over. "It just arrived today. You should try it on to see how it fits." In Chapter 70, Antique, Su Mian returned to her room. "Make yourself at home. I'll go try on the dress." "Okay." Su Mian headed straight for the wardrobe. Inside her room, the king of Jiji had indeed been restored, spinning joyfully as if sensing Yu Jinzhi's presence, playing a cheerful tune and swirling around his feet. "Master."
Good evening.
The king of Jiji has upgraded to version 30, and Princess Mian has added a navigation system. So I will no longer get lost or fall into the fish pond. It appeared the language system had become more sophisticated. Yu Jinzhi glanced down at it. "What other features has she added for you?" "I can now take out the trash and extinguish fires." The king of Jiji twirled around. "Master, praise me," Yu Jinzhi remarked. The language system has indeed become overly elaborate. In the wardrobe, Su Mian pulled out the haute couture dress, its fabric comfortably cool. She realized with a start that the day of their engagement was swiftly approaching. Time truly flew. The dress was not extravagantly styled, but a simple, snow-white gown. Its flowing fabric adorned with sequins and delicate pearl straps. Su Mian quite liked the dress, as it appeared pure yet possessed a subtle allure, likely to accentuate her figure beautifully. After trying it on and admiring her reflection in the mirror, Su Mian smiled, satisfied, noting no alterations were needed. She assumed she didn't need to model it for Yu Jinzhi. After all, it was merely a fitting. Just as she decided to change out of the dress, she encountered an issue with the zipper, which snagged on her hair halfway down, causing her to tug at it forcefully. Tilting her head back and feeling a painful tug on her scalp. Su Mian's room featured a small balcony with a lounge chair. Yu Jinzhi stood outside, one hand in his pocket, gazing pensively into the endless night, the autumn breeze caressing him. He considered lighting a cigarette but hesitated, as it was Su Mian's space. After waiting a while and not seeing Su Mian emerge, he received a phone call. Inside, Su Mian, having struggled with the dress, felt a warmth spreading through her body. Her cheeks flushed as if dusted with rouge. She appeared both enticing and vibrant, her hands adept as ever, yet rendered somewhat useless by her inability to see. She struggled with the hair caught in the zipper. In exasperation, she opened the wardrobe door and stepped out, her expression darkening. On the balcony, Yu Jinzhi stood with the wind tousling his dark hair, creating a disheveled appearance that did not diminish the aura of calm and composure that surrounded him. He held a phone, engaged in a business conversation with someone on the other end. Fortunately, just as Yu Jinzhi seemed ready to conclude the call, Su Mian was about to call out to him when he had already turned around. Their gazes met. One could not help but acknowledge that Su Mian looked exquisite in that dress, showcasing her innocent yet alluring charm to perfection. However, as Yu Jinzhi's eyes caught a glimpse of her alabaster collarbone, the beauty both tantalizing and elusive stirred a restlessness within him, despite his long-standing resolve to suppress desire. He furrowed his brow and advised, "On the day of the engagement, please bring along a shawl to cover up." Su Mian raised an eyebrow. "Are you so conservative?" Yu Jinzhi swallowed hard, his thoughts ambiguous. "If you must, then do so." Su Mian felt indifferent, yet in her eyes, Yu Jinzhi had undeniably become a relic of conservatism. Noticing his silence and recalling her somewhat awkward predicament, she licked her lips and said, "Could you help me with something?" "Speak," he replied. Su Mian turned away. "My hair is caught." Yu Jinzhi stepped inside from the balcony. "Let me take a look." She nodded. Su Mian turned her back to him. This was not their first intimate proximity. As Yu Jinzhi approached, his presence enveloped her, and the closeness felt as though he were embracing her from behind. The warmth of his breath grazing her back, his rough fingertips occasionally brushing against her skin. Su Mian, being quite sensitive, instinctively curled her toes. Fortunately, this moment did not linger long. Soon, Yu Jinzhi's deep voice resonated. "All done." "Thank you." As Su Mian stood up to leave, she inadvertently kicked the plush toy. King Jiji at her feet. The toy emitted a surprised sound. Instinctively, Su Mian stepped back, only to stumble over her dress. And she found herself colliding into Yu Jinzhi's embrace. His hand instinctively landed on her waist, steadying her. And a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes at her rare display of embarrassment. Su Mian thought to herself, "Well, it seems I've truly been caught in Yu Jinzhi's arms."
Chapter 71. Akish.
King Jiji, with its glowing blue eyes, scanned the two entwined figures and then began to prance about, chanting, "Kiss her, kiss her." Su Mian lamented, "I somewhat regret upgrading it." Yu Jinzhi chuckled softly, the atmosphere becoming oddly surreal due to King Jiji's words. Naturally, Su Mian adhered to her principle. As long as she felt no embarrassment, it was others who should feel awkward. Whether Yu Jinzhi felt awkward, she could not ascertain, but for her part, she was unperturbed. With a stoic expression, she commanded, "Be quiet." At her behest, King Jiji fell silent. Su Mian stepped back, while Yu Jinzhi remained impassive. "I will go change." When Su Mian emerged after changing, Yu Jinzhi was already gone, and King Jiji had been taken away. On the table lay a note he had left behind, had to leave due to an urgent matter. Su Mian raised an eyebrow slightly. Well, it was for the best. She settled into a chair, her thoughts momentarily drifting, before she picked up a dessert from the table and began to eat. Su Mian had initially been curious about Lu Manhe, wanting to learn about Lian Ruyi's past. But she had not anticipated Lu Manhe's tragic demise in a car accident. Of course, she could inquire about the past from Jiang. But Jiang had only divulged the most rudimentary details before refusing to discuss Lian Ruyi further. It was evident that over the years, Lian Ruyi's behavior had been so vexatious that it elicited Jiang's disdain to the point of wishing to forget her entirely. Recalling the details of her conversation with Lu Feng earlier regarding Lu Manhe's death, the elderly woman's reaction had been alarmingly apathetic, devoid of any sorrow. And she had even exhibited a degree of wariness toward her. Hence, after their encounter, Su Mian felt that the accident was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. This incident must have been recorded within the Public Security Bureau system. Su Mian set aside her dessert, her delicate fingers dancing over the keyboard. The data was being retrieved. Success. At that moment, someone had stealthily infiltrated the Public Security Bureau's protective system, extracting information before slipping away without leaving a trace. Su Mian opened the file and found the records concerning the accident woefully scant, though there was a surveillance video from that time, lasting only about 10 seconds. The footage, taken on a rainy day, was obscured by the rain and light, rendering it nearly impossible to discern anything. Vaguely, one could see Lu Manhe holding an umbrella, walking into the street, and inexplicably pausing in the middle. During that brief moment of hesitation, a car suddenly sped towards her, colliding with her and sending her flying several meters away. The video did not capture the license plate number, but the driver of the car leaned out to glance in Lu Manhe's direction. It was far too dark to make out who it was. However, it mattered little. Since the footage was now in her possession, there were ways to enhance its clarity. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Su Mian rose to answer it. It was Jiang Yan standing outside. Jiang Yan peeked in. Has Yu Jinzhi left?
Yes.
Jiang Yan muttered. He left so quickly. Why didn't he stay longer?
Su Mian naturally overheard.
It appeared that her grandmother, much like the elder of the Yu family, was quite invested in the progression of their relationship. A fact that Su Mian found somewhat burdensome. She wondered how the two elderly figures would react if she and Yu Jinzhi were to part ways. Meanwhile, at a bar, Jiang Waner was heavily made up, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Her current demeanor was starkly different from her usual self. In the dim, noisy atmosphere, it was difficult for anyone to recognize her, a fact she had prepared for. It had been a long time since she dressed so provocatively for a bar. But she could no longer contain herself. The discomfort Su Mian had caused her was driving her to madness, and she needed an outlet. However, with each drink, the sense of frustration within her only intensified, and suddenly, she smashed her glass against the floor. With red eyes, she grit her teeth and screamed, "Su Mian! You wretched woman!" Unbeknownst to her, this scene had already caught the attention of a man seated in the shadows. He swirled his drink, and then instructed his companion, "Bring that woman to me." As the woman with the serpentine waist departed, other women began to stir with anticipation. After all, this was Gao Bin, the second young master of the Heichuan group, rumored to be quite extravagant. If one could capture his favor for a night, the rewards would surely be substantial. Yet, was it not said that the Heichuan group was in the midst of selecting an heir? How could this gentleman still find time to indulge in revelry at a bar? Just as they contemplated making their advances, Gao Bin's companion dragged another woman to his side, someone who looked rather familiar.
Jiang, wenn voll herbrau, Herz ohne impatience.
Do you need something? Gao Bin poured her a drink. Take a seat, Miss Jiang. Rather than wallowing in solitude, why not let me keep you company? We can have a chat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Waner's expression drained of color. Su Mian did not retire until late, for she was overwhelmed with tasks, needing to enhance the clarity of the surveillance footage. She anticipated spending several nights in a state of sleeplessness. The following morning, she arrived at school, stifling yawns as she slumped over her desk, eyes closed, automatically slipping into a state of slumber. It was nearly noon when Tao Chun roused her, dragging her to the cafeteria for lunch. However, a sudden scream erupted from a student. Su Mian turned her attention to the source of the commotion and saw a girl lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, as bewildered students stood by. She immediately abandoned her chopsticks and rushed over. Chapter 72, It Cannot Be Just Me. Su Mian approached to assess the girl's condition. Typically, frothing at the mouth could be indicative of epilepsy. The pathological causes of epilepsy predominantly stem from genetic factors or other cranial diseases, such as brain tumors or cerebrovascular disorders. The young woman's consciousness had become quite hazy, her breath shallow and weak. Su Mian gently unfastened her clothing, tilting her head to the side, her movements delicate as the girl convulsed. To prevent her from biting her tongue, Su Mian removed her coat, twisting it into a makeshift gag to place between her lips. As she searched her body for any medications, she found none, not even a small bag on her back. If this were a hereditary epilepsy, she should have been equipped with medication at all times, suggesting an alternative cause for her condition. After a brief episode of convulsions, the girl lay still. Su Mian had already called for an ambulance. The classmate's awareness seemed to have partially returned, and she weakly uttered, My head hurts so much." Hearing her speak, Su Mian offered words of comfort. "Just hold on. The ambulance will be here shortly." The girl was quite adorable. Upon hearing Su Mian's words, she nodded faintly and grasped Su Mian's hand, seemingly finding solace in that connection. The ambulance arrived swiftly, but the girl refused to release Su Mian's hand, leaving her no choice but to accompany her to the hospital. Upon arrival, a doctor promptly approached. Su Mian insisted, "A cranial CT scan. Please do it immediately." The doctor glanced at her. "I am the doctor. I know what to do." Nevertheless, the girl's lips were growing increasingly pale. Su Mian persisted. "I said, a cranial CT scan right away." This was the first time the doctor had been so firmly commanded by a young girl. He should have been irritated. Yet upon meeting her gaze, he felt an unexpected sense of intimidation. "I'll arrange it immediately," he replied. Meanwhile, at Kyoto University, Xia Yuhua had been expelled. Regret washed over her, for she had sacrificed her promising future to take the blame for Jiang Waner. However, the thought of Jiang Waner having paid a hefty medical fee for her father left her with no sense of grievance, even in her regret. Her father had successfully endured surgery and was now recuperating, soon to embark on the path to recovery. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Waner reached out to her again, and she arrived feeling somewhat anxious. They had arranged to meet at a small pavilion near the university library, a place typically devoid of visitors during the day. After a few minutes, Jiang Waner arrived, slightly late. Yu Hua, she called. Xia Yu Hua removed her mask.
Waner.
When Jiang Waner approached her, she inquired. No one saw you when you came, right? Xia Yu Hua shook her head. No. That's good, Jiang Waner replied. Xia Yu Hua then asked. Waner, what do you need from me? Jiang Waner lowered her head, biting her lip. I would like you to help me with one more thing. After you complete this task, I'll fund your studies abroad. What do you think? Xia Yu Hua was taken aback. The prospect of studying overseas was indeed enticing, especially considering her expulsion from school. Weighing her options, she asked what? What is it? Jiang Waner beckoned her closer with a finger, causing Xia Yu Hua to shiver slightly as she leaned in. Meanwhile, at the hospital, after the doctor completed the cranial CT scan for the student, he immediately noticed a tumor within her brain that was pressing on her nerves, causing the seizures. This tumor was in its early stages and removal would suffice. However, its location was quite tricky, being somewhat deep. The doctor was about to contact a neurosurgery specialist when the assertive young woman entered the room. Has the result come out? She asked. The doctor hesitated. Yes, it has. Let me see, she insisted. Due to the previous circumstances, the doctor instinctively stepped aside to give her room. Su Mian bent down to examine the computer screen. The doctor was curious. Could this high school girl truly comprehend this CT image? After a couple of glances, Su Mian inquired, can your hospital's neurosurgeons remove this tumor? The doctor pondered, yes, but the risks are somewhat high. We'll have to see what the specialists say. Besides, the student's family hasn't arrived yet. Su Mian replied, it can't just be me. The doctor was taken aback, almost doubting his hearing. He had indeed heard the high school girl assert that it couldn't be solely her responsibility. The doctor's expression shifted, a mix of disbelief and confusion. Before he finally responded, little girl, you certainly have a sense of humor. He added, rest assured, our doctors, while perhaps not as renowned as Jiang from Jiang, are seasoned specialists with decades of experience. You needn't worry. Su Mian pressed her lips together, choosing not to respond. Clad in her school uniform and without any identification on her, her credibility was indeed low, so she let it go. The doctor picked up the phone to notify the specialist. Shortly thereafter, the expert arrived, and they proceeded to discuss the case. After listening to their conversation, Su Mian felt reassured. The girl was indeed unfortunate to have developed a tumor at such a young age. After all, tumor removal does not guarantee a cure, and the recurrence rate remains high. To ensure this classmate's post-operative recovery and enhance her chances of survival, enabling her to partake in the college entrance examination next year. She took a pen from the table and a piece of paper, beginning to write a prescription. Once finished, she handed it to the specialist, Dr. Mo. This is a traditional Chinese medicine prescription for her post-operative recovery. After the surgery, please administer the medications as I have written. Thank you. Dr. Mo was encountering such a situation for the first time. Where had this young girl come from? Could one simply prescribe traditional medicine without consultation? What if something went awry later on? However, upon glancing at the prescription, Dr. Mo's eyes widened, and he softened his tone. Young lady, may I inquire where you receive your training? Surely, you must have a mentor. Jiang is my senior, Su Mian replied. In the realm of Chinese medicine, Jiang's name was indeed quite illustrious, celebrated for her youth and remarkable skills. Yet, to think that Jiang had a high school girl as a mentee was hard to believe. Jiang had graduated from Yale University. Su Mian swiftly jotted down a series of numbers. This is Jiang's personal number. If you have any doubts, you may reach out to her. You can mention my name, Su Mian. Her forthrightness seemed to dispel any notions of deceit. Furthermore, the prescription was undoubtedly sound, written with a professionalism that suggested decades of experience, though even the most seasoned practitioners might not have had her audacity. Once she left, the doctor turned to Dr. Mo. That prescription is priceless. So, she was serious about wanting to go to the operating table? Dr. Mo replied, you should contact that number. The doctor acknowledged and proceeded to dial. On the other end, Jiang answered promptly, hello, this is Jiang. The doctor was well acquainted with that voice. She was his idol, and he was instantly filled with excitement, stumbling over his words. Dr. Mo took over. Dr. Shi, may I ask if you know Su Mian? Jiang replied earnestly, Mian is my junior sister. In her home country, Su Mian remained rather low profile, often encountering difficulties in her medical endeavors. After a pause, she continued, You may wish to learn more about Miss Su, the prodigious surgeon from Yale. After leaving the doctor's office, Su Mian informed her teacher and then departed the hospital, preparing to return to school. At that moment, an ambulance pulled up, unloading a sobbing female university student.
It was terrifying. Wah.
Following her down was a counselor, admonishing, at such a young age. What were you thinking? If it weren't for Jiang Waner being nearby, you might have lost your life. Remember to thank her later, understood? The university studentess' expression shifted. I just fell because my legs went weak. If others hadn't rushed over, she wouldn't have pretended to jump down to save me. Do you have no conscience? How can you say such things? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? The university student fell silent. I speak candidly. Counselor, why do you not believe me? If you doubt my words, I shall procure evidence to present to you. The incident occurred at the prestigious Kyoto University, and with Jiang Waner being the campus belle, the media seized upon the story, propelling her swiftly onto Weibo's trending list, where she was subsequently lauded by countless netizens as the most beautiful university student. In the afternoon, at the tennis court, Rong Shua, with phone in hand, approached Yu Jinzhi, who had just finished playing and was now in the resting area, hydrating. The man, having removed his glasses, bore a pair of elongated, dark eyes that appeared more menacing than ever. Third brother, have you seen? Jiang Waner, the most beautiful university student. It's truly a pity you didn't choose her. Yu Jinzhi tilted his head back, drinking water, and upon hearing this, he abruptly tightened his grip on the bottle, his gaze deepening. I have instructed you not to mention her in my presence. At that moment, Zhang Heng returned from the court, wiping sweat with a towel. Rong Shua. If you continue, you might find yourself dispatched to Africa to dig potatoes by third brother. He smirked. How much did Jiang Waner pay you to keep asserting your presence before third brother? Rong Shua, somewhat disgruntled, retracted his phone. What do you mean by payment? She is genuinely a remarkable person. Why can't you all see that? Jiang Heng chose to ignore him. He had no desire to delve into what sort of person Jiang Waner was. All that mattered was that Yu Jinzhi did not regard her. Thus there was nothing more to discuss. Suddenly, Yu Jinzhi interjected ominously, that hacker, do not harass her again. Rong Shua, puzzled, asked why? She is the first person in my field to capture my interest. Why must you stifle my feelings? Yu Jinzhi's response was terse. She is mine. Chapter 74, Trending. How did she become yours, third brother? Explain yourself. Rong Shua was bewildered, about to inquire further, when Yan approached. Third master, the second son of the Haikua group. Gao Bin, wishes to challenge you to a match. He seems inclined to discuss a collaboration on new energy. Yu Jinzhi then noticed Gao Bin, clad in white sportswear, lounging in the adjacent resting area, legs crossed, with a genial smile. Yet, regardless of his demeanor, his overly effeminate aura and slender frame rendered him somewhat incongruous. Jiang Heng remarked, how does Gao Bin always receive news so swiftly? Whenever there is new progress on your project, he appears to propose collaboration. While Gao Bin often seemed to seize the initiative, Yu Jinzhi rarely engaged in business dealings with a Haikua group, as their values diverged significantly. And their methods were often unscrupulous. He wishes to ingratiate himself with third brother, Rong Shua mused, stroking his chin. Not everyone is as close to third brother as you and I, Jiang Heng. He simply wants to insert himself into our circle and befriend third brother. I have long suspected he desires to be third brother's sidekick, but it is unfortunate that third brother holds him in disdain, Rong Shua articulated with conviction. Yan is 100 times more capable than he. Yan interjected. I sincerely thank you for your kind words. Jiang Heng observed that while Rong Shua could discern the nuances among men, he seemed blind when it came to women, unable to differentiate between the good and the bad. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that third brother's charisma appealed to both genders. Yu Jinzhi tightened the cap on his bottle, his tone measured. Inform him that during personal time, we do not discuss business. Clearly, Gao Bin's overtures for collaboration were once again rebuffed. Upon receiving this news, Gao Bin, though his exterior remained composed, harbored a dark, ominous glint in his eyes. Setting down his water, Yu Jinzhi addressed Jiang Heng, which of you will take him on? Meanwhile, Rong Shua remained preoccupied with Yu Jinzhi's earlier remark about that hacker being his. Third brother, clarify this for me. How has she come to be yours? Have you even met her? Is she attractive? Yu Jinzhi picked up a racket. Curious to know? Rong Shua nodded vigorously. Yu Jinzhi smiled slyly. Defeat me, and I shall tell you. However, the outcome was that Rong Shua found himself pinned to the ground, thoroughly bested. After Jiang Waner surged onto the trending list, She quickly garnered a wave of adoration. However, her popularity waned rapidly as another trending topic suddenly ascended to the forefront. The trending keyword, Yale genius Miss Su returns to the country. It was not entirely surprising for Su Mian to trend. Her previous operation on a prominent political figure in Jiang had captured attention, especially after that individual was interviewed by the chief editor of today's newspaper. Given the public's keen interest in his health, in the interview video, Mr. Chu recounted, according to my wife, "After I fell into a coma and lay in the operating room, my life hung in the balance. Even the formidable Dr. Shi refrained from performing the surgery due to the low success rate of less than 20. My identity is sensitive, yet I consider myself fortunate." The editor inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Mr. Chu replied, his tone gentle, "It was coincidental that Dr. Shi's junior, Dr. Su, had returned to Beijing. She received a call and performed the surgery, pulling me back from the brink of death."
Dr. Su?
Indeed, Miss Su. The fact that a surgery even Dr. Shi hesitated to undertake was successfully executed by her signified her extraordinary capabilities. Subsequently, the editor sought information about Dr. Su online, discovering that she was immensely respected and revered abroad. Many influential figures sought her expertise, but were often turned away due to her busy schedule. Yet, whenever she took the stage for surgery, the success rate exceeded 95, with a zero mortality rate. Regrettably, there existed virtually no photographs of Dr. Su on the internet. Understandably, such a remarkable surgical genius would encounter numerous complications if her identity became public. More importantly, the fact that such a legendary figure hailed from their own Huaxia filled the editor with pride, prompting a focus on her in today's interview. With the editor's Weibo following surpassing 10 million, the news of such a remarkable individual made it nearly impossible for her not to trend. The comments section erupted. "Senior sister Su at Yale is a legend. She surpasses senior sister Shi by far. I've heard she's exceptional in other fields as well. And the key is she's only 19. I just checked online and learned that a real estate magnate in M country is willing to offer 9 luxury mansions for Dr. Su to be his private family doctor. I wonder if that's true." To the commenter above, "I am in M country and can confirm it's true, but Dr. Su completely ignored him, not even acknowledging him. What sort of magnate is this?
Wow.
I'm eager to know the true identity of this magnate. I admire her. Our Huaxia truly produces remarkable talents. But this one is exceptionally rare." Yuanjiang Hospital's official Weibo account stated, "For any complex medical issues, you may come to our hospital. We can arrange for Dr. Su to assist you." The medical university's official Weibo account announced, "I heard this magnate was present in our hospital today. Exciting." Other hospitals' official accounts echoed, "We hope the magnate makes an appearance." Shi Donger had not anticipated Su Mian would trend so swiftly. However, her personal information remained unexposed. Attempting to dig it up was impossible, as the medical university wouldn't dare disclose her details without consent. Curious, Waner clicked on the trending topic and scrolled through the comments, biting her lip. She marveled at the existence of such a genius at merely 19 years old, making significant strides within the medical field. Yet, upon discovering that this prodigious doctor bore the surname Su, she felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. Why must it be that surname? However, she found a silver lining. Previously, her image had suffered due to the post-incident, resulting in a decline in her popularity. Yet, with this news breaking, her image was swiftly rehabilitated, restoring her previous acclaim. Nevertheless, with such a towering figure emerging, Jiang Waner's trending topic appeared trivial. Her title as the most beautiful university student was overshadowed, and she soon fell off the trending list, becoming all but forgotten. Upon returning to school, Su Mian immersed herself in the laboratory, dedicating her time to product development, oblivious to the fact that she had become a trending topic on Weibo, generating fervent discussions and admiration from many. As time swiftly passed, December arrived, heralded by the first snowfall, with flurries dancing through the air. Yet, Su Mian remained unyielding. As her biological clock dictated, she rose promptly. After several sleepless nights, she finally completed the task for the UI system. Subsequently, she logged onto the tech network, contacted the relevant party, and submitted her work. The response indicated that Nai had also submitted her task, and the reviewer would assess both systems before making a selection. After all, such a scenario had never occurred before. Without hesitation, Su Mian replied, "You will choose me." With that, she logged off. The other party was taken aback. After all, Nai was a platinum-level expert, yet this newly emerged platinum expert seemed to dismiss her entirely. Such audacity. However, upon reviewing their systems, One could not help but acknowledge that her confidence was well-founded. After submitting her task, Su Mian stepped away from the computer and ventured to the balcony to stretch her limbs. In recent days, Jiang Waner had been unusually subdued, prompting suspicion. When oddities arise, there is often something amiss. Jiang Waner was the last person who would wish for her to be engaged to Yu Jinzhi. How could she remain indifferent? Glancing at the calendar, Su Mian realized that the engagement banquet was set for the following day. Meanwhile, Jiang Waner received a call from Xie. Waner, are you sure this won't lead to any fatalities? Hearing this, Jiang Waner's eyes flickered. It's merely a small worm. Do you truly believe it could be lethal? Xie gazed at the translucent, lion-like creature within the glass vial, recalling the legends of Miaojiang's witchcraft. Those entities from that region were notoriously sinister, especially the cultivated insects, which defied conventional scientific reasoning. There were tales in her village of individuals returning from such places, having offended someone, only to perish the very next day from sudden cardiac arrest, as concluded by police investigations. Jiang Waner attempted to reassure. Rest assured, even if anything were to happen, it wouldn't trace back to you. Tomorrow, once you complete this task, I will book you a flight out of the country immediately. At this juncture, there was no turning back. Xie gritted her teeth. Fine. The engagement banquet of the Yu and Jang families was anything but low-key. Prominent families in the capital were privy to the news, and various notable figures from the political and military spheres received invitations. Multiple renowned media outlets were on site to cover the event, especially after Yu Jinzhi recently made headlines in the Global Daily's economic section due to an investment in a new energy project, causing the Yu Group stock to soar by 200 million, reaching a valuation of billions. The engagement banquet arrived as anticipated, shattering the hearts of countless young women in the capital, particularly as the fiancé was the not-so-favored Su Mian. That night, the snow ceased, leaving a blanket of white, as the Jiangji Ru Hotel stood resplendent. In a private lounge, a renowned makeup artist was enhancing Su Mian's beauty. Her skin was flawless, smooth and fair, her features seemingly sculpted by divine hands, perfectly proportioned. A touch of blush and powder rendered her ethereal, though even celestial beings could not rival her allure, particularly with eyes that could ensnare souls. Could Yu Jinzhi withstand such enchantment? Rumors suggested she possessed a rather volatile temperament, yet interactions revealed no trace of the haughty demeanor one might expect from a young lady of privilege. She was gracious, and, when she smiled, it was as if sweetness flowed directly to the heart. Feeling a bit languid, Su Mian stifled a yawn until her phone chimed with a notification of 15 million. Fixating on the string of zeros, she felt a surge of energy and smirked. She had asserted that she would be chosen. Su Mian had never doubted her capabilities. The international tech network buzzed once more as Nainai and Boa Hancock triumphantly secured the SSS-level task reward, an impressive feat indeed. Nainai's fans fell into a collective silence. Across the Pacific, while awaiting the results, Nainai found herself unexpectedly defeated once again, this time as the reviewer opted for Boa Hancock after evaluating their outcomes.
How could this be?
It was inconceivable. She could not possibly lose. Nainai struggled to accept the outcome. On the tech network, Boa Hancock's fame escalated, amassing a devoted following, with fervent fans even altering their usernames to express their admiration. However, soon after, some of Nainai's supporters posted comments suggesting they had seen Nainai's Y system and believed her work was exceptional, questioning how Boa Hancock could claim the reward, suspecting that the latter was part of a team which allowed for a superior system to be produced in just 10 days. It feels like they deliberately came to rake in profits, a substantial sum. I share that sentiment. I hope the tech network can intervene for an investigation. Before long, Su Mian's fans retaliated. Winning indicates teamwork. Why can't Nainai accept defeat gracefully? Victory and defeat are part of life. Acknowledging loss allows for growth. There's no need to disparage Boa Hancock. Moreover, she clearly didn't regard your Nainai. It's only you who constantly compares yourselves, unable to compete, yet resorting to slander after losing. Perhaps the debate grew too heated, prompting the tech website to announce, next year, we will host a meet and greet, inviting both Nainai and Boa Hancock to attend. Those without invitations will be able to watch the live stream of our event. The audience erupted with excitement, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming meet and greet, where both distinguished individuals would undoubtedly shine. At this moment, the makeup artist inquired, Miss Su, would you like to eat something before applying lipstick? Third Master has arranged some refreshments for you. She was indeed hungry. Very well, I'll have someone bring it over. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaolian was escorted to the makeup room by a server. Upon seeing Su Mian, her initial nervousness dissipated instantly. Mian, you look stunning. Seeing her arrival, Su Mian smiled. Take a seat. Tonight, you will stay by my side to mingle with those prominent figures in the business realm. In the future, when attending events, others will recognize you and dare not mistreat you. Wang Xiaolian nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will not bring you shame. The Jiang family was basking in glory that evening, as securing an engagement with the illustrious Yu family was a feat that other families could only envy, especially with a fiancé like Yu Jinzhi. Jiang Pingsheng was engaged in jovial conversations with other executives, while Ruyi gracefully held a wine glass nearby. Given the engagement banquet's attendance, the position of Yu family's future matriarch was destined for Su Mian. Once the Yu family entered into a marriage, divorce was seldom an option. Their men were noted for their fidelity, ensuring that any woman who married into the Yu family would find happiness. At this juncture, Jiang Waner had no hope left. With no hope remaining, Ruyi shifted her attention to other young masters in the capital, seeking a suitable match for Jiang Waner that could rival Yu Jinzhi. Jiang Ruyi was also engaged in socializing. As the eldest son and general manager of the Jiang group, he was the sole heir, attracting many who sought favor. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Su Lei had accompanied his father, though his demeanor was not particularly bright. The impending engagement of Su Mian to a man with whom she shared no emotional foundation weighed heavily on him, since discovering that Su Mian surpassed his expectations. His fondness for her had only deepened. Su Lei contemplated, grabbing a server. Excuse me, where can I find Su Mian now? The server replied. Miss Su should be in the makeup room at this moment. Eagerly, Su Lei asked, I'm her friend. Could you take me to her? Certainly, follow me. However, fortuitously or not, this conversation was overheard by Rong Shua, and it appeared that their relationship was not merely that of friends. Who do you suppose will devour that little bug? Chapter 76. Can we not get engaged? Su Lei had already followed the waiter to the makeup room. Rong Shua narrowed his eyes and discreetly turned a corner to follow him. At that moment, the makeup room was already filled with an assortment of delicacies and red wine. Naturally, Su Mian opted for the latter over the desserts. She lifted the glass, swirling it gently, and just as she was about to take a sip, her lips poised at the rim, she suddenly halted, her gaze turning icy, as if she had discerned something amiss within the wine. Just as she was about to inquire, a knock on the door announced Su Lei's entrance. Su Mian was taken aback by Su Lei's appearance at the engagement banquet. The 18-year-old youth, clad in a well-tailored suit, straddled the line between youthful exuberance and budding maturity. If his female classmates at school were to see him, they would likely be enraptured. Yet, to Su Mian, he was merely an ordinary classmate, and her few encounters with him at school had left a less than favorable impression. It was unexpected for Su Lei to attend the engagement banquet. It was not that significant, as being invited to the Jiang family's feast implied that he hailed from a respectable background. However, what could he possibly want with her? Were they truly familiar with one another? Su Mian, Su Lei said as he entered. Su Mian placed the red wine back in its original position and asked, Do you need something? Meanwhile, Rong Shua stood quietly outside the door, eavesdropping on their conversation, his mind concocting a tempest of love and hatred between the two. Humph. As expected, Su Mian could never be worthy of third brother. He was a man of integrity, while Su Mian was entangled with boys at school. This would not do. Third brother must be made aware of this woman's true nature. Consequently, he took out his phone and called Yu Jinzhi. After Su Mian spoke, Su Lei was already sweating with anxiety. Today was her engagement day, and many things ought not to be said, yet if he remained silent, he would lose his chance. The thought of Su Mian marrying a man with whom she shared no emotional foundation made him uneasy. Su Lei opened his mouth, struggling to find the words. Seeing him hesitate, Su Mian furrowed her brows. The makeup room was brightly lit. Wang Xiaolian, who had long stepped into society, could tell from the boy's demeanor that he harbored feelings for Mian, yet he was too nervous to articulate them. Nevertheless, his courage was commendable. He dared to approach Su Mian in Yu Jinzhi's territory, but Wang Xiaolian was not optimistic about his chances. It was evident that Mian showed no interest in him, and such behavior could be detrimental if seen by someone with ill intentions, leading to unfounded rumors about her. Rumors could be fearsome, a truth understood by all. Su Lei was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, eager to express himself but constrained by his hesitations. Suddenly, he noticed the red wine before him, and his eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he seized the glass and drank it down. Su Lei's swift action left Su Mian unable to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as he consumed the potentially tainted wine. With liquid courage bolstering him, Su Lei set the glass down, and his gaze returned to the striking figure before him. Su Mian, you're still so young. Are you truly willing to be engaged to Yu Jinzhi? Setting aside the fact that he is significantly older than you, you both are simply incompatible. Have you heard the rumors surrounding him? I recall a woman who, in an attempt to gain his attention, even resorted to attempting suicide. Yet Yu Jinzhi didn't he even glance her way. Such a cold-hearted man. Are you certain you will find happiness marrying him? Su Lei spoke fervently, his face flushed with emotion. Wang Xiaolian regarded him with a strange expression. This was a matter between the Jiang and Yu families, and what was it to him? Moreover, if Su Mian were truly unwilling, how could an engagement banquet be arranged? The makeup artist was taken aback. If you like Miss Su, then express that. Why speak ill of third master? While you may have a point, it is unnecessary to voice it. Furthermore, a woman as intelligent and beautiful as Miss Su must have her own considerations. Meanwhile, outside the door, Rong Shua was seething with anger. He leaned closer to Yu Jinzhi and whispered, "Third brother, did you hear that? She clearly does not wish to be engaged to you. Or else why would he say such things?" "She does want it," Yu Jinzhi replied, his gaze darkening. "Third brother, how can you be so blind?"
Su Lei,
Feeling the weight of his unspoken words, continued, "Although I know these words may be ill-timed, Su Mian, I must tell you that I like you. Can you please reconsider the engagement?" Yu Jinzhi interjected, Mian is mine. You cannot take her away."
Chapter 77, Engagement, No Regrets.
Su Mian cast a glance at him, noting the unnatural redness of his face. She wondered what had been in the wine, something akin to a parasite or perhaps a kind of venomous insect, but alas, she had not had the chance to confirm it before he gulped it down. Su Lei, fearful that his sincerity might not be adequately conveyed, continued, "I was wrong to misunderstand you before, but I assure you that I will not do so again. My feelings have deepened over time. I find myself unable to stop thinking about you. Please grant me a chance, do not go through with this engagement." He nearly pleaded with desperation. Outside, Rong Shua mused, "I wager Su Mian will feel a pang of compassion. After all, to have a peer who appears so admirable and offers such a heartfelt confession. What young girl could resist?" Initially angered by Su Lei's remarks about Yu Jinzhi, he now found some truth in them. Third brother was indeed cold-hearted towards women. Despite his gentlemanly exterior, he was devoid of any emotional distinctions. Once boundaries were crossed, he would show no mercy. Yu Jinzhi responded without hesitation, "She won tea, impossible. Based on my years of understanding women, no young girl can escape the allure of a man as sweet words." Yu Jinzhi shot him a glance. Perhaps this was why a young master of the Rong family was often deceived by women. "You would do well to visit Africa," he stated coldly. Rong Shua was struck by his words, feeling the sting of truth in them. Yet, in reality, Su Mian had scarcely considered his plea. "I'm sorry, but I don't like you." Rong Shua's smile faltered instantly. How could she reject him so swiftly? Upon hearing Su Mian's voice, Yu Jinzhi's lips curved imperceptibly upwards. Su Lei's expression darkened, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Su Mian harbored no affection for him, which unequivocally signified that she would not grant herself even the slightest opportunity, none whatsoever. The mere contemplation of this notion rendered her breathless. Su Lei clenched his fists, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. "And what of Yu Jinzhi? I implore you to ponder my words. You shall find no happiness with him. It is of no consequence that you do not share my feelings, but I beseech you to seek a man whom you genuinely admire. Otherwise, when you eventually encounter someone you truly desire, you may come to regret your marriage, and by then, it will be too late." Su Mian was averse to over-explaining herself to Su Lei, yet at that moment, she found it increasingly intolerable. How could her decisions be so easily dismissed, twisted into an embodiment of misfortune, to the extent that she would be left regretting? First and foremost, let me clarify that I have no reluctance regarding my union with Yu Jinzhi. I am well aware of his character, and your personal opinions and biases about him are unnecessary in my presence. Ultimately, you may not comprehend my nature. Each decision I make, regardless of its outcome, I will never regret. Su Mian enunciated each word. In my life's lexicon, the term regret does not exist. Wang Xiaolian and the makeup artist gazed at her in awe, their eyes sparkling. Mian is so striking. Su Mian is so formidable. Su Lei felt even more disheartened.
No reluctance? No regrets?
Wang Xiaolian regarded the young man with a hint of pity, not out of sympathy, but because she perceived his narrow perspective, it may hinder his future endeavors. She hoped this encounter would impart a valuable lesson. One must not cling too tightly to subjective beliefs, for reality does not bend to personal whims.
Outside.
Rome Shua's expression shifted. Su Mian's words indeed took him by surprise. In his eyes, although Su Mian was undeniably beautiful, she was merely a woman with a harsh exterior and a dark heart. How could she utter such grandiloquent sentiments, especially in defense of the third master?
Yet.
What difference did it make? This could not alter the fact that Su Mian was a domineering individual, particularly towards Jiang Waner, for whom she harbored no kindness whatsoever. Furthermore, Su Mian intended to point out that the glass of red wine he consumed was suspect, and given his current state, she felt it necessary to investigate, especially since that wine had been specially prepared for her. However, before she could voice this concern, Su Lei, perhaps for the first time, found himself overwhelmed by such emotional turmoil that he broke down. I refuse to believe it. How could you willingly marry Yu Jinzhi? He is 30 years old. 30 years, a full decade older than Su Mian. Su Mian retorted coldly, and what if being 30? What does age have to do with it? What if he is older? On the contrary, a man who has reached the age of 30 is often at his most captivating stage. Just look at Yu Jinzhi, at times. The very aura he exudes is almost irresistible. Moreover, Su Mian found herself disinclined towards those who were closer to her own age. Besides, Yu Jinzhi was unparalleled among men. What significance did age hold? Su Lei, in a fit of hysteria, exclaimed, "What good is an older man who has no regard for you?" Wang Xiaolian and the makeup artist exchanged glances, astonished. "Young man, you dare to say such things. Who said Yu Jinzhi held no regard for her?"
Su Mian disagreed.
There was certainly some level of regard, albeit unrelated to love. The repeated insistence on old man only served to infuriate her further. Before she could respond, Yu Jinzhi pushed open the door and entered, his commanding presence instantly enveloping the makeup room in a subtle yet palpable aura of pressure. Su Lei, who had just shouted, froze at the sight of Yu Jinzhi, his very essence seeming to splinter under the latter's gaze.
Su Mian declared,
"Anyone who dares to label Yu Jinzhi as old will find themselves on the receiving end of my wrath." Later on, Yu Jinzhi inquired, "Darling, do you think I am old?" Su Mian, rising from the bed, retorted, "Get lost." Chapter 78. The Third Master, Suitable for Family Life. Su Lei's mind was a blank slate. When Yu Jinzhi's dark, piercing eyes fell upon him, he felt as if he could scarcely breathe. Had Yu Jinzhi overheard everything he had just said? Su Lei's palms grew clammy, rendering him incapable of meeting Yu Jinzhi's gaze. Instinctively, he averted his eyes, only to be overwhelmed by regret. What was there to shy away from? He spoke the truth, an older man who did not even appreciate Su Mian. Yet he lacked the courage to turn back and confront the situation. Su Lei stammered, but Yu Jinzhi's unwavering gaze held him captive. He ultimately surrendered. He was a coward, utterly ignorant. At that moment, Su Mian approached Yu Jinzhi, taking his hand in front of everyone. She turned to Su Lei, speaking earnestly, "I have made it clear that I am not unwilling to be engaged. I hope you understand this and refrain from speaking ill of him. Otherwise, I shall not welcome your presence at this engagement banquet." Su Mian added, "Yu Jinzhi is quite suitable for family life," implying that he would make an excellent husband. Su Lei's face turned ashen, and he felt utterly humiliated. Standing beside Yu Jinzhi, Su Mian and he appeared remarkably well matched. Though many claimed that marriages of convenience lacked genuine affection, the chemistry between Su Mian and Yu Jinzhi seemed to defy such notions, appearing far more harmonious than Su Lei had imagined. Su Mian seldom offered compliments, but she found it easy to praise Yu Jinzhi. They had held hands before, yet this time, it was Su Mian who initiated the gesture. The sensation was distinctly different, like a feather brushing against her heart, an increasingly intense feeling. Just like their first hand-holding experience, her hand felt small and soft, adorned with a delicate pink polish that was simply enchanting. Yu Jinzhi grasped her hand in return. "It seems I hold a rather favorable impression in your eyes." Su Mian lifted her gaze, unreservedly replying, "Perhaps a score of 90 out of 100. The remaining 10 points were deducted for that comment about love being irrelevant. Su Lei could not help but feel that the two were a striking pair. The unspoken aura they emanated was utterly impenetrable, compelling him to retreat. Unable to bear it any longer, he bowed his head and fled. Su Mian noticed this and called out, "Wait." Su Lei, seemingly deaf to her plea, slammed the door behind him. Su Mian pressed her lips together. He cannot leave just yet. She then turned her gaze to Yu Jinzhi, signaling for him to arrange for Su Lei's return. Why? Wang Xiaolian and the others questioned, their expressions filled with curiosity. Would Su Lei not only be subjected to Yu Jinzhi's wrath? Yu Jinzhi did not inquire further. His eyes shifted to Rong Shua, commanding, "Go bring him back." Rong Shua, albeit reluctantly, replied, "There must be a reason for bringing him back, no?" Noticing the tone of his voice, Yu Jinzhi cast him a pointed look. Rong Shua trembled slightly. "Damn, I'm not afraid. I don't want to help Su Mian with anything, not even if it means digging potatoes in Africa." Su Mian elucidated. The glass of red wine he consumed moments ago was tampered with. This substance was originally intended to target me. Her voice was icy. Although he is rather unlikable, it does not warrant harm befalling me. The revelation of something being in the wine momentarily stunned the onlookers. Rong Shua, intrigued, inquired, "How did you discern that?" "Simply by observation," Su Mian replied. The fellow had cast her a distinctly unfriendly glance upon entering, thus his tone seemed peculiar. Su Mian deemed it unnecessary to waste words on someone who harbored disdain for her. Rong Shua remained skeptical. "This is Yu's territory. Who would dare to act against you?" Su Mian scoffed. "Do you believe being the fiancé of Yu Jinzhi guarantees safety? How can it not be safe?" Rong Shua was about to retort, but upon sensing the weight of Yu Jinzhi's gaze upon him, he recoiled, swallowing back the words that nearly escaped his throat. Yu Jinzhi's expression grew even colder. "Rong Shua, did you not hear your sister-in-law speak?" A hint of panic coursed through Rong Shua as he sensed Yu Jinzhi's rising ire. "I will attend to it immediately." Yu Jinzhi leaned down to kiss Su Mian's eyes, his voice hushed. "Darling, do praise me, want you?" Su Mian, her face flushed, promptly kicked him off the bed. "Praise you? How absurd, taking advantage and still pretending to be innocent." Chapter 79. He will make amends to you. Once Rong Shua had exited, Yu Jinzhi summoned Yanan. Upon entering, Yanan sensed the tension and greeted, "Third Master." Yu Jinzhi instructed, "Check the surveillance. See who else may have handled this red wine." He paused, adding, "Focus on those most restless." Yanan cast a glance at the dessert and wine, recalling that he had arranged for the kitchen to prepare them under Yu Jinzhi's direction. Now it appeared the wine was compromised. "Understood, Third Master." After Yanan departed, a heavy silence enveloped the dressing room. Their hands remained intertwined. Su Mian was the first to react, discreetly withdrawing her hand. The sudden emptiness caused Yu Jinzhi's eyes to darken. What was added to this wine? Su Mian settled onto the sofa. Either a parasite or a venomous insect. We must locate the person to confirm. Regardless of which it may be, both can swiftly wreak havoc on the human body, mercilessly lethal, intangible, and invisible. With current technology, even testing would yield no results. Had it not been for Su Mian's keen observation and her suspicion of the wine's peculiar taste, she might have been the one to drink it. Observing Su Lei's condition, it seemed that this parasite or venomous insect would not manifest immediately. Yet it would be prudent to address it swiftly to avert disaster. Wang Xiaolian eyed the delectable food with trepidation. Could there be something in it as well? Su Mian meticulously inspected all the dishes. None. Aside from the wine, the food was safe. It appeared the perpetrator was aware of her fondness for wine. Knowing she cherished it, Su Mian could surmise who wished her harm. It was rather foolish, given that those close to her seldom knew of this inclination. Hearing Su Mian assure that the food was safe, Wang Xiaolian still hesitated to eat, relieved she hadn't tea partaken earlier when Su Lei arrived. The unfortunate fool. Why indulge in that glass of wine? Yu Jinzhi retrieved his phone and made a call. Soon, a burly bodyguard entered. He instructed the man, "Replace the food with a fresh batch, ensuring no one notices." The bodyguard nodded and departed. Once he was gone, Su Mian picked up a row of lipsticks from the table, selected a shade, and began to apply it before pressing it onto a tissue and then covering the rim of her wine glass. This glass would soon be sent out, and someone would inevitably come to inspect it, inform Yan, and to keep a close watch. Understood. Yu Jinzhi showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he naturally settled beside Su Mian, appearing disinclined to entertain guests any longer, then remarked, "That individual was Rong Shua."
Su Mian casually acknowledged.
"He seems to harbor a considerable bias against me." Yu Jinzhi's tone was gentle. "He harbors some misunderstandings towards you. I shall ensure he makes amends." Initially, He thought this troublesome fellow would merely speak ill in his presence. He had cautioned him multiple times, yet this man refused to heed his warnings, displaying egregious disrespect before Su Mian today. Such behavior would not be tolerated a second time. Should Rong Shuo remain unrepentant, Yu Jinzhi would not hesitate to be less cordial. Su Mian smirked slightly, acknowledging with a soft "oh." As Yu Jinzhi's fiancé, it was only fitting that Rong Shuo, who ought to address her as sister-in-law, owed her an apology after his earlier rudeness. This exemplifies why Yu Jinzhi is considered a devoted partner. He grants immense care and respect to his significant other, not allowing anyone to mistreat her. And should any transgression occur, he would reclaim her honor. The food was promptly delivered, yet much of what accompanied the wine was discarded into the trash. Wang Xiaolian dared not breathe, aware that two powerful figures were present, creating a striking scene, yet she refrained from looking too intently. The newly delivered food had not been handled by anyone else, allowing for a worry-free meal. Su Mian, having been famished, promptly began to eat without reservation in front of Yu Jinzhi. "Sister Xiaolian, are you not hungry?" Wang Xiaolian, of course, was famished. She had eaten nothing on the way and smiled, deciding, "Then I shall not hold back. Eat up." The makeup artist soon joined the ranks of those replenishing their energy. Meanwhile, Rong Shuo had dispatched individuals to locate Su Lei, but Su Lei had vanished swiftly and was nowhere to be found amidst the vast venue. For the time being, he could only send out more personnel to search. Rong Shuo's countenance darkened, recalling the terrifying glance Yu Jinzhi had cast upon him earlier. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Even if he disliked Su Mian, he should not have displayed it so openly. It was a grave mistake. Halfway through her meal, a bodyguard re-entered, stating, "Third Master, Elder Mr. Yu requests that you bring Miss Su Mian to him." Su Mian licked her lips, setting down her food, indicating her readiness. "Understood," Yu Jinzhi replied. The makeup artist hastily refreshed her lipstick. Moments later, she added blush to her lips, enhancing her allure, and adorned her with a particularly exquisite diamond necklace. The makeup artist surveyed Su Mian with satisfaction. Truly beautiful, dazzlingly so. Yu Jinzhi gazed at Su Mian. The bare-shouldered young lady, her collarbones delicately sculpted, her figure enticingly captivating. He reminded her, "Drape the shawl over your shoulders." Simultaneously, Jiang Waner received a message from Xie. "The wine that was sent in has been consumed. Waner, may I leave now?" Jiang Waner replied, "Are you certain that Su Mian drank the wine?" Xie. "Absolutely, there are lipstick marks on it." Chapter 80. Beauty lies in the bone, not the skin. Xie, I checked, it is the same shade as what Su Mian used. Jiang Waner finally felt reassured. As long as Su Mian drank that glass of red wine, the parasite would inevitably enter her system, and tonight, she would surely perish. After all, the lethal substance given to her by Gao Bin, the second son of the Heichuan group, was designed to kill without a trace. No advanced equipment could detect it, which emboldened Jiang Waner to take such a risk. However, perhaps that genius doctor from Yale, Su, might have a solution, but would he appear here? Certainly not. Jiang Waner messaged her. "Yuhua, once you exit the hotel, someone will be there to pick you up. Leave now. And I will take care of matters on your father's side. Depart and never return." Upon reading this, Xie Yuhua exhaled in relief and quickly left while the coast was clear. Meanwhile, on the other side, the crowd gazed curiously at the elderly Mr. Yu, who sat in a wheelchair yet appeared to be in fine spirits, a blanket draped over his legs, smiling brightly at them. However, what was the meaning of this? Was it not said that Mr. Yu had but a year or so left to live? How could he appear so lively, as if he were not on the brink of death? Thus, Mr. Wang stepped forward to inquire, "Mr. Yu, I had heard that your health was deteriorating, and I have been quite concerned. However, upon seeing you now, you hardly appear to be an ailing individual. Might I ask which esteemed practitioner has facilitated such a remarkable recovery?" He elaborated, "My father has been gravely ill recently, having consulted numerous renowned physicians to no avail, and I am truly distressed." Before Mr. Yu could respond, someone interjected. If I recall correctly, the traditional Chinese medicine doctor he consulted was Dr. Chen, the most esteemed in the capital. His skills are exceptionally profound. Indeed, seeking Dr. Chen would be a sound choice. To the surprise of the assembly, Mr. Yu countered, "It was not Dr. Chen. His prescriptions have proven ineffective, and I ceased taking his medication some time ago." A collective gasp resonated among the crowd. Not Dr. Chen? Those who had just praised him felt a twinge of embarrassment. Mr. Wang then pressed further. "If it is not Dr. Chen, then which illustrious healer is it?" "Mr. Yu, with an air of pride, declared, "My health has improved significantly, and I can now walk without shortness of breath, all thanks to my granddaughter-in-law." Granddaughter-in-law? Aside from Yu Jinzhi, who had married recently, the other two grandsons were also wed. It was unclear which granddaughter-in-law he referred to. Moreover, none had been known for their medical prowess. Perhaps a notable physician had been summoned by her? Mr. Yu continued, "Given your filial piety, I shall introduce you to her when she arrives." Mr. Wang, delighted, replied, "That would be most kind of you, Mr. Yu." At that moment, Jiang Yan, adorned in a delicate qipao and adorned with gold and silver jewelry, cheerfully approached, exclaiming, "Oh, Mr. Yu, you look quite spirited." Mr. Yu arched his snowy brows, responding, "Indeed, with Mian around, how could my health falter?" He added, "It is fortunate that Ruoshui brought Mian back to the Jiang family. Otherwise, your family would have suffered greatly." Indeed, when I saw Mian, I was overjoyed. She is both obedient and dutiful. You cannot imagine. Ever since Mian began acupuncture on me, my chronic headaches have nearly vanished. And my sleep has been nothing short of blissful. Once one sleeps well, it truly surpasses all remedies. Yes, after taking medication, my sleep has also improved significantly. Mian even claims that I might live to 100. I was skeptical at first, but now I believe. Not only has his ailment been treated, but he has also gained such an impressive granddaughter-in-law. Mr. Yu could not contain his joy, as if he had unearthed a grand treasure. If only that rascal Yu Jinzhi could ease his burden, he ought to consider how sought after Su Mian is. If he were to let her slip away,
How would he manage that?
as the two elders engaged in their spirited conversation, onlookers found themselves perplexed, wanting to inquire yet unable to interject.
Outside.
It was said that Su Mian was merely a decorative figure with a fierce temperament, having led many scions of prominent families into trouble, and her reputation was quite mediocre. How could she be regarded as a treasure in the eyes of these elders? Furthermore, it appeared that she possessed some medical knowledge. Their minds were filled with questions. Just then, Su Mian appeared, gracefully entwined with Yu Jinzhi's arm, her slender figure captivating the crowd. In fact, many attendees had never laid eyes on Su Mian before. Although the Jiang family held a recognition banquet for her, most attendees had not been invited, and those who did attend were from lesser families. Thus, upon seeing Su Mian, the majority of guests were momentarily struck by her stunning presence. Describing her as a national treasure would not be an exaggeration. Additionally, her beauty emanated from within, exuding an innate nobility and an enviable aura, qualities that a mere decorative figure could hardly possess. As for the other young lady from the Jiang family, renowned for her remarkable talents, it was perplexing how her brilliance seemed so dim in comparison. Regardless of perspective, she appeared rather ordinary, ultimately a victim of overzealous praise. In contrast, Su Mian seemed like a meticulously polished gem, possessing both beauty and capability, yet remaining largely unrecognized. Perhaps she was already shining in some field unbeknownst to others. Indeed, some rumors are best left unexamined. Taking them to heart reveals one's superficiality. Su Mian approached Mr. Yu with a gentle smile, poised and unhurried. "Grandfather Yu, Grandma." The elderly couple's faces lit up at the sight of her. "Our Mian is truly beautiful. Grandma is lovely as well. Mian, it has been too long. Your grandfather has missed you dearly." Su Mian smiled. "I have missed you too, Grandfather Yu." The affection Mr. Yu held for Su Mian was evident, solidifying her position as the third young mistress of the Yu family. Mr. Yu called out, which young man mentioned that his father had been ill and had consulted numerous renowned physicians without remedy. "Step forward." Mr. Wang emerged from the crowd. "It is I, Mr.
You.
You should seek out our Mian," Mr. Yu encouraged. Mr. Wang smiled, albeit somewhat shyly. "Hello, Su Mian. You and Jinzhi seem quite well matched." This statement was music to Yu Jinzhi's ears. Indeed, Su Mian was a fitting partner for him. Su Mian replied graciously, "Thank you. May I ask what affliction your father is suffering from?" Mr. Wang explained, and Su Mian listened intently. "How about this? Come to Nanyuan tomorrow, and we can discuss it further." After the engagement banquet, she would return to cohabitate with Yu Jinzhi. Mr. Wang readily agreed. To think that Mr. Yu's granddaughter-in-law was indeed Su Mian? Could it be that she possessed medical skills? Yet, she was only 19 years old, and had recently returned to finish her high school studies. Meanwhile, Jiang Waner observed Su Mian as she emerged with Yu Jinzhi, carrying herself with the grace of a princess, basking in the envy of onlookers. Her jealousy twisted her heart. Had Su Mian not returned to the Jiang family, The woman standing beside Yu Jinzhi would undoubtedly have been her. Thankfully, Su Mian's life would come to an end at this engagement banquet. Not only would she not marry Yu Jinzhi, but she would not even qualify to be his fiancé, which she could not possess. She would ensure Su Mian could not either. Jiang Waner glanced at Su Mian's lips, comparing them to the photos sent by Xie Yuhua. The shade of lipstick on the glass matched her own perfectly, eliciting a sinister smile. Meanwhile, Rome Shoa arrived at the banquet hall. Having received a call from a subordinate saying Su Lei had returned. Scanning the room, he noticed Jiang Waner, clad in a white gown, gazing longingly at Yu Jinzhi and Su Mian. They had exchanged pleasantries a few times, and he initially thought she was simply heartbroken. However, seeing her suddenly break into an eerie smile made him halt in his tracks. What could one say about such a smile? It was somewhat unsettling. Could it be that her sorrow had caused a facial spasm? It must be so. Otherwise, why would she smile so ominously? Just then, Jiang Waner, alongside Jiang Pingsheng, made her way toward Mr. Yu. Rome Shoa, recalling that he had yet to locate Su Lei, hastily resumed his search. Amidst the throngs of guests, many sought Su Lei, yet none succeeded in finding him. At that moment, Su Lei lingered in the shadows, needing to regain his composure. However, ever since Su Mian had appeared with Yu Jinzhi, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away. Gradually, a sense of discomfort washed over him. His mouth felt parched, warmth enveloped his body, and dizziness set in as he watched Yu Jinzhi, his emotions inexplicably tumultuous. What right did he have to demand that Yu Jinzhi abandon his feelings for Su Mian? After all, she was merely his betrothed in name. As Jiang Wan approached, she spoke sweetly, "Congratulations on your engagement, sister," and to the third master. Su Mian curled her lips and replied with a simple, "Thank you." Jiang Waner glanced at Yu Jinzhi, her expression a mixture of hesitation and restraint. Ultimately, she lowered her head and said nothing. To outsiders, it might seem like a case of a flower yearning for water that remains indifferent, evoking a certain sympathy for Jiang Waner. Yu Jinzhi, however, paid her no mind, preoccupied instead with the thought of introducing Su Mian to the elder and younger members of the Yu family. Gradually, Su Mian found herself losing focus. The efficiency of Rome Shoa was truly lacking. She tugged at Yu Jinzhi's sleeve, and he looked down at her, his gold-rimmed glasses obscuring his dark, compelling eyes. Yet, at that moment, there was an unexpected softness in his demeanor, and he gently bent down. The two were indeed a well-matched pair, and even the slightest gesture between them drew the gaze of onlookers, eager to witness a hint of romance. However, Yu Jinzhi was noticeably taller, prompting Su Mian to rise onto her tiptoes, contemplating whether to suggest he send more people to find Su Lei. After all, prolonged delays would only exacerbate his condition. Unexpectedly, someone brushed against her from behind, causing her to stumble forward. Yu Jinzhi instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, and in a perfectly timed moment, her red lips met his face with startling precision. Yu Jinzhi's throat tightened. Su Mian's lips felt even softer than when she had touched them before. Soon, laughter and applause erupted around them, resonating like thunder and leaving her ears ringing. Su Mian thought to herself, could such unexpected incidents not occur in her presence? In an instant, Yu Jinzhi regained his composure, grappling with the absurdity of his thoughts. After all these years, this was a first for him. The sensation was foreign, unsettling, and utterly beyond his control. Old Master Yu, witnessing the scene, widened his eyes in disbelief, urging his grandson silently to reciprocate the kiss. If not now, then when? He felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and insist, "You kiss her back." Jiang Yan, nearby, was laughing so hard that she nearly trembled. She had merely been oblivious to her elbow colliding with her granddaughter. Fortunately, it turned out to be a favorable mishap, as a man like Yu Jinzhi made the kiss worthwhile. Yet, Jiang Ruashui was left feeling a pang of jealousy, realizing that her sister's good fortune had been delivered by their grandmother. As Su Mian attempted to pull away, Yu Jinzhi preemptively released her, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor. "Are you all right?" he asked, quick to respond. Su Mian shook her head, her expression unchanging.
I'm fine.
The remnants of her lipstick adorned his face, rendering him exceptionally alluring. She gently reminded him, "You might want to wipe that off." He raised a hand, using his fingertip to dab at his lips, remaining composed. "Is there more?" he inquired. "No," she replied. "What were you going to say to me earlier?" Leaning closer, Su Mian whispered, "Send more people to find Su Lei." Yu Jinzhi nodded in acknowledgement, turning to speak with the bodyguard, who then retreated and departed. Old Master Yu's smile faded. This grandson was becoming increasingly disappointing. Jiang, noticing the pause in their interaction, stepped forward with concern. Mian, did your grandmother hurt you? To think it was her own grandmother who had caused the collision.
No, grandma.
Fortunately, Jinji was beside me. Su Mian pressed her lips together, her emotions remaining steady. Meanwhile, Waner, observing the scene, felt a surge of rage. She recalled a past incident where she had pretended to be drunk and thrown herself at Yu Jinzhi, only to have him sidestep her with an icy gaze. The stark contrast in treatment left her feeling both hurt and infuriated. Why was Su Mian so unaffected? Why hadn't she reacted? Waner wished nothing more than for Su Mian to vanish before her eyes. Perhaps her malevolent gaze was too piercing, as Su Mian suddenly turned to look at her. Her eyes sharp and penetrating. Waner felt a shiver run down her spine and forced a smile, attempting to feign indifference. At that moment, the music in the banquet hall shifted to a more tender, romantic melody, perfect for a duet. As the protagonists of the engagement banquet, they were required to perform the first dance. Waner, tightening her grip on her skirt, suddenly remarked, Mian, don't be nervous when you dance with third master later, just follow his lead. The implication was clear. She was subtly informing everyone that Su Mian was inexperienced in dancing, reminding them of her upbringing and that, as her sister, she was merely offering comfort. Dancing is not something learned in ordinary families, and as an orphan raised on the kindness of others, how could Su Mian have had the opportunity to learn the waltz? Waner thought, certain that Su Mian had never practiced. However, others believed that even without dance skills, having Yu Jinzhi as a partner was sufficient. Waner's scheming mind was evident. They were not just any family. They were not easily deceived by trivial remarks. Su Mian flicked her skirt and smiled. Sister, your sudden concern is quite surprising.
Jiang's smile faltered.
Her usual demeanor of meekness returning as she lowered her head in silence. Then, Lian Ruyi chimed in, you know about the opening dance. But I haven't seen you practice. Your sister is just worried you might not dance well. Su Mian raised her chin slightly, her voice laced with confidence. I already know how to dance. Why should I need to practice? She continued, if mother and sister do not understand me, there's no need for baseless worry. This just blatantly revealing that our relationship is strained?
Jiang Waner, harvest trembling, replied, I'm sorry.
I've been too busy lately to pay much attention to you. Lian Ruyi was left speechless. What are you even saying? Su Mian simply smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Go ahead and pretend. Soon you won't have the chance. Jiang Ping knew well that Su Mian was a thorny daughter, truly difficult to handle. The expressions of those around them began to take on a more intriguing tone. Su Mian removed her shawl, gracefully lifting her skirt with one hand while extending the other toward Yu Jinzhi, saying, let us go. It's time to dance. Yu Jinzhi gazed at her as she unveiled her exquisite shoulders, wanting to say something but ultimately holding back, responding with a simple Su Mian danced beautifully. Her figure elegant, the skirt swirling around her, creating a captivating sight for all. At that moment, Rome Shua finally spotted Su Lei at the edge of the dance floor and was about to pull him over when Su Lei, in a frenzy, rushed through the crowd toward the dancing couple. In the shadows, Gao Bin of the Heichuan group observed the scene, his gaze landing on Jiang Waner. What a useless person. Incapable of accomplishing anything. No wonder she could not compete with Su Mian, even failing at such a trivial task. The crowd held its breath, wondering what the young man intended to do as he rushed forward. Surely he didn't plan to ruin the opening dance? Amongst the crowd, Su Lei's father was taken aback by the sight, his heart racing with panic. What was wrong with his son? Yu Jinzhi was not to be trifled with. Bodyguards surged from the crowd to intercept him. However, Su Lei, in his frenzy, fought back against their attempts to restrain him. Lacking any real combat skills, he was no match for the robust, professionally trained bodyguards and was quickly subdued. He let out a pained cry, his vision blurring as he imagined a frozen lake ahead, yearning to leap into it to cool off. Why were they stopping him when the lake was so tantalizingly close? The discomfort was unbearable. The bodyguards could not fathom that he was hallucinating. They merely assumed he intended to cause chaos. Just as they were about to pull him away from the dance floor, Su Lei suddenly spewed a torrent of blood, which splattered across the polished floor like celestial flowers scattered by a divine being. He continued to vomit, the metallic tang of blood swiftly permeating the air, eliciting a chorus of terrified screams as a pool of crimson formed beneath him. The bodyguards, utterly bewildered, exchanged glances. They hadn't laid a finger on him. He had collapsed on his own accord. They stepped back, forming a semicircle, their gazes shifting to Yu Jinzhi, silently seeking her command. At that moment, the two dancers in the center of the floor ceased their movements and approached the scene. Su Lei's father rushed forward, calling out, "Lei Lei." Su Lei's consciousness was hazy. After the frenzy, his body was left weak and feverish, as if something within him was gnawing at his insides, causing excruciating pain. Blood began to seep from his nose and ears. Whispers erupted around them. How could such a fine gathering descend into chaos? It appeared to be no trivial matter. Su Lei's father shouted, "Is there a doctor here? Someone, please come and check on my son." In the crowd, Waner was in a daze. Wasn't it Su Mian who had consumed the red wine? Why was Su Lei the one in distress? Could it be that Su Mian had not drunk from that glass at all, and it was Su Lei who had? Wait, isn't that Su Lei? Jiang Gao exclaimed, stunned to recognize a familiar face. Even Lian Ruyi speculated, could it be that Su Lei is attempting to take his own life over Su Mian's engagement? Deep down, she relished the thought. After all, she had noticed that on the day of the family banquet, Su Lei had been clearly captivated by Su Mian, and with her subtle encouragement, he had sought her out at school. Initially, she had hoped for a budding romance, but reality had proven her expectations to be misguided. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Jiang Yan expressed her discontent, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? Is your brain addled? In such a setting, can you truly speak so recklessly?" Unsurprisingly, those who heard her exchanged bewildered looks. Was this young man entangled with Su Mian? Jiang Yan scolded. "What are you babbling about? Have you lost your mind?" Lian Ruyi, undeterred, retorted, "Why am I the one who has lost my mind? What is so absurd about it? What if Su Lei is infatuated with Su Mian to the point of despair?" She paused, looking at Waner. "Don't you think so?" Jiang Waner hesitated for a moment before responding. "Sister is indeed stunning and quite popular at school. It isn't entirely impossible." Jiang Yan was about to interject when old Master Yu intervened, his tone soothing. "You old hag, there's no need to be irate with the younger generation. After all, they have minds of their own and you cannot control their thoughts." Old Master Yu continued, "You must keep a closer eye on your wife. Mian is her daughter. Not a stranger to be dismissed." Jiang Pingsheng nodded repeatedly, but upon observing Lian Ruyi's expression, which was filled with disdain, he realized the gravity of the situation. This was hardly an appropriate setting for such discussions. Furthermore, the truth would soon be unveiled, as Jinzhi would surely uncover the facts. He implored the esteemed guests who had overheard Jiang Ruyi's remarks not to take them to heart or spread gossip. Jiang Ruoshui stepped forward, asserting, "Old Master Yu is correct. Our Mian is hardly acquainted with Su Lei. There's no way she would attempt to take her own life over him." Upon hearing Lian Ruyi's statement, he resolved that this mother was truly expendable. Meanwhile, a doctor approached Su Lei to assess his condition, only to find the situation perplexing. Despite thorough examination, no apparent ailment could be identified. How could he be vomiting blood inexplicably, with signs of bleeding from his nose and ears? Initially suspected of poisoning, it did not fit the profile. Unable to pinpoint the source of the illness, the doctor suggested, "We should take him to the hospital for full examination to determine the issue and prescribe appropriate treatment." Su Lei's father could only agree, feeling helpless, trembling as he prepared to call for an ambulance. At that moment, Su Mian stepped forward, declaring, "Calling an ambulance will be futile." She lifted her skirt, crouching down to check Su Lei's pulse and examine his eyes. Quickly, she concluded that it was not a parasite but rather a form of sorcery she had encountered during her time in Southeast Asia. Thus, she knew that aside from herself, no one else could save Su Lei. She instructed the bodyguards, take him to the lounge, place him in the bathtub, and prepare ice. Chapter 84. Under duress. The bodyguards, loyal to Yu Jinzhi, complied without hesitation. After all, as Yu Jinzhi's fiancé, her commands were to be followed. "I need paper and a pen." Fortunately, one of the bodyguards had a pen and paper on hand, retrieving them from his pocket and presenting them. "Here you go, madam." Su Mian's expression remained serene as she nodded, swiftly jotting down a list of medicinal ingredients before handing it to the bodyguard. "Have these ground into powder and brought back quickly." "Understood, madam." As Su Lei was about to be taken away, the doctor frowned at the idea of submerging a bleeding individual in ice. Is this truly advisable? Shouldn't he be rushed to the hospital instead? Su Lei's father was visibly anxious, Third Master, Miss Su, I apologize for my son's rudeness, but he is my only child. He cannot afford to be in any danger. Hearing this, Rong Shua turned to Su Mian. Exactly, can you even treat him? You aren't a doctor. Su Mian shot him a cool glance. Did I ever claim I couldn't treat him? Rong Shua was caught off guard by her response, momentarily speechless, realizing that the aura emanating from Su Mian was indeed intimidating. After all, he was the esteemed fifth master of the capital. This was rather humiliating. Contemplating this, Yu Jinzhi delivered a punch to his head. Rong Shua, clean up the blood on the floor. Oh, I'll get someone right away. I meant you, Rong Shua. Do it yourself. Rong Shua. Yu Jinzhi's gaze turned icy. Aren't you going? I'll go right now. Yu Jinzhi was clearly punishing him. And this was likely only the beginning. Su Mian succinctly stated, it will be too late if we wait for the hospital. Trust me, he will be fine. If you don't believe me and insist on taking him to the hospital, and something happens to him, it will ultimately involve me. Especially since that glass of red wine was intended for me. The doctor regarded Su Mian with a keen curiosity, eager to inquire whether she truly discerned the affliction plaguing Su Lei, a mystery that had eluded him despite his years of medical practice. Su Lei's father hesitated, uncertain whether to place his faith in someone so youthful. Yu Jinzhi's voice was calm yet assertive. Rest assured, Mr. Su. My fiancé will undoubtedly ensure that your family's sole heir does not perish here. With such confidence from Yu Jinzhi, Su Mian felt compelled to take a chance. Su Lei's father acquiesced, stating, Then I entrust my son to Miss Su. Su Mian nodded slightly, turning her gaze to Yu Jinzhi. I leave this to you. In his domain, it was imperative that he oversee any overt actions taken against Su Mian. She followed the bodyguards to the lounge, where she would keep a close watch on Su Lei. Soon, the elder Yu and Jiang Ruyi approached. Elder Yu inquired, Jinzhi, do you understand what transpired? Yu Jinzhi replied, the incident concerning Su Lei was indeed orchestrated. Orchestrated? The notion bewildered them. Who would dare to act against Su Lei in such a manner?
Jiang Waner,
standing beside Lian Ruyi, felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed her decision to eliminate Xia Yuhua had been wise. With the latter's demise, there would be no witness to expose her. The thought that Xia Yuhua might already be dead provided her with a sense of relief. Yu Jinzhi would surely not trace anything back to her. Mr. Su furrowed his brow. My son is merely an 18-year-old high school student, without enmity towards anyone. I have always conducted myself with integrity. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding? Yu Jinzhi elucidated. There are those with malicious intent targeting my fiancé, Su Mian, but inadvertently, your son Su Lei consumed that tainted glass of wine. What? The revelation that the intent was to harm Su Mian shocked Jiang Yan and Jiang Ruyi. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How audacious to act within the Yu family's territory. Jiang Waner, who had initially felt relieved, turned pale at the implication that they had known all along the wine was compromised. Jiang Ruyi, maintaining a stern countenance, asked, have the perpetrators been identified? Su Mian held a notion of who the culprit was. Yu Jinzhi replied methodically, as for the accomplice, I have dispatched Yan and to investigate. Answers will soon emerge. Chapter 85. Unease and Resolution. Not only did Su Mian suspect the identity of the perpetrator, but Yu Jinzhi also had a strong intuition about it. Although he refrained from naming names until all evidence was gathered for Su Mian to address personally. How could Su Mian be so certain of the perpetrator? Was it possible she knew it was herself? Preposterous. There was no way she could possess such insight. Even if Yu Jinzhi were to pursue Xia Yuhua, the latter had already met her end. She had received confirmation from the assassin that the deed was done and was instructed to transfer the final payment. Assassins adhere to their own code of ethics and would not casually divulge their employer's identity. They were bound by confidentiality agreements. Jiang Waner, who had initially been composed, now felt increasingly uneasy. Ultimately, she was too naive, unaware of the world's treacherous nature. When one's life hangs in the balance, all codes of conduct become irrelevant. Survival takes precedence. Waner, are you unwell? Have you grown weary? Lian Ruyi asked with concern. You have a piano performance coming up. Perhaps you should rest backstage first? Jiang Waner, tense, replied, no need. Do not force yourself. Your mother is eagerly anticipating your performance. Many distinguished guests are present tonight, and you must shine. Lian Ruyi hoped that Jiang Waner would have the opportunity to showcase her talents and demonstrate that she, Lian Ruyi's daughter, was indeed exceptional.
Jiang Waner,
feeling vexed by Lian Ruyi, coldly responded, I said I don't need to, mother. Why must you be so bothersome? It was the first time Waner had snapped at Lian Ruyi. Previously, she had always been cautious to please her. As Waner's reputation grew in the capital, Lian Ruyi had become increasingly kind and nurturing. Lian Ruyi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the outburst. After regaining her composure, her expression darkened. After being criticized for her lack of judgment, she was further affronted by Waner's demeanor. Realizing her misstep, Waner looked down. Mother, I apologize. I am merely feeling a bit low. It was not my intention. Lian Ruyi managed a small smile, suppressing her irritation, for Waner was, after all, her pride and joy. Very well, I understand you're upset, and I harbor no anger toward you. Yes, you are the best, mother. In the meantime, Shoa clumsily wielded a mop, attempting to clean the bloodstains from the floor. As a young master unaccustomed to labor, he struggled under the amused gazes of onlookers. Jiang Hung stood nearby, chuckling. Shoa, you've brought this upon yourself. Can't you see how much our third brother values Su Mian? To him, she is far more than just a fiancé. Why do you persist in mocking me? Shoa retorted. Because you are foolish. You, on the other hand, are the foolish one. In the lounge, Su Lei was submerged in a bathtub filled with ice, his shirt removed. It was evident that the icy water had alleviated some of his distress, as he no longer coughed up blood. However, the ice impeded his circulation, rendering his breathing increasingly faint. Had one not approached to check for his pulse, they might have presumed he was already lifeless. Mr. Su was deeply concerned for his son. Having rushed from the banquet hall to the lounge, questioning, is my son truly going to be all right? He will be fine. He shall not perish. Su Mian responded without hesitation. Mr. Su could not fathom the source of her unwavering confidence, yet it began to sway him towards belief. After all, no one would dare jest with a person's life. In the banquet hall, the Yu family had successfully quelled the commotion surrounding Su Lei. Yet curiosity lingered regarding the identity of the individual who sought to harm Su Mian. Meanwhile, Zhang Pingsheng, slightly puzzled, inquired of Jiang Ruoshui, does Mian possess medical knowledge? She knows a bit, Jiang Ruoshui replied. Oh, came Jiang Pingsheng's response. Su Mian had not attended university. Her medical skills likely stemmed from informal apprenticeships rather than formal training, suggesting she had merely scratched the surface of the discipline. Perhaps she had intended to showcase her abilities, attempting to improve her less-than-stellar reputation. It was no wonder Waner could not compete with her. At that moment, the necessary medicinal ingredients had swiftly been procured by the bodyguards and presented to Su Mian. She took a cup from the table, combining the powder herbs into a dark concoction with boiling water. Handing the potion to a bodyguard, she instructed, administer this to him. Ensure he drinks it. Yes, ma'am. The bodyguard complied, prying Su Lei's mouth open to facilitate the ingestion of the bitter liquid. Su Lei struggled against the taste. Yet his weakened limbs offered no resistance. In a short time, he consumed the entire potion. Remove him from the bath. There is no need for him to remain submerged. Once extracted, the bodyguard draped a bathrobe around Su Lei, who, having begun to regain consciousness, soon felt the urge to vomit, overwhelmed by nausea. Provide him with a trash can. Just as the bodyguard positioned the trash can before him, Su Lei heaved, expelling dark, foul-smelling blood, from which several translucent parasitic worms could be discerned. This particular parasitic worm, known as the erosion, was a maternal specimen, carrying larvae. Upon entering the human body and locating a host, it would begin to reproduce. Su Lei had ingested one, yet he expelled multiple in the process. Most importantly, the peril of this cursed insect lies in the substance it secretes while eroding the human body, which, coursing through the bloodstream, can induce hallucinations in the brain. Had it not been for Su Mian's clever use of ice to slow Su Lei's blood flow, he might have succumbed to a fatal collapse long ago. After death, these parasites do not detach from their host. Instead, they linger until the host's demise, gradually consuming the internal organs and flesh. Su Mian had encountered such creatures in Southeast Asia before, yet this particular variant was thought to be nearly extinct. It was astonishing that someone had managed to procure them. From where could Waner have acquired such cursed insects?
Lei.
He must expel them. All the parasites within his body must be purged. Cursed insects? How utterly repulsive. Mr. Su glanced into the trash can, and indeed, the bile and blood he had expelled contained small white worms writhing within, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps all over his body. After expelling most of it, Su Lei finally felt a semblance of relief, but soon fell into a deep slumber. He was in a state of blood deficiency and required several days of rest to truly recover his health.
Su Mian remarked literally.
This incident can already be classified as an attempted murder case. She checked the time and declared, the accomplices must be nearing their conclusions. Give me your phone. I need to report this. As Su Mian had anticipated, Yen was indeed close to a breakthrough. But he had not expected that Yu Jinzhi would personally call to inquire about the progress. Typically, Yen operated with remarkable efficiency and never required follow-up. He reported only upon significant developments. This indicated that Su Mian held a truly unique position in the eyes of the third master. It remained uncertain if the third master himself had recognized this. Yen promptly answered the call, reporting, Third Master, we have apprehended the individual along with a hired assassin. Bring them back. After Yu Jinzhi ended the call and turned around, he saw Su Mian approaching him. Her dark eyes, obscured by her glasses, were focused and profound, as if they contained a galaxy of stars. There was also a peculiar, indescribable aura surrounding her. What about Su Lei? Su Mian replied with calm assurance, with my intervention. There is no cause for concern. Next, it is Jiang Waner's turn. I must clarify, the first alias exposed was not Dr. Su's, but another. There will be one final update tonight, kisses. Chapter 86, A Humiliation. Upon seeing Su Mian, Jiang Waner felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Her legs trembling as if she were suffering from the aftermath of a slap to the face, especially considering her involvement in such a deadly scheme. She was also curious about whether the parasites within Su Lei had been resolved. Was it truly as others claimed that she possessed medical knowledge? However, hadn't there been another doctor present at the scene who could not diagnose the issue? Soon, her doubts were answered. Su Lei's father had specifically informed the Yu family that Su Lei's health issues had been resolved, but he still required recuperation and was preparing to take him home. Old Master Yu smiled and said, I have a fine century-old Ganoderma. Take it back to help your son regain his health. Consider it a gesture of goodwill for his unfortunate consumption of red wine. No, it was indeed our Lei's own folly. Once he awakens, I shall have to scold him, Mr. Su replied. Old Master Yu was quite generous, insisting, it is of no consequence. Take it home, his recovery is paramount. Thus, Mr. Su could no longer decline and graciously accepted the century-old Ganoderma. As for the nature of Su Lei's ailment, the inquisitive doctor could not restrain himself from asking further. Mr. Su candidly revealed, it is a cursed insect. The doctor was taken aback, astonished that such a sinister entity could be the cause. And he pondered how Su Mian had discerned it. Filled with curiosity, he wished to seek clarity from her, but the opportunity seemed elusive. If only he could consult her. He could be better prepared to save others in the future should they face similar afflictions. Before long, many distinguished guests became aware that Su Lei's predicament was due to cursed insects, and recalling the scene of him spitting blood, they could only imagine the danger these creatures posed. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Who would be so malevolent as to employ such repugnant creatures against others? Indeed, this is exceedingly malicious. Such a wicked perpetrator must be among us. It is truly unsettling. As Jiang Waner listened to the mounting discussions, she began to perspire. The fact that Su Mian had resolved the issue of Su Lei's cursed insects suggested that, despite her own consumption of the tainted wine, she possessed a means of self-rescue, contrary to her initial fears of imminent demise. The host in charge of the engagement banquet noticed that the guests had diverted their attention to discussions of the cursed insects and began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the unpleasant events of this evening. I understand that your emotions may be somewhat unsettled. Therefore, shall we invite Miss Jiang Waner to the stage to perform a piece for everyone to help lighten the mood? Miss Jiang is quite thoughtful. To celebrate her sister's engagement to the third master, she has prepared a special piece. With that, they invited Miss Jiang to the stage. Under the gaze of the audience, Jiang Waner made her way awkwardly to the stage, sitting at the piano, her hands trembling above the keys. Even Lian Ruyi proudly remarked to those around her, Our Waner plays the piano exceptionally well. She has won international awards. If she weren't so fond of literature, she might have pursued her studies at Berkeley College. Others, eager to flatter, responded, I shall look forward to enjoying her performance. After all, as a musician of notable repute, they were intrigued to witness the talent of Lian Ruyi's daughter, whom she had praised so highly. Su Mian observed from the stage, her lips curling slightly. If she was not mistaken, the piece Jiang Waner had prepared was intended for her to play while reveling in her demise. Now that death had eluded her, she wondered if Jiang Waner could still manage to play. Jiang Waner hesitated, the silence stretching uncomfortably. Would she play or not? Was she unable? Do not be nervous. Even if you make mistakes, we shall not mock you. Hearing the comments from the audience, Jiang Waner took a deep breath and began to play. However, the more she sought to avoid mistakes, the more they occurred. Merely at the outset, she misplayed several notes. The musicians who had anticipated her performance stifled their laughter. Was this truly the level of her acclaimed skill? Those unfamiliar with musical artistry, like Lian Ruyi, could not discern the errors, simply believing it sounded pleasant. She smiled. See? Our Waner is truly remarkable. The musician responded with a polite smile. Madam Jiang, your daughter's piano skills, while commendable, would not be sufficient for admission to Berklee College, let alone the piano department of our capital's music academy. To put it mildly, passing the grade 10 piano exam would be considered impressive, though among musicians, grade 10 was merely the standard of elementary students who studied piano. Upon hearing this, Lian Ruyi's smile nearly shattered. Her face reddened with embarrassment. What do you know? If you do not understand, do not speak foolishly. Very well, I shall speak foolishly. It was surprising how ungrateful she was to hear the truth. Someone, unable to bear the awkwardness, interjected, Madam Jiang, she is a well-known pianist in our country, Yuan Baiqing. Lian Ruyi. She had heard of Yuan Baiqing's esteemed name but had never seen her in person. She was astonished that the person boasting was indeed Yuan Baiqing. The blow to her pride felt like a tempest, overwhelming and nearly impossible to accept. Was Jiang Waner truly as lacking as they claimed? Mid-performance, a few uniformed police officers entered the banquet hall, causing Jiang Waner to falter and strike a dissonant chord, eliciting a cacophony that made the audience cover their ears. Jiang Waner turned pale, fear evident in her eyes. Police officers, more police. Guided by someone, they quickly approached Su Mian. Unbeknownst to all, Su Mian had uttered something to the authorities, drawing their attention toward her as they swiftly approached the stage. Chapter 87. Severing Ties. Upon noticing the arrival of the police, the crowd was instantly captivated, wondering if this signified the imminent capture of the perpetrator. Yet the officers seemed to be heading toward Jiang Waner. As anticipated, the police ascended the stage, seemingly prepared to escort her back to the precinct for questioning. However, before they could take any action, Jiang Waner lost control, crying out, Do not touch me. With tears in her eyes, she accused, Sister, what do you mean by this? Why have you summoned the police to apprehend me? Su Mian regarded her with a knowing smile. Attempted murder is still murder. If not you, then who should be apprehended? Jiang Waner feigned innocence, her tone laced with indignation. I did not do it. I know you have looked upon me with disdain since your return. You were homeless for 14 years. While I was fortunate enough to be adopted by mother and brought back to the Jang family, you believe I have usurped your place. Yet I have never truly contended with you for anything. Why do you seek to ruin me? Why frame me? Her tactics, reminiscent of a white lotus, were to feign vulnerability and solicit sympathy, subtly insinuating that Su Mian's actions stemmed from jealousy. Su Mian mused that such a ploy, worn thin from overuse, was still employed without a hint of shame. The overwhelming sentiment among the onlookers was the revelation that Jiang Waner was not of the Jiang bloodline but rather an adopted child, a rather fortunate circumstance indeed. A few were swayed by her words, yet none dared to speak on her behalf, for this was the Yu family. And standing beside Su Mian was Yu Jinzhi. An act of heroism here would be folly. Rong Shua, too, found it hard to believe that Jiang Waner could be the mastermind behind such nefarious deeds, as she seemed far too gentle and kind-hearted for such monstrous acts. He opened his mouth to speak but was restrained by Jiang Heng, who urged, Do not act impulsively. Let us observe how this unfolds. There must be some misunderstanding, he asserted. Jiang Heng then smacked the back of his head, warning him. Do you not understand? If you speak up for Jiang Waner, rest assured after tonight, third brother will sever all ties with you. Severing ties? The mere thought of such a fate caused Rong Shua's expression to shift as he recoiled, realizing the gravity of the situation. Despite his reluctance, he remained unconvinced that Jiang Waner was the wicked woman she was being painted as. Lian Ruyi, meanwhile, was aghast, her anger boiling over as she stormed towards Su Mian, pointing an accusatory finger at her and exclaiming, You Su Mian, I warn you, do not abuse your current standing and the protection of Yu Jinzhi to act recklessly. How could Waner possibly engage in illegal activities? You are already the young lady of the Jiang family. What more do you desire? Are you intent on bringing ruin upon us all? Jiang Pingxing's reaction was less intense. Though his brow furrowed as he quietly advised, Mian, Is there a chance this is all a misunderstanding? Today is your engagement banquet. It would be best not to create a scene. Before such a large audience, it was indeed embarrassing. Why could they not resolve this matter discreetly rather than airing it in public? It was utterly capricious and inconsiderate. Jiang Ruyi interjected. Mian is not one to stir trouble without cause. She would not wrong an innocent. Furthermore, if it were not for Mian's intervention with Su Lei's parasitic affliction,
He would be dead by now.
I hope both mother and father can view this matter with fairness and impartiality. Jiang Yan scoffed coldly. Just a mere adopted daughter. Do not assume that just because you carry the Jiang surname, you are one of us. I have never acknowledged your place in the family, and it is preposterous for you to feel any sense of superiority. At this juncture, Jiang Yan would no longer extend any courtesy to Jiang Waner. If Su Mian had called the police to apprehend her, it was clear that those wishing to harm Su Mian must include her. It was absurd, given that the Jiang family had provided for her, yet she had the audacity to plot against their only legitimate heiress. And you, Lian Ruyi, if you insist on shielding a murderer and doubt your own flesh and blood, take your precious Jiang Waner and leave the Jiang family. Go as far as you can. Chapter 88. Enormous regret. Upon hearing this, Lian Ruyi chuckled coldly. If it weren't for me, do you think the Jiang family would be as it is today? You wish to cast me out? By what right? Su Mian, could your adopted daughter ever measure up to Jiang Waner? Her sense of guilt dissipated instantly. Initially, she believed Lian Ruyi's disdain for Su Mian stemmed from Jiang Pingxing's infidelity, but it was evident now that this was not the case. If that were true, Lian Ruyi might not have shown such overt disregard for Su Mian, but with Jiang Waner, it was all contempt and disdain. Was it merely because of the 15% stake? Jiang Yan was no saint. She could easily engage in ungratefulness for Su Mian's sake. You do not cherish your own daughter. I will care for her. As tensions escalated between the two women, Jiang Pingxing feared they might utter something shocking. Enough. Both of you. Every family has its own struggles. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained, pondering whether the true culprit was indeed Jiang Waner. Su Mian grasped Jiang Yan's hand. Soothing the elderly matriarch, grandmother, do not be upset. It is not good for your health. Jiang Yan's expression softened. Mian, do not worry. Both your brother and I support you. Jiang Ruyi patted her head, affirming, brother believes in you. Old master Yu quickly added, Mian, grandpa believes in you as well. We support you. Su Mian smiled radiantly, her eyes sparkling with warmth. She turned her gaze to Lian Ruyi, stating, the police apprehend individuals based on evidence, without proof. How could I recklessly summon them to arrest Jiang Waner as the mastermind? Gradually, her expression grew cold and resolute. Mrs. Lian, you must closely observe the true nature of the daughter you have raised. The use of Mrs. Lian rather than mother was deliberate. Lian Ruyi's expression fluctuated, a sense of unease creeping in. Su Mian added with serene finality, furthermore, I have never relied on Yu Jinzhi. I rely on myself. I am strong enough to weather any storm and face any villain, living peacefully until now. Yu Jinzhi admired her composure in the face of adversity. One could never predict what surprises she might unveil next. However, reflecting on her age, he realized that at 19, a girl should embody innocence and romance. Yet she possessed a maturity beyond her years. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt a pang of pity for her. Would she not feel sorrow over such treatment from her own mother? Perhaps she did, but simply chose not to show it. At that moment, Yan made his way to the stage, escorting a man and a woman. Upon seeing the two, Jiang Waner was utterly petrified. Xie Yuhua was alive. Even the assassin had been apprehended by Yu Jinzhi's associates. Jiang Waner, filled with profound regret, lamented her actions. Wishing desperately she had not been so foolish as to heed Gao Bin's words to harm Su Mian. Instead of ruining Su Mian, she had ensnared herself in a web of despair, and there were no remedies for regret in this world. Initially lifeless, Xie Yuhua exploded with fury upon seeing Jiang Waner. She lunged forward, seizing her by the collar and hair, shouting, You promised me that if I followed your plan and made Su Mian drink the cursed potion, you would send me abroad for studies. Why have you now sought to eliminate me? I thank you for financing my father's medical treatment. I appreciate you. And I considered you my closest friend. In return for your kindness, I even took the fall for you, getting expelled from school and committing heinous acts on your behalf. But that does not give you the right to harm me. Chapter 89. I do not have a daughter like you. With Xie Yuhua's words, the onlookers quickly grasped the truth. Su Mian had not framed Jiang Waner. Rather, Jiang Waner was indeed the one orchestrating the plot against Su Mian. Moreover, she sought to eliminate the very girl who had aided her in her misdeeds. Faced with her gentle demeanor, no one expected her to be so ruthless. The thought of carrying the stain of a lifetime in prison shattered Jiang Waner, who vehemently retorted, shoving Xie Yuhua. I did not. I never made such a deal with you. Su Mian, you have gone to great lengths to frame me. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out. What must I do for you to let me go? If I have offended you in any way, can I not simply apologize? Xie Yuhua nearly drowned in the water. And at that moment, Jiang Waner, lacking the strength to push her away, was shoved to the ground, subsequently breaking down into heart-wrenching sobs.
Jiang var nær I dispute.
You should have just let me die back then. It would have been a final resolution, and my life wouldn't be shrouded in such darkness now. Jiang Waner bit her lip, feigning ignorance to the words being hurled at her. In the next instant, the recording of their conversation was played by Su Mian in front of everyone. Xie Yuhua was indeed a meticulous individual. Fearing Jiang Waner might regret her actions and abandon her after they had conspired, she had taken care to record their discussions during each encounter. Jiang Waner had truly believed her schemes were flawless, assuming Xie Yuhua to be a simpleton who would remain devoted with just a little flattery. Little did she realize that every one of her actions was riddled with flaws, making it exceedingly easy for Su Mian to catch her in her deceit. In an instant, Jiang Waner found her facade crumbling. Su Mian, with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, Did you ever consider that Xie Yuhua would record your conversations and keep them on her phone? Such secrets, encrypted by her, are child's play for me to decode. I also possess other incriminating evidence against you. Shall I unveil it all? With a disarming smile, she continued, Miss Jiang, what are your thoughts?
And no thoughts, Jiang Waner stammered, truly frightened.
Su Mian's eyes sparkled with amusement. And what of that time during the live chess match when you resorted to high-tech devices to cheat against me? Did you truly think I was unaware? Fear surged within Jiang Waner like a tidal wave. Soon after, a screenshot of an online transaction fell onto the screen behind the stage. Indeed, the daughter of Madame Lian had purchased such an expensive item without a second thought. How wealthy she must be. The public had labeled her a mere decorative figure. Yet it seemed that this so-called talented socialite was not as exceptional as she had led others to believe. Su Mian lazily continued. As for the rest, I shall spare you the humiliation of laying it all bare, trusting that those present here have come to understand who truly cannot tolerate whom within the Jang family, and who the real deceiver is. Su Mian had no desire for others' possessions. What was hers belonged to her alone, and no one could take it away. At that moment, Jiang Waner finally grasped that Su Mian was far from a pushover. Her resolve was unyielding, and her capabilities were such that not even a fraction could be shattered.
Jiang Waner felt disoriented.
Suddenly, a pair of cold handcuffs clamped onto her wrists as the police dragged her off the stage, with Xie Yuhua following closely behind. Desperate, Jiang Waner reached out to grasp Lian Ruyi's hand as she passed by, crying out in anguish, Mother, please help me. It wasn't intentional. I don't want to go to prison. However, faced with the overwhelming evidence, Lian Ruyi was devastated. She had never imagined that her daughter would engage in such nefarious deeds. And now, her pride in her daughter was shattered. Her once beloved child not only played the piano poorly, but had also resorted to cheating in chess, an utter disgrace. With a cold expression, Lian Ruyi shook off her hand. I do not have a daughter like you. You have utterly disappointed me. Chapter 90. Do you pity me? Jiang Waner was shattered. She had not anticipated that Lian Ruyi would so swiftly sever their mother-daughter bond, discarding her as soon as she lost her utility. Jiang Waner found herself mired in despair, unable to rise. She turned her hopes toward Jiang Pingsheng. Father, please plead for me with sister. I truly understand my mistakes. I was wrong. Jiang Pingsheng had indeed treated his adopted daughter well, but that was predicated on her being a model child. Now that the facade of the obedient daughter had been stripped away, he replied after a moment as contemplation, If you recognize your errors, you must accept the consequences. I shall procure the best lawyer to assist you in minimizing your suffering. With tear-filled eyes, Jiang Waner ceased her struggles as the police continued to escort her away. She lifted her gaze to Su Mian, who, in her pristine white dress, seemed unattainable, a true phoenix. Even if she had lost her way, that fact remained unchanged. Wang Xiaolian stood beside Su Mian, her expression cold as she regarded Jiang Waner without the warmth and kindness she had once shown upon discovering their sisterhood. Despair engulfed Jiang Waner. She understood that she would forever dwell in darkness, unable to rise again. The tale of a false heiress attempting to harm the true one came to a close, with the most affected being Lian Ruyi and Rong Shoa. Lian Ruyi quickly exited, claiming she needed to visit the restroom. The onlookers were taken aback by her reaction. One moment she was extolling Jiang Waner's virtues, and the next, she declared, "I have no daughter like you." Was Jiang Waner merely a tool for Lian Ruyi to showcase? Once her utility waned, she was cast aside. Was this the same Lian Ruyi of yesteryears? When had she become so merciless and calculating? Time, indeed, is a relentless force. As for Rong Shoa, he stood in shock. With evidence and witnesses at hand, he could no longer deny Jiang Waner's true nature. She was indeed a malicious person, far from the benevolent figure he had imagined. Jiang Heng. "Slap me," he demanded. Jiang Heng showed no hesitation, delivering a sharp blow to his face. The sound echoed painfully. Rong Shoa recoiled, the pain stinging. It became evident that Su Mian had been the one unjustly targeted, misjudged as a villain when all she had done was resist. The memories of how he had spoken ill of her in front of Yu Jinzhi, comparing her to Jiang Waner, filled him with despair, leaving him wishing for an end to it all. Jiang Heng, cold and unfeeling, replied, "Then go ahead and die." Rong Shoa, teary-eyed, whimpered, "Is it too much to ask for a little comfort?" At that moment, Su Mian felt a sense of relief as the pent-up frustration of recent times finally dissipated. Yu Jinzhi offered her a glass of fruit wine. "Care for a drink?" Su Mian accepted it. The wine was sweet, a flavor she relished. Yu Jinzhi, after taking a sip himself, regarded her with a somber gaze. "Do you trust me so readily?" Indeed, she did trust him. Having never considered that Yu Jinzhi would harm her, there was no vested interest between them, and he had made a point to be amicable.
Su Mian just.
"You are a gentleman." "Gentleman?" Yu Jinzhi took another sip, surprised. No one had ever referred to him as such, making Su Mian the first. He smiled faintly. "Do not take your parents' recent attitude to heart. Not everyone values familial ties as your grandmother and brother do." Indeed, this fiancé of hers was quite amiable and comforting. Yet they were supposed to be a mere facade of a couple. Su Mian had felt that sense of disparity from the onset, now finding peace within herself. She couldn't believe the gentle and refined Lian Ruyi of her dreams was the same woman before her, and as for Jiang Pingsheng, his heart resided with another family, leaving her feeling neglected. She felt content with her brother and grandmother, who treated her well, along with her uncle and younger cousins. Perhaps due to the wine. Su Mian's eyes narrowed playfully as she teased. "What? Do you pity me?" Chapter 91. You carry me. A man's compassion for a woman. Could it be anything other than love? Yu Jinzhi's expression grew inscrutable. Pity? Those words had never found a place in his vocabulary, neither in the past nor, he presumed, in the future. Yet he could not deny that he had recently felt a twinge of tenderness towards Su Mian, distinguishing between pity and genuine concern. Yu Jinzhi parted his lips. "You are my fiancé. It is only natural for me to express concern for you." Su Mian finished the fruit wine in her glass, licked her lips, and replied nonchalantly, "I was merely joking." She had no expectation that Yu Jinzhi would feel any sympathy for her. Their current relationship was perfectly balanced, neither advancing nor retreating. Observing her, Yu Jinzhi noted the clarity in her eyes. Her words indeed lacked any romantic undertones, and her jest was as simple as that. He followed suit, draining his glass of fruit wine, dismissing the peculiar sensation that arose within him. "I didn't have the chance to introduce my family to you earlier."
"Come with me," he said. Su Mian nodded.
The Yu family was vast, with old Master Yu having 3 sons and 2 daughters. Among the grandchildren, Yu Jinzhi was the third, with 2 elder brothers, an elder sister, and a younger sister. As the chosen heir of old Master Yu, he was responsible for the family business, which had flourished under his stewardship. Despite the numerous family members, the camaraderie among the brothers was commendable, devoid of any rivalry over inheritance. Instead, they excelled in their respective fields. For instance, the eldest brother, Yu Wei, was a celebrated actor, a veritable titan in the entertainment industry with countless fans. The second brother, Yu Ziyu, was a globe-trotting adventurer, rarely spending time at home. As for the youngest brother and sister, one had joined the military, while the other was studying abroad and had not returned. Yu Jinzhi's parents were also absent. His father was a scientist, often away from home, and his mother reportedly passed away when he was very young, leaving him to be raised by old Master Yu. His uncles and aunts were particularly kind to Su Mian, having specially prepared engagement gifts for her. When Ruyi emerged from the restroom, She observed Su Mian in cheerful conversation with the Yu family, her gaze darkening. Having mentally prepared herself in the restroom. Although she did not harbor a liking for Su Mian, she could not deny the latter's evident excellence over the past few weeks. With Jiang Waner no longer present, she found it acceptable to accept Su Mian. At that moment, Jiang Pingxing received a phone call, his tone tinged with urgency. What? Shun is hospitalized? What happened? I'm coming right over. Wait for me. After hanging up, he spotted Jiang Ruyi socializing nearby and approached her directly, stating, I have an urgent matter and must leave early. I'll leave this to you. Jiang Ruyi responded calmly, understood. As he departed, onlookers were curious about what could be more pressing than his daughter's engagement banquet. The ceremony proceeded, culminating in the exchange of engagement rings. Standing on stage under the gaze of the crowd, they exchanged rings. The rings were understated and elegant. Su Mian received the man's ring from the host and slid it onto Yu Jinzhi's middle finger, while he, in turn, placed the woman's ring onto her finger. Applause erupted from the audience. As the evening wore on, Su Mian held her glass, engaging in social pleasantries with Yu Jinzhi, resulting in her consuming a considerable amount of wine. Fortunately, she was an aficionado of wine and had not enjoyed such liberating indulgence in quite some time. So her glass was filled and emptied repeatedly. Eventually, as the banquet neared its conclusion, she let out a small burp. Yu Jinzhi looked down at her. Her eyes seemed to shimmer with moisture, akin to a clear spring shrouded in mist. Her cheeks flushed. She licked her lips like an enchanting sprite. Had she not been his fiancé, her inebriated state would have undoubtedly captivated many a man, compelling them to whisk her away. Yet, her tolerance for alcohol was impressive. Despite her intake, she was only just beginning to feel its effects. At that moment, Wang Xiaolian inquired, Mian, shall I assist you back to the lounge for some rest? If not for paving the way for her, Su Mian wouldn't have needed to drink so much. She had deftly deflected those who came to toast her. Little did they know, it was Su Mian who desired the wine. Though her tolerance was commendable, she rarely succumbed to drunkenness. At present, her head felt slightly dizzy, and after a night in high heels, her feet ached. She longed to kick off her shoes and let her feet relax. Upon hearing Wang Xiaolian's words, she frowned, scrutinized her, and then seriously pushed her away, asserting, I don't need your help. She pointed at Yu Jinzhi and lifted her chin slightly, commanding, You, carry me. In her inebriated state, Su Mian was a far cry from her usual composed self, now resembling a spoiled little princess demanding attention. Wang Xiaolian decided to let it be, confident that Yu Jinzhi would not ignore Su Mian, thus providing the engaged couple an opportunity for intimate interaction. She entrusted Su Mian to Yu Jinzhi, saying, Mr. Yu, I leave Mian in your care, and then stood aside to observe. Who could resist such a display? Wang Xiaolian felt a rush of excitement. At that moment, the unsteady Su Mian pushed into Yu Jinzhi's arms, wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning against him gently, nuzzling into his chest, before tilting her head up. Her eyes barely open, urging, Hurry, carry me. Yu Jinzhi swallowed hard, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected demeanor, and pressed his lips together. The dress is too long. I can't carry you. Su Mian furrowed her brow. Then carry me in your arms. I don't want to walk. My feet hurt. Just then, Jiang Ruyi approached from another direction, and upon seeing Su Mian clinging to Yu Jinzhi, her head began to throb. The young girl was acting like a spoiled child, demanding Yu Jinzhi to carry her. This was unacceptable. Su Mian must not grow too close to Yu Jinzhi. She had to admit that he was indeed exceptional. And too much contact might lead Su Mian to develop feelings. Mian, let your brother carry you, Jiang Ruyi said softly. Su Mian lazily lifted her eyelids, glanced at her, and replied earnestly, I don't want my brother. I want Yu Jinzhi. Jiang Ruyi felt as if her heart had cracked. Her sister had rejected her, surely unwilling to let her brother do the heavy lifting, and opting instead for Yu Jinzhi. Mian, listen to your brother. Come here, I'll carry you, Jiang Ruyi coaxed. Su Mian turned her head away, insisting, No, I want him. Embracing Yu Jinzhi, who felt like a human-shaped pillow, she inhaled his pleasant scent, which alleviated her discomfort. Hearing her words, Yu Jinzhi felt an inexplicable joy. Even in her drunken state, she chose him.
He slowly replied, I'll do it.
Without further ado, he effortlessly lifted Su Mian into his arms. She was light as a feather, a small bundle nestled against him. Take good care of Su Mian. Do not mistreat her, Jiang Ruyi instructed. Was she treating him like a wolf again? Jiang Ruyi's concern was somewhat perplexing. Yu Jinzhi cast her a glance, assuringly responding, I won tea. The person in his arms stirred slightly. Yu Jinzhi looked down, unable to suppress a smile as gentle warmth radiated from his eyes beneath his glasses.
Su Mian,
Slightly dazed but not excessively so, rested her head on his shoulder. Her warm breath caressed his neck, sending tingles down his spine. Although Yu Jinzhi was not particularly sensitive, at that moment, his neck felt incredibly ticklish. With everyone watching, Yu Jinzhi hurriedly carried her towards the lounge to set her down. Standing together, they appeared as a perfect match, a sight so pleasing that it compelled onlookers to steal glances. Old Master Yu watched this scene unfold, his face blooming with delight. Indeed, this was how one should cherish Su Mian, indulging her. This was the hallmark of a good man from the Yu family. Behind him, Rome Shoa, nursing a swollen face with ice, pulled Jiang, who was flirting with a beauty, exclaiming, Did you just see that? The way Su Mian spoke to third brother was simply remarkable. Jiang certainly heard and witnessed the exchange. Who are you to meddle? Third brother is quite willing. Rome Shoa reacted with enthusiasm. No, this is remarkable. To command third brother in such a manner, and yet he remains unperturbed, even embracing her. It appeared that he suddenly held a deep admiration for Su Mian. Jiang mused, why does he have such a naive and sweet childhood friend? Third brother had always held Su Mian in high regard. It was only Yu who consistently spoke ill of her. Rome Shoa, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed his nose. I will apologize to Su Mian. Jiang raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that an apology was indeed necessary, but it did not preclude third brother from teasing him. Yu Jinzhi, composed and unhurried, swiftly escorted Su Mian to the lounge. Su Mian reclined on the sofa, lifting her foot. Help me take these off. She was utterly unreserved, completely subjugating the man. Chapter 93. Let us drink yogurt together. Would Yu Jinzhi really argue with a drunken fool lost in bliss? Certainly not. Especially since this was Su Mian, who had promised to treat her well and would naturally indulge her under any circumstance. With her back resting against a pillow, half reclined on the sofa, she exuded a languid elegance akin to a pampered feline, her glassy eyes shimmering with a water-like hue. She fixed her gaze on Yu Jinzhi and wiggled her feet. Hurry up. Yu Jinzhi, displaying ample gentleness and patience, removed her shoes. The young lady's feet were slender and fair, exceptionally lovely, every part of her seemingly touched by grace. Having consumed alcohol, the lounge was warm and stifling. Once her shoes were off, Su Mian comfortably settled onto the sofa, seeking a more relaxed position. However, feeling overly warm, she lifted her skirt, revealing a pair of long, straight, white legs, rubbing them against the cool surface. Witnessing the scene, Yu Jinzhi felt a surge of warmth in his chest. Swiftly pulling down her skirt to cover her properly, Su Mian, displeased, exclaimed, What are you doing? You'll catch a chill. I'm too warm, she retorted. Yu Jinzhi replied, I'll turn off the heat, but you mustn't lift your skirt again. Su Mian responded with a nonchalant okay, go ahead. Yu Jinzhi stood to turn off the heating, but soon the warmth in the room lingered, making Su Mian genuinely uncomfortable, prompting her to lift her skirt once more. As Yu Jinzhi turned around, he was met with a tantalizing sight. If anyone else were present in the lounge, it would surely have been an embarrassing spectacle. Yet Su Mian did not regard him as an outsider. Her stunning legs were simply too captivating. Su Mian, put down your skirt, he urged, his voice slightly hoarse. Yet he remained oblivious to it. Su Mian covered her ears, declaring, I can't hear you. Yu Jinzhi approached and grasped the hem of her skirt.
Su Mian desisted.
And they engaged in a playful tug-of-war. Ultimately, her lack of strength yielded to Yu Jinzhi's, and her skirt was obediently lowered. Su Mian kicked out her foot. But Yu Jinzhi, steady as a mountain, caught it. His cool palm encircled her ankle, expressionless as he released it. Su Mian felt the chill of his hand. Your hands are cool, quite pleasant, she mused, settling back. Yu Jinzhi remarked, it's neither convenient to let go nor to hold on. Yet before long, Su Mian, parched, licked her lips. Yu Jinzhi, I'm thirsty. I want yogurt chilled. There was none available in the lounge, necessitating a call to the hotel. Yu Jinzhi made the call, requesting it be delivered. In about 5 minutes, the yogurt arrived. This time, Yu Jinzhi did not hand it directly to Su Mian but inserted a straw first.
Su Mian,
Content, began to sip. Noticing her pause, Yu Jinzhi fetched a blanket and draped it over her, saying, Rest well. I'll take you back to Nanyuan later. However, before he could rise, Su Mian grasped his hand, her expression firm. Sit down. Yu Jinzhi lowered his gaze, a hint of amusement in his eyes. At that moment, she truly resembled a child. It seemed unlikely he could excuse himself to greet a few distant guests. With a cultured air, he declared, "I want tea leave. Continue enjoying your drink." Su Mian, still clutching his hand, bit the straw and languidly sipped her yogurt. As she drank, she felt Yu Jinzhi's gaze upon her. Mistakenly believing he wished for a taste. Generously, she offered, "Here, have a sip. Just 2 mouthfuls, then give it back." "I have no desire to drink," he replied. Su Mian looked at him. "Then why are you watching me?" Yu Jinzhi could not admit that watching her consume food, whatever it was, stirred an appetite within him. The man felt a slight headache. Su Mian thrust the yogurt into his hand, boldly asserting, "I know you want some. Just 2 sips, and then return it. Don't deny it. I know that's what you think." Holding the yogurt, Yu Jinzhi noticed the straw glistening with a hint of liquid, realizing it was Su Mian's saliva. The usually fastidious man found himself in a predicament, having just removed her shoes, and now he was to drink from a cup she had sipped? It was not aversion he felt, but rather an inability to proceed. Yet, Su Mian's intense gaze was upon him. "Yu Mian, I can insist," she said. Impatient, she urged, "Drink quickly, don't dawdle. Are you not a man?" Upon hearing this, Yu Jinzhi's expression darkened slightly. The assertion of his masculinity could hardly be proven with a bottle of yogurt, and the reasons for his hesitation were difficult to articulate. He felt a true headache. It would be best not to allow Su Mian to become intoxicated again. The little imp was too challenging to handle. He had never attended to another woman before and found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Yu Jinzhi fell silent, ultimately giving in to her demands, taking the straw and sipping twice. The yogurt was both tangy and sweet. The young lady's preferred drinks were not to his taste, which he found overly saccharine. He favored tea.
He swallowed
his Adam's apple bobbing, then returned the drink, his voice slow. "That's sufficient." Su Mian accepted it with satisfaction, her eyes curving into a smile as she reclined back on the sofa, letting out a satisfied burp. "Sharing the same yogurt with me is a privilege, you know. Others don't get this opportunity." Hearing this, Yu Jinzhi momentarily faltered in his breath, regarding Su Mian with a wry smile, nonchalantly replying, "Indeed, my privilege." When he smiled, it was faint, yet held an ethereal quality. His eyes, obscured by slightly reflective lenses, were hard to discern. It seemed she had never seen him without glasses. This realization left the little imp feeling somewhat displeased. Su Mian patted the sofa, issuing her next command, "Come sit closer." Chapter 94. Excitement comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. Although the glasses did not detract from Yu Jinzhi's handsomeness, his appearance, without them, likely possessed even greater allure and intensity. Yu Jinzhi, without much thought, complied and moved closer. The warmth that had previously eluded him now enveloped him, thanks to Su Mian's raucous antics. He loosened his tie and undid a button, revealing a hint of his collarbone, brimming with allure.
Su Mian, smiling languidly,
sat up and reached out her hand. Before she could touch the glasses, Yu Jinzhi swiftly grasped her wrist, momentarily pausing. "Su Mian?" Feigning ignorance, she simply uttered, "Glasses." Was she truly asking for his glasses? The little imp was whimsically curious about everything. Although Yu Jinzhi did not suffer from nearsightedness, he had grown accustomed to wearing glasses to project an air of sophistication, concealing a different facet of himself. He believed there was no need for Su Mian to witness that other side. However, before he could refuse, Su Mian's interest waned. "Never mind. I don't want to see anymore." Yu Jinzhi, taken aback, thought, "Is she so quickly disinterested?" Sitting upright, the dizziness she felt was far more intense than when reclining, prompting her to release his hand. Yu Jinzhi hesitated for a moment before letting go. Su Mian fell back onto the sofa, setting aside the yogurt, closing her eyes. And under the influence of alcohol, she swiftly quieted, her breathing gradually slowing as she drifted into slumber. On that day, Jiang Pingxing hurried to Yuanjiang Hospital, anxiously following the directions given by the woman on the phone to the designated ward. Upon his arrival, he found a finely dressed middle-aged woman sitting beside the hospital bed. Murmuring softly, the young man in the bed, fair-skinned and receiving in 4 drip, appeared relatively well, engrossed in a book. Though the middle-aged woman was not conventionally beautiful, her figure was striking, curvaceous and well-maintained, a feat not easily achieved at her age. As Jiang Pingxing entered, he called out, "A Shun, Tong Shui." Jiang Shun, who had been reading, looked up. "Dad, what brings you here?" Jiang Pingxing approached, his tone gentle. "Your mother informed me of your hospitalization. What happened? Is it serious? Jiang Shen lowered his head, stammering, I'm fine. Tong Shui then interjected reproachfully, yes, you're fine, but you've had several stitches in the back of your head. Didn't I tell you not to associate with those classmates? Why didn't he listen? This son of his had always been obedient. Despite having to delay a year in school due to health issues, he was exceptionally bright, a top student. Teachers had mentioned that he was very likely to achieve the highest score in science on the upcoming college entrance examination. Thus, it was inconceivable that he would engage in a fight without reason. Jiang Shen explained, I can accept them calling me a bastard, but insulting my mother is unacceptable. She raised me alone and has endured so much. How dare they insult you? You foolish child. Tong Shui's voice softened. After all these years, your mother has persevered. How could you create conflict at such a critical moment? Ultimately, it boiled down to their identities. Tong Shui was Jiang Pingxing's mistress, and Jiang Shen remained, at heart, a bastard, having never even had the right to acknowledge his lineage. Hearing their exchange, Jiang Pingxing felt a twinge of guilt and said, I'm sorry for the hardships you both have endured. Tong Shui, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance, queried, I do not wish to be your legitimate partner. But now that Ashan is 19, when will you allow him to return to the Jiang family? Bringing Jiang Shen back to the Jiang family would necessitate the approval of Jiang Yan and Lian Ruyi, who, emboldened by her 15 stake in the company, had become increasingly difficult. If she were to discover that his relationship with Tong Shui had not ceased and that Jiang Shen was to be acknowledged as part of the Jiang family, it would undoubtedly lead to a tumultuous uproar. As for Jiang Ruyi and Su Mian's feelings, he was indifferent. Thus, the immediate concern was Lian Ruyi. He needed to devise a way to reclaim that stake and then proceed with a divorce. He reassured, rest assured, I not only intend to acknowledge Jiang Shen as part of the family, but you will also be Mrs. Jiang in the future. From his vantage point, he could see Tong Shui as a alluring figure, and in comparison to Lian Ruyi, he found himself increasingly inclined toward the former. Originally, he had no intention of divorcing Lian Ruyi, but he could no longer tolerate her temperament. Life at the Jiang residence had become increasingly unbearable. What man does not desire a gentle and considerate wife by his side? However, after Lian Ruyi discovered his infidelity, her demeanor changed drastically. She now regarded him with disdain. Yet, he found himself increasingly enamored with a life of indulgence, reveling in excess. Upon hearing this, Tong Shui sensed Jiang Pingxing's inclination towards divorce, and a glimmer of hope lit her features. Are you serious? Indeed, he replied. Tong Shui smiled briefly before quickly regaining her composure. But if your mother disapproves, can your son and daughter accept Shen as their brother? Chapter 95. Upon awakening, Su Mian questions her existence. Jiang Pingxing, with his overtly masculine disposition, reassured her, do not worry. My mother is already dissatisfied with Lian Ruyi. If I divorce her,
She will not object.
as for Jiang Ruyi and Su Mian, they will have to accept it. Shen is their brother. With such declarations, Tong Shui ceased her inquiries. As Jiang Pingxing had promised her the title of Mrs. Jiang, and Jiang Shen would finally shed the title of a bastard, becoming the legitimate third young master of the Jiang family. Nevertheless, the Jiang siblings could not be underestimated. Although she was absent from the banquet that evening, she was well aware of Su Mian's engagement festivities. Jiang Waner, the adopted daughter, had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Su Mian, who now stood as the esteemed fiancé of the Yu family, enjoying considerable favor within the Jiang household. Jiang Yan's approval was one thing, with Jiang Ruyi, her capable elder brother, protecting her, Tong Shui knew that if she were to enter the Jiang family, she would need to tread carefully. Meanwhile, the car came to a halt at Nanyuan. Yu Jinzhi carefully carried the sleeping Su Mian out of the car, traversing the courtyard and ascending to the second floor, where he gently placed her on the bed and tucked her in. At this hour, with the housekeeper absent, Su Mian couldn't change out of her dress. However, would sleeping with makeup on harm her skin? After a moment's contemplation, Yu Jinzhi approached the vanity, rummaging through the various bottles and jars until he found the cleansing water and cotton pads. He sat by the bed, tenderly removing her makeup. And only after completing this task did he quietly exit the room. The following day, Su Mian awoke at 9 in the morning, her head throbbing from a night of heavy drinking. She pulled back the curtains, revealing a winter wonderland blanketed in snow, the branches sagging under its weight. One would think such a picturesque scene would lift her spirits. However, her remarkable memory recalled last night's indiscretions, leaving her anything but joyful. Su Mian had never known herself to behave in such a manner when intoxicated. Had she known, she would have curbed her indulgence. Last night, her brother had clearly intended to take her away, yet she had stubbornly rejected him in favor of Yu Jinzhi. She acknowledged her vanity, but never realized it was so severe that she had, in front of a man, hiked up her skirt and, with reckless abandon, forced Yu Jinzhi to drink the leftover yogurt she had consumed. This audacity left her questioning her very existence. The memories of last night replayed in her mind like a film, exacerbating her headache. Rubbing her temples, she gathered her clothes and headed to the bathroom. Although she hadn't changed her clothes, her face was remarkably clean, thanks to Yu Jinzhi's efforts. After washing up and donning fresh attire, she descended the stairs, hoping to find something to eat. To her surprise, she found Yu Jinzhi seated on the sofa in casual attire, evidently not having gone to work. Hearing her movements, Yu Jinzhi turned to see Su Mian's face reflecting an indescribable expression. He was acutely aware of her drunken antics from the previous night, but chose to remain a gentleman and not bring it up, instead asking, "I've prepared a hangover soup. It's warming in the kitchen. Would you like it now?" Having showered, Su Mian felt considerably more alert, though her head still throbbed. And she nodded in agreement. Breakfast was also warming in the kitchen. "Thank you," she replied, glancing at Yu Jinzhi, contemplating whether to address the previous night. Finally, she spoke. "I'm sorry for my behavior last night." Yu Jinzhi smiled faintly, his demeanor calm, no harm done. Although it was somewhat unruly, it fell within my threshold of acceptance. Su Mian chuckled lightly, resolving to avoid such indulgence in the future. "You don't have to go to work today?" Yu Jinzhi replied slowly. "My grandfather insists I take a break to accompany you. Besides, it's the weekend. I thought I might take you out on a date once you're awake." "How considerate of grandfather Yu," she replied, though she had no desire to spend time with Yu Jinzhi at that moment. Observing the subtle reluctance in her expression, Yu Jinzhi offered, "If you prefer not to, then we can cancel the afternoon's hot spring plans." "Cancel it," she said without a moment's hesitation. Yu Jinzhi pressed his lips together and nodded in agreement. This was the true Su Mian confronting him, perfectly balanced, neither disrespectful nor overly familiar. The unreserved Su Mian from last night seemed like a fleeting dream, arriving quickly and departing just as swiftly. Yu Jinzhi furrowed his brow ever so slightly. "Very well." Chapter 96. The engagement is settled, yet the marriage can be reconsidered. Su Mian consumed the hangover soup before partaking in breakfast. The flavor of this morning meal diverged from that prepared by the aunt, and the sole reason for this deviation was that the aunt had been sent on leave by Grandpa Yu. However, it must be acknowledged that the breakfast crafted by Yu Jinzhi surpassed the aunt's culinary skills, even exceeding her own efforts. One would hardly suspect that this man, perpetually engrossed in his official duties, possessed such remarkable culinary prowess. Having satisfied her hunger, Su Mian regained considerable strength. By the time she had washed her bowl and emerged from the side room, Yu Jinzhi had already vacated the living room. King Jiji was engaged in tidying up, and it approached her feet, dancing animatedly. "Princess Mian, good morning. I am off to the universe to pluck stars for you upon my return."
Su Mian nohret hergaze.
Pondering the seemingly excessive verbosity of the language system, yet, on this somewhat dreary morning, it offered a touch of vivacity. Flattery without cause. "I must truly adore you."
Oh.
From the very first encounter, I knew I was smitten. "Shall we date?" "I swear never to break up. Should we part ways, I would pursue you through 10 streets. Madly in love, fervently dedicated, even striking the walls in my passion. Ha ha." Su Mian squatted down, her fingers playfully tapping its forehead. "Play a song for me." "Understood." "My Princess Mian." King Jiji activated the search function and soon began to play I Like You. "I like you, those smiling eyes. Even the sunset appears as a kiss upon your lips. I relish following you, wherever you may lead me. Your face draws near, slowly becoming clearer, even tomorrow. Upstairs." Yu Jinzhi, having witnessed the entire scene, remarked with a hint of annoyance, He seems to mind. Your Princess Mian?" Though the song was a light-hearted ditty selected by King Jiji, its cheerful melody and the sweet voice of the singer were, indeed, quite delightful to the ears. "Very well. When I find the time, I shall upgrade you, elevating you to the pinnacle of robotic cleaners, unmatched and unparalleled. Princess Mian is simply the best. Love you." Sending heart emojis. Su Mian's lips curled into a gentle smile. After lingering in the living room for a while, she eventually ascended the stairs to her room. During her breakfast, her brother had called again. Upon seeing the missed call, she returned it. "Jiang Ruashui. Mian, have you risen?" Su Mian replied with a soft Have you had breakfast? Are you feeling unwell? Su Mian responded, I have eaten and I feel fine. She found herself quite curious about Yu Jinzhi's culinary skills and wondered what his main dishes might taste like. Jiang Ruyi cleared his throat, bringing up, Do you remember what happened last night? Su Mian paused for 3 seconds. I remember. Unlike others who might forget their drunken escapades, she was not one to selectively erase memories due to alcohol. It was merely a matter of her constitution. With a hint of embarrassment, she continued, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't anticipate that I would behave so differently when intoxicated. Jiang Ruyi, ever considerate, assured her it was of no consequence, then cautioned, Next time, don't overindulge. Drinking is permissible, but moderation is key. It's detrimental to your health. And remember what I said. Avoid excessive contact with Yu Jinzhi. While he may seem admirable, he is not a good match. In his eyes, anyone who does not sincerely cherish their sister is not worthy. It seemed that her brother's concerns had never truly diminished. Su Mian replied, Understood, brother. You need not worry. I know how to navigate this. Her memory was sharp, and she always held on to her brother's words, adhering to the rules, save for her unusual behavior the previous night. Her brother returned to his company duties, reminding her to dress warmly due to the cold weather.
All right.
Drive safely. After their conversation concluded, Su Mian settled into a chair and opened her laptop, which had been brought over by Yen and the previous night. Su Mian fell into contemplation. The challenging aspect now was the stance of Grandpa Yu and her grandmother. Both elderly individuals expressed great satisfaction with their union, eagerly anticipating the blossoming of their relationship. Consequently, each time she witnessed their joyful expressions, an unwelcome sense of guilt would arise within her. Grandpa Yu's health was gradually improving. It was not merely a matter of years before he departed this world. As long as no further health issues arose, the coming years should pose no problems. Thus, the debt she initially owed Yu Jinzhi could be considered settled. Therefore, Su Mian contemplated whether to annul the marriage next year, seeking an opportune moment to disclose her intentions to both families. Surely, Yu Jinzhi would not object, as his agreement to the engagement stemmed primarily from Grandpa Yu's wishes. On the Jiang family side, while her grandmother held Yu Jinzhi in high regard as a prospective son-in-law, she would undoubtedly heed Su Mian's wishes if she expressed that they were incompatible. Her brother was firmly on her side, and as for Jiang Pingsheng, his disapproval would not concern her. At that moment, Rong Shua called, seeking to make amends. Third brother, can you bring third sister-in-law tonight? I wish to apologize. Having resolved to apologize, he intended to act swiftly, not allowing third sister-in-law's impression of him to worsen. Chapter 97. Awaiting the arrival of the esteemed lady. Yu Jinzhi sat in the study, a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, the white smoke swirling around him. He flicked away the ash, his demeanor less rigid than usual, exhibiting a languid allure. Today, Su Mian might not wish to accompany him, causing him to hesitate over whether to broach the subject with her. Not receiving a response from him, Rong Shua assumed his agreement. Then it settled. Tonight at the Xinghe Club, I will host a lavish banquet to properly entertain and apologize to third sister-in-law. Third brother, I must hang up now. My esteemed lady's computer is online, and she insists on my attention. With that, the line went dead. Esteemed lady, was that not Su Mian? Yu Jinzhi recalled instructing him not to pester her, clearly indicating Rong Shua had disregarded his words. The darkness in his gaze deepened as he rose and exited the study. Just as Su Mian opened her computer, a red alert flashed across the screen. It bypassed the first firewall, delivering a message. Esteemed lady, I beseech you, please respond to me. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to get to know you, to become friends, though not just ordinary friends. I am declaring my admiration. Su Mian was at a loss for words. What madness possessed this hacker to obsess over someone he had never met? She recalled that she had done nothing to provoke such attention, nor had she given any signals. As she opened the chat window, preparing to reply, a knock interrupted her. She halted her actions, turning her chair towards the door. Come in. Yu Jinzhi entered, carrying a plate of cut fruit, placing it beside her. The cherries are quite sweet. Do try one. Thus far, Su Mian had adjusted her mindset, shedding the subtle awkwardness from earlier. Thank you. No need for thanks. Yu Jinzhi noticed the black chat window on her screen, filled with messages from Rong Shua, who incessantly called her esteemed lady and sent heart emojis. Is this hacker still pestering you? Su Mian affirmed, spearing a cherry with a toothpick and popping it into her mouth. It was indeed very sweet. Yu Jinzhi spoke slowly. Ignoring him is not a solution. You might inquire what it would take for him to cease his harassment. Su Mian replied, there's no need. I plan to tell him I have a boyfriend. Yu Jinzhi countered, he won't give up easily. After a pause he added, but you could give it a try. Su Mian raised an eyebrow, attempting to inform him of her supposed boyfriend. As anticipated, Rong Shuo responded, esteemed lady, your method of rejection is outdated. Someone with a boyfriend wouldn't be online every night, especially not for over 3 hours. Su Mian. It seems men do have a better understanding of men. She reluctantly complied with Yu Jinzhi's advice and sent the message. On that side, Rong Shuo sensed that an opportunity had arisen, one that must be seized with great care. He needed to meet his aunt in person. Thus, with excitement, he typed fervently, let us engage in an offline League of Legends solo match. If you win, I shall cease all harassment from that moment forth. I assure you, I shall keep my word. How astute he was. It is worth noting that few can claim victory over him in a solo encounter. Among professional players, not a single one could best him in a one-on-one duel. The world's foremost jungler and the unrivaled solo king was not mere boastfulness. Of course, it remains uncertain if any formidable contenders from the wild domestic servers could surpass him, but the likelihood is indeed exceedingly slim. There had been a post previously that mentioned a top player from the Korean server 2 years ago, known as King, who was exceptionally skilled, particularly in the jungle and marksman roles. It was said that many esports professionals from Korea had faced him, and without exception, each encounter ended in a devastating defeat. During that period, numerous clubs sought to recruit him for competitions, but all requests were declined, the reason cited being his busy schedule. Gaming was merely a source of entertainment and relaxation for him. Currently, he seldom logged on, which corroborated his claims of being quite occupied. Nevertheless, he would often venture onto the Korean servers, hoping to encounter this king. Rong Shuo was convinced that no one could surpass his prowess, and thus he was eager for a challenge. Though regrettably, he had yet to cross paths with him. An offline League of Legends solo match? Su Mian pondered for a moment. It was not entirely out of the question. Upon seeing the message from Rong Shuo, Yu Jinzhi smirked slightly. It seemed this naive sweetheart had a knack for cunning. But even if he were to triumph over Su Mian, would he dare to pursue her? Let him try. Noticing that Su Mian's desktop icon also displayed a League of Legends game, it was evident she played, and likely played quite well. He surmised that she would most likely agree. As expected, Su Mian responded. Time and place.
Ah.
His aunt had consented. Ha ha ha. He felt his hopes of pursuing a girlfriend swell. Rong Shuo gleefully hammered away at the keyboard. 9 o'clock tonight, room 001 at the Star River Club. I am Rong Lawu, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence. Aunt. Chapter 98. The Appointment. Rong Shuo continued. Should you lose, you must provide me with your WeChat and phone number. I shall seek you out, and you cannot ignore me. Su Mian replied. Fine, but if you lose, do not bother me again. Rong Shuo chuckled. How could he possibly lose? Aunt, you are destined to fall into my clutches, moi. Yu Jinzhi's gaze darkened. Su Mian, take your time with the cherries. I am stepping out. Su Mian nodded, not sparing him a glance. After he left, Yu Jinzhi's expression clouded, a sense of inexplicable frustration welling within him. Around 11 o'clock, Mr. Wang, who had made an appointment for his father's medical consultation after the engagement banquet, paid a visit. Mr. Wang had brought his elderly father along, who was slumped in a wheelchair, unresponsive. Recently, he had been coughing up blood and had fainted twice within a short span, causing great concern among his family. Upon regaining consciousness, he exhibited early signs of dementia. A full medical examination at the hospital revealed no apparent issues, prompting Mr. Wang to consult traditional Chinese medicine in hopes of uncovering the cause of his father's ailment. Mr. Wang, I do charge a fee for treating strangers, Su Mian stated as she served them a cup of tea. Mr. Wang quickly replied, money is not an issue. I only wish to know if you can cure my father's condition. Su Mian gestured for the elderly gentleman to place his hand on the pulse pad. His pulse was erratic, indicating a decline in bodily function. After examining his mouth and eyes, she confirmed the presence of chronic poisoning symptoms. Releasing his hand, Su Mian inquired, is there significant discord within your family? Mr. Wang hesitated, pondering the appropriateness of the question, but ultimately said, yes, it is quite severe. My father intended to entrust the family business to me entirely, but my elder brother disagrees. Nodding, Su Mian picked up her pen to draft a prescription. Your father has succumbed to a chronic neurotoxin causing prolonged unconsciousness. Testing can reveal it within the first 24 hours post-injection, but it becomes increasingly difficult to detect afterward, especially for those close to him who might turn against him. Hearing this, Mr. Wang's expression shifted dramatically. It appeared his brother was plotting to harm their father without arousing suspicion. "How can my father awaken?" he implored. Su Mian handed him the prescription. 1 million, transferred to my account. Mr. Wang accepted it, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Su." He held immense faith in Su Mian's abilities, having witnessed her competence during the engagement banquet, and he resolved to thoroughly investigate who had poisoned his father, leaving no stone unturned. As noon approached, with no maid present, Yu Jinzhi took to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After bidding farewell to Mr. Wang, Su Mian peeked into the kitchen. The aroma wafted through the air. Yu Jinzhi was simmering soup. On the counter lay uncut raw meat and vegetables, neatly arranged as if reflecting his compulsive tendencies. Su Mian contemplated. "I can help." Without hesitation, Yu Jinzhi replied, "No need. In our Yu family, we do not allow women to cook. Indeed, the men of the Yu family are capable and versatile, excelling both in the parlor and the kitchen, and are polished enough to be presentable in society. With such a fine grandfather, it was only natural that his descendants would be equally impressive. When we finish, I will take care of the table and dishes," she offered. Division of labor makes for perfection. Yu Jinzhi initially intended to refuse, but seeing Su Mian's insistence, he relented. Clad in an apron, the refined gentleman took on a more domestic demeanor as he ladled a spoonful of soup and offered it to Su Mian. "Give it a taste." Su Mian accepted and took a sip. The soup was rich and flavorful, delightful indeed. "Delicious," she remarked. Yu Jinzhi acknowledged her praise, then tasted it himself, finding no need for additional seasoning, and extinguished the flame. Observing his actions, Su Mian's expression subtly shifted. Could it be that after sharing a bottle of yogurt with her, he had shed his obsession with cleanliness? She refrained from voicing her thoughts, pretending not to notice. Perhaps Yu Jinzhi regarded this as a gesture of basic respect towards her as his fiancé. Thus, the morning passed in such a manner. The afternoon itinerary was initially to visit the hot springs, but Su Mian, disinterested, opted to remain in the South Garden instead. At present, she had no intention of accepting further tasks on the technology platform, as she still had several matters to attend to, including the skincare product development and the surveillance footage, both of which were progressing smoothly. A bit more time spent on these tasks would soon yield results. As dusk descended and nightfall approached, Yu Jinzhi continued to prepare dinner. While they dined together, he remarked, "I must step out for a while."
See you at 9, Su Mian.
Su Mian nodded in acknowledgement, not probing further, simply responding affirmatively. Around 7, she heard the sound of an engine and saw a black McLaren drive off, swiftly disappearing under the streetlights. By 8, she finally changed out of her pajamas and headed out. In the depths of winter, one could not venture outside in a dress. She donned a black trench coat, black leggings, and a pair of black combat boots. With her striking, elegant demeanor clad entirely in black, her fair skin and crimson lips exuded a captivating allure. The car veered out of the garage, vanishing into the night. At the Star River Club, Yu Jinzhi, who had arrived early, entered room 001 and found Rong Shuo dressed flamboyantly. Upon seeing him, he inquired, "Third brother, do you think I look handsome today?" Yu Jinzhi, wearing a black turtleneck beneath a light-colored coat, an ordinary ensemble yet exuding sophistication, directed his gaze toward him and knowingly asked, "What is the purpose of such attire?" "I have an appointment with my aunt," Rong Shuo replied bashfully. "I arranged a League of Legends solo match with her. Should she lose, I can pursue her openly. Look, I even prepared a bouquet for her." He pointed to 2 bouquets on the table, one of baby-s breath and the other of vivid red rose. "Roses as gifts. Yet you may not have the opportunity to present them," Yu Jinzhi smirked coldly. "Third brother, let me remind you, now that you have a third sister-in-law, do not attempt to compete with me for my aunt's affections." Rong Shuo curled his lips, asking, "And where is third sister-in-law?" Yu Jinzhi coldly replied, "She will arrive shortly." Meanwhile, Jang couldn't shake the feeling that Yu Jinzhi seemed rather displeased tonight, harboring an unspoken tension. He cast a sympathetic glance at Rong Shuo, thinking, "You're finished, fool." As the clock approached 9, Su Mian's car came to a halt outside the Star River Club. Upon entering, she instructed a server, "Take me to box 001. Chapter 99. The Collapse of Rong Laowu. Rong Shuo had prepared a rather extravagant apology ceremony, complete with a lavish gift. While it paled in comparison to the sports car gifted by third brother, it was certainly a respectable offering. Nonetheless, what he anticipated most was the arrival of his esteemed aunt. The computer was set up, and he was merely waiting for her to arrive so they could engage in a showdown. As the time drew near, he couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. Yu Jinzhi sat cloaked in darkness, while Jiang held a glass filled with ice, pouring in liquor before extending it toward her. Yu Jinzhi accepted it, noting that his craving for cigarettes seemed particularly strong tonight. Typically, he limited himself to 2 a day. Yet now he found himself lighting a 5th. At 9 o'clock, Rong Shuo glanced toward the door. It was ajar and footsteps approached. He held his breath, only to be deflated as a mere server appeared in his line of sight. What a cruel twist of fate, only to be left disappointed. However, the server bowed slightly and announced, "Miss, you have arrived at box 001. Rong Shuo's eyes widened with excitement. His aunt was coming. He felt a rush of exhilaration, wanting to twirl in delight, curious about her appearance. It mattered not if she were not conventionally beautiful. He prided himself on being above such superficial judgments. Yet, the person who entered was Su Mian, his third sister-in-law. His excitement faltered. "Not my aunt, but it's fine. I can still seize this opportunity to sincerely apologize to Su Mian and salvage my reputation." Nevertheless, he had to admit, Su Mian was truly stunning, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. His previous prejudices had blinded him to her allure, but now he was utterly captivated. He realized he could scarcely recall what Jiang looked like at this moment. Yet, third brother seemed rather indifferent. A beauty like Su Mian would likely not pique his interest in that regard. Suddenly, Rong Shuo felt a pang of injustice for Su Mian. Just as he was about to welcome her, Su Mian peered inside, failing to notice Yu Jinzhi lurking in the shadows. However, Rong Shuo spotted her hesitation as she asked, "Who is Rong Laowu?" What had Su Mian just said? Who is Rong Laowu? Rong Shuo stood there, frozen like a statue of ice. "Su Mian, is she my aunt? So, all this time, I've been pursuing her while foolishly speaking ill of her behind her back." He felt as if he were on the verge of collapse. Had you ever experienced the despair of spotting an oasis in the desert, only to realize it was but a mirage? Oh heavens, why must you treat me so cruelly? The vibrant life within him drained away, leaving him pale and despondent, as he longed to pound the ground in anguish. Su Mian, unable to fathom Rong Shuo's turmoil, asked again, "Who is Rong Laowu?" Rong Shuo bowed his head, slowly raising his hand. "I am." Upon seeing his raised hand, Su Mian fell silent for a moment, then quipped, "I must ask, are you embarrassed? Because I certainly am not." Inside, Jiang choked on his drink, hastily grabbing a napkin to wipe his clothes. He wanted to laugh but decided to spare Rong Shuo for the moment. It had to be said, third brother's move was indeed brilliant. No wonder he claimed that Hacker was his man. He must have known all along that the person Rong Shuo was so ardently pursuing was Su Mian, thus leaving Rong Shuo with no choice but to abandon his hopes. The situation was truly dire. Yu Jinzhi swirled his glass, the ice clinking melodiously against the glass, before taking a measured sip and extinguishing his cigarette. Su Mian entered calmly and asked solo, although the person troubling her was Rong Shuo, a childhood friend of Yu Jinzhi. It didn't seem too problematic to have a solo encounter. Rong Shuo, with a sorrowful expression, pleaded, "Just give me 3 minutes to calm down." He then squatted in the corner, drawing circles on the ground. Chapter 100, Committing Atrocities. 3 minutes it is, Yu Jinzhi replied. But I wonder if that will suffice given your current distress. Jiang stood up to greet her. Third sister-in-law, "Hello, I'm Jiang. Please have a seat." "Hello." Su Mian responded, her gaze landing on the man in the shadows, smoking and drinking. Upon realizing it was Yu Jinzhi, she suddenly understood everything. He must have known all along that the hacker who had been bothering her was Rong Shuo, hence the cryptic remarks he made in her room earlier. This man was indeed cunning. With a slight nod, Su Mian approached and sat down beside Yu Jinzhi. Jiang asked, "Third sister-in-law, would you like something to drink?" After a night of heavy drinking, Su Mian had no intention of touching alcohol again soon, so she replied, "Just warm water, please." Jiang personally fetched it. Once seated beside her, Yu Jinzhi extinguished his cigarette. Su Mian raised an eyebrow, her tone languid. "Why didn't you inform me?" Yu Jinzhi's voice, slightly husky from the alcohol, was particularly alluring. It would have lost its charm had you known in advance. That was true. Witnessing Rong Shuo's comical collapse brought her a sense of delight, though she wasn't the type to revel in another's misfortune. Recalling Rong Shuo's previous rudeness made her want to whistle in amusement. This younger brother had sown the seeds of his own suffering. He should savor the bitter harvest. The room was warm, and Su Mian found herself overheating in her coat. She decided to remove it, and Yu Jinzhi took it, hanging it on a hook beside his own. Both wore black turtlenecks, inadvertently resembling a couple in matching outfits. At this moment, Jiang had poured a glass of warm water and approached, playfully kicking Rome Shoa's rear. 3 minutes are up. Get up. Rome Shoa, with a woeful expression, whimpered. Just give me 3 more minutes. My dreams have barely begun before they shattered. Third brother is too ruthless. Why must my aunt be Su Mian? The tears I have shed are as abundant as the waters of West Lake. Jiang struggled to contain his laughter, urging, hurry up and adjust your mindset. You need to apologize to your aunt. But third brother is utterly unfeeling, and why must you be so unkind as well? Third sister-in-law, your warm water, Jiang said, handing it over. Su Mian accepted it, thanking him, and added, you may call me Su Mian. There's no need for third sister-in-law. Jiang hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yu Jinzhi, who displayed no change in expression. He then smiled. All right, Su Mian. It felt strange to call someone significantly younger than himself third sister-in-law. But since third brother had no objections and Su Mian seemed uncomfortable with it, he saw no reason not to comply. Jiang sat down and remarked, that fellow Rome Shoa ranks third in the hacker world, yet he couldn't even successfully trace your IP address. Su Mian, you truly are remarkable.
Oh?
A third in the world? Quite impressive indeed. Xian anticipated that someone who appeared so foolish would possess such talent. Su Mian's expression remained composed as she accepted Jiang's praise, saying, it's nothing extraordinary. She had always been quick to learn, even as a child. And some of her thoughts and inventions had the potential to surpass current technology and civilization. Thus, she had long been curious about the woman who bore her. However, after meeting her mother, she was deeply disappointed, leading her to suspect some underlying conspiracy, prompting her relentless investigation. And you also have medical skills? Su Mian replied with a simple, I have achieved some modest success. Jiang is a person of considerable emotional intelligence, having always been quite popular since childhood. Among his circle, he is the one with the most friends, and he possesses a charming appearance that endears him to many women. At this moment, Su Mian is engaged in a lively conversation with Jiang, leaving her fiancé entirely neglected and overlooked. Yu Jinzhi, on the other hand, maintains a solemn demeanor, his drink never ceasing since the beginning. From his vantage point, he can see Su Mian's delicate, fair earlobes, resembling morning dew poised delicately on the tips of flower petals, dainty and inviting. Her lips, he imagines, would be soft and sweet to kiss. This is not the first time he is fixated on such thoughts. However, in the past, he had remained rational and composed, suppressing any burgeoning feelings. He attempted to convince himself that Su Mian held no particular significance in his life, and his kindness and indulgence towards her were merely the result of a promise kept. Nonetheless, no matter how he tried to rationalize his feelings, he found it impossible to explain the vile nature of his dreams about her the previous night. Yu Jinzhi has always been indifferent to physical desires, but he has never experienced such intense yearning for a woman. Su Mian is the first to evoke this in him. Before dawn, he awakens, the remnants of his troubling dreams still lingering, and his body's response is undeniably potent, refusing to dissipate. Su Mian has ignited a desire within him, an overwhelming one. Even reciting calming mantras does little to quell the tempest within his heart. The reason is simple. It all began with his gaze lingering on Su Mian's legs. This unmistakably indicates that he has harbored feelings for her for quite some time. However, as someone who has never experienced love, he has overlooked what such feelings truly entail. It is no wonder that a man of his stature willingly complies with her every whim, removing her shoes and drinking from the yogurt cup she has used. Outwardly resisting but inwardly incapable of uttering a refusal to her. Now, witnessing Su Mian's gaze fixated on Jiang, entirely neglecting him, he feels a surge of displeasure, longing to pull her back to his side, ensuring that she sees only him. Yu Jinzhi grips his wineglass tightly, his dark eyes, concealed behind glasses, resemble a beast awakened, fixating on his rightful prey. Su Mian is his. His heart pounds intensely within his chest. He sets down his glass and takes hold of Su Mian's hand with a firm grip. Instinctively, she turns to look at him. On this cold winter day, her hand is icy, while Yu Jinzhi's touch radiates warmth. Drinking in winter is a blissful experience, a way to warm oneself. Su Mian gazes at him and asks, "What are you doing?" Yu Jinzhi, his eyes burning with intensity, replies in a calm voice, I am feeling unwell. Please check on me. Beside them, Jiang interjects. Third brother, what kind of strange maneuver is this? I can't quite comprehend it. Unwell? How unusual.
To Su Mian.
Yu Jinzhi seems like someone who could never fall ill. She inquires further. What exactly is bothering you? He guides her hand to his chest, claiming to feel a bit dizzy. Not intoxicated, are you? Su Mian thinks, but as her hand rests against his solid chest, she can feel the rapid thumping of his heart, decidedly abnormal, its rhythm escalating. She attempts to take his pulse, but it appears steady, not indicative of any physical ailment. Yet, the rapid heartbeat is unmistakable. Even accounting for the alcohol, it should not be this pronounced. For the first time, she encounters a symptom that eludes her understanding. Are you very dizzy?
She asks.
Yes, he affirms. Your heartbeat is too rapid, she observes, her brow furrowed. Should I take you to the hospital? Yu Jinzhi replies. If we were to conduct an examination, there would undoubtedly be no issues. My health is quite robust. He continues to persuade her. You won't be able to diagnose me anyway. Su Mian, composed and methodical, counters. For matters concerning brain function, precise medical equipment is essential for reliable assessment. So I can ascertain what ails you and provide the appropriate remedy. Yu Jinzhi nods, and under his control, his racing heartbeat gradually begins to calm. Do you feel better now?
She asks.
Yes, I can sense it, he replies, as his heartbeat returns to a more normal pace. Are you still feeling dizzy? She inquires. Just a little, he admits. Feeling relieved, Su Mian reminds him, you should still undergo a comprehensive checkup tomorrow. Yu Jinzhi smiles, all right, I will. Noticing the glass still in his hand, she warns, you should refrain from drinking. Until we ascertain that your body is free of issues, it's best to avoid alcohol. Yu Jinzhi grunts in acknowledgement, placing the glass down but reluctant to release her hand. Why are your hands so cold? He asks. As they transition to a new chapter, Hanfu King, the solo begins. Su Mian possesses a robust constitution, feeling warm upon entering, yet inexplicably, her hands and feet remain cold during winter. It's just the weather. It's always been this way. A warm drink will suffice, she observes. Naturally withdrawing her hand from Yu Jinzhi's palm to sip the warm water Jiang has brought her, finding it comforting. With her palm now empty, Yu Jinzhi feels a fleeting sense of loss, but he quickly dismisses it and lowers his hand, murmuring in agreement. Once he acknowledges his feelings, the earlier frustration dissipates. However, recalling the words he spoke during their second encounter brings him a twinge of pain. I will treat you well, but it has nothing to do with love. Ironically, he is now deeply enamored with Su Mian. In contrast, Su Mian has taken his words to heart, adhering to them diligently. The tides of fate have turned, and he finds himself facing a most unexpected reality. Jiang, with keen insight, immediately perceives that his third brother has developed feelings, a sight he never thought he would witness. He assumed he would never see Yu Jinzhi fall for a woman, yet Su Mian's presence has fulfilled that desire. Observing Su Mian, it seems that Yu Jinzhi's pursuit of her may be a long and arduous journey. Meanwhile, Shua, having emerged from his self-imposed isolation, approaches Su Mian hesitantly, bowing deeply with a voice as thunderous as a bell. I apologize, esteemed lady. I should not have treated you poorly or spoken ill of you. Please, I beg you to forgive me. Having never felt such embarrassment before, Shua confronts reality. Though he acknowledges Su Mian as a goddess, he resolves to keep his distance from Yu Jinzhi's woman, embracing the notion that he can admire her from afar without any ulterior motives. With this newfound perspective, he feels a sense of relief, his fragmented heart beginning to mend. Su Mian sets down her cup and remarks, You play League of Legends quite well, don't you? Shua, momentarily taken aback, beams with pride, Of course. I am the world's #1 jungler. Su Mian, unfamiliar with esports scene, is intrigued. Let us have a solo match, she proposes. Shua, transformed into an eager disciple, responds, If I win, will you forgive me?
Su Mian rises hatchin.
Only if you win. He is determined, thinking I must win. To lose would be an affront to my title as the world's #1 jungler. With confidence, he declares, I will win, and eagerly prepares to showcase his skills. Follow me, esteemed lady. The computer is over there. As Shua points, Su Mian stands up, replying affirmatively. Recalling that she has only played on one server, she adds, I have no account on the national server. Can I borrow one? Shua assures her. No problem. I have accounts on other servers. You can choose any server. Then let us go with the Korean server. When she first ventured into the realm of League of Legends, Su Mian had heard whispers of many elusive masters within the Korean server. Thus, she created an account on the Korean server, and after ascending to the pinnacle of the ranked ladder, she found herself with little time to play, never having roamed through other servers. Now, the two of them were seated before the computer, which booted up with remarkable speed, swiftly logging them into the first district of the Korean server. Rong Shuo eagerly inquired, "My dear aunt, what is your ID? I wish to add you." Su Mian replied simply, "King." Meanwhile, Yu Jinzhi and Jiang had approached from behind, intending to observe. Yu Jinzhi was not well versed in gaming, but he understood the concept of a solo match, feeling a twinge of jealousy as Rong Shuo was about to play with Su Mian. That name sounded strikingly familiar to Rong Shuo, who inwardly mused and then leaned closer to catch a glimpse of Su Mian's ID account, his excitement surging. "No way.
Aunt.
You're that impressive." The elusive king of the Korean server, whom Rong Shuo had long sought, was now vividly present before him, and soon they were about to engage in a solo match.